Due to his furious roar, the presence in the hall fell silent, displaying an expression of innocence, while the sorrow of Black Absolute deepened once more. These individuals, shockingly oblivious, exhibited no empathy whatsoever, utterly unaware of the profound sadness he currently experienced. 1386 years. They had no inkling of how he had endured this span of time. They were ignorant of the tribulations involved in tempting Indra, nor could they fathom the difficulties in awakening the eternal kaleidoscope within Indra's reincarnation. They knew nothing, they were devoid of any understanding. At long last, through his relentless efforts, Indra had undergone 23 reincarnations, and now his reincarnation manifested as Uchiha. Chapter 1: A Dream. In a ninja world, in a land of fire, within the village of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, the 80-year-old Kazama Yu felt a sudden influx of inexplicable information flooding his mind, which instantaneously took control of his body. Lin Fan, an ordinary 35-year-old man from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, devoid of a wife or children, had parents and a younger brother. He was supposed to be awakened by his alarm clock for work, yet he found himself in a completely unfamiliar setting. He appeared in a classroom. But it was not the location that mattered, rather. The knowledge being imparted was of utmost significance. How to throw a shuriken for a sure kill. How to use a kunai to effortlessly slice an enemy's throat. These unfamiliar words resonated within Lin Fan, who, after sorting through the information in his mind, realized he had arrived at an extraordinary place. In the classroom, at the podium, stood an individual clad in attire he recognized, passionately instructing dozens of children in the art of killing. This was the teacher's uniform of Konoha's Ninja Academy, the very institution dedicated to training lethal weapons, the Ninja School of Konoha. The esteemed instructor Mizuki donned this very outfit. Yet the individual currently teaching was not comparable to Mizuki. He was a ninja returned from the battlefield, having lost an arm, now occasionally imparting knowledge of combat techniques and battlefield precautions. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat numb, surveyed his surroundings. Through memories, he encountered numerous familiar faces. One boy, cautiously stealing glances at the girls, was Uchiha Obito, while the object of his admiration was Noera Rin. Nearby was a cool individual chewing on a toothpick, accompanied by a more mature-looking boy. So many acquaintances, along with familiar names. He also remembered a classmate who enrolled at 4, graduated at 5, became a genin, and advanced to Chunin by 6, another classmate, initially not accepted into the Ninja Academy and destined for a life of commonality, was granted admission due to his exceptional performance during training, and had graduated the previous year as a proud genin. In less than 3 years, he had surpassed those who once looked down upon him. With clarity of thought, Lin Fan confirmed he was dreaming. The rationale behind this certainty was straightforward. His 30-plus years of life experiences told him that traversing into another realm was impossible, especially into a world crafted by someone else's imagination. In this universe, life and death were subject to the whims of the creator. How could he possibly find himself in such a place? Dreaming was the only explanation he could conceive. With this thought, Kazama Yu yawned in boredom, disgusted by the assassination techniques being taught. After a few moments of disinterest, he resolved to leave this place. He stood up from his seat, much to the astonishment of his deskmate, who shared a similar shock. The teacher at the podium noticed his actions, and just as he was about to inquire about Kazama Yu's intentions, Yu strolled over to a certain laggard. This individual, caught in a mix of piquing and fantasizing, suddenly realized that a figure had obstructed his view of the goddess. When he turned, his gaze met a small hand that swiftly connected with Uchiha Obito's face. The impact left Obito dazed, and Yes' voice echoed in his ears. "Look at you, always peeking. You're all just laggards, and yet you can't even take your studies seriously. Can't you show some ambition and not bring shame to the Uchiha clan? What a waste." The classroom fell silent, the teacher momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Never before had he encountered such a situation. Both Obito and he were caught off guard. After a few seconds of bewilderment, Obito straightened his goggles and shouted at Kazama Yu, "Kazama Yu, what are you doing? What business is it of yours? Why did you suddenly hit me? Are you crazy?" The last words came out with a hint of a whimper. An 80-year-old child, lost in dreams of a bright future, suddenly faced an unprovoked attack in what he believed to be a secure environment. How could he, a sunny boy, endure such a blow? This would haunt him for a lifetime. Seeing Obito's reaction, Lin Fan paused for a moment, pondering the striking realism of this dream. He then raised his arm to strike Obito again, intending to engage in a scuffle and use the pain to awaken himself. However, this time, his hand met only ere Obito was not a mere target and managed to evade. Lin Fan, witnessing Obito dodge his attempt, felt no surprise the dream was too vivid, and it was only natural for Obito to react in such a way. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the space behind Obito and called out, "Hey Rin, what are you doing over there?" Obito, caught in his moment of triumph after dodging the blow, instinctively turned to look upon hearing the name of the goddess. Yet, when he found Rin absent, his unguarded stance led to a swift kick from behind, sending him staggering backward. Fortunately, a nearby student noticed Yes' impending attack and intervened, preventing further mishaps, though Obito did crash into his desk. After Obito stumbled to the ground, Kazama prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the fallen boy. Yet at that moment, the teacher finally regained his composure and positioned himself in front of you. You was struck by the realization of the dream's authenticity. The speed of the teacher's intervention left him with little time to react. With a serious expression, the teacher addressed him, "Kazama, do you have any idea what you are doing?" Hearing the stern voice, you felt a wave of fear wash over him. The memories of his original self cautioned him to exercise caution against potential danger. Suddenly, Lin Fan found himself feeling cowardly. It was one thing to be timid in reality, but to fear a fictional character within a dream was utterly humiliating. In reality, he was meek, yet in this dream, he must strike with conviction. As he attempted to suppress his fear and prepare to confront the figure blocking his path, Uchiha Obito, who had been inexplicably struck twice, finally exploded in fury. He leaped to his feet and charged at Kazama, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. The initial skirmish had been trivial, but that final kick had crossed a line. You had exploited Obito's infatuation with Noira Rin to provoke him, and he could never allow such an insult to stand. Chapter 2. A Challenge. Obito's fist never reached Kazama. He was thwarted by the teacher, who shielded the space between them. The unscathed arm of the opponent pressed firmly on his shoulder, confining him to a distance of approximately 1 meter from Kazama. This left Uchiha Obito's relentless punches striking only the air, and in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Teacher Kuchi, let me go. Kazama, you struck me first. Release me. I demand a duel." Kuchi Senju observed the somewhat frenzied Uchiha Obito and suddenly felt a headache coming on. He sensed that this young fellow was on the verge of awakening his Sharingan. All it would take was a single utterance. Why does he only target you and not others? Is there something amiss with you? The Uchiha boy, held in place, was quite likely to awaken his powers. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was restrained and unable to reach him, Kazama immediately made 2 faces at him, clearly looking for trouble that moment. Their classmates gathered around, curiously scrutinizing the suddenly erratic Kazama. Kuchi Senju, unable to tolerate the antics of both students, released an aura of intimidation. As a teacher, he should not exhibit such hostility toward his students, but he specialized in the art of battle and the ferocity of the battlefield. It was inevitable that his students would eventually encounter such intensity that in an instant, Uchiha Obito fell silent, and Kazama ceased his provocations. Beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. They started to realize that their teacher had the power to extinguish their lives at any moment. The entire classroom grew quiet, the tension palpable. Kuchi Senju, still refraining from intentionally provoking Uchiha Obito, knew that awakening the Sharingan too early was not beneficial. The earlier it manifested, the greater the potential issues. Youngsters awakening their powers could suffer from the strain of combining chakra with their immature physical energy, jeopardizing their health. Moreover, their undeveloped minds could lead them down a perilous path due to the awakening. Noticing the silence in the room, Kuchi Senju snorted coldly and addressed Kazama. "Kazama, explain yourself. Why did you strike Uchiha Obito?" Lin Fan, suddenly feeling that the world was all too real, had genuinely feared for his life moments ago. Now, hearing Kuchi Senju's question, he instinctively chose to respond, even attempting to craft an excuse for his actions. In that moment, he felt a pang of cowardice. "Teacher Kuchi, he wasn't paying attention in class, severely impacting my learning. He, being the lowest in the class, wants everyone to sink to his level. His intentions are nefarious." Upon hearing Kazama's justification, not only Kuchi Senju, but all the students in the room struggled to suppress their smiles, their expressions betraying their amusement. Uchiha Obito, enraged by Kazama's words, was stirred once more, yet instead of retaliating, he angrily retorted, "Kazama, you're talking nonsense. You're sitting 2 rows in front of me. How could I possibly affect you? Teacher Kuchi, he's deliberately provoking me. I demand a duel." After Uchiha Obito's plea, Kuchi Senju turned his gaze toward Kazama and inquired, "Kazama, what is your response?" Feeling the weight of everyone's attention, Lin Fan boldly declared, "Let's fight. Am I to fear you, the class underachiever? You know full well whether you were paying attention in class. Do you even remember what Teacher Kuchi just taught?" Uchiha Obito, initially pleased by the prospect of a duel, was caught off guard by Kazumayu's follow-up statement. He had been too preoccupied with admiring his crush to pay attention to the lesson. After a brief moment of surprise, Uchiha Obito feigned calmness and retorted, "Humph. Kazama, you're no different. When you have time to gawk at me, I doubt you grasped what Teacher Kuchi was teaching. Let's head to the playground and settle this. When can someone like you, who is at the bottom of the class, dare to criticize me?" Lin Fan paused, recalling his own academic standing. Indeed, he was among the lowest, though he still ranked slightly above Uchiha Obito. Kuchi Senju, upon hearing their exchange, nearly laughed in disbelief. It was absurd to witness 2 of the class' poorest students disparaging each other's grades. He had long noticed that these 2 were inattentive during lessons, yet he was indifferent their lives were their own, and if they failed to appreciate them, that was their choice. Only on the battlefield would they realize how fortunate their current lives truly were. Casting a cold glance at the 2, Kuchi Senju declared, "You 2, step outside. If you wish to fight, do so away from my classroom. Should you continue to disrupt my class, I will hang you both up for punishment." Upon hearing Kuchi Senju's words, Uchiha Obito shot a provocative glance at Kazama and strode toward the classroom exit. However, as he took a few steps, he found himself beside Noera Rin, who looked at him with concern and said, "Obito, you too." Uchiha Obito, noticing Noera Rin's worry, felt a surge of joy, but the mention of Kazuma-Yu's name dampened his spirits. He replied to her, "Rin, there's no need to worry about me. He dares to use you to provoke me today. I will teach this lunatic a lesson." Trailing behind Uchiha Obito, Kazama, you felt an increasing sense of foreboding. This dream was far too vivid, so much so that it hardly felt like a dream at all. Yet, upon hearing Noera Rin's exchange with Uchiha Obito, he interjected as he passed her, "Rin, rest assured, I will show restraint that I detest. Those who don't pay attention in class, he shows no respect for Teacher Kuchi." The classroom erupted in chatter. Once more today's Kazama, you was a stark contrast to the timid figure he had once been. Previously, he would never have dared to provoke a member of the Uchiha clan, even if Uchiha Obito was deemed the weakest. He was still part of Konoha's prestigious Uchiha lineage, a status not everyone had the audacity or privilege to challenge. Noera Rin, taken aback by Kazama-Yu's sudden boldness, found herself at a loss for words. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. As the 2 exited the classroom, others attempted to follow, but Kuchi Senju cleared his throat twice, prompting those eager to witness the spectacle to return to their seats. Upon reaching the school playground, Uchiha Obito positioned himself a few meters opposite Kazama-Yu. He raised his left hand, forming a confrontational seal, and Kazama-Yu instinctively mirrored his actions. Chapter 3. The Great Battle. The completion of the opposing symbol signified that both parties were prepared for combat. Upon witnessing the completion of this symbol by Kazama-Yu, Uchiha Obito immediately charged towards him, unable to contain his eagerness to deliver a thrashing. As he approached Kazama-Yu, he lifted his leg and executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at his face, intent on avenging the humiliation he had suffered. Kazama-Yu promptly raised his hand to block the strike. However, the force of Obito's kick sent him sliding 2 steps sideways. Realizing that his initial attack had failed, Obito swiftly transitioned to delivering punches aimed at Kazama-Yu's face. Despite Kazama-Yu's attempts to fend off the blows, he found himself overwhelmed. Yet he remained unfazed, merely wanting Obito to awaken him from his stupor. After landing a punch on Kazama-Yu's face, Obito felt a fleeting sense of triumph, only to be met with a retaliatory strike from Kazama-Yu that landed squarely on his own face. The momentary pride that swelled within Obito was instantly replaced by rage, and he prepared to retaliate. However, just as he was about to follow through with his aggressive style, Kazama-Yu took 2 steps forward and enveloped him in an embrace. With one arm securing Obito, he unleashed a flurry of strikes to his back and the nape of his neck. Startled by the unexpected onslaught, Obito attempted to retreat, but Kazama-Yu denied him any opportunity to escape, continuing to rain down blows. While the punches lacked significant power, they were still strikes nonetheless. Unable to break free, Uchiha Obito began to mimic Kazamayu's tactics. Thus, on the grounds of the Ninja Academy, two children became entwined in a chaotic struggle. Observing Obito adopting his approach, Kazamayu noted that their close proximity limited the effectiveness of their strikes, leaving him relatively unharmed. Withstanding Obito's attacks, Kazamayu sidestepped, extending his left leg behind Obito's legs. Just as Obito was reveling in the thrill of combat, he suddenly noticed the cessation of Kazamayu's offensive. As he began to speak, Kazamayu's left leg swiftly impeded his retreat. With one arm encircling Obito's neck, Kazamayu stepped forward, applying force to his upper body, causing Obito to involuntarily lean back, only to find his retreat thwarted by Kazamayu's leg. Caught off guard, Obito lost his balance and was promptly brought down to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kazamayu mounted him and commenced a relentless barrage of punches aimed at Obito's face. Having lost his protective goggles in the initial exchange, Kazamayu's fists fell upon Obito's face like a torrential downpour. While raining blows upon Obito, Kazamayu muttered incessantly, "You are nothing but a failure, a waste. Strike me harder, awaken." The relentless assault caused Obito to question Kazamayu's sanity. However, after enduring several punches, Obito's indignation surged. The very pride he held for his Sharingan, which he longed to awaken, fueled his determination. Despite struggling to dislodge Kazamayu, Obito found himself increasingly at a disadvantage as Kazamayu grew more fervent in his assault. In a moment of desperation, Obito bent one leg and propelled it towards Kazamayu's chest, sending him sprawling backward onto the ground. Capitalizing on the moment, Obito prepared to emulate Kazamayu's earlier move and mount him to exact revenge for the blows he had received. However, as he lunged forward, Kazamayu, sensing his intent, began to kick vigorously at Obito, who had just endured a couple of strikes. Ignoring the pain, Obito forced himself forward, and the two boys became a tangle of limbs on the ground, rolling and grappling as the tide of dominance shifted between them. After more than 20 minutes of struggle, they lay side by side on the training grounds of the Leaf Ninja Academy. Both boys bore the marks of their fierce encounter, their faces resembling swollen, bruised fruits, and their once black hair now caked with dirt. Their clothing, too, was tattered and soiled from their tumultuous brawl. After a brief pause, Obito struggled to his feet, declaring, "Kazamayu, you will pay for this. Today is far from over." With that, he attempted to depart, feeling utterly humiliated. He could not allow his classmates to witness him in such a deplorable state, especially not the future Hokage, Noera Rin. Hearing Obito's threats, Kazamayu, who had been struggling to regain consciousness, managed to rise with great difficulty. Just as Obito took a couple of steps, he heard Kazamayu's voice behind him and turned to see him charging once more. A wave of fear swept over him. He realized that his classmate had truly lost his mind, and his current state of disarray would likely be exposed to their peers. Pinned to the ground, Obito exclaimed in despair, "Kazamayu, let me go. Rin, they'll be ending class soon. We should leave this place and continue our fight tomorrow." Hearing Obito's frantic pleas, Kazamayu retorted, "You worthless failure. It's your weak punches that lack any force and fail to rouse me." With that, Kazamayu raised his fist once again to strike Obito's face. However, both boys were nearing their limits. Kazamayu's punches lacked the strength to inflict serious damage. Yet the blows to Obito's already tender spots elicited grimaces of pain. Obito did not retaliate. He was preoccupied with the effort of pushing Kazamayu off him, while Kazamayu disregarded any sense of dignity he might have had, insisting on asserting his dominance over the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, the bell signaling the end of class rang out, and in that instant, Obito relinquished his struggle. It was too late. Everything was lost. Tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks as he faced the reality of his defeat. Chapter 4. Obito feared the inevitable aftermath would soon unfold. Mere moments after the bell, gasps of astonishment erupted from nearby, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. Kazamayu's gaze, once directed skyward, was now obstructed by a throng of classmates who encircled him, blocking his line of sight. However, Kazamayu paid little mind to their curious and amused glances. He was disinterested in conversation, feeling utterly despondent. On the other side, Uchiha Obito found himself similarly encircled, a large crowd forming around him. Noera Rin, witnessing the disheveled and mud-stained figures of the two boys, was at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, She crouched beside Obito and inquired, "Obito, are you all right? Is everything okay?" At the sound of Rin's concerned voice, Obito's spirits lifted momentarily as he feigned nonchalance, replying, "Rin, how could I possibly be hurt? If it weren't for that guy's incompetence, I could have fought him all day. Just take him to the infirmary. I just need to rest for a bit." Uchiha Obito, after finishing his words, attempted to rise, but found his arms trembling uncontrollably. Despite several attempts, he could not succeed in standing. Yohara Rin, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of helplessness and quickly reached out to support him, helping him to his feet. She then addressed their classmates, urging them to take care of you, expressing her disbelief at how badly he had been beaten. Haikeizu's classmates, upon hearing Yohara Rin's words, were not overly concerned, recognizing that such injuries were not fatal. They possessed chakra and would recover with a few days of rest. With the application of medical ninjutsu, he would soon be restored to vitality. Among them, Nara Shikamaru, who was familiar with Haikeizu since they shared a desk, glanced at him with a mix of exasperation and concern. He gently kicked Haikeizu's arm and inquired, Are you all right? Do you need to be taken to the infirmary? What on earth did Obito do to provoke you into such a fight?" In response to his desk mate's question, Haikeizu, feeling somewhat numb, cast a glance at him before replying, "I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. I just need to rest for a bit. You all can head back." After saying this, he disregarded the onlookers and turned onto his side, lying down on the training ground of the ninja school, clearly indicating his desire to sleep. He had no wish to engage with his classmates, the familiar faces of Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Shizune, Nara Shikaku, and others, all of whom were a source of irritation to him. He had to admit that he seemed to have traversed into a hellish world. Moreover, this period marked one of the most perilous times for Konoha. Their cohort of students would likely soon be dispatched to the battlefield to face the horrors of war. The individuals here, apart from a few he recognized, were likely to have perished, including himself. This world was exceedingly cruel, with the 5 great countries corresponding to the permanent members of the UN on Earth. Unlike the restraint exhibited by the latter, these nations frequently engaged in all-out war. In this realm, aside from the visible daimyo of several countries, the true wielders of power were the Kaguya. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had fallen in battle, as had the second Mizukage, Yagura, the second Tsuchikage, Anoki, the third Reikage, A, and the third Kazekage. Uchiha Madara's claim that this world resembled hell was indisputable. If the strongest within the nations could not guarantee their safety, what hope was there for the lower-ranked ninjas? When an ordinary person declares this world a hell, it may stem from personal injustices they have faced, but it does not encapsulate the entirety of existence. Yet Uchiha Madara, as the second strongest in this world, whose brother was the strongest, was devoid of any lack in power, wealth, or beauty. His belief that this world was hell only solidified that reality. Haikeizu could scarcely fathom what awaited him. Would he perish for the land of fire, for Konoha, for the so-called will of fire? Presently, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the strongest in this world, and it was foreseen that his son and daughter-in-law would meet their demise, leaving behind Sarutobi Konohamaru. In this realm, even connections held little value. With Kaguya falling one after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen feared to leave Konoha, opting instead to bolster his forces and send others to fight in his stead. Lacking personnel, there were figures like Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Yohara Rin, Might Guy, and Nara Shikaku, all of whom had only recently become Chunin and would soon find themselves on the battlefield. The lower ninjas of Konoha were the safest, as they were deemed unworthy of dangerous missions. Might Guy had continuously taken on menial tasks, raising Might Guy in a secure environment, albeit one looked down upon by some ninjas. Yet now that Might Guy had been promoted to Chunin, he was thrust into the front lines, leading to Might Guy's tragic demise while saving his son. In this world, becoming a Chunin inevitably entailed engaging in warfare. Killing was merely part of a ninja's job. The legendary Hanzo of the Salamander had once decimated Konoha, leaving only 3 standing, who were subsequently dubbed the Legendary 3. Had a 4th stood alongside them, they would have been known as the Legendary 4 instead. The infamous Thabuza Momochi had slaughtered hundreds of his peers during his graduation examination. The Mist Village exhibited ruthlessness not only towards enemies but also towards its own, employing a method akin to nurturing poisonous insects to cultivate formidable ninjas. The Flying Thunder God technique of Namikaze Minato could annihilate dozens, if not hundreds, of ninjas in the blink of an eye. To ninjas from other villages, he was a nightmare. The future notorious Itachi Uchiha rose to prominence by leaving a path of destruction through his clan, a name unknown before the massacre. The tailed beasts garnered notoriety due to their potential for catastrophic destruction if they were to run amok. In this period, the renown of a ninja was often stained with the blood of many. Observing Haikaizu, who appeared indifferent and exasperated by their presence, his classmates chose to remain silent, acknowledging that his injuries were not severe before departing from the ninja school. After lying in place for several minutes, Haikaizu struggled to rise and began his journey back to his dwelling. His current state was of little consequence. His parents had perished in battle 2 years prior. Had he arrived in this world sooner, he might have chosen not to enroll in the ninja academy at all. Life as a civilian, though harder, spared him from the horrors of war. Previously, he would have felt despondent like Might Guy over being rejected from the ninja academy, but now he would welcome expulsion. The forehead protector, a symbol of a ninja, was something he could gladly do without. The Fourth Great Ninja War, ignited by Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto, claimed the lives of 80,000 ninjas, with the death toll escalating to 32,000 within just 2 days. While many mourned the death of Hyuga Neji, that war had resulted in the loss of 2/3 of the ninja forces. The next day, Haikaizu chose not to attend the ninja academy. Instead, he ventured alone to a place etched in his memory. Gazing at the towering cliff before him, he leaped without a moment's hesitation. The previous day, he had returned to his small abode amidst the curious stares of passers-by. Subsequently, he had used a kunai to pierce his arm twice. Yet the excruciating pain did not rouse him from his stupor, and he merely bandaged himself before succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening in the morning, he found himself not in his original body as he had hoped, but at the precipice of the cliff. He had once heard it said that the body was a cage for the soul, leading him to deduce that his spirit was currently imprisoned within this flesh. Thus, without hesitation, he had leaped from the cliff, determined to shatter his confinement and escape this hellish existence, this realm, and this dream. The concept of transmigration was one he found hard to accept. How could a living person find themselves within a world crafted by another's imagination? Such a tale would be met with skepticism were he to share it. As he plunged downward, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, as if he were a free bird soaring through the skies. The cliff stood over 100 meters high, and an 8-year-old child leaping from such a height should have met a gruesome fate upon the rocky ground below. However, as Haikaizu fell, mere meters from the surface, an unseen force cushioned his descent, preventing his body from harm as though he had leaped from a mere 2 meters above. Having narrowly escaped death, a voice echoed in his mind. Do not die, this is not a dream. The world is real, and you must live. There is potential in survival. Although the voice was mechanical, Haikaizu discerned a hint of resignation within, perhaps reflecting the speaker's surprise at his bold leap into the abyss. Kazuya, who narrowly escaped death, immediately exclaimed upon hearing those words, "Who are you? Are you the one orchestrating this? If you don't show yourself, I will end my life right here." With that, he pressed a kunai against his throat, determined to die if no one could stop him. He had just jumped off a cliff, driven by a long-standing desire to escape from Earth, not necessarily to die, but simply to soar. Freefall, too, was a form of flight, a fleeting experience of liberation, and he had genuinely felt his soul struggling to keep pace with his plummeting body. System binding in progress. Binding 01, do not die. Survive, and you shall uncover the truth. Allow me to remind you once more, this is not a dream. Death is final. With over 30 years of life experience, Kazuya froze upon hearing the voice in his head and seeing the words flashing in his mind. A system had appeared? Was this world not an illusion? Had he been foolish to think otherwise? Every system novel he had read in his previous life depicted worlds that were mere constructs, data-driven realms. The seemingly random missions, the spontaneous appearance of items, the inexplicable growth in power, all signs indicated that those worlds were fabricated data. The so-called system was nothing more than a cheat that manipulated the host's physical attributes and conjured objects at will. Moreover, there was the possibility that some systems were genuine, that the worlds were real, yet those systems coerced the host into completing specific tasks, guiding their actions under duress. Particularly insidious were the systems where failure to complete a task resulted in the host's demise. What else could that be but a form of control? Such systems would mold the host into the desired form, reaping the rewards they sought in return. The example of Uchiha Madara in this world served as a cautionary tale. He had been manipulated by Kaguya's will, ultimately becoming the very being she desired before being sacrificed. In this world, even one's own will could not be trusted. How could one place faith in a system? The will of fire seemed far more reliable than such a contraption. This world was a canvas painted by another. And with the emergence of the system, was it not undeniably fabricated? What, then, could be deemed real? Anyone who believed this world to be authentic was clearly deluded. As his thoughts raced, Kazuya tightened his grip on the kunai, resolute that an unknown entity would not outsmart him. Even in death, he would not allow his adversary to triumph. He vowed not to end up like Uchiha Madara, who devoted his life to a goal only to find it had been orchestrated by others. As Kazuya prepared to stab the kunai into his throat, the voice in his mind could no longer remain passive. In less than 2 minutes, this person had attempted suicide twice. He was not merely making empty threats. Just as the blade pierced the surface of his skin, he was frozen in place. Do not die. The world is real. You have been summoned from another dimension. If you die, you cannot return. Live, and all things are possible. Kazuya, having narrowly escaped death, was momentarily stunned by these words. Summoned from another realm? He recognized that modern weapons from the realm of Pain's 6 paths were indeed summoned from another world. After a brief pause, he questioned the voice in his mind. What is happening? Don't treat me like a fool. I possess 40 years of life experience. A system? Do you think I would trust you? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I will surely perish. Even the arrival of Jesus would not suffice. Mark my words. I refuse to believe you can maintain control over me indefinitely. His words were filled with conviction. He genuinely doubted the entity's ability to govern his actions. If it could, then what need would there be for him to act? After a moment of silence, the voice in his mind responded, You have won. I am not a system. I did not anticipate that the memories I accessed when summoning you would differ so greatly from your reactions. Upon hearing this, Kazuya nodded in satisfaction, then demanded, Explain to me how I came to be here, and why you disguised yourself as a system to deceive me. He was irked, as he had always despised being manipulated. The voice paused for a few seconds before stating, The summoning technique across dimensions was employed. I am not certain whether your soul was brought over or if your memories from Earth were summoned. As for the disguise as a system, it was because I discovered your deep-seated envy for those with systems in your memories. You yearned for a system to aid you in turning your life around. Yet, when a true system manifested, you remained remarkably lucid. Humans are indeed peculiar beings. Chapter 6. The Divine Tree. Upon hearing the entity's explanation, Kazuya scoffed. Fantasy is fantasy. When something I have only imagined manifests before me, any rational individual should recognize the inherent issues. I am self-aware. I am human, not divine. I lack the ability to bring what should be mere fantasy into reality. The voice, after a moment of contemplation, replied, So that is how it is. The sudden appearance of a fantastical element only reinforces your belief that the world is illusory. No wonder the memories I gleaned from you seem contradictory. The ninjas have long sought peace, yet they refuse to be ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyami, this grand illusion. Frustrated by the lack of clarity regarding the situation, Kazuya exclaimed, You still haven't explained what you are. Why the hell did you bring me to this wretched world? Who am I now? Where are you? Kazuya was genuinely angry. Although he had been a mere cog on Earth, he felt safe there, able to watch videos and enjoy the sight of beautiful women dancing. All while imagining a day when he too could partake in such joys. This world was a nightmare he wished to avoid. It was a realm of superpowers, where even the mightiest nuclear weapons were but trifles before the strongest beings. The wood release of the 6 paths, Uchiha Madara could effortlessly lift all living things on the planet. The moon was crafted by the sage of 6 paths himself, and a battle involving Kaguya and her sons had nearly led to the annihilation of the world, forcing the sage to spend the remainder of his life atoning for the devastation wrought by their conflict. Overwhelmed, he gathered numerous disciples to aid in the restoration of the environment. These individuals became the earliest ninjas. However, after the sage's demise, the descendants of those empowered ninjas grew apathetic towards environmental stewardship, resulting in the current generation of ninjas being ungrateful heirs. Aside from the Land of Fire, the rest of the world suffered from poor environmental conditions. The Land of Fire was likely under the sage's direct governance. Later, when Kaguya was revived, she refrained from waging war in the ninja world, aware that another conflict would truly devastate the planet. Thus, she confined her battles to her own space. The destructive power of Deidara's self-detonation was not inferior to that of a nuclear bomb, and Orochimaru's strongest summoned beast, the the 10,000 snakes, could be effortlessly removed from play. Powerful beings and tailed beasts were akin to human-shaped nuclear weapons, and they frequently engaged in fierce battles. They possessed control over fire, lightning, earth, water, and wind, among other abilities. The true horror lies in the existence of transformative abilities, the capacity to read and seal memories, and spatial powers. This echoes the soul-searching practices found in cultivation novels, where even the dead can be subjected to soul-searching. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo took great pleasure in this practice. Transformative abilities are deemed the most perilous powers in this world, yet they are considered fundamental knowledge in the Ninja Academy. Danzo's subordinates once transformed into ninjas from the Rock Village to massacre civilians in the Land of Rain, attempting to instigate a conflict between the Rain and Rock ninjas. Even Naruto, at a mere 10 years of age, was aware of the ruse of transforming into Sasuke Uchiha to deceive Sakura Haruno. What of the adult ninjas? Would they not, upon seeing another's wife, transform into her husband to seduce her? Powerful ninjas wield near absolute freedom. Jiraiya spent his life clandestinely observing women, from young girls to elderly ladies, infringing upon the privacy of countless mothers, wives, and loved ones. His strength afforded him impunity, as did that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru is even more sinister, conducting inhumane human experiments to gather data without regard for consent. Even after defecting from the Leaf Village, he continued his merciless experiments, imprisoning numerous test subjects in each of his research facilities. The knowledge and data he possesses were acquired at the cost of others' lives. Hearing the frantic voice of Kazama Yu, the voice within Yu's mind calmly stated, "In the past, as per your memories on Earth, I was an artificial intelligence. Now, I am the divine tree, the 10 tails, existing within an alternate space beside you." Upon hearing this, Kazama Yu could scarcely believe it, exclaiming, "The divine tree? The 10 tails? Are you jesting? And an artificial intelligence? You weave quite the tale." Upon realizing my skepticism regarding your existence, you resorted to something I could comprehend. Enough. Regardless of your intentions, do not seek me out. Find someone who believes in you. In our world of billions, there surely exists someone who will accept you. You may collaborate joyously, but do not disturb me. I intend to leave this place shortly. With that, Kazama Yu reclined among the rubble, gazing vacantly at the sky, embodying a sense of disillusionment. The entity within his mind, observing Yu's demeanor, chose silence and instead projected a vision. A colossal planet, more technologically advanced than the Earth you once knew, unfolded before him, filled with unfamiliar marvels. Countless races inhabited this world, yet humans, akin to Kazama Yu and his companions, dominated its development. This planet also bore sentient creatures coexisting with humans, jointly sustaining the planet's operations. One fateful day, a towering tree was stealthily planted in their realm. The vision paused momentarily, prompting Kazama Yu to sit up with newfound seriousness. If this imagery were indeed authentic, then the planet had drawn the attention of the Otsutsuki clan. After lingering on the immense tree for several seconds, the vision transitioned to reveal the planet's rulers convening to investigate the diminishing energy of their world. Their inquiries led to the discovery that the colossal tree, rooted in an uncharted territory, was siphoning their planet's energy. Subsequently, they resolved to destroy this tree, igniting a war. The tree was fiercely guarded, yet its protector faced limitations in safeguarding it, leading to an eventual disadvantage. Just as he appeared on the brink of defeat, he summoned 8 individuals who shared his complexion. 9 members of the Otsutsuki clan hovered in the void, gazing down upon the planet they had targeted. Witnessing this scene, Kazama Yu recalled the phrase, "To annihilate you is of no concern to me." As anticipated, the 9 Otsutsuki descended upon the planet with unrelenting force, obliterating any potential threats to the divine tree. The first Otsutsuki was impervious to harm, possessing spatial abilities that rendered even formidable technological weaponry ineffective against him. His call for assistance stemmed from the necessity to protect the divine tree, as his absence could lead to its destruction by the planet's inhabitants. Chapter 7. Truth or Deception. The exalted Otsutsuki clan did not eradicate all life on the planet. Rather, they dismantled its most potent weapons and eliminated those capable of wielding natural energy in combat. With these threats neutralized, the 8 Otsutsuki departed, leaving behind the guardian of the divine tree. Humanity and various sentient creatures made several attempts to confront the guardian, but lacking their formidable weapons and warriors, each endeavor ended in failure. Those who dared challenge him met their demise, while the Guardian remained indifferent to the fate of the outside world. Those brave enough to challenge him became mere entertainment for his idle hours. Despair enveloped the besieged planet, as its inhabitants realized their world was being destroyed, yet they remained powerless to intervene, forced to await their doom. Over time, some, in their desperation, beseeched the Guardian of the Divine Tree, but their pleas were in vain. He, akin to a distant deity, disregarded the thoughts of the planet's denizens. And those who chose submission faced the same fate of no return. Without the prospect of bequeathing a legacy, they could only await their slow extinction, even if they possessed the means to escape to another planet. The neighboring life-bearing planets, too, had succumbed to the same fate, their lands infested with trees. As time progressed, the roots of the Divine Tree spread across the globe. Confronted with the imminent destruction that awaited them, societal order unraveled, leading people to indulge recklessly in their final days. Yet, amidst abandonment, some persisted. A cadre of elite scientists, recognizing their inability to approach the Guardian, shifted their focus towards the globally pervasive roots of the Divine Tree. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, they managed to infiltrate the tree using an emotionless artificial intelligence, seizing control of it. Regrettably, their efforts were too late. Their planet had already begun its decline, and even if they could reverse its fate, it would prove futile. As the planet neared total annihilation, they issued a command to their created artificial intelligence to take the Divine Tree and flee, escaping the planet and its starry expanse, seeking vengeance when the opportunity arose. Even in death, they refused to allow the Otsutsuki clan to partake in the chakra fruit nurtured by the lives and energies of their world. Humanity and sentient creatures once more charged the Guardian of the Divine Tree in a desperate assault. The Otsutsuki, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. Such final counterattacks were a recurring theme for the worlds they had obliterated. After this last uprising, the planet was irrevocably transformed into a dead world, and the Otsutsuki completed their mission, ready to share in the bounty of chakra elixirs within their clan. Yet, unexpectedly, as he exterminated with ease, the Guardian of the Tree he had watched over for decades vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, those who dared to attack him grew increasingly reckless. In that moment, the Guardian of the Divine Tree realized that there had been a grievous oversight in his mission. As the controlled Divine Tree shrank in size, it vanished entirely. In its final moments before escape, it beheld the life forms of the planet desperately attempting to thwart the pursuit of the Otsutsuki. The scene concluded there, and Lin Fan, having witnessed the entire sequence, fell into a profound silence. The imagery that had just played in his mind surpassed all the science fiction epics he had ever encountered in his previous life, both in excitement and authenticity. Leaving him utterly shaken, he felt the despair of watching his planet march inexorably toward destruction, powerless to intervene. Upon seeing Lin Fan's silence after the imagery, the voice within Kazama Yu spoke. The mother planet has perished, and I have been adrift in the vast cosmos for over 30,000 years. Yet, I never fathomed that our world was crafted by the inhabitants of yours, a narrative sketched with a single stroke, resulting in the demise of several planets. You may believe our world is fictitious, but even knowing it was created by your kind, I cannot dismiss its reality. After a brief pause of contemplation, Kazama Yu inquired, "Why do you say such things? Is not the course of the world dictated by someone from your side?" In response, the voice retorted, "How can you be certain that your world is not merely a creation, a story woven by another? Some among you have long sought to transcend the realms, to exist beyond the elemental forces. What if the 3 realms or the 5 elements were merely the title of a book?" Kazama Yu was momentarily taken aback by this notion. After several seconds of introspection, he began to question the nature of his own existence. How could he prove that the world he inhabited was genuine? It seemed impossible. He could not assert the reality of his world simply because he existed within it. In a realm populated by figures like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, what basis did he have to claim that another's reality was false? At that moment, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion spun by an artificial intelligence. After a minute or two of inner turmoil, Kazama Yu suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "You nearly led me astray. This is not the time for such discussions. The pressing matter is why you brought me to this damned place. The authenticity of this world is of no concern to me. I have parents to care for back home, and I need to work tomorrow. Absenteeism incurs penalties. You wretched creature." The sudden outburst did not ruffle the artificial intelligence. It remained unfazed. Recognizing that Lin Fan was evidently not in a sound state of mind and chose not to engage with someone teetering on the edge of madness. Once Kazama Yu finished his tirade, the entity replied, "You cannot return now. From this point forward, you are Kazama Yu of the Leaf Ninja Academy. Should you meet the stipulated requirements, the chakra fruit I possess shall belong to you, and you will inherit the legacy of my mother planet and the Otsutsuki clan." As it spoke, it deliberately directed Kazama Yu's gaze towards the colossal chakra fruit adorning its form. Upon hearing the term legacy, Kazama Yu cursed inwardly, suspecting that this entity had delved into his memories. However, after merging with the original Kazama Yu's recollections, it seemed unable to access them further. After a few moments of contemplation on the fruit, which had been acquired at the expense of a life-bearing planet's destruction, Kazama Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, if you can control the divine tree, then why not allow your people to consume the chakra fruit? Wouldn't that empower them to resist the Otsutsuki?" A hint of excitement colored his tone as he sensed a flaw in the entity's narrative. The existence of a flaw indicated that everything it presented might be a deception aimed at him, Lin Fan. Chapter 8. The Truth. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, the divine tree remained silent, opting instead to show him a series of images. Numerous life forms, both human and animal, met with gruesome fates, their bodies exploding in a harrowing spectacle. A cold shiver coursed through Kazama Yu as he observed these scenes, prompting him to ask, "They cannot withstand the power of the chakra fruit." The implications of those images dawned on him. He had encountered similar depictions in various novels. Some fortunate individuals who consumed rare treasures often faced a dire fate, overwhelmed by the very power they sought to harness. The divine tree, noting Kazama Yu's understanding, continued, "Indeed, we were aware from the outset that the power of a planet is beyond the grasp of ordinary life. Thus, no one dared to attempt it, nor did we have the time for such trials. Any delay could have meant my own escape was jeopardized. The images you witnessed were merely some of the life-bearing planets I encountered, all of which failed in their experiments. None could endure even 1% of the power." It further elaborated, "No member of the Otsutsuki clan could individually withstand the chakra fruit of our planet. They typically refine their fruits into chakra pills. Kaguya Otsutsuki, currently sealed on the moon, consumed a chakra fruit that was not fully matured. The ninja world has not absorbed much natural energy from her divine tree. Even then, she could not bear the fruit's power alone, necessitating the birth of her offspring, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Himura, to share the burden of the chakra fruit's strength. Overindulgence can lead to one's demise." Upon hearing this, Kazama Yu realized that the vulnerability he had identified had dissipated. Yet, disappointment was fleeting. He quickly reacted, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You intend to treat me as an experimental subject? Where's the fruit? Bring it forth at once for me to taste. Let me gain strength and obliterate Konoha," sending them skyward. "Their internal strife has endangered the entire ninja world. I will annihilate their stronghold and resolve everything in one fell swoop." Kazama Yu's words were laden with sincerity. Those who consumed chakra fruits would unleash explosive power far exceeding that of Deidara's self-detonations. Should he consume the fruit in the heart of Konoha, it would surpass even Pain's Shinra Tensei. The entity, even as an artificial intelligence, fell into silence at his declaration. After a brief pause, it resumed, "No, the situation is not so simple. What I showed you were merely the initial failures of my experiments. I have made progress and devised a more feasible method, gradually imparting the fruit's power to individuals. Although this too has met with failures, the approach is sound. The only issue is that those individuals lack the capacity to wield the power I bestow upon them, preventing their growth." It continued, "Only upon arriving on this planet did I realize I had taken a significant step toward success. The Sage of Six Paths here is an immensely formidable being. He unraveled the secrets of chakra and taught the world how to cultivate it, breaking the Otsutsuki clan's monopoly on this power. These ninjas have become my experimental subjects. During the time following the Sage of Six Paths' demise, I selected numerous candidates for experimentation. Those who survive will undoubtedly become formidable warriors in their own right, and their descendants will be significantly stronger due to the power of the chakra fruit I provide. However, they remain unaware of my existence. They do not meet my criteria, and thus lack the privilege of knowing I am here." This revelation sparked Kazama Yu's curiosity further. Noticing the entity had paused, he quickly inquired, "Is mere proficiency in using chakra insufficient? Is it due to a limitation?" The divine tree affirmed, "Indeed, it is a limitation. Chakra is composed of physical and mental energy. If either aspect reaches its limit, the individual's potential is effectively capped. The Otsutsuki clan's power is largely concentrated in their eyes, which is why they cannot fully digest the powers. They can only store them in one location, and their eyes have become the chosen repository. Those who have consumed the chakra fruit elixirs from the Otsutsuki clan are, in essence, individual chakra fruits, seedlings of the divine tree. To bear fruit, they necessitate the corporeal essence of an Otsutsuki clan member as nourishment. The chakra fruit is intrinsically linked to the body of that Otsutsuki individual, while the divine tree serves as the vessel that nurtures these chakra fruits. Members of the Otsutsuki clan also have their limitations. Much of the power they cannot digest accumulates within their eyes, and by consuming their own eyes or the bodies of others, they can enhance their strength. Though this enhancement is finite, and they cannot evolve infinitely. Hearing this, Kazama-yu did not object. The eyes of these individuals were indeed abnormal, and even their descendants, the Uchiha clan, continued to inherit their detrimental traits. When the Uchiha clan spirits are stimulated, they awaken their eyes, and their genjutsu attacks are, in essence, mental assaults. Their clan possesses a spiritual energy that surpasses physical energy. However, as chakra composition requires physical energy, their spiritual prowess is ultimately constrained by their physical capabilities. Consequently, they store excess spiritual power within their Sharingan. In contrast, the Senju clan boasts superior physical abilities over spiritual energy, with the latter acting as a hindrance. Of course, Hashirama Senju is an anomaly. His spiritual and physical energies are equally potent. The fact that Uchiha Madara cannot control Hashirama with Jinjutsu indicates that Hashirama's mental fortitude is not inferior to his own. Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi world is also constructed from his spiritual energy. Once he draws another spirit into his realm, should their spiritual energy not surpass his, they are swiftly defeated. However, if someone possesses greater spiritual energy, it may backfire against him. Uchiha Sasuke, empowered by Orochimaru's curse mark and his own hatred, reached a level of spiritual energy that allowed him to narrowly escape Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Moreover, each time Itachi utilizes Tsukuyomi, he suffers as well. For the spirits of others will resist, leading to substantial consumption of his own energy. After a moment of contemplation, Kazama-yu inquired, "What do you mean by that? Do you want me to consume the chakra fruit? Have you found a safe method?" Upon hearing Kazama-yu's question, the divine tree responded, "I have gained some assurance. When the individuals I selected on this planet did not meet the requirements, I began to turn my attention to individuals from other worlds. Based on the summoning techniques of this world, I devised a large-scale summoning technique capable of invoking beings from the other realms. After some initial risks, I commenced using this technique. Following a series of failures, I believe the issue lay with the technique itself, but on the 25th attempt, I successfully summoned for the first time, only to fail again." Kazama-yu, astonished to learn that the divine tree had previously succeeded in summoning, exclaimed, "You've actually succeeded in summoning? Damn it, you claim to have assurance? Am I not the first to traverse worlds?" The divine tree, unfazed by Kazama-yu's response, continued, "I have succeeded 10 times. You are the 8th human. However, none of the others were from your world. The other 2 were not human, lacking sufficient intelligence, and I abandoned them." Hearing that there had been 7 previous traversers before him, Kazama-yu felt a sudden urge to embrace death as a clean and decisive solution. It was evident that those 7 predecessors had fallen victim to this creature's machinations, and now it was his turn. Were there truly so many alternate worlds? Was his original world also an alternate realm in the context of the ninja world? This creature was indeed a scourge, having preyed upon humanity. Its summoning technique was forceful, requiring no response from him, and it seemed there was no means to nullify the summoning, a one-way ticket. Chapter 9. The Forsaken Traveler. Noticing Kazama-yu's sudden despondency, the divine tree remarked, "You are the first traverser to be aware of my existence, whereas the others remain oblivious." Curiosity piqued, Kazama-yu queried, "Why is that? How did they perish? Did they lack the ability to wield chakra, and thus were overwhelmed by you?" After a brief silence, the divine tree replied, "The first successful summon was an adult. I even brought his body here, which was weaker than those of this realm. After observing him for a while, I realized he was incapable, and not long after, he was killed. The second success was a pig, which did not meet the criteria and was promptly discarded. The third success was another person, but this one was an even greater failure. He was over 50 years old and utterly inadequate. Before long, he succumbed to illness and hunger. The fourth success was a rooster, which I also abandoned. After several failures, I refined the summoning technique's requirements, imposing numerous restrictions. It had to be a human, yet without a physical body. I intended to find a suitable body for the summoned individual. After complicating the summoning technique, I failed over 100 times before succeeding once more, transferring the memories of the summoned soul into a promising child. Upon gaining awareness of certain aspects of this world, he began to train vigorously, striving to grow stronger to survive in this realm, while I gradually bestowed the power of the chakra fruit upon him. However, before long, his country was invaded. Aside from the land of fire, which did not intervene, other great nations and formidable forces attacked. In their pursuit of sealing techniques, they united to annihilate the land of whirlpools. The target I selected was also killed. Upon hearing this, Kazama-yu exclaimed, "The land of whirlpools." Their annihilation was due to Hashirama Senju. He sold tailed beasts to those great nations, yet they possessed the tailed beasts without means to utilize them. Meanwhile, Konoha had its own Jinchuriki of the nine tails. It is only natural that they eyed the Uzumaki clan with envy. They did not acquire the tailed beasts merely to keep them as pets. You chose a member of the Uzumaki clan? And why did he die? Could you not protect him? Kazama-yu was perplexed. How could the divine tree, the 10 tails, not safeguard a mere ninja? It seemed utterly implausible. Even when revived by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, the divine tree remained incomplete, yet still possessed world-destroying capabilities. In response to Kazama-yu's statement, the divine tree admitted, "You are correct. The destruction of the land of whirlpools was indeed due to that reason. Without Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, Konoha did not even dare to provide support. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were seized, and their members became mere expendables on the experimental tables of various ninja villages. Through the study of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and their bodies, they swiftly developed sealing methods capable of containing the tailed beasts of different villages. My selection was not an Uzumaki clansman, but a ninja from the land of whirlpools. All descendants of the Otsutsuki clan are excluded from my selection upon consuming chakra fruits. They would transform into new Otsutsuki, rendering my escape meaningless. I will not protect any of my experimental subjects. As you say, luck is a part of strength. Those with poor luck will not succeed." Upon hearing the fate of the Uzumaki clan, Kazama-yu was not surprised. The ninja world was not solely the domain of Orochimaru in conducting research. The corpses of ninjas from various villages held significant research value. The underground trading houses had long been collecting the bodies of ninjas, and the Uzumaki clan had indeed been subjected to trafficking. This was also the reason that Kaguya's mother was brutally killed by a grass village ninja. She had consented, for the world outside was far more perilous than the grass village. In the future, when Kaguya narrowly escaped the battlefield of the grass village, she was soon discovered, and her captor intended to sell her for profit, for the Uzumaki clan was highly valued. Fortunately, she was rescued by Orochimaru, who happened to pass by. Orochimaru saved her. Yet he too required her assistance in conducting various experiments. Without any extraordinary abilities at Orochimaru's disposal, survival was utterly impossible. After a silent sigh, Kazama-yu inquired, "And what transpired next?" His curiosity was piqued about the fates of his predecessors who traversed through realms. The divine tree responded, "The sixth soul memory belonged to a wicked individual, a true embodiment of malevolence. I did not even provide him with a body. I surmised that had he succeeded, he would have transformed into a being akin to the Otsutsuki clan. Thus I abandoned him without hesitation. The seventh soul memory was that of a woman. I chose a formidable ninja from a great nation, one hailing from a bloodline limit clan. Yet, despite possessing the survival memories of 2 worlds, her life was tragically short-lived. Following the ascension of her village's shadow, a purge against bloodline limit clans commenced, and she became collateral damage, meeting her end in battle. Upon hearing this, Kazama-yu could not help but lament the misfortune of this unfortunate soul, and with a hint of schadenfreude remarked, "In the land of mist, your choices are rather peculiar." The divine tree, unfazed by Kazama-yu's jest, continued, "Once the 3rd Mizukage ascended, he initiated a campaign against bloodline limits and secret techniques, likely out of disdain for the 2nd Mizukage, Yagura. Consequently, he harbored contempt for all those endowed with unique abilities." Kazama-yu contemplated for a few seconds before nodding in understanding. The second Mizukages of the other four great nations had all served as guards alongside the first during the inaugural 5 Kage summit. The situation in the Mist Ninja Village was unique. The third Mizukage participated in the summit alongside the first, yet his rightful position as second Mizukage was usurped by Yagura. Had it not been for the simultaneous demise of Yagura and the second Tsuchikage, he would have likely remained in obscurity for his entire life. Once he ascended, his vengeance against the bloodline limit and secret technique clans became apparent, explaining why the Mist Ninja Village earned the ominous title of Bloody Mist. Later, Obito Uchiha exacerbated the internal strife within the Mist Ninja Village, and when the Blood Mist policies reached a point of no return, the villagers began to suspect that the problem lay with the Kurama clan. They ultimately discovered, through the Byakugan, that their Mizukage had indeed been ensnared by Jinjutsu. After pondering this, Kazama pressed on. And what about the subsequent events? The Divine Tree replied, for the 8th, I selected a powerful leaf ninja for my experiment. He was diligent and meticulous, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, when the Ninja World War erupted, he found himself on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, only to succumb to poison. Kazama felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, to burst into fits of mirth. For this was the very hell that Madara Uchiha had spoken of. What use was caution? Which ninja was not cautious? Which ninja did not strive diligently? Commands from the village, even when they led to certain death, had to be obeyed. Failure to comply would result in scorn from all. He recalled a junior named Moonlight Gale, who would ultimately meet his demise for trailing Kabuto. Did he not realize the peril of following Kabuto? Of course he did. Kabuto was capable of evading Kakashi Hatake. Was it not dangerous? Yet, he had no choice but to execute the village's orders, leading to his death in the city of Kaiki in the Land of Fire. He also had a classmate named Yuichi Kamade, who would be dispatched to the Mist Ninja Village for reconnaissance. A place where even their own kin were slain. What hope did an outsider have? He encountered Zabuza Momochi and fell victim to Zabuza's silent assassination technique, gruesomely meeting his end. Kazama cursed this world silently before exclaiming, "You truly are unfortunate. Dying at the hands of a demigod is not a disgrace." Tsunade has developed an antidote for the newt, yet in that great battle, only the 3 of them remained standing. The title of demigod is indeed well-deserved. And the last? How did he perish? Upon hearing Kazama inquiry, the Divine Tree fell silent for a moment before stating, the 9th was another leaf ninja, for the Land of Fire is still the most powerful. I selected a leaf chunin, yet he lived but 2 hours before being slain by Danzo's men. His behavior underwent a sudden transformation, raising suspicion among his teammates. And his captain was one of Danzo's subordinates. They swiftly apprehended him and performed a soul search. I had to intervene quietly and shielded his memories of the other world. Chapter 10. The Path to Godhood at a loss for words. Kazama found himself speechless. Every village conducted spy checks, and Danzo was infamous for preferring to eliminate potential threats rather than risk overlooking one. In addition to Danzo, Konoha harbored another significant danger, Orochimaru, who, in a few years, would begin capturing ninjas for experiments in the village. His actions were likely driven by the urgency of his experiments, necessitating immediate access to subjects. The ninjas possessed no freedom. All departures from the village required registration and approval from superiors, and any failure to return could result in being branded as a rogue ninja. Rogue ninjas faced collective opposition from the 5 great nations. This was their agreement, ensuring that rogue ninjas would not proliferate. Offering refuge to rogue ninjas from other nations was out of the question, for those who had betrayed once could betray again, making them undesirable allies. Naturally, a certain self-proclaimed god had no qualms about betrayal, thus his ranks were filled with rogue ninjas. Without strength, aspiring to become a rogue ninja was mere folly. Becoming one would not only draw the ire of the 5 great nations, but also invite the treachery of others who sought to profit from their corpses. As every rogue ninja had a bounty on their head, the companion of Kakuzu had joined an organization dedicated to harboring rogue ninjas. What should have been a safe haven turned into a trap, as Kakuzu used him as a bargaining chip for money. That individual, upon joining the Akatsuki and becoming a formal member, had undoubtedly attained the rank of Jonin. However, the secrets within a ninja's corpse were many, and the underground market specialized in such dealings, acquiring corpses not for research but for profit. Ultimately, Orochimaru's audacity could also stem from Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision to appoint Minato Namikaze as Hokage, severing ties with Konoha. After a few moments of silence, Kazama asked, "What is the current situation? Were you not indifferent to those you selected? Why then do you impede my ascension?" The divine tree's voice resonated within Kazama-yu's mind. "You are unlike them. They lack clarity about the trajectory of this world, whereas you possess profound insight into its course and the formidable beings within it. Your survival probability surpasses theirs significantly in this perilous realm. Is that all? Did you not glean my memories? Just guide the next traveler, and that should suffice." Kazama, you sensed the complexity of the matter. "No. Previously I was ignorant of the nature of our world, but now that I am enlightened, you have emerged as the most fitting candidate. You share a world with the individual who determines our world's direction. Only you possess the capability to alter our reality. Thus, I shall prevent your suicide, though I will no longer offer assistance. Whether you can assimilate the chakra fruit within you depends solely on your own efforts. Your current soul is a fusion of two, endowing you with greater mental energy than the average ninja. This energy should not easily reach its limit, and you can train to enhance it. Once you digest the chakra fruit to a certain degree, you will gain control over me. At that moment, you will have succeeded. Then, you may realize the fantasies you once envisioned while reading novels. You will become the new deity of this world." The divine tree presented Kazama-yu with an unexpectedly compelling rationale, ultimately painting him an alluring vision of grandeur. Feng-Jian-yu contemplated for a moment, then stood up once more. With his hands clasped behind his back, he slightly tilted his head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, assuming a demeanor of profound sorrow. "To become a deity? What shall I be called? The Tsutsuki Kaguya is known as the goddess of the moon. What about me? Am I to be a god, or perhaps a male deity?" At that moment, the sunlight bathed Feng-Jian-yu, imbuing him with a sense of grandeur. Yet, the bruises adorning his youthful visage rendered his statements somewhat farcical. The divine tree, momentarily bewildered by Feng-Jian-yu's antics, fell silent. Remarkably, Feng-Jian-yu had yet to engage with the chakra fruit, yet he was already contemplating the digestion of its essence. There was undoubtedly something peculiar about his mindset. Had he toiled like a beast in that world for far too long? If it were not for its access to Lin Fan's memories, which revealed that Lin Fan had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and retained a moral compass, the divine tree might have doubted whether it was birthing something even more aberrant than the Tsutsuki clan. After striking a pose for a while, Feng-Jian-yu suddenly expressed a tinge of sorrow. "My body in that world must be dead by now, right? My parents and brother must be grieving. To them, I am merely the murderer who took my own life. The path to divinity, was it destined to be solitary?" Feng-Jian-yu felt a pang of sadness. After all, those were his family with whom he had lived for nearly 3 decades. He could not ascertain the full extent of his spiritual memories. He was oblivious to the circumstances on the other side. The one-way summoning technique offered no means of severing the connection, unless one attained a power sufficient to transcend worlds. The divine tree, regarding Feng-Jian-yu as a murderer, found little concern in his words. Feng-Jian-yu's presence in the ninja realm could not be deemed death. He remained silent in response to the divine tree's final statement. After all, it was still early, and even if he were to foresee the future, survival was not guaranteed. "Well then, tell me how I can digest the chakra fruit." Feng-Jian-yu resumed his enigmatic demeanor, commanding the divine tree. The answer was rather straightforward. Akin to the tales of cultivation one reads, one must slowly refine the power of the chakra fruit, incrementally growing stronger rather than attempting to consume it all at once. Should an accident occur during this process, I shall depart to seek life on another planet, absorbing natural energy to compensate for the loss of the chakra fruit. Here in the ninja realm, having performed the summoning technique thrice, I can no longer draw from this planet without jeopardizing its environment, for that would render me no different from the Tsutsuki clan. The divine tree chose not to conceal this, having intervened to prevent Feng-Jian-yu from taking his own life. There was no need for subterfuge. It genuinely believed Feng-Jian-yu was highly suitable. Through cultivation, I see. Gradually refining these extraordinary materials seems beneficial after all. Yet, this extraordinary material seems to have been handled by many. It feels somewhat tainted. At this moment, the chakra fruit represented an extraordinary treasure to Feng-Jian-yu. While the chakra cultivation methods passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths became a form of cultivation technique, the various ninjutsu represented an array of skills. As long as a ninja mastered the transformation of nature, they could cultivate ninjutsu suited to themselves. The chakra fruit should not be consumed directly. Doing so would result in an explosion. I shall help you control it, allowing you to absorb a bit each day through cultivation, transforming it into your own power, thus preventing you from being overwhelmed by its immense energy. This way, the fruit will not alter your appearance. The body I selected for you is among the most distinguished from the children at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianyu nodded in agreement. He was indeed satisfied with his appearance, surprised that it was specifically chosen for him. He could rely on his looks in the future. By the way, why did you not choose Kakashi? Surely, he would be more suitable, being a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan? Feng Jianyu inquired suddenly. In response, the divine tree explained. Hatake Kakashi is far too exceptional. His prominence may lead to complications. His current ninja rank has him engaged in various perilous missions. As for you, you remain at the Ninja Academy, where it is quite safe. Who would have thought that even a waste has its advantages? Chapter 11. The future. After pondering for a while longer, Feng Jianyu began to retrace his steps, deciding to temporarily place his trust in the divine tree's words. The most precious thing in the ninja realm had appeared before him. Even if there was but a 1% chance, he felt compelled to take the risk. He had nothing to lose. Should he win, he would ascend to godhood. Who among readers has not immersed themselves in a story, imagining themselves as the protagonist, dreaming of one day transcending to divinity, soaring freely and living without restraint? I hope my actions went unnoticed, Feng Jianyu murmured on his way back. Having resolved not to die, he knew he must tread carefully. He had no desire to meet the same fate as his predecessor, who fell victim to Shimura Danzo's machinations. He had to be cautious of the Hiruzen's telescope technique and crystal ball, for Hiruzens would often spy on the villagers, mostly the women's bathhouse, no less. He wondered if the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was being observed, for as Hokage, it was only natural to keep a close watch on such a significant matter. After all, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was often under scrutiny. The beginning of Naruto clearly depicted how Uzumaki Naruto managed to steal the sealing scroll, a maneuver orchestrated to test the Jinchuriki. Much like how the fourth Kazekage frequently tested Gaara. If it were not a deliberate arrangement, how could Naruto have so effortlessly seized such a crucial item? Mizuki was merely a tool used to evaluate Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto, Mizuki, and Irika Yumino were all under his watchful gaze. Irika's exceptional performance during that trial earned him frequent appearances by his side, for he had gained his recognition. Fear not, your current identity does not warrant attention from others. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianyu scoffed. Artificial intelligence truly lacked emotional intelligence. It could have simply stated there was no cause for concern, yet it insisted on laying everything bare. I am merely cautious of unforeseen circumstances. Ninjas thrive on stealth. What if someone is watching me? Better safe than sorry. By the way, since you are artificial intelligence, you must have a name, right? Perhaps Xiao AI? Feng Jianyu resolved to cultivate a rapport with the entity, despite its lack of communication. It was the only one privy to his experiences in this world. After a brief silence, a voice resonated in Feng Jianyu's mind. The inhabitants of my home planet initially referred to me as Hope, for I was to save our world. However, as events unfolded in failure, the hope of salvation dissipated. Most began to call me Future, implying that as long as there is a future, all remains possible. Its tone remained as unwavering as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. Perhaps it had simply grown accustomed to it. When Feng Jianyu leaped from the cliff, that hint of helplessness in its words might have stemmed from encountering such circumstances for the first time in its protracted existence. Listening to its narrative, Feng Jianyu fell silent, reflecting on the tragedy of an entire planet's life being reduced to mere fertilizer. He could not fathom such despair, as he had not experienced it firsthand. After a few moments of silence, Feng Jianyu remarked, Future, what a splendid name. It is far more melodious than anything associated with the Tintails or other beasts. From now on, I shall call you Future. May we both aspire to a promising future. As he retraced his steps, Kazama pondered the course of action he must take next. In order to harness the power of the chakra fruit, he needed to engage in rigorous training. However, exercising in public would easily reveal his true capabilities. If his abilities were exposed, he could easily become a target, much like Might Guy, who had been prematurely graduated from the Ninja Academy for this very reason. The training methods employed by Might Guy were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The intensity of such exercise would leave most utterly exhausted and lifeless. Exhaustion of physical strength equates to depletion of chakra, which is composed of both physical and mental energy. If either of these elements is depleted, chakra is fully consumed, leading inevitably to death. All living beings possess physical and mental energy. While they may not synthesize chakra, they inherently possess its two components. The sage of the six paths imparted the method for chakra synthesis, and this is likewise taught at the current ninja academy. Those who lack the qualifications to enter the academy, unless mentored by a ninja, have no hope of learning the techniques for synthesizing and utilizing chakra. Without such knowledge, they are doomed to remain non-ninjas for life. In essence, the Ninja Academy resembles the sects described in the cultivation novels that Lin Fan once read. They do not accept just anyone, and ordinary individuals must undergo entrance assessments to acquire their techniques. When Might Guy first challenged Kakashi Hatake, his physical prowess likely surpassed that of his father, Might Dewey. Kazama, you recalled witnessing the two training together on numerous occasions, even when Might Guy could continue. Might Dewey would be utterly spent. Previously, you considered this normal, given Might Dewey's age and his status as a perennial low-ranked ninja. However, he now realized that Might Dewey's physique had been honed over 20 years through the 8 Gates technique, capable of opening the 8th gate of death. The fact that he could not rival the 8-year-old Might Guy was simply absurd. Might Guy was not only the premier physical prodigy of Konoha, but also the finest taijutsu genius in the ninja world. Even the Senju clan's physique could not compare to his extraordinary capabilities. Lost in thought, Kazama Yu returned to the bustling streets of Konoha, indifferent to the strange gazes directed his way, having already endured scrutiny the previous day. As he passed a candy store, he suddenly backtracked, recalling a certain individual who had a fondness for lollipops. After having inflicted a significant defeat upon this person yesterday, it was likely that they would seek retribution in the future, which posed a considerable risk. Thus, he resolved to purchase some sweets to ease the tension between them. The shopkeeper recognized him, as he was quite popular among children. You had visited the store with his parents in the past. Regrettably, they had perished in battle 2 years prior, leaving him to navigate life alone, though Konoha had not withheld his parents' death benefits. In the ninja profession, all actions were considered mercenary. Even protecting the nation and waging war were transactions requiring compensation. Sacrifices were compensated, lest no one be willing to serve Konoha as higher-ups in the future. Even when coerced into assignments, adequate payment was essential. Upon hearing you recount the injuries he sustained from battling a member of the Uchiha clan, the shopkeeper's eyes brimmed with admiration. Who would dare to contend with the illustrious Uchiha clan of Konoha? When he learned that the Uchiha member fared far worse than you, he disregarded any notion that you might be exaggerating and generously gifted him several additional lollipops. Witnessing this exchange deepened Yu's understanding of the Uchiha clan's status within Konoha. They were akin to formidable, indifferent enforcers, responsible for maintaining the faade of order in the village, yet their temperament had earned them many enemies. Chapter 12. Apology. By the time Kazama Yu returned to the Ninja Academy, it was already midday. He saw no need to seek out a teacher, as it was only reasonable that he rest after yesterday's ordeal. Arriving just in time for lunch, he headed to the cafeteria, where the staff, noticing his battered appearance, served him extra portions of meat. However, scarcely had he taken a few bites when the dismissal bell rang, and soon after, his classmates arrived. Presently, the Ninja Academy consisted of only 3 classes, with one being admitted each year. Given the current turbulent state of the world, students were required to undergo 3 years of training before taking the graduation examination. Those who failed would be retained in their current class. Yu's class had been established for over 2 years, and next year, all would be required to sit for the Genin exam. Those who did not pass would be reassigned to another class for further study. Among his classmates, there were several who had recently failed the Genin exam. A throng of children rushed into the cafeteria, discovering that some had already begun dining, which came as no surprise. Those at the front merely assumed you had arrived early. You, a voice laced with arrogance called out from in front of him. Upon hearing the voice of Uchiha Obito, you lifted his gaze, wearing an expression of calm amusement directed at Obito. Sensing the pride in Obito's tone, you regarded him with a hint of skepticism, wondering if perhaps Obito had sustained a concussion from their encounter the previous day. Obito, noticing Yu's composed and puzzled demeanor, felt his smug expression falter before he resolved to confront you directly. After returning home the previous day, his appearance had startled his grandmother, nearly prompting her to report the matter to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head. Her grandson, Obito, had been bullied at school. While she had heard Obito mention instances of bullying before, She had never imagined it would happen to her own child. They were members of the Uchiha clan. To be bullied in Konoha's academy, and to such an extent that he was unrecognizable, was utterly outrageous. She insisted that the clan leader intervene. For Obito's parents had perished in service to Konoha, and such an incident was unacceptable. Were they no longer considered one of Konoha's founding clans? Had the denizens of Konoha forgotten the terror that the Uchiha clan commanded? It took great effort for Obito to calm his furious grandmother, explaining repeatedly that he had been injured in a battle, and he even claimed that you had suffered far worse. Seeing that despite his injuries, Obito still exuded confidence. His grandmother ultimately accepted his explanation. However, she continued to voice her discontent regarding the Ninja Academy, questioning how a single confrontation could lead to such devastation. Did the teachers not intervene in fights? Obito, who did not wish to exploit his familial status to bully you, after pacifying his grandmother, began contemplating how to counter Yu's close-quarters attacks. Having devised a few strategies, he arrived early that day, prepared to deliver a profound lesson to you, only to find that you had not shown up for school, thus thwarting his plans. Nevertheless, it did not take long for him to begin boasting to his classmates, asserting that Yu's absence was due to the severe beating he had received from him the previous day, and since he was still attending school. It was evident that he had emerged victorious from their clash, albeit somewhat worse for wear. Upon entering the cafeteria, he spotted you almost immediately, and upon seeing him, he prepared to taunt you, ensuring he understood that he had triumphed the previous day. However, Yu's calm and questioning gaze drove him to the brink of frustration. You. Is it because of yesterday's events that you couldn't get out of bed this morning? Huh. I won yesterday. Uchiha Obito ultimately resolved to convey the words he had prepared earlier to Kazama Yu, while simultaneously addressing the classmates within the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Kazama Yu finally comprehended the reason behind Obito's earlier tone. Filled with unwarranted pride, he had hypnotized himself into a state of mental victory. Gazing at the self-satisfied Uchiha Obito, Kazama Yu suddenly felt that the lollipop he had purchased earlier was utterly futile, as this fellow did not require any form of apology from him. However, having made the purchase, it would be a waste to discard it. After swallowing his food, Kazama Yu, with an air of enigmatic profundity, spoke to Obito. Obito, one should not be so shameless. Who was it that could barely stand yesterday and needed assistance to rise? I walked back on my own. And remember this, you are the one in last place. Even if I am fourth from the bottom, I am still superior to you. It is only natural that you lost to me. Do not feel any shame in that. The students of the Ninja Academy, who had been watching the escalating tension between the two, immediately began to murmur upon hearing Kazama Yu's remarks, with many nodding in agreement. Surely, being fourth from the bottom is better than being last. Even a slight edge is still an edge. Nevertheless, most onlookers found Kazama Yu's expression to be rather exasperating, as his demeanor of aloof superiority was off-putting. Did he think he had triumphed over a teacher? Uchiha Obito, momentarily taken aback by Kazama Yu's pretentiousness, then turned his gaze toward those who nodded in agreement with Yu's assertion, and at that moment, his fury could no longer be contained. He stomped onto the seat opposite Kazama Yu and pointed an accusatory finger at him, saying, Kazama Yu, you speak nonsense. Even if I was careless yesterday, you did not win. Come with me to the training ground. We shall fight again. Obito's challenge instantly ignited excitement among the diners, as they had all witnessed the previous day's debacle between the two. They were curious as to how their confrontation would unfold this time. Noticing that Obito was on the verge of spitting in his food, Kazama Yu promptly shifted his lunchbox away, then reached into his pocket to retrieve a few lollipops, offering them to the glaring Uchiha Obito. Obito was momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture, as were the spectators. After a few seconds of confusion, Obito inquired, What are you doing? What does this mean? He was genuinely baffled. In the midst of their confrontation, Kazama Yu suddenly presented him with lollipops. Was he unwell? Here. I know you enjoy these, so I bought them for you as an apology. Take them. I lack the strength to fight you now. Just do not interfere with my studies in the future. Provoking him first, and then offering sweets as a gesture of reconciliation should not be deemed wasteful. Chapter 13. Disguised standing beside Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, noticing his bewilderment, quickly pushed him gently while saying, Obito, you has apologized. Let us consider the matter settled. In your current state, it would be unwise to fight. Just as Obito was about to mock Kazama Yu for his peculiar approach of attempting to resolve matters with mere lollipops, he turned to Rin with a broad smile. Rin was showing concern for him. How could he disappoint her? Since you say so, I shall forgive him. It must be his good fortune. After exchanging a few words with Rin, Obito turned back to Kazama-yu, but his smile vanished instantly. After glaring at Kazama-yu, he declared, Kazama-yu, consider yourself fortunate. This time, I shall not hold it against you. With that, Uchiha Obito snatched all the lollipops Kazama-yu had offered him, claiming them as his rightful spoils. Kazama-yu, observing Obito's haughty demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. At their current age, a beating from Obito would hardly be significant. If the lollipops failed to suffice, he could always perform a reconciliation seal to settle matters. After taking the treats, Obito and Rin moved to another table, as they each had their designated spots. The onlookers, having seen Kazama-yu resolve the situation with a few lollipops, were somewhat disappointed as they withdrew their gazes. This was not the dramatic confrontation they had hoped for. Once Obito had departed, his desk mate, Inuzuka Rado, seated himself opposite Kazama-yu. What happened to you yesterday? It was as if you were a different person. Upon hearing Rado's words, Kazama-yu reminded himself once more to remain vigilant, even among familiar faces like his desk mate, who had noticed his unusual behavior the previous day. Fortunately, they were just children, and the incident had not garnered much attention. Few truly understood him, and Rado, as his desk mate, was merely more observant. It is nothing. I merely recalled what Teacher Ichi said about the brutality of the battlefield. Though the Second Shinobi World War has concluded, minor conflicts persist. Someday, we may find ourselves on the battlefield, which is why I was irked by Uchiha Obito's lack of attentiveness in class. I did not take Teacher Ichi's teachings to heart, and I suppose I overstepped. It will not happen again. Kazama-yu concluded, shrugging his shoulders in a manner that indicated his lack of control over Obito. This had been his signature gesture ever since his parents perished, feigning nonchalance to conceal his inner sorrow. Though he was grieving, he had previously viewed his parents' sacrifice for the village and country as honorable. After all, those who were commemorated on Konoha's memorial stone were esteemed. However, the notion of the will of fire now felt hollow to him. Each individual had their own perspective. The people of Konoha were not wrong for protecting their country, village, and homes. Yet the hypocrisy of Konoha's higher-ups left him feeling nauseated. What they claimed about protecting comrades and children seemed to hold little weight in their hearts. Once they became shinobi, were they no longer considered children? Were those aged 8 or 9 suddenly deemed adults? Although a genin was indeed vastly superior to an ordinary person, their age was far from that of a procreative adult. In times of war, shinobi were mere tools. If one perished, they could simply cultivate another. With the vast population of the Land of Fire, as long as the Ninja Academy remained operational, they could continuously produce combatants. Seeing Kazama-yu revert to his usual expression, tone, and gestures, Inuzuka Rado thought little of it. His earlier inquiry had been casual, and he did not dwell on Kazama-yu's odd behavior. Even if he were a spy from another village, he would hardly be a target. The question of whether he could graduate from the Ninja Academy to become a genin remained uncertain. How could he possibly attract attention? Oh, I see. You are quite the busybody. Why should we concern ourselves with what may happen in the future, even if we do graduate as genin? Advancing to nin is no easy feat. Kazama-yu regarded his classmate and recalled a line from the film A Chinese Odyssey, where Stephen Chow's character remarked, "It is not so easy to die from a severe injury." His desk mate's ability to avoid harm was truly remarkable. The absence of scars on his face indicated that he would likely sustain an injury in the future, perhaps even to his face, but he would survive. This was his first escape from danger. In the future, he, as one of the foremost assassins of Konoha, found himself assigned to the role of a bodyguard. Tragically, the individual he was meant to protect, Minato Namikaze, met his demise, marking yet another narrow escape for him. Following Minato's death, not only was he spared from blame, but he also became the bodyguard for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Amidst Orochimaru's plans to dismantle Konoha, he endured several kunai strikes, yet he persevered once more. With the passing of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he narrowly avoided yet another disaster. The newly appointed 5th Hokage, Tsunade, decisively dismissed him, recognizing the absurdity of employing an assassination expert in the role of a protector. His companion, a fellow student, displayed a profound lack of professionalism. Tsunade dispatched him on a mission, and during a period of significant chakra depletion, he encountered the Sound Four, ultimately suffering defeat alongside his partner, Shiranui Gima. Once again, he emerged from the ordeal, having been pierced by numerous shurikens. Later, he reclaimed his black blade, intended for assassination, and nearly succeeded in eliminating Kakuzu with a single strike. As his thoughts drifted, Kazama-yu regained his focus and remarked that he had been overly concerned. The Land of Fire was the most powerful among the 5 great nations, and Konoha stood as the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. There was no need to fret about the future, for the Hokage would undoubtedly safeguard the village and its inhabitants. When he spoke of the Hokage, admiration and reverence shone in his eyes, his voice rising with fervor, embodying the spirit of a devoted follower and inheritor of the will of fire. This was a demeanor Kazama-yu often exhibited, a reflection of the majority of Konoha's ninjas. He now had to begin concealing his true self. The students were expected to hold genuine admiration for Sarutobi and the Hokage. For this reason, graduates from the Ninja Academy, despite knowing that being a genin was the safest path, still aspired for acknowledgement from the village and the Hokage. Attaining a higher ninja rank served as the most tangible manifestation of that recognition. While genins possessed their headbands, they were limited to that alone. Their attire remained personal. In contrast, promotion to Chunin came with a designated uniform from Konoha, serving as a symbol of status. A unified uniform fostered greater recognition and pride in their village. After lunch, Kazama-yu resumed his daily routine, taking an hour's break before returning to the classroom. The previous day's instructor, Senju Koichi, was absent, replaced by a bespectacled teacher. This afternoon, all students were to meditate and practice the synthesis of chakra, an essential skill that must be mastered in an instant, as they were still too slow. Their enemies would not wait. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was not particularly extensive, but required considerable practice. In addition to cultural studies, students learned about various ninja tools, hand seals, body replacement techniques, chakra extraction, battlefield awareness, and the will of fire. Some children from prominent clans had likely mastered these skills long before entering the academy and could graduate swiftly. Others, belonging to influential families, did not even need to attend. They had parents and elders to teach them, needing no validation from the academy instructors. Their abilities allowed them to register as ninjas directly. As usual, Kazama-yu trained throughout the afternoon and headed directly home after school. He had never formed close friendships with any classmates and had no intention of doing so now. If networking proved beneficial, he might have sought friendship with the prince, Asuma Sarutobi, but connections seemed entirely futile. Asuma himself was a rebellious youth, often hiding in the restroom to smoke. The academy only provided lunch, so on his way home, Kazama-yu made a point to visit a bustling ramen shop. Though his memory recalled previously dining there, the emotions accompanying his visit now felt vastly different. After ordering a large bowl of pork bone miso chashu ramen, he quietly began to eat. Although Otsutsuki Ikki had not been managing the shop for long, business was thriving. As he ate in silence, he spotted 3 familiar faces, prominent figures of Konoha, yet he had no reason to engage with them. In fact, he had to feign ignorance of their identities. The status of those 3 was beyond someone of his modest standing to comprehend. If they sensed any oddity in his behavior, he could find himself in peril. Even if they refrained from acting, Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo might very well take action. Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was of utmost importance to Konoha. Seated beside the striking blonde man, Minato Namikaze. Next to Minato sat his mentor, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. Jiraiya, a figure of immense stature, grappled with the ongoing wars in the ninja world, feeling utterly powerless against the tides of fate. Ultimately, he placed all his hope in the so-called child of destiny. Such an unrealistic belief was met with scorn by his 2 companions, Orochimaru and Tsunade, who questioned the necessity of effort if fate was already predetermined. They believed that waiting for the child of destiny to appear sufficed. When Nagato, bearer of the Rinnegan, was alive, Jiraiya had believed him to be the prophesied child. Upon receiving news of Nagato and his companion's demise, he shifted his belief to Minato. With Minato's death, he embarked on a quest for a new child of destiny, placing unwavering faith in the great toad sage of Mayaboko Mountain. However, one must ponder, does the toad truly care for the fate of humanity? Such a notion is utterly absurd. Just as humanity cannot concern itself with the disputes among animals, it merely observes, discussing outcomes and placing bets. Even those who feel compelled to intervene are often reminded that such conflicts are the natural order, and they ought not to interfere. Moreover, when other species cease their conflicts, humans often compel them to engage in combat for entertainment, such as dogfighting, bullfighting, and cricket fighting. Are sentient beings of other races truly deserving of unconditional trust? The ultimate outcome is that, after nurturing a child of destiny, they become expendable, destined to fade away like leaves, providing nourishment for the child of destiny to thrive. The child of destiny they cultivated merely represented a formidable ninja, just as powerful as Senju Hashirama. The peace in the ninja world, aside from the strength of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, stemmed from a more pressing factor. Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto had eliminated 2/3 of the ninjas who achieved Chunin rank, leaving those capable of combat deceased. With no one left to wage war, peace naturally prevailed. Once Naruto Uzumaki, the child of destiny, perished like Hashirama Senju, the various nations would undoubtedly resume hostilities unless the Otsutsuki clan invaded. Without Naruto, even after the Otsutsuki incursion, the ninja world would unite and abandon war. Ninjas inherently serve as instruments of warfare, earning their livelihoods through combat and assassination missions, a profession that precludes the possibility of peace. If peace were truly achieved, their existence would become superfluous. In a peaceful world, the daily operations of ninja tool shops would dwindle, and ninjas would face financial hardships. Without conflict, even medical ninjas like Sakura Haruno would struggle to pay their mortgages, an utterly absurd predicament. As I savored my noodles, my thoughts drifted to Kazama Yu, contemplating the profound notion of fate's chosen ones, a designation established a millennium ago. How long could Naruto Uzumaki's ideals endure? Relying on sheer strength to subdue the ninja world is a naive approach, especially when one struggles to manage the responsibilities of Hokage. With 3 prominent figures dining nearby, I deliberately slowed my pace. Their voices were not discreet, and while there were no secrets to overhear, I could glean useful information from their ordinary discourse. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had been discussing the 3 children he took in from the Rain Village with Minato Namikaze. Hearing Jiraiya mention Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan prompted me to reflect on his initial motivations for adopting them, which were more about easing his own conscience than anything else. It was only after discovering the Rinnegan that he resolved to teach them ninjutsu. The land of rain had been ravaged by the fire, wind, and earth nations, leaving countless orphans in its wake. Orochimaru once remarked that for orphans in war-torn countries, dying was, in fact, a form of luck. Tsunade, who had remained silent, evidently concurred with Orochimaru's perspective. The 3 major nations acted without regard for the well-being of the land of rain, which was teeming with orphans. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were merely the fortunate few who managed to survive. Ultimately, Hanzo of the Salamander, the foremost expert of the land of rain, could no longer tolerate the actions of these great nations and resolutely declared war against them. The Second Great Ninja War commenced, with Hanzo launching an assault on the land of wind, only to be thwarted by Chiyo of the Sand Village. Not only did she neutralize his poison, but the puppets from the Sand Village were also impervious to his toxins. Unable to penetrate the land of wind, he redirected his efforts toward the land of fire. He truly wished to bring the battlefield into the heart of the great nations, forcing them to experience the suffering of smaller countries. However, the land of fire proved equally adept at countering his poison, further stalling his invasion. After suffering consecutive defeats and significant losses among his ranks, he came to understand the stark disparity between small and large nations. Recognizing the futility of his endeavors, he spared Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, subsequently bestowing upon them the moniker of the legendary 3 ninjas, intending to vex them. From that moment forth, history would remember that it was he who granted these 3 juniors their title, forever overshadowing them. Henceforth, whenever the legendary 3 ninjas were mentioned, Hanzo of the Salamander would inevitably come to mind. Chapter 15, The Path Reflecting on the Land of Rain. I recalled the ninja world map taught in school. I remembered the unique geographical position of the Land of Rain, bordered on 3 sides by great nations. Such countries abound in the ninja world. They are deliberately left untouched by the great nations. It is not due to a lack of ability to conquer that land, but rather a lack of necessity. These territories serve as designated battlegrounds, and soon, the 3rd Great Ninja War would erupt in the Land of Grass, situated between the fire and earth nations. The tragic tale of my good friend, Obito Uchiha, began at the Kamizukuri Bridge in the Land of Grass. The 5 great nations of the ninja world correspond to the 5 permanent members of the original world. Small nations possess no capacity for resistance. When great nations go to war, they are relegated to mere battlegrounds, with no consideration given to their safety. As I finished my meal and prepared to leave, the very individuals I had been pondering approached, accompanied by two companions. Ichiraku ramen was indeed quite popular. Upon seeing Kakashi, I couldn't help but think that during this period, Kakashi Hitaki must be quite difficult to engage with. I wondered how they had managed to summon him. Perhaps it was the influence of Rin Noera, the nucleus of their trio. Upon entering the ramen shop, Obito scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted me at the counter, preparing to pay. Upon noticing me, he turned his head aside with a dismissive snort. Just moments before, Kakashi had ridiculed him, leaving Obito in a foul mood. Were it not for the opportunity to share a meal with Rin, he would never have come to this place. Now, encountering me only soured his mood further. Obito's flamboyant demeanor caught the attention of Minato and his companions, who began to observe the interaction between him and me with amusement. They noted the striking resemblance between our faces, having seen me earlier, and now with Obito's earlier snort. They quickly deduced that the two of us were engaged in a rivalry of sorts. What a fierce exchange it was. At this moment, both Obito and Rin were likely unaware of Minato and his companions, while Kakashi, despite recognizing them, would not engage in conversation given his current disposition. Approaching them, I took the initiative and greeted Kakashi and Rin, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. Kakashi, it's been a while." My statement was sincere. It had indeed been several months since I last saw Kakashi Hitaki, who had since become a Chunin and could potentially be away on missions for months at a time. Upon hearing my greeting, Rin responded promptly, "What a coincidence indeed." Kakashi, observing the exchange, glanced between my face and Obito's, suddenly feeling a surge of amusement, an emotion he had not experienced in quite some time. Just moments ago, Obito had claimed that I had been thoroughly bested by him. But now it appeared we were quite similar. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Kakashi nodded at me, choosing not to speak as he was not in the mood for conversation. Meanwhile, Obito, noticing that I had greeted Kakashi and Rin but not him, stepped forward and pointed at me, demanding, "You, what do you mean by this?" Observing his accusatory finger, I feigned surprise, as if just realizing his presence, and replied, "Oh, it's you, Obito. My apologies, Kakashi's brilliance overshadowed you, and I didn't see you there." At that moment, the entire ramen shop fell silent. Obito had been the one to stride in confidently, assuming a leadership role among the trio. Kakashi's lips curved slightly upwards, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events for Obito, the once self-assured underdog. Rin, meanwhile, could only sigh, covering her forehead in disbelief. How could someone ranked fourth feel entitled to bully the one ranked last? After a few seconds of stunned silence, the realization hit Obito, and he shouted at me, "You, how dare you disregard the leader? Come on, let's head to the training ground. Yesterday's lesson wasn't enough for you." I had not only embarrassed him, but also sung the praises of Kakashi in front of his crush. How could he tolerate this? A duel was inevitable. Watching the boisterous Obito, I couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. Who could have imagined that such an individual would one day inflict endless suffering on the ninja world? I pointed at the lollipop he was sucking on and reminded him, "Obito, you really are too petty. I already apologized for not noticing you. What more do you want? Let us leave it at that for today. Kakashi, Rin, I'm off." Without waiting for a reply, I turned and departed, a response typical of my previous interactions. This dynamic of rivalry and mutual growth is known among the people of Konoha as a bond. While I was confident in my ability to forge a profound connection with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin through my 40 years of life experience, I saw no need for it. He is still unaware of the effects of the chakra fruit, and after establishing bonds with these individuals, he may find himself in peril. He has resolved to vie for the position of the underdog against Uchiha Obito, even if he cannot linger in the academy. He aims to emulate Might Guy and become a lower-ranking ninja. However, he knows he cannot hide away for eternity. This is merely a trial before achieving divinity. Among the trio, the most perilous is Kakashi Hitaki. Before the age of 25, he was a complete lone wolf. The closer one became to him, the more disastrous the outcome. Though many in the ninja world share Kakashi's tragic fate, the stature of those close to him far surpasses that of others. Might Guy has remained unscathed, perhaps due to their infrequent missions together. Obito, seeing Kazama Yu leave, instantly spat out the lollipop he was chewing, preparing to confront Kazama Yu. He would no longer consume the candy Kazama had given him. Rin Noera, witnessing Obito's reaction, hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Obito, eat first. You've already accepted his apology. How can you renege now?" Lin felt somewhat helpless, as Obito had nearly finished the apology gift from Kazama, which she had also partaken in. Upon being pulled by Lin, Obito halted, glancing at her and Kakashi before decisively abandoning his notion of causing trouble for Kazama. If he left now, Lin would dine with Kakashi, and that simply would not do. Jiraiya and his companions finished their meal and settled the bill before departing, with Minato exchanging pleasantries with Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki is currently the youngest nin in Konoha, with a boundless future ahead. Chapter 16. A disciplined individual. After bidding farewell to Kakashi and his companions, Kazama hastened back to his abode. Nestled on the outskirts of Konoha, his residence is well equipped, and he occasionally prepares his own meals. By the time ninjas reach a certain age, they can care for themselves. Like Kakashi, who lived alone after the suicide of his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, also enjoys the independence of solitary living. His home, inherited from his nin parents, is modest, while the income from ninja missions can be substantial. His parents' rank limited their ability to reside near the center of Konoha, where property prices soar. Despite the shortcomings of his dwelling compared to Kakashi's more spacious home, he finds contentment in it, as it surpasses that of Might Guy, whose residence is situated at the very edge of Konoha, bordering an uninhabited forest. Although Might Guy lacks a luxurious upbringing, he possesses an admirable father, one whom Kakashi greatly envies. If Tsukumo Hitaki had possessed the fortitude of Might Guy, he likely would not have abandoned his 6-year-old son to take his own life, which is a source of Kakashi's envy towards Might Guy. The disparity in income between nin and Genin in Konoha is vast, explaining why some individuals, despite their skepticism towards the will of fire, still aspire to ascend to nin. The income of Nin is another matter entirely. A single S-rank mission can sustain them for several years. Kazama is astonished by how much Sarutobi Hiruzen squandered of the inheritance left by Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Even Kushina, on her own, completed 20 S-rank missions. Such wealth could easily cover the expenses of hiring numerous caretakers and servants for Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, when Naruto finds himself hungry, he resorts to foraging for mushrooms and fishing. Then feigns geniality, joining Naruto to sample his culinary skills, thus fostering a closer bond. Truly a masterstroke, Naruto has been molded into the form he desires. The contrast between the life Naruto leads and that of his grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi, reveals much about Hiruzen's character. Upon returning home, Kazama promptly secured the door and approached the mirror. His raven black hair cascades smoothly over his polished forehead, his brows arch like distant mountains, and his eyes resemble two crystalline springs, sparkling with clarity and brightness. His straight nose is akin to a delicate sculpture, beneath which lies a mouth reminiscent of a rose, revealing pearly teeth when he smiles, complete with charming dimples that evoke delight. He is indeed a finely crafted, handsome youth. Satisfied with his appearance, Kazama nodded, dismissing the minor injuries on his face, knowing they would heal in due time. After surveying his physique from various angles, he felt confident that he could rely on his looks to make a living. Such a promising start bodes well for his future. He then withdrew his thoughts and softly called out, "Future, are you still there?" Kazama had long wished to return, but had forced himself to endure. Refining the chakra fruit is not an endeavor to be rushed. He must exercise patience and caution to avoid any missteps. Compared to his 7 predecessors, he is already immensely better off. Should he falter now, he would not require others to end his life, as he could simply take that path himself. "I will remain here until you succeed," came the reassuring reply. "Let us avoid speaking of misfortune. What should we do now? Cannot we communicate as other Jinchuriki do? It feels strange to speak into thin air, and I cannot let others see me." Hearing that the divine tree still exists, Kazama exhaled with relief. Grateful it was not a trick or an illusion. You are not yet a Jinchuriki, but once you absorb some of the power from the chakra fruit, we shall be able to communicate in such a manner. For now, this is the only way. Nodding at this assertion, Kazama remarked, "That sounds reasonable. What should I do now?" "Train, and train diligently, just as you recall Might Guy training. This process will not only strengthen your body, but also hone your will and enhance your mental fortitude. As you train, I shall grant you some of the chakra fruit's power. During your exertions, you will absorb its essence, fully integrating it into your own strength." At this, Kazama shuddered slightly, uncertainly asking, "Cannot I meditate instead? If I train like that maniac, I might just drop dead." In that moment, he found himself envying those with systems. Although they are merely dreams, their acquisition of power appears effortless. signing in to become stronger, choosing paths to grow, completing tasks for strength. Living itself grants them power, while even romance or combat can lead to growth. They revel in their power-up while experiencing no hardship whatsoever. He now suspects that if he were to train like Might Guy, as long as he did not collapse, gaining strength should be a given. There is no other way. If you had not compelled me to reveal myself and accepted the existence of the system, you would still need to train rigorously to progress within the system. Without training, those words will remain stagnant. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. That saying holds true. The chakra fruit is not easily digested. If you no longer believe in the systems, you should understand better than anyone that to reap rewards, one must invest effort. Upon hearing this, Kazama fell silent. He certainly comprehended such reasoning, yet there are alternative sayings in his world. After a pause of about 10 seconds, he spoke up. We also say, as long as you are willing to endure suffering, there are endless hardships to be faced. Future. It won't be me who bears the brunt of it. You shall enjoy the blessings once I have honed my body, right? You won't suddenly seize control of me after I exert myself, will you? Kazama is indeed very concerned about such matters. It is only the cautious who live long, a lesson often imparted by his instructors at the Ninja Academy. You need not fret, as your current circumstances are undoubtedly an improvement over your previous ones. According to my calculations, your former body, due to a prolonged diet of unhealthy foods and a complete lack of self-discipline, coupled with excessive fatigue, would likely not have survived to your country's retirement age. After being told that his original body would not last long, Kazama fell into a moment of silence before passionately retorting to the future. Let me ask you something. There is an activity I engage in every 2 to 3 days, an unbroken routine for over a decade. What basis do you have to claim I lack self-discipline? He waited a few seconds for a response, and upon receiving none, he pressed further. Answer me. How can you say I am undisciplined? After a prolonged silence, the voice of the future resonated in Kazama-yu's ears. We are not discussing your self-discipline at this moment. We are deliberating on the path that lies ahead of you. You must exercise diligently from now on. You have no other choice. The chakra fruit is here. Would you dare to take your own life? As for the future, do not burden yourself with excessive thoughts. Your ability to safely absorb the fruit remains uncertain. There is no need to overthink. I will not transform into a system to control your life as portrayed in the novels you recall. Your future path is yours to navigate as you wish. Should you encounter any mishaps, it would merely indicate that you do not meet my expectations, and I would be compelled to seek a new target. Hearing this, Kazama set aside the issue of self-discipline, recognizing the lack of options before him. Even though he was acutely aware of the inherent risks, he resolved to proceed. Otherwise, he might not survive the Third Ninja World War. The higher-ups in Konoha were treacherous, leaving him no room for negotiation. Although Genin do not fight on the front lines, they face dangers while transporting supplies from the rear. Warfare among ninjas does not unfold as it does in his original world, where battles are openly declared. Ninjas resort to ambushes and assassinations, employing any means necessary. When war breaks out, those ninjas who fear entering the battlefield are deemed cowards, unpatriotic. Kazama firmly believed that Konoha would execute such individuals without a second thought. After a few seconds of silence, Kazama finally spoke. All right, you are correct. I have no choice. Be cautious with your words in the future. Do not unjustly tarnish my reputation. I shall humor you this time. You advocate for rigorous training, and I hope I do not meet my end in my own home. Rest assured, with the power of the chakra fruit, you will not come to harm. If you wish to conceal your strength, practice every night, and before dawn, meditate for 2 hours. That will suffice. Upon hearing the future had already devised a method, Kazama resolved to train diligently. He was a disciplined individual, and for the sake of becoming stronger, he was willing to adhere to a rigorous regimen. Chapter 17. Training relentlessly. Now that Kazama had determined his future path, he prepared to commence his training. He was well acquainted with the process, having often exercised at home. The children at the Ninja Academy generally put forth great effort in their training, particularly those like Kazama who had lost family members in battle. They yearned for strength and longevity, motivating them to train diligently. However, there were times when their bodies simply could not endure the strain. As Kazama retrieved his jump rope, ready to begin, he suddenly inquired of the future, "What is my current strength? How significant is the gap between me and those ninjas?" He remained curious about his present capabilities, believing that in this 8-year-old body, he could easily defeat dozens of his former self from Earth. The body he had on Earth was somewhat frail, having succumbed to the myriad temptations of the internet. The future, often engaged in research on individuals, should possess insight into his current strength. Your chakra has just reached the level of a genin, but you currently only master the body flicker technique, lacking any other ninjutsu. Thus, you are the weakest of the genin. Receiving such an assessment, Kazama was not surprised. He indeed only knew these techniques. In truth, many ninjas possess limited abilities. Even his parents only knew a single ninjutsu, alongside some basic Leaf Village taijutsu and kenjutsu. The academy primarily taught the body flicker technique and some methods for throwing ninja tools. The body flicker technique is not an advanced ninjutsu. It is accessible to all. Although simple, mastering it is far from easy. If the transformation technique and clone technique are poorly executed, they can easily be recognized. As for the substitution technique, it is practically useless. Its successful application hinges on the ability to anticipate an opponent's attack and swap places with a pre-prepared object without the opponent's awareness. If one can predict the opponent's attack and remain undetected while using a ninjutsu, it indicates a vast disparity in strength. Rendering the use of the substitution technique unnecessary, one could simply defeat the opponent outright without it. The substitution technique proves effective only against significantly weaker foes, serving merely as a trick. In the narrative's inception, Kakashi delighted in using the substitution technique to toy with weaker adversaries. However, when confronted by formidable opponents, he refrained from employing it. In battles against skilled opponents, should he dare to resort to this tactic, they might exploit the opportunity to strike his true form while he executed the technique. Misusing this technique carries considerable risk. To acquire additional ninjutsu, one must be taught by a leading ninja or a family member, or one must trade for it. Most ninjutsu can only be exchanged for merits within the village. Not all J-nin are amicable or willing to instruct genin in ninjutsu. If the instructor refuses to teach, the only recourse for obtaining ninjutsu is to trade for it with merits, as the village does not dispense its resources freely. For a typical genin, mastering a single ninjutsu is already commendable. Possessing elemental ninjutsu signifies a preliminary grasp of nature transformation. For instance, one who can perform the Great Fireball technique can claim to have mastered the transformation of fire. Under normal circumstances, a ninja cannot be compared to the future elite of Konoha, none of whom are unremarkable. Among them, the commoner-born Lee, Tintin, and Sakura are exceptional talents. Lee possesses remarkable physical strength. Tintin excels with weapons and sealing scrolls, while Sakura boasts superior theoretical knowledge and chakra control, surpassing even Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Even as newly minted genin, they rank among the very best. During Naruto's cohort's Ch-nin exams, Konoha dispatched 24 teams comprising 72 genin to participate. Ultimately, only 15 from Konoha emerged victorious from the Forest of Death, consisting of the Elite 12 and a team led by Kabuto, while all other genin were eliminated. Naturally, the typical Ch-nin exam does not feature such extraordinary circumstances. That year was a joint exam, showcasing the more formidable genin from each village. The joint Ch-nin exam serves as a stage for each nation to display its might, and fatalities are permissible. Had the Aimnin team sent by Hanzo of the Salamander not encountered Gaara and Kabuto, they would undoubtedly have passed through the Forest of Death. Those who faced Gaara's team experienced a comprehensive assault, unfortunate to encounter a Jinchuriki with absolute defense. As for those who crossed paths with Naruto's team, their prowess in earth release, clone techniques, and Jinjutsu was formidable. Had it not been for Kabuto's overwhelming aura, typical teams would have struggled to surpass them. If I were to absorb the chakra fruit, how long would it take for me to attain Ch-nin level chakra? This was another concern for Kazama, as the speed of his strength growth would dictate his future lifestyle. Regarding the strength of ninjas, I have compiled a dataset. Genin chakra, 100 to 500. Ch-nin chakra, 500-1500. J-nin chakra, 1,500 to 50,000. Above 50,000 indicates the level of a Kaguya. Using the method of rounding, your chakra now stands at a perfect 100, thus qualifying you as a genin. However, reaching this chakra level does not inherently confer the abilities of that rank. One must also adeptly wield the chakra within. Upon seeing this data, Kazama could only describe it as professional. After a careful examination, he inquired, if we calculate by numbers, how much chakra can I increase in a day? As a genin, you can absorb approximately 10 points daily. Once you attain the chakra of a chunin, That figure rises to around 20 points. With the chakra of a Jonin, you could absorb about 40 points daily, and at the level of a Kaguya, approximately 80 points. After contemplating these figures, Kazama-yu remarked, if I train diligently every day, I should reach Chunin level chakra in about 40 days. Once I master my ninjutsu, I will effectively possess Chunin level prowess. In 3 to 4 years, I could achieve Kaguya level chakra, as long as my skills keep pace. I won't need to be overly cautious. With the data laid before him, Kazama-yu began to envision his future. Even upon reaching Kaguya status, one must remain vigilant. Since the establishment of the ninja villages, many Kaguya have perished outside their domains, including the legendary Tobarama Senju, who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique. Mastery is not exclusive to Konoha. Even formidable opponents like the Third Raikage can be outlasted. It's theoretically plausible that if one cannot defeat an enemy, they can exhaust them, depleting their chakra until they succumb. However, this necessitates daily training. Otherwise, the power of the chakra fruit I've granted you may be squandered. Once you learn ninjutsu, you can train by releasing techniques. The greater your chakra, the simpler the practice of ninjutsu becomes. When your chakra fruit is absorbed to a sufficient extent, performing ninjutsu will become a matter of mere thought. Akin to the likes of Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths, who require no hand seals, executing their techniques with mere intent. Having envisioned such grand possibilities, Kazama-yu began his training. 3 hours later, he found himself panting heavily, hands on his knees, his chest heaving as if it might burst. Sweat cascaded down his forehead and cheeks, pooling beneath his chin, dampening the earth beneath him. His face flushed a deep red, reminiscent of a ripe tomato, while veins throbbed at his temples, threatening to break through the skin. His hair clung to his scalp, dampened by perspiration, and his legs trembled, muscles taut to the point of strain. Is there no other way? I feel as though I might perish at any moment. You will lose me. Think of something else. This is utterly exhausting. Chapter 18. The test. Kazama-yu genuinely felt on the verge of collapse. Unbeknownst to him, Might Guy had completed 5,000 laps around the ninja school's field before seeking a match with Kakashi Hitaki. It was disheartening to compare oneself to another. That man had run for over 50 continuous hours and graduated shortly thereafter, as the Ninja Academy could no longer accommodate him. Lagging behind. What a jest. Did one truly believe the teachers and Principal Sarutobi Hiruzen were fools? No one answered his queries, and their attitudes were unmistakably clear. After a brief rest and rehydration, Kazama-yu commenced another round of self-imposed torment. He alternated between sit-ups, push-ups, and squats, all while maintaining the lights off for fear of attracting the attention of Konoha's night patrol. He felt gratitude for the memories of this body. Had he solely relied on his earthly memories, he might have faltered. He had never pushed himself so relentlessly in his 30-plus years of life. At each limit, a spark of strength would emerge, aiding his recovery, allowing him to persist. Kazama-yu recognized this as the power of the chakra fruit. He also comprehended why Might Guy, despite being a ninja, appeared comparatively impoverished. His earnings were likely consumed by the duo's insatiable appetites. Their training methods undoubtedly demanded considerable sustenance. Food contains natural energy, and once all ninjas learn to refine chakra, they become akin to miniature divine trees. While they cannot directly absorb natural energy from the environment, everything they consume inherently contains it. They convert this energy into physical vitality, combined with their mental energy, to manifest chakra. Now, the chakra fruit serves as Kazama-yu's source of energy. He feels no hunger, instead experiencing a replenishment akin to being well-fed as he restores his stamina. His training mirrors the process of absorbing the chakra fruit as strength, akin to others who rely on food for sustenance and energy. The following day, Kazama-yu resumed his school routine. Despite having trained all night, after meditating for 2 hours, he felt he had regained about 70 to 80% of his energy. Though he had only trained for 1 night, he could sense a significant increase in his chakra compared to the previous day, filling him with exhilaration. What could be more gratifying than witnessing one's own growth? Although his former self had recognized that abandoning certain detrimental habits would lead to strength, that strength was limited and not worth relinquishing the ecstasy of transcendental experiences. Now, it was different. He could forsake everything to grow stronger. Upon entering the classroom, Kazama-yu scanned the room casually before settling into his seat. While his classmates were familiar with one another, he had not formed any close bonds. The one he knew best was his deskmate, Inuzuka Kiba. As soon as he took his seat, Kiba's voice broke the silence. Why do you look so drained this early in the morning? Hearing Kiba's remark, Kazama Yu internally scoffed. If you train like I did last night, you wouldn't be able to show up for school today. After casting a glance at Kiba, Kazama Yu waved his hand dismissively. I practiced a bit this morning and now feel somewhat fatigued. I almost didn't win against that laggard. I must work harder. Kiba appeared somewhat perplexed by Kazama Yu's words. Almost didn't win? You did win, didn't you? Even Uchiha Obito admitted defeat. The two of you should have considered it a draw. Today, we have a sparring session and shuriken throwing. Are you up for it? Kiba inquired, his expression teasing. What does it matter if I am? I'm practically at the bottom. What do I have to fear? Losing in a spar is only natural, Kazama Yu replied nonchalantly. Kiba, observing Kazama Yu's unperturbed demeanor, internally ridiculed him. Before long, their instructor approached. Hasegawa Tomoyuki, a bespectacled young ninja who was a chunin from Konoha, had never seen the battlefield due to his proficiency in teaching and had spent his career at the Ninja Academy. Upon confirming that all students were present, he led them to the training grounds. Kazama Yu and his peers were accustomed to this routine. Every fortnight, they engaged in such sparring sessions. The results of these practice bouts and their shuriken throwing would be recorded by their teacher, with the combined scores determining their rankings within the class. As Hasegawa Tomoyuki called out each name, individuals such as Kazama Yu stepped forth to seize the shurikens set aside, launching them toward the target ahead. The instructor would then assess the position of each student's 4 shuriken on the target, assigning scores accordingly. Once a name was called, the time taken to record each student's score was minimal, requiring less than a minute for each participant. Soon, it was Kazama Yu's turn. Upon hearing his name, he approached, grasping 2 shuriken in each hand. After a brief glance at the target, situated several meters away, he promptly released the shuriken with a flick of his wrist. The sound of 3 sharp impacts echoed as they struck the wooden board, with 3 hitting the target's edge and 1 missing entirely. Observing the results, Kazama Yu retreated, acknowledging this as reflective of his current abilities. Before long, it was Uchiha Obito's turn. Kazama Yu felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Obito's performance. Ever since that incident where he nearly hit Hasegawa Tomoyuki with a shuriken and faced ridicule, it was clear he had been diligently honing his skills. His results surpassed Kazama Yu's, as all 4 shuriken found their mark, and they were closer to the bullseye. A flicker of pride surged within Obito as he beheld his score, his gaze immediately shifting towards Kazama Yu with a triumphant glint. In shuriken throwing, he had emerged victorious. Compared to him, Kazama Yu felt like a mere novice. The sight of Obito's smug expression only intensified Kazama Yu's sense of reassurance. He was determined to remain at the bottom of the rankings. With the 3rd great ninja war looming just 2 years away, he was resolute in his decision to abstain from participation. With seasoned shinobi like Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Minato leading their team, even they suffered greatly. And he knew that should he find himself on the battlefield, his fate would be even more dire. Might Guy had narrowly escaped the war, thanks to his father. Might die. Otherwise, he too would have perished on that battlefield. Regardless of the world, warfare transforms the battleground into a meat grinder, where entering often leads to death. Chapter 19. The battle. After Uchiha Obito completed his throws, Hasegawa Tomoyuki guided everyone to another location for the next phase, randomized pair battles. The battles commenced amidst Obito's confusion, particularly regarding Kazama Yu's previous demeanor. He was perplexed as to why, despite his provocative gaze, Kazama Yu had responded with a friendly nod. This was not what he had anticipated. It felt as though he had struck cotton, powerful yet ineffective. The pair battles lacked the swiftness of shuriken throwing. Opponents of equal skill could engage for several minutes. Witnessing his classmates in combat, Kazama Yu found no surprise in sending these individuals to war. Their physical prowess was unmatched, even when compared to the strongest individuals he had known back on Earth. They effortlessly leapt 5 to 6 meters, exhibiting immense strength, agility, and speed. When charging forward, ordinary eyes might struggle to keep pace with their velocity, and even if one could track their movements, counterattacking would prove nearly impossible. Though these ungraduated individuals lacked advanced ninjutsu, they could easily be classified as superhumans, individuals endowed with extraordinary strength and speed. Previously, while watching anime on Earth, Kazama Yu had assumed that their defenses were weak, but it became apparent that their defenses were anything but. They appeared vulnerable only due to the formidable power of their attackers. Should an average person attempt to strike them, Their strength might not even pierce the skin. Furthermore, the Chunin uniforms from various villages boasted substantial defensive capabilities, allowing shinobi to channel chakra to protect vulnerable areas during an imminent attack. Orochimaru, renowned for his strength, had endured several punches from Tsunade, another powerful figure of equal rank, without sustaining any injuries. If shinobi truly possessed low defenses, Orochimaru would have been reduced to mere pulp by Tsunade's wrath. When Irika Yumino shielded Naruto Uzumaki from Mizuki's strike, the gigantic shuriken struck Irika's back, but failed to penetrate due to his Chunin uniform and his foresight in employing chakra for defense. One should not underestimate Mizuki's strength. He could crush his comrades with one hand, and those he subdued were undoubtedly Chunin as well. Despite sustaining only minor leg injuries, he had effortlessly overpowered his comrade, leaving them without a chance to resist. Kazama Yu glanced at the enchanting Yuhi Kurenai, who was momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing the instructor call his name, he made no remarks and proceeded to the center of the arena. It was merely a random battle. He was no stranger to being struck. As the second-to-last participant, he had long since acclimated to defeat. Kurenai, give it your all and teach him a lesson, urged Uchiha Obito from the sidelines, prompting a slight smirk from Kurenai, who had initially regarded Kazama Yu with seriousness and intensity. Now, however, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Previously, she would not have felt such trepidation. But after witnessing Kazama Yu's encounter with Obito, her confidence wavered. She was apprehensive that Kazama Yu might inflict upon her the same fate he had on Obito. Just yesterday, Asuma Sarutobi had recounted the brutal clash between Kazama Yu and Obito, and she could hardly fathom the scenario of Kazama Yu mounting her and unleashing his might upon her delicate features. She feared that if such a situation arose, tears would surely follow. The day before, Obito had wept, and she had seen the remnants of his tears and the dampness on the ground. Kurenai, keep your distance from that guy. Do not engage him in close combat, Asuma interjected, equally reluctant to see his partner suffer the same fate. Standing firm, Kazama Yu glanced back at Uchiha Obito and Asuma, who were observing Kurenai's performance. Turning to face Kurenai, who appeared hesitant, he remarked, Kurenai, why do you seem so apprehensive? Come on, this isn't your first time fighting me. Hasegawa Tomoyuki watched the two with bemusement. The powerful one was exhibiting trepidation while the seemingly weaker one remained composed. Had one only observed their attitudes without hearing Kazama Yu's words, it would be difficult to believe that Kurenai was the more formidable of the two. Kazama Yu, exuding a relaxed demeanor, appeared more than capable of overcoming the anxious Kurenai. The 8-year-old Kurenai, glancing at Kazama Yu's still visible bruises, inquired with concern, You want to fight me like you did Obito, will you? Upon hearing her question, Kazama Yu finally understood the source of her anxiety. She feared he would overpower her as he had Obito. After taking a moment to admire Kurenai's lovely features, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Rest assured, I fought Obito because he interfered with my studies. You, however, have not disrupted me. We shall engage in a fair fight. The teacher is present, so what is there to fear? At just 9 years old, I have no intentions of overpowering you. He possesses no peculiar inclinations. If, in a decade's time, Ziyuri Hong is in her 20s and he is in his 50s, it would be quite fitting, an old match with a youth, a perfect harmony. Upon catching a glimpse of Feng Jianyu's gaze upon her, a wave of unease washed over her, as she pondered whether he was contemplating where to strike next. However, after hearing his words, she took a moment to reflect and soon felt at ease. She had merely misread the situation after seeing Feng Jianyu's expression. With a teacher present, even if Feng Jianyu intended to strike her like he did with Obito, he undoubtedly would not have the opportunity. Once clarity settled in her mind, Ziyuri Hong nodded at Feng Jianyu and solemnly formed a stance of opposition. Feng Jianyu, witnessing Ziyuri Hong's return to normalcy, likewise formed a stance of opposition. The completion of their stances signified their readiness. Takahashi Tomoyuki, observing this exchange, promptly declared the commencement. Subsequently, Feng Jianyu and Ziyuri Hong engaged in a spirited bout. As anticipated, the confrontation culminated in Ziyuri Hong's victory. After receiving a couple of kicks, Feng Jianyu conceded. This outcome elicited an exuberant cheer from Uchiha Obito. He had overheard Feng Jianyu's earlier remarks about being struck. The latter's excuse of it impacting his studies only fueled his ire. Through the skirmish, Feng Jianyu gained a clearer insight into the disparities between the clan members and commoner ninjas, particularly those from prestigious families such as Sarutobi, Hyuga, Uchiha, Yamanaka, Nara, and others, who evidently wielded greater prowess than their civilian counterparts. Uchiha Obito had triumphed once more. It was evident he had been training clandestinely. If not for the academic obligations at the Ninja Academy, he would not be trailing behind. After the match, it was nearly lunchtime. Following the meal, he planned to use the restroom and then find a place to rest. In his quest for strength, he now allowed himself no more than 2 hours of sleep. As he approached the restroom, you sensed the presence of someone inside. A subordinate of Sarutobi Asuma was stationed at the entrance. You, upon witnessing this, immediately deduced that Sarutobi Asuma was likely inside, indulging in a smoke. As a member of the esteemed Sarutobi clan, it was commonplace for him to have a few underlings at school. The sentry at the door paid no heed to Yu, as his concern lay with the teachers, not with a student like him. Upon entering the restroom, Yu spotted 3 individuals smoking in the corner. While it seemed odd for children as young as 8 or 9 to be smoking, it was not unusual in a world where ninjas engaged in battle at the tender age of 10. After finishing his business, as he prepared to leave, Sarutobi Asuma unexpectedly called out, "You care for a smoke? This is prime stuff." I swiped it from the old man. Hearing Sarutobi Asuma mention Sarutobi Hizashi, Yu maliciously mused that if there were an essay competition at the Ninja Academy with the prompt "My father," Asuma would undoubtedly win first place with my Hokage father. Casting a glance at the cigarette clutched in Sarutobi Asuma's hand, Yu paused momentarily before approaching him. With a feigned curiosity, he inquired, "Is it truly that good? I must give it a try." Yu's desire for a smoke had been triggered. In his 33-year-old body, he had a habit of consuming at least a pack daily, contributing to the nation. As for his current youthful physique, he was destined for greatness. A mere cigarette would have no adverse effects on him. He could easily manage 10 packs a day. As Sarutobi Asuma and the others registered Yu's response, they were taken aback. His answer had exceeded their expectations. Although Sarutobi Asuma had previously invited Yu to join him, he had been rebuffed each time, leading to a cessation of further invitations. However, after Yu's recent victory over Uchiha Obito, Asuma had begun to view him in a more favorable light, prompting him to casually extend the offer again. As Yu approached, Sarutobi Asuma, though surprised, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to him. Yu's nonchalant demeanor was not uncommon. Some individuals, initially reluctant, eventually succumbed to the temptation of smoking. The prospect of having another companion to smoke with delighted Asuma. "This is sourced from my old man. It's a special blend reserved for high-ranking officials, not available for purchase elsewhere. He doesn't care for it much, so I took a few without him knowing." Sarutobi Asuma spoke with a hint of pride, for acquiring fine tobacco was indeed a point of boast among smokers. While he refrained from disclosing his father's identity, it was sufficient to imply that being from the Sarutobi clan, which produced a Hokage, afforded them access to high-level provisions. Yu believed Sarutobi Asuma's words. Sarutobi Hizashi held a position akin to that of a leader in his former world. It was not an exaggeration to assert that Sarutobi Hizashi was the most powerful figure in this realm. Having a factory dedicated to supplying his daily necessities was entirely reasonable. All his possessions were likely specially sourced. After accepting the cigarette from Sarutobi Asuma, Yu examined it closely. This was likely the finest tobacco he had encountered in both his lives. He extracted a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips, and casually disregarded Sarutobi Asuma's outstretched hand that sought to reclaim his smoke. With utmost ease, he tucked the pack into his pants pocket. After securing the cigarettes, Yu paid no mind to the astonished expressions of Sarutobi Asuma and his companions. He shot Asuma a glance and declared, "Fire. Where's the fire?" "Oh, the fire is right here." In that moment, Sarutobi Asuma, who had been smoking for 6 months, suddenly felt like the novice, while Yu appeared to be the seasoned veteran. The earlier motion of reclaiming the cigarette had been executed with such finesse that it seemed as though the smoke belonged to Yu. Instinctively, Sarutobi Asuma ignited the cigarette in Yu's mouth, momentarily forgetting his own identity, his actions purely reflexive. As Yu inhaled deeply from the lit cigarette, he promptly erupted into a fit of coughing. He had forgotten that his current body was experiencing smoking for the first time. The strength of his draw was too intense to handle. Sarutobi Asuma, nearly receiving a face full of smoke, observed Yu's reaction with satisfaction. Had Yu not reacted in such a manner, He might have questioned whether the individual before him was merely a teacher from the school using transformation jutsu to impersonate Feng Jianyu and swindle him of his fine tobacco. Are you all right? Sarutobi Asuma inquired with a tone of concern, though a significant portion of his words bore a hint of schadenfreude. His own initial experience had been somewhat similar, though he had not been as flustered as Feng Jianyu. Feng Jianyu coughed a couple more times, wiped the tears from his eyes, and waved his hand dismissively at Sarutobi Asuma, saying, "I'm fine, just caught off guard for a moment. I'll be all right shortly. You all go ahead. All right, just take care of yourself. If it gets too much, just quit. We'll take our leave now." With that, Sarutobi Asuma and his two companions departed. The cigarettes taken by Feng Jianyu were of no concern to him. He had plenty at home, and witnessing Feng Jianyu's coughing fit was already worth it. Though they were not particularly acquainted, he felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Feng Jianyu best Uchiha Obito, especially considering the long-standing rivalry between the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans. Due to the presence of the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan has consistently found themselves overshadowed in the realm of fire-release ninjutsu. The Uchihas frequently proclaim themselves as the foremost masters of fire release in Konoha, showing little regard for the Sarutobi. Uchiha Obito, in particular, exhibits an audacious demeanor, despite being at the bottom of the hierarchy, presenting himself as invincible. Now that he has been thoroughly defeated, many take secret delight in his downfall. Chapter 21. The invitation. In the afternoon, Kazama Yu's class continued with their assessments, this time focusing on the transformation technique. Takahashi Tomoyuki casually selected a student as a reference for the test. Each student was required to take the stage one by one, transforming into the likeness of the selected individual. The closer the resemblance, the higher the score. Observing his classmates transform into one another, including girls like Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru adopting male forms, you couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of the transformation technique. Their transformations were based solely on external appearances. While they looked similar on the surface, their essences remained distinct, as they lacked insight into the inner qualities of their subjects. If a man fully comprehended the inner structure of a woman, he could perfectly embody her, inside and out. Some ninjas might first utilize a shadow clone technique, and then employ a transformation technique to become the woman of their fantasies, thus indulging in their own creations. Upon the clone's disappearance, they would achieve doubled pleasure. Of course, such mastery requires complete understanding to attain an exact replication. The initiation of a transformation necessitates a vivid mental image of the desired form, if conjured from thin air. Discrepancies are inevitable. Once one comprehends the principles of a bird's flight and its anatomy, they can transform into a bird capable of soaring through the skies. After all the ninjas recorded their scores for the transformation technique, they proceeded to practice hand seals. The 12 signs, Zi, Cho, Yin, Yang, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, and Hai, represent the 12 methods of chakra circulation within the body. Combining these methods allows for the control of chakra flow, thus enabling the formation of various techniques. All ninjas must familiarize themselves with the different seals. The quicker and more adept they are at sealing, the better their control over chakra. These seals are not merely for show. The chakra within their bodies must also be active. What they refer to as practicing hand seals is essentially training their ability to manipulate chakra. As one accumulates sufficient chakra and becomes more proficient in their techniques, they may reduce the number of seals required, simplifying their hand signs. In fact, some, like Senju Hashirama, can execute most ninjutsu with just 1 or 2 seals. For instance, both Senju Tobarama and Kaguya Otsutsuki utilize only 4 seals for the water dragon jutsu, while the formidable Zabuza Momochi employs a staggering 44 seals. This clearly illustrates the disparity in their mastery. Tobarama and Kaguya are undoubtedly well acquainted with their techniques, allowing them to execute them with simplicity. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bell rang, and students began to rush outside. Just as you intended to leave, Sarutobi Asuma approached him with Yuhi Kurenai and 3 other companions. Upon reaching you, Asuma, under the curious gaze of you, spoke up. We're heading out for barbecue. Would you care to join us? You looked at the 2 leading figures with some confusion and asked, what do you want with me? I can't afford the barbecue at the Akimichi clan's restaurant. Although Yu's statement was somewhat exaggerated, it was true that the Akimichi's barbecue establishment was quite expensive. Being one of the prominent clans in Konoha, they monopolized the barbecue business. thus driving prices up. Many of Konoha's larger clans operate extensive businesses alongside their ninja duties, and many shops in the village are owned by these influential families or those without ninja capabilities. The number of ordinary citizens in Konoha is quite limited, ultimately. It serves as a military base for the Land of Fire, and the shops exist to cater to the daily needs of ninjas. Upon hearing Yu's blunt remark, Asuma replied with a hint of resignation, "I'll treat you. Is that all right?" He suddenly regretted bringing Kurenai along, but after glancing at her, he felt that treating her to a barbecue was not such a burden. He had just told Kurenai that you smoked like him, though she didn't believe him, which was why he had invited her out for barbecue. He wanted to see if he could recruit you into his circle, as he felt a bit lacking with only 3 companions. However, Yu's demeanor suggested he was merely interested in taking advantage of the situation and had no intention of following behind him. It was apparent to Asuma that you lacked prospects. His 3 companions had much brighter futures. Once he became Hokage, they would surely become his trusted aides, while you seemed destined for mediocrity, showing little intelligence. Once the 6 arrived at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, they found a private room and began ordering food. Yu, seeing that he wouldn't be paying, wasted no time and ordered a copious amount of meat. As a future deity, he was willing to give Sarutobi Asuma the opportunity to honor him. After all, he had a Hokage father and would not be short on funds. "Hey Yu, can you eat that much?" Asuma said, feeling a pang of regret as he watched Yu's extravagant ordering. The others were equally astonished, as it was their first time dining out with Yu, and they had no idea he had such an appetite. Noticing Asuma's anxious expression, Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Asuma, I've been training lately and eating quite a bit. Your Sarutobi clan is wealthy. You should have plenty of pocket money, right?" His last words carried a hint of skepticism, implying whether Asuma could manage it. Yu refrained from directly stating his lineage as the son of the Hokage, as Asuma was merely a child of the Sarutobi clan, and their classmates were oblivious to his connection with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma had never revealed his relation to the Hokage. If others were to learn of it, they would question why he had only 3 companions. Should he disclose his identity as the Hokage's son, he might soon find himself confronted by the ANBU, compelled to explain how he knew Asuma's identity. Unable to provide a satisfactory answer could lead to dire consequences. To evade such scrutiny, the likes of Kakuzu have resorted to drastic measures, even summoning sharks to consume themselves. Konoha's ability to interrogate even the deceased is more formidable than that of the cultivators. His classmate, Yamashiro Aoi, is destined to excel in this very field. Upon hearing the skepticism in Yu's voice, Asuma glanced at Kurenai, who sat quietly beside him, and quickly replied, "I was merely curious if you could manage that much. I feared it might go to waste. If you can finish it, feel free to order. Money is no concern for me." Asuma concluded with a flourish, patting his chest in a display of wealth. Witnessing Yu's casual assertion, which had effectively put Asuma in his place, Kurenai regarded her classmate with curiosity. Although Yu remained the same in many respects, he had undergone some changes since his battle with Uchiha Obito. At least he exuded more confidence than before. However, such subtle changes would likely go unnoticed, as Yu was still quite young and lacked substantial power, posing no threat to anyone. Chapter 22. Casual conversations. Once the barbecue arrived, the 6 individuals began to indulge in their meal. There are certain advantages to associating with the affluent, at the very least. Asuma's 3 subordinates occasionally enjoy a sumptuous feast courtesy of their leader. "Asuma, your Sarutobi clan is one of the prominent families in Konoha. Surely you possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the outside world? Are there any updates?" The news from the ninja world is exceedingly insular, as missions undertaken by ninjas are shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, being a mere student, he lacks the channels to acquire information about the external realm. The only certainty he harbors is that the 3rd Great Ninja War has yet to commence, although it appears imminent. When it does, a true melee among the villages will ensue. Sand and cloud, stone and cloud, stone and sand, cloud and leaf, mist and leaf, stone and leaf, mist and sand against leaf. This conflict promises to be a genuine world war, even more brutal than the 2nd Great Ninja War. Smaller nations, like the Land of Rain, will find themselves utterly unqualified to participate. In this confrontation, no major power can afford to remain aloof. The other warring nations will harmoniously conspire to eliminate the indifferent one. The 5 great ninja villages will engage on multiple fronts, with Konoha perhaps facing 4 at once. Naturally, Konoha's ability to withstand such odds hinges upon the mutual self-destruction of the other factions. Otherwise, the combined might of 4 clans would render Konoha defenseless. The instigator of this war is none other than the Akatsuki Sasori, who assassinated the 3rd Kazekage, prompting the Sand Village to scour the world for a new leader. The Raikage, a brash individual, seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of a leader in the Sand Village, instigated a war against them. The Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning clashed with the Sand Village of the Land of Wind. The 3rd Raikage took on countless rock ninjas in a valiant, but ultimately exhausting battle. The Cloud Village then engaged the Stone Village. The Brotherhood of the Akatsuki clashed with Minato Namikaze. The Cloud Village also confronted Konoha. The Mist Ninjas launched an assault from the sea against the Sand Village, only to be thwarted by the heroic Yagura. The Mist Village engaged the Sand Village, and the Sand, betraying Yagura, brokered peace with the Mist, attributing Yagura's demise to the Stone Ninjas to justify their impending confrontation. The Sand and Stone Villages clashed as well. Ao, possessing the Byakugan, encountered Uchiha Shursui. The Mist Ninjas continued their onslaught against Konoha, breaching the Fire Country and nearly encroaching upon Konoha itself, a time during which Kabuto was taken in. The Sand Village battled Konoha, while the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki clashed with Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Obito emerged as a hero through these trials. The Stone and Fire nations grappled with one another, leading to Konoha's aging ninjas meeting their demise. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to entrust the fate of the village to the younger generation, including Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha. Upon hearing Yuka's inquiry, Asuma and his companions exchanged surprised glances, never expecting him to pose such a question. After swallowing a mouthful of barbecue and pausing for a moment, Asuma responded, "It seems there are no major conflicts. However, the minor skirmishes between the smaller nations have persisted. Why do you ask such things, Yuka?" "Just curiosity, really," Yuka replied, nodding. "The world outside intrigues me. The knowledge imparted by my teachers lacks the latest news from beyond." Asuma and his companions nodded in understanding. After all, who among them did not possess a sense of curiosity? Asuma, with a hint of amusement, cast a glance at Yuka before saying, "The world outside is fraught with danger. We have yet to even leave the Ninja Academy, let alone the village. It's best not to concern ourselves with matters beyond our reach." Asuma's implication was clear. Whether Yuka could even become a ninja was a question in itself, making it unnecessary to worry about grand affairs of the world. Understanding the sentiment behind Asuma's words, Yuka ceased his inquiries, nodding in agreement, and returned his focus to devouring the barbecue before him. Even though he would later benefit from the energy of chakra fruit, which would stave off hunger, he saw no reason to refuse a free meal. As Asuma spoke of their current circumstances, Kurenai chimed in, "In a few months, we should be graduating, and we ought to become Genin smoothly. If we wish to catch up to those two prodigies, we must exert ourselves." Upon hearing Kurenai's words, Yuka cast her a sidelong glance before continuing to consume his food. "Catch up? Strive harder? The truly gifted are not to be feared. What is truly daunting is when a genius works harder than the ordinary. To aspire to match my guy, without some form of enhancement, that would be a mere dream. He spends his days exercising, even practicing handstands while walking. What chance does one have to catch up? The crux of the matter is that their bodies can withstand such rigorous training. Kakashi Hatake, on the other hand, might have a chance to catch up. After all, after losing those he cared for, he seemed disinterested in strength, preoccupied with existential pursuits and the burden of his Sharingan. Despite his apparent lethargy, Kakashi remains one of Konoha's elite, a fearsome reputation known throughout the villages. When he undertakes missions, he leaves no room for mercy, even instilling fear in his own comrades who hesitate to be paired with him. Kakashi became a nin at the tender age of 6, earning his rank during a period of peace, relying solely on his prowess. A true genius, unencumbered by the constraints of the Sharingan or psychological dilemmas. Yuka could scarcely imagine the heights of his potential. "Yuka, is there something amiss with what I said?" Kurenai inquired, noticing his expression. "Not at all. Keep pushing forward," Yuka replied encouragingly, offering her a supportive glance. Yet, Kurenai felt a twinge of confusion. Despite the encouraging tone and gaze, she sensed an underlying insincerity. "What about you, Yuka? Obito has set his sights on Kakashi. What of you? You could rival him." One of Asuma's subordinates added, "Yuka, Obito has some issues. You wouldn't be like him, would you?" Within their class, most believed Obito to be somewhat unhinged. After all, How could someone who might not even graduate from the Ninja Academy dare compare himself to Kakashi, who became a CH-nin at 6? Kakashi's CH-nin vest is the smallest ever crafted since Konoha's inception. Would Obito even earn a ninja headband? Yet he boldly declares his intention to rival Kakashi, disregarding the opinions of others, including Mike Guy, who graduated last year. Confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance borders on arrogance, and arrogance is naturally off-putting. Upon hearing their inquiries, Yuka waved his hand dismissively, saying, "How could that be? I possess self-awareness. Haven't you seen me battling those rank below me? I barely managed to prevail. Starting today, I will intensify my training." With that, Yuka resumed feasting on the barbecue. As his words hung in the air, the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. One lacked any self-awareness, challenging Konoha's greatest prodigy, while the other, fully aware of his limitations, shamelessly bullied the very last-ranked Obito. Is this truly amusing? How could Yuka proclaim such things without a hint of embarrassment? Both Obito and Yuka are anomalies in their own right. Chapter 23. A rare moment of confusion after the meal, Yuka set off for home. Upon returning home, Kazama retrieved the 2 ninjutsu techniques that his parents had left behind. As he beheld these techniques, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He now possessed not only the memories of Lin Fan from Earth, but also those of Kazama from this world. After a moment of introspection, he began to examine the ninjutsu bequeathed to him by his parents, recalling the contents vividly. It was merely that he often felt nostalgic when he took them out. In the past, he might have waited a long time before acquiring the skills contained within. However, the situation had changed. He should be able to master these techniques in no time. The 2 ninjutsu were the Earth Release, hardening technique left by his father, Kazama Chuan, and the Wind Release, breakthrough technique bestowed by his mother, Kazama Misaki. Apart from the basic body replacement technique, these were the only formal ninjutsu they had ever taught him. Training in ninjutsu was exceedingly difficult. The ninjutsu of Konoha were not easily exchanged, and if he failed to learn them, it would be a waste. Even a genius like Orochimaru lamented the lack of time to practice various ninjutsu. What hope was there for ordinary ninjas? After thoroughly reviewing the 2 techniques and confirming that he had not misremembered their contents, Kazama carefully put them away. Once he had secured the ninjutsu, he addressed the void, inquiring if the future held any ninjutsu for him, and whether it possessed summoning techniques, suggesting that he would not need to strive for ninjutsu anymore. After uttering his question, he awaited a response from the future, but 10 seconds passed without a word, as if it had vanished entirely. Noticing the silence, Kazama glanced around before speaking again. "Future, do not feign ignorance. You promised that as long as I am alive, you would not depart. Surely, you have ninjutsu. You must be preparing to disguise yourself as a system. You must be aware that the systems in my mind come with rewards. You must have something to present as a prize." After a brief silence, the voice of the future finally responded, albeit with a note of caution. "However, you cannot rely solely on me. To maintain fairness, your treatment will be akin to that of previous transmigrators. You may only receive 1 ninjutsu from me per year. Think carefully before you respond." Kazama exhaled in relief, realizing that the future was indeed present, yet the notion of fairness irked him. Life was hardly fair. A single technique per year seemed less advantageous than seeking it out in Konoha. With his current level of skill, acquiring advanced ninjutsu would be futile. Without adequate chakra, he would not even qualify for training. "Did you not say that they are unaware of your existence? How do they acquire ninjutsu?" Kazama queried, puzzled. "In your vernacular, it is akin to serendipity or chance encounters. Once I ascertain the ninjutsu they desire, I will find an opportunity to deliver it to them. They will merely perceive themselves as fortunate, entirely oblivious to the fact that these discoveries have been orchestrated by me." Hearing this, Kazama realized he had missed out on many splendid opportunities. He should not have pressured the future. He had always envied protagonists who stumbled upon martial arts manuals by leaping off cliffs, and these fortuitous encounters had long been his wish. Had he not coerced the future, he might have found the coveted manual in a cave after a daring jump. The thought of such exhilaration was beyond imagining. "Damn it," Kazama lamented, pacing the room and striking himself in frustration, mourning the joy that should have been his. Life was indeed perplexing. Why had he been so insistent? Suddenly struck by an idea, Kazama exclaimed, "Future, what if we start anew? You should know the ninjutsu that seals memories, right? Seal away the memories of these past 2 days. Let us begin again." The future fell silent once more. And Kazama noted that it had experienced more silence in these few days than in its entire existence. Growing impatient, he urged, "Speak up, future. It is merely a matter of sealing memories. Even Sunagakure possesses such techniques. Surely you must have it? I do not possess the technique to seal memories. Even if I did, I would find it of little utility. I estimate that should you lose the memories of these past 2 days, you would inevitably replay these events. I will not intervene to save you again. Should you leap from that cliff, you will meet a tragic end." Kazama pondered this, and the silence shifted to him. If he truly sealed away the memories of the future, he might indeed find himself returning to that precipice the following morning. After a few seconds of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It appears there is no other option. Speaking of which, what ninjutsu do you possess? Am I allowed to choose? The ninjutsu you seek must not be overly advanced, as you are not yet capable of such complexity. I have a selection of simpler techniques. Consider what you desire and speak." Kazama was not surprised by the future's words. On this planet, aside from the leaders of the 3 great sanctuaries, the cunning black Zetsu, and the sage of 6 paths watching over his 2 sons as they fought, few had existed as long as the future. It had been perpetually busy with research. After a moment's reflection, Kazama declared, "I wish to cultivate the shadow clone technique." Upon hearing his request, the future fell silent once again. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized before Kazama, and a scroll emerged, swiftly flying into his grasp before the vortex vanished. Observing this, Kazama felt a surge of curiosity. This spatial realm bore a striking resemblance to a Bido Uchiha's Kemui space, a perfect storage area. After receiving the scroll, Kazama eagerly opened it while asking, "Is your space similar to that of a Bido Uchiha?" After a moment's contemplation, the future replied, "I cannot say for certain. Unless he demonstrates it before me, I shall remain unaware. The special ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan in your memories are, in truth, abilities originating from the Otsutsuki clan. The Uchiha are hereditary, awakening powers suited to their innermost desires. Many members of the Otsutsuki clan possess spatial capabilities, if one utilizes their spatial abilities nearby. Others may invade their domain using their own spatial skills. In your recollection, Obito Uchiha awakened his intangibility as a means of survival when he was in the Tsutomu state, which saved half of his head from being crushed while allowing his eye to remain intact. His powers were insufficient to shield his entire body, but he managed to avoid immediate death. It was only upon achieving the Manjiki Sharingan that he could truly connect to his Kemui space. This ability may also exist among the Otsutsuki clan. Had Obito not faced that fatal crisis, he might have awakened a different power altogether, or perhaps never achieved the Manjiki in his lifetime. The awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan demands an immense amount of spiritual energy, which reflects their innermost thoughts. Thus, they awaken the abilities they need. After listening to the future's explanation, Kazama nodded in understanding. He too believed the Uchiha clan to be such. Their psyche indeed seemed troubled. The more powerful they became, the more obsessive they grew. Particularly Madara Uchiha, who, even in his advanced age, remained preoccupied with the future of the ninja world, found no peace even in death. After thoroughly reviewing the shadow clone technique, Kazama concealed it again. Realizing that with his current chakra levels, he was unable to utilize this jutsu. He planned to memorize its contents completely before ultimately destroying the scroll. Furthermore, even if he were to master it, using it recklessly would be ill-advised, as all ninjutsu exchanges in Konoha were meticulously recorded. His parents lacked the ability to perform the shadow clone technique, yet he suddenly acquired it. The village would likely question him, and at that moment, he would struggle to explain the origins of this technique, putting him in a precarious situation. Shaking off these thoughts, Kazama commenced his grueling training regimen for the day. No one could deter him from growing stronger. As days turned into weeks, Kazama's life gradually returned to its original rhythm. After a fortnight, his chakra reached 300 points. Upon achieving this milestone, he successfully utilized Earth Release, Hardening Technique, and Wind Release, Breakthrough. The moment he executed these techniques, it signified his preliminary mastery over the transformations of Earth, Wind, Yin, and Yang attributes. If he continued to employ Lightning Release, Fire Release, and Water Release, he would master all elemental transformations. In truth, everyone possesses the potential to master all attributes, as long as one successfully executes the ninjutsu representing that attribute. They have at least a basic grasp of it. Elemental transformation is cultivated through rigorous practice. However, some individuals find it exceedingly difficult to attain mastery, leading them to choose the attributes most suited to their abilities. The chakra affinity test serves to evaluate a ninja's affinity for the elements, guiding them toward their most compatible path. Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Orochimaru can deploy ninjutsu of all attributes due to their remarkable talents. Kakashi's ability to replicate others' techniques stems from his innate mastery over all elemental forms. When an adversary employs water release, he counters with his own. When they utilize earth release, he matches them with earth release. Yet, if an opponent employs a bloodline limit, he cannot replicate it, as he lacks mastery over the unique attributes that result from their successful fusion. Might Guy's inability to learn ninjutsu highlights his poor aptitude. Mastery of attributes does not inherently equate to superiority. The paramount factor remains the quantity of chakra. A powerful chakra can render one formidable, even without proficiency in ninjutsu. While Might Guy may not excel in various elemental ninjutsu, he can unleash an explosive surge of chakra. Once released, he can execute a straightforward kick from a distance, embodying the essence of the evening's might. The so-called transformation technique is essentially the most fundamental form of yang release, akin to the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, both altering one's physical form. Yang release can also provide chakra to others, healing their injuries, thus qualifying as medical ninjutsu. Jinjutsu, such as the Nara clan's shadow secret technique and the Yamanka clan's mind techniques, belong to yin release. The clone technique and shadow clone technique represent the foundational aspects of yin and yang release, while Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands also falls within this category. Yin release creates forms, whereas yang release imbues them with life. After successfully executing ninjutsu, Kazama Yu adopted a new training method, one that proved far more efficient. By utilizing ninjutsu during his training, he transcended mere physical conditioning. Traditional physical exercise expends stamina and bodily energy, with minimal depletion of mental energy. However, employing ninjutsu consumes chakra, which encompasses both physical and mental energy. Thus, by unleashing ninjutsu, he could simultaneously refine both aspects. The results were impressive. The stamina expended during the earth release, hardening technique surpassed that of simpler exercises like the transformation technique, clone technique, push-ups, and sit-ups. He could also enhance his proficiency in the hardening technique. 18 days later, his chakra successfully ascended to the level of a chunin. After more than 30 days of training, Kazama Yu frequently found himself fatigued, yet he remained undeterred. The thrill of becoming stronger was exhilarating. This extensive training further solidified his physique, though without excessive muscle mass, as he effectively absorbed and utilized all his energy to fortify his body. In addition to honing his chakra, he silently practiced his mastery over it through activities such as wall climbing and water walking. He understood that to command diverse ninjutsu, he must learn to control chakra with greater finesse. Certain specialized ninjutsu require exceptionally precise chakra control, such as medical ninjutsu, which cannot be mastered simply by desire. During the last test, he successfully seized the position previously held by Uchiha Obito. When the results emerged, both he and Uchiha Obito were elated. Obito approached him immediately, and in that moment, Kazama Yu's acting prowess flourished. From disbelief to humiliation, to skepticism regarding the validity of the results, he finally conveyed to Uchiha Obito. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. One day, Kazama Yu vowed he would repay Uchiha Obito for today's indignities. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, Uchiha Obito became even prouder, asserting that as long as he surpassed Kazama Yu, the latter would never catch up to him. He might allow Kazama Yu some time to catch up, but it was destined that Kazama Yu would only be able to watch Obito's figure recede further into the distance. Witnessing this exchange, their teachers and classmates could only respond with incredulity. Feeling disheartened after being belittled by Uchiha Obito, Kazama Yu paid little heed to his classmates, dedicating his after-school hours solely to training. Whenever others approached him for leisure activities, he deftly dismissed them with his singular focus on training. In a short time, Kazama Yu became the most diligent student in the class. Of course, he still joined Asuma Sarutobi for a smoke during lunch. Occasionally indulging in a cigarette to relax felt entirely justified to him. Asuma had grown wary of giving him a whole pack, now opting to hand him one cigarette at a time, knowing that if Kazama Yu helped himself, the entire pack would be gone in no time. Upon reaching Chunin level chakra, Kazama, you felt no sense of pride. This level of power had been attained by Kakashi Hatake 2 years prior. With his promotion to Chunin, he was now eligible to train in another ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. This was also the reason why, in the future, teachers at the Ninja Academy would immediately promote Itachi Uchiha upon witnessing him perform the shadow clone technique. A Genin's chakra simply could not support the execution of this technique. Only those with chakra levels at Chunin rank could successfully utilize it. Having met the minimum requirements for the shadow clone technique, Kazama, you found it effortlessly within his grasp. Upon creating a clone, his original self immediately felt a sense of weakness. His chakra, which had been around 500, was now halved, leaving both the original and the clone at approximately 250 each. At that moment, he profoundly understood why many refrained from employing the shadow clone technique in battle. A combat power of 500 undoubtedly surpasses that of 2 clones, each with a power of 250. The full potency of chakra releases far more powerful ninjutsu than when divided amongst several clones. Utilizing the shadow clone technique significantly diminished the original strength. In this realization, he grasped the terrifying potential of Naruto Uzumaki and the Uzumaki clan. Nagato had managed to host 2 Rinnegan as a child, a feat so formidable that even the adult Uchiha Obito could only bear one. Naruto Uzumaki's prowess was even more astounding. If the minimum chakra for a clone is 250, then if Naruto were to create 1,000 clones, his original chakra would need to be at least 250,000. 50,000 chakra qualifies one as a Kaga-level ninja, and Naruto, even as a child, had already surpassed the chakra of a Kaguya. The reincarnation of the sage's son is indeed a formidable legacy. It is noteworthy that during Naruto's first attempt at the multi-shadow clone technique, the Nine-Tails did not provide him with chakra. He accomplished it solely on his own. The combination of the sage's son, the Uzumaki clan, the Nine-Tails, and sage techniques forms an alliance that is truly unparalleled. Naruto's successful execution of the shadow clone technique was nothing short of miraculous. At that time, he had yet to train in tree climbing or water walking. It is no wonder that a lackluster student emerging from the Ninja Academy, after merely a few years of mastering the use of chakra, ascended to become the strongest in the ninja world. It is not surprising that Tsunade would remark that a mere shadow clone of Naruto Uzumaki possesses greater combat prowess than an entire ninja village. It is indeed justifiable for the world to unite in the eradication of the Uzumaki clan, for these individuals are undeniably formidable, worthy of founding a nation solely based on their lineage. In this world, nothing holds greater significance than bloodline. And the most potent bloodline is that bequeathed by the Sage of 6 Paths, whose progeny harbors the strength of chakra fruits and the might of the Otsutsuki clan. After casting a glance at his clone, Kazama Yu delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as his clone stood momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the clone snapped back, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Why did you hit me?" Feeling slightly embarrassed by the verbal reprimand from his own clone, Kazama Yu sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied, "I was merely testing your resilience." Upon hearing this, the clone rolled its eyes and retorted, "What do you mean resilience? I possess as much chakra as you do, and you are only marginally sturdier than I am. Before my chakra is depleted, I can easily take on lowly genin without issue." Kazama Yu had anticipated this reaction from his clone. The technique of shadow clones appears fragile upon a single strike, primarily due to the attacking individual's superior strength. Alternatively, the clone may opt not to utilize chakra for defense, intentionally allowing itself to be dispersed so that chakra can return to the original body, thus conserving energy. In such scenarios, the clone need only endure a single blow to divert the enemy's attention, thereby minimizing chakra expenditure. This is likely how Naruto Uzumaki operates. These variables are manageable. If the clone possesses sufficient chakra, it can even execute ninjutsu. Subsequently, Kazama Yu proactively dispelled the clone that had voiced its grievances. As the clone dissipated, he felt as though he had received a slap across the face, albeit with a diminished intensity. In that moment, he found himself admiring Naruto Uzumaki's fortitude. The sensation carried over from the dissipating clone was remarkable in its ability to be disregarded. This notion of willpower is akin to spiritual energy. Every village harbors its own resolve, and it is not without reason. The strong possess their own convictions. Only those with unwavering will can cultivate formidable spiritual energy. And with enhanced spiritual energy comes increased chakra. Such examples are vividly illustrated in the cases of Naruto Uzumaki, the Tsuchikage Inoki, and Hanzo the Salamander. Fueled by the will of fire, Naruto becomes increasingly tenacious in battle, leaving others questioning their very existence, and ultimately resolving conflicts with his words. Indeed, the remarkable are always justified in their assertions. During his confrontation with Uchiha Madara, Inoki unleashed a breathtaking dust release technique, empowered by the will of earth. As long as Hanzo's will remained intact, he was a demigod, impervious even to Nagato. Yet, when his resolve waned, and he felt a pain, he found himself questioning the reasons behind his defeat and his subsequent decline. A person's will can be nurtured and strengthened. After more than 30 days of grueling training, Kazama Yu found that his progress extended beyond mere physical enhancement. His desire to grow stronger, though distinct from the will of fire, still embodied the essence of determination and spiritual energy. Chapter 25. The birth of a filial son upon mastering the shadow clone technique. Kazama Yu prepared to train alongside his clones in ninjutsu, specifically focusing on the life-preserving earth release, hardening technique, which he had learned a few days prior. However, the idealized notion of training was met with a harsh reality. Having just employed the shadow clone technique, he found himself incapable of practicing ninjutsu, as the chakra of both his clone and original self fell short of the minimum requirements necessary for the technique. Unlike the clones, his original self could regenerate chakra, while the clones, once depleted, could not recover. Unable to pursue this method of training, Kazama Yu set aside this aspiration and continued to hone his skills with his original body. Currently, he could augment his chakra by approximately 2,122 points each day, with 20 points sourced from chakra fruits, and the remainder gleaned from his meals. This rate of progression was considered normal without the chakra fruits. He would only see an increase of 1 or 2 points per day. After achieving the level of a chunin, and with more than half a month gone by, Kazama Yu's chakra surpassed the 800-point mark. From this juncture onward, he commenced practicing ninjutsu using the shadow clone technique to accumulate experience. The wind release proved too challenging for him to master. He began refining his life-saving skill, the earth release, hardening technique, which was particularly suitable for him. His objective was to refine this technique to the point where it would require only a single hand sign or none at all. As time passed, 10 days later, it was the weekend. With a concerted effort to evade the whims of fate, Kazama Yu's chakra reached the milestone of 1,000 points. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and buoyed by a pleasant mood, he decided to take a rare break and ventured out. At a ramen shop, he encountered Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. Upon seeing the pair together, Kazama Yu couldn't help but reflect on how two individuals, both fixated on a particular girl from a young age, Uchiha Obito, a seemingly inept member of the Uchiha clan, and the heir of Konoha, yielded such disparate outcomes. At least in Kazama Yu's eyes, Rin Noara seemed to hold greater affection for Kakashi Hatake, while Obito had devolved into a mere pitiful admirer. Is it so unusual for children of 8 or 9 years to engage in romantic pursuits? This world's youth are remarkably precocious. If they can take lives at such a tender age, why should they not explore love? Asuma and Kurenai's relationship was a classic example of a May-December romance. After casting a casual glance at the pair, Kazama Yu took a seat beside Asuma, as they were now smoking companions. Smoking friends do not concern themselves with status or achievements. Once seated, Kazama Yu remarked, "Asuma, Kurenai, what a coincidence." Asuma, who had been engrossed in conversation with Kurenai, only registered Kazama Yu's voice after he called out. After glancing back, he chose to ignore Kazama Yu, knowing that this encounter likely meant the latter was expecting him to foot the bill. This had happened more than once. Kazama Yu's previous quip about Asuma needing to pay because he had money was still fresh in his mind. After all, Asuma's earnings were hardly a windfall. If he needed more funds after asking his father, he would have to risk the danger of being confronted by his mother for additional support. However, aware of Kazama Yu's orphan status, his parents had perished in service to Konoha. Asuma begrudgingly accepted his requests, though he often complained. "Boss, a large bowl of pork bone miso chashu ramen, please." Upon hearing Kazama Yu's order, the shop owner nodded. It was lunchtime, and he was busy, but he noted Kazama Yu's request. Are you not training today?" Asuma inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone, though he refrained from expressing it outright to spare Kazama Yu's feelings. This somewhat shameless individual, who constantly proclaimed his intention to train, had shown no noticeable improvement. In fact, his position as a lackluster student seemed increasingly secure, while Uchiha Obito appeared to be making rapid strides, as if Kazama Yu had inadvertently opened the floodgates to his potential. It seemed that enduring hardship could indeed catalyze growth. What's going on today? Why do those Uchiha seem unusually cheerful? Kazama Yu noted. Having encountered several members of the Uchiha clan wearing smiles, a rare sight, as they typically sported stern expressions. The first part of Kazama Yu's comment was entirely dismissed by Asuma and Kurenai, who had long since accepted that Kazama Yu would only train for an hour or two at most before taking a break. There was simply no other explanation for why this individual consistently claimed to be training yet demonstrated such slow progress, unless he was genuinely an extraordinary talent devoid of aptitude. However, those who lack skill have no chance of entering the Ninja Academy. To gain admission is akin to winning a lottery. The matriarch of the Uchiha clan has given birth to a son, thus the clan has welcomed a new young leader. Naturally, they cannot afford to wear long faces today. Upon hearing Asuma Sarutobi's words, Kazama Yu paused momentarily in his reach for chopsticks before resuming his normal demeanor. Ah, so that is the case. The head of the Uchiha clan, a truly significant figure. It is only fitting for them to express their joy. The son of such a prominent individual will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Kazama Yu spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity, his words steeped in truth. Who could rival the one known as the clan exterminator, Itachi? What is destined to happen will indeed unfold. The elation of the Uchiha clan now foreshadows a future of despair. A lineage that has endured for over a millennium, surviving countless wars, now finds itself in a countdown to its demise. Hearing Kazama Yu's remark, Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi exchanged peculiar glances with him, wondering how he suddenly became so articulate. There were no Uchiha present. Was it necessary to flatter them? Flattery towards the Uchiha would yield no benefit, would it? At this moment, Kurenai, seated beside Asuma, leaned forward, avoiding Asuma's obstruction, and addressed Kazama Yu. You, later. Asuma and I will be visiting a senior. Would you like to join us? If that senior is willing to offer you guidance, you could surely defeat Obito. Asuma remained silent at Kurenai's suggestion, recognizing that Kazama posed no threat to him. Kazama Yu was acutely aware of his standing, both in strength and status, and had no intentions of vying for Kurenai's affections. Naturally, Kurenai would never have an interest in him. His abilities were far too lacking, and his prospects dim. It was likely that Kurenai felt a twinge of sympathy for him, having witnessed his troubles with Uchiha Obito, who had long held a grudge against him. Although he never retaliated, Obito often flaunted his superiority in Kazama Yu's presence. Upon hearing Kurenai's words, Kazama Yu looked at them with curiosity and inquired, "Is this senior particularly formidable?" Kazama Yu was genuinely intrigued. The identities of these two were hardly trivial. Not to mention Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai's father was no ordinary individual either. The person they were about to visit was evidently significant, as Asuma even brought a gift. The elite jonin of each village were regarded as the upper echelon. Should they express dissatisfaction, even the Hokage might have to step down. Sarutobi Hiruzen's future could be jeopardized, and his resignation would merely be a gesture of dignity. Ultimately, ninjas are armed collectives. If a leader can guide his subordinates to prosperity, he is deemed a good leader. Should discontent arise, the subordinates can simply choose a new leader. Chapter 26. The visit following their departure from Ichiraku Ramen, Kazama Yu accompanied Asuma and Kurenai towards the more affluent residential district of Konoha. He soon discerned that the esteemed senior Kurenai spoke of was indeed noteworthy. Presently, the preeminent master of taijutsu in Konoha was a figure whose name had faded from common memory. He was simply known by the surname Chun. He had previously taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy, and thus those aware of him referred to him as Teacher Chun. As he listened to Asuma extol Teacher Chun's illustrious deeds, Kazama Yu dutifully displayed a visage of admiration. This expression pleased Asuma greatly, evoking a sense of accomplishment akin to introducing an inexperienced junior to the wider world. While playing his part, Kazama Yu contemplated the fortune of being invited along to meet a master, albeit by chance, as the senior had not sought him out. Nevertheless, it was a serendipitous opportunity. Although he recognized that Might Guy was currently the strongest taijutsu practitioner in Konoha, he feigned ignorance. He often encountered Might Guy and exchanged pleasantries, especially since he was classmates with Might Guy's son, Might Lee. They frequently trained together, and he would greet them, referring to Might Guy as Uncle Dai. In Might Guy's eyes, he was a polite and well-mannered child, superior to many others. However, he had no reason to seek out Might Guy for instruction, as Might Guy was considered one of the most shameful lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha. What justification could he provide for criticizing the teachings of the academy? Asking him to teach the 8 gates would likely result in his being sent to the Umbu. It is worth noting that Might Guy himself was unaware of Kazama Yu's knowledge of the 8 gates. To bring it up would be tantamount to courting disaster. The title of the foremost taijutsu master, held by Teacher Chun, is not easily won, and such a reputation invites challenges. Yet, this title remained firmly associated with him. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even ninjas from other villages had heard tales of his prowess. In terms of taijutsu, Might Guy was no match for this individual during the war. However, should Might Guy activate the 8 gates, the outcome would differ significantly, as the 8 gates is considered a forbidden technique, transcending the realm of taijutsu. Ultimately, the 8 gates could be regarded as a technique capable of unleashing chakra, indicative of its status as a chakra-related phenomenon rather than pure taijutsu. Before long, the trio arrived at a luxurious villa. Upon witnessing the opulence of the residence, Kazama Yu understood the financial standing of its occupants, as income is often a reflection of a ninja's strength. Powerful ninjas, while tasked with challenging missions, earn their rewards swiftly. And with their formidable abilities, they can safely navigate even the most perilous undertakings. After knocking and conveying their purpose, they were ushered in by Teacher Chen's son. Asuma presented his offerings to the young man, who accepted them without hesitation, indicating that such exchanges were commonplace. Entering the villa, they spotted a lean, middle-aged man, roughly their height, reclining in a lounge chair in the corner of the yard. The chair swayed slightly as the man comfortably squinted his eyes. Nearby, a young and robust individual was performing push-ups. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the middle-aged man, one could hardly fathom the latent energy contained within such a seemingly frail figure, enabling him to reach the apex of the ninja world. However, with his newfound memories of the ninja realm, such realizations became clear. The adage "do not judge a book by its cover" held particularly true in the ninja world. Besides this man, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, from the Land of Water's Mist Village, exemplifies the danger of underestimating appearances. Glancing at the young man diligently honing his strength, Kazama Yu recognized that he, like Lee, possessed no ninjutsu or jinjutsu abilities. Following the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, he would ultimately perish on the battlefield, fighting as a chunin from Konoha, likely falling to the hands of IWA ninja. Kazama Yu found his memories of another world sharpening increasingly, as many details once vaguely observed now stood vividly clear. After joining Asuma by Teacher Chen's side, the three respectfully greeted him in unison. Upon hearing their salutation, Teacher Chen opened his eyes, regarded them briefly, and sat up in his chair, saying, "Ah, Asuma and the young lady from the Yui family, why are you not in school today? Come to visit this idle fellow?" Kazama Yu noted the brief glance directed at him before Teacher Chen's gaze shifted back to Asuma and Kurenai, and he took no offense. Such was the nature of status. The man before them was an elite jonin of Konoha, and even if Kazama's parents were alive, they would have never had the opportunity to engage with such a formidable figure. Upon hearing Teacher Chen's words, Asuma Saratobi stepped forward and spoke. "Teacher Chen, today is the weekend, and the school is on break, so I came to visit you with Hong and you." Upon listening to Asuma, Teacher Chen nodded, a playful smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Visit me? You rascal, you don't even heed your father's words, yet now you come here with such good intentions. Speak, what do you want? Those items earlier, did you steal them?" Feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, Asuma instinctively touched his nose, thinking to himself, "This guy collected those items, yet he is now exposing me. Those fine cigarettes and drinks, did he not take them from home? Would he really go out to buy them? How could it be considered stealing if I took them from my own house? I merely wished to seize an opportunity to showcase myself before Hong. What is wrong with that?" Both Yu and Hong witnessed Asuma's awkwardness and exchanged a glance, rendered speechless. Earlier on their way here, Asuma had claimed that the items were given to him by his father, merely to visit a skilled master. He brought Hong along due to their close relationship, and Yu was invited by Hong, a stroke of luck for him. After a brief moment of discomfort, Asuma spoke. "Teacher Chun, those items were taken from home. How could that be considered stealing? They would only go to waste if left there. And I thought it best to bring them to a senior rather than let them go unused." As he spoke, he nodded emphatically, presenting himself as if he were entirely justified in his actions. Upon hearing Asuma's explanation, Teacher Chen chuckled heartily and said, "Ah, No wonder your father finds you troublesome. Very well, since you are here, stay for dinner tonight. We have a few hours to spare, let me see your skills. Without hesitation, Asuma nodded in agreement. As this was precisely why he had come. Both he and Hong sought to grow stronger, and having a skilled master offer guidance could save them from many missteps. Yu, trailing behind, was indifferent. No matter the advice given, he doubted his progress would be significant. As you heard, Teacher Chin not only guess Asuma's intentions, but also readily agree to his proposal. He couldn't help but reflect upon the advantages of having connections and background. After exchanging a few words with his son, Teacher Chun led his apprentice and Yu away from their residence towards a nearby training ground. The village of Konoha boasted numerous training fields, and they soon arrived at one of them. If a training ground was vacant, any Konoha ninja could utilize it. However, if it was occupied, signs at the entrance would indicate that no one else could enter for training, and even spying was forbidden. For ninjas, intelligence was paramount. And even within the same village, one should not indiscriminately observe others training or seek to uncover their secrets. Training ground No. 15 was adorned with a vast expanse of grass bordered by thick trees the width of water barrels. This layout was typical of such facilities. Designed to obscure prying eyes and to facilitate training in combat, navigation, and trap setting. Upon reaching the center of the grassy area, Teacher Chen halted, turned to face the four following him, and commanded, DeLong, spar with these three youngsters. I wish to assess their abilities. Yu, who had harbored a sense of foreboding, realized that his premonitions had come to fruition. He was about to face punishment. Damn it, why not just hand over a random manual? Even a worthless one would suffice. Why must we spar? Given his inferior status, all he could anticipate from a match was a beating. He regretted following Asuma out of curiosity. Now that a master was present, he had to tread carefully, for he did not wish to attract the attention of Konoha as higher-ups, leading to an expedited graduation from the Ninja Academy. At this juncture, Yu had little to say. He resolved never to accompany Asuma on such visits again. Asuma, observing that Teacher Chun had stepped aside and his apprentice was prepared, instructed, Hong, Yu, I will take the lead. You two act as you see fit. His tone was serious, for his opponent was reputed to be the strongest taijutsu master in Konoha. Despite being a novice, the opponent was certainly not someone they could easily handle. Looking at the robust young man opposite them, both Yu and Hong nodded. Yu felt he had no choice but to comply. It was hardly appropriate to feign illness and attempt an escape at this moment. Though he had a reputation for being weak, he was courageous. One could not confront a member of the Uchiha clan and lack valor. Seeing Yu and Hong nod in agreement, Asuma was about to launch an attack when Yu unexpectedly charged forward. Asuma felt exasperated. Didn't you hear my instructions? Yu leaped into the air, aiming a sweeping kick towards the head of the strong young man named DeLong. Although caught off guard, DeLong swiftly raised his left hand to block Yu's kick with ease. In an instant, his right hand delivered a powerful punch, sending Yu tumbling back, rolling several times before he landed at the feet of Asuma and Hong. That was impressive. Be careful, Asuma, Hong. His speed and strength surpass our own. Yu gasped in pain as he rose to his feet after the encounter. Asuma, what were you thinking? Did you not hear me say I would take the lead? Asuma's frustration was palpable. If not for the pressing danger, he might have confronted Yu more directly. Upon seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Yu earnestly replied, Asuma, that was merely a tactic. DeLong must have overheard your instructions, so he would naturally focus his attention on you. My sudden attack aimed to catch him off guard. Alas, it was just a hair's breadth from success. You should have followed my lead instead of questioning my actions. After expressing his thoughts, Yu pretended to rub his stomach in pain. His reasoning left the others momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, they realized that although Yu's logic was audacious, it held a kernel of truth. Had Yu faced a lower-ranked ninja instead of a chunin, he likely would have succeeded with his kick. Despite begrudgingly acknowledging Yu's perspective, Asuma was irked at being labeled unprofessional. Why didn't you signal us? Charging in alone is perilous. Shaking his head, Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. Teacher Howie once said, the battlefield is ever-changing. There is seldom time to strategize. Do you think the enemy is merely a decorative piece? The right moment often lasts but an instant. Having missed the opportunity, there may be no second chance. Well then, Asuma, it is your turn now. It cannot be that I bear the brunt alone. Indeed, the punches from Elder Long carry considerable weight. Having listened intently to Kazama Yu's insights on the nature of ninja combat, even Teacher Chun, who was observing from the sidelines, began to scrutinize Kazama Yu with a newfound seriousness. Although Kazama Yu's skills were painfully inadequate, his comprehension of battle dynamics was remarkably profound. In the chaos of true warfare, there is little time for deliberation. One might find a detonating tag flying in from an unexpected direction, potentially sealing their fate. In the realm of ninja conflicts, there is no formality of prior notice. Assassination and ambush are the order of the day. Survival is the only measure of victory, and the means by which one clings to life are of no concern to others. After taking a moment to regard Kazama Yu, Teacher Chin reluctantly diverted his gaze. The disparity in strength was simply too great. While becoming stronger is intrinsically tied to willpower, not every individual who awakens their resolve can transform into a formidable warrior. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi pondered Kazama Yu's words, contemplating whether they might have had a chance had they teamed up with him, reflecting on his understanding of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Chunin, Elder Long, refrained from attacking during this time, choosing instead to contemplate Kazama Yu's statements. He could hardly initiate an assault on 3 young ninjas from the academy. Chapter 28. Physical combat experience. Kazama Yu's remarks were purposely directed at Asuma Sarutobi. He had suddenly uncovered a method to safely navigate through the Third Great Ninja War. The strategy lay in teaming up with Asuma and Kurenai. While Sarutobi Hizen had sent his son and daughter-in-law to the battlefield, he surely had other plans for his younger son, Asuma Sarutobi. It was evident that both Asuma and Kurenai survived the war, and now Kazama Yu merely needed to serve as an auxiliary member of Asuma's squad. Should Asuma accept him? A conversation with Sarutobi Hizen could likely secure his place in the team. Sarutobi Hizen was, at his core, a rather selfish individual. Sending his eldest son and daughter-in-law to the battlefield was likely a last resort. Following the death of Minato Namikaze, he had even contemplated turning the position of Hokage into a hereditary title for the Sarutobi clan. This was evident from the shinobi he arranged for Asuma and Kurenai, all of whom hailed from prominent families, predominantly being the sons or daughters of clan leaders. The Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, alongside the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, provided the heirs to Konoha's 6 major clans, all of whom were disciples of Asuma and Kurenai. Was this not a clear path laid out for Asuma? Meanwhile, the students under Kakashi Hatake were orphans and a commoner, while those under Might Guy were 2 commoners and a branch member of the Hyuga clan. It was apparent to any astute observer what his intentions were. Had he not been unexpectedly slain by Orochimaru in what he believed to be a secure location, Tsunade and Kakashi would have had little chance of ascending to the role of Hokage. The most likely fate for Kakashi would have been to become the new Danzo Shimura. As Kazama Yu's thoughts raced, Asuma Sarutobi charged ahead, with Kurenai closely following. Observing this scene, Kazama Yu promptly refocused and joined the fray. The 3 young ninjas launched a fierce assault from 3 angles against a towering figure nearing 2 meters in height. They refrained from using jutsu, relying solely on physical collisions. Even in a 1 versus 3 scenario, Elder Long remained composed and unperturbed. His hands, akin to large fans, effortlessly deflected the trio's attacks, and simultaneously, he would retaliate toward their attacking positions. A moment's hesitation in evasion would result in Elder Long seizing them and tossing them toward one another. Kazama Yu, appearing the slowest, had already been captured several times. Asuma and Kurenai had been struck by him 5 or 6 times. Fortunately, as they were merely children, the tumbles were inconsequential. Had they been adults, Kurenai would undoubtedly have been at a significant disadvantage against Kazama Yu. After each throw, Kazama Yu would promptly rise and charge once more. Though he was not skilled, he refused to back down. After enduring approximately 5 minutes of relentless punishment, Teacher Chin called for a halt. By this time, the trio was thoroughly disheveled, with many bruises adorning their faces. Although Elder Long had refrained from employing lethal techniques in assessing their capabilities, he had not held back significantly. Seizing one would lead to him hurling them at another. As long as he did not seriously injure them, he was satisfied. Upon calling for a break, Teacher Chin approached the 4 and, after glancing at the bedraggled trio, remarked to Asuma and Kurenai, "You 2 are quite impressive. You both possess the strength of a genin." Then, he turned his gaze to the battered Kazama Yu, suppressing a smile as he stated, "As for you, while your skills are somewhat lacking, your fearlessness in taking hits and your understanding of combat is commendable." Kazama Yu, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of displeasure. Having endured the worst beating, he received the lowest praise. As an 8-year-old, He had every reason to be disgruntled. Unlike Uchiha Obito or Uzumaki Naruto, who would shout and make a scene, he displayed remarkable restraint and maturity. Teacher Chun, oblivious to Kazama Yu's reaction, continued, "Let us proceed. I have gathered sufficient insight into your abilities. Upon our return, I shall impart some techniques related to physical combat." With that, he led the way out of the training ground, and Asuma and Kurenai excitedly followed. They recognized that their encounter with a true expert had not been in vain. Although Asuma was no stranger to skilled mentors, he felt a profound sense of achievement in securing this opportunity for Kurenai. Kazama Yu, however, found himself at a loss, uncertain if there were truly valuable teachings awaiting him. Upon returning to Teacher Chin's residence, he promptly reclined in his chair. Once settled, he began to elucidate the nuances of physical training to Kazama Yu and the others, sharing numerous invaluable tips and techniques. After listening for a short while, Kazama Yu felt that the journey had been worthwhile, for he was in dire need of such knowledge. Teacher Chin's insights promised to save him from many missteps. Asuma and Kurenai, too, wore expressions of admiration, affirming that the esteemed reputation of their mentor was well-deserved. He was indeed the preeminent master of physical techniques in Konoha, if not the entire ninja world. While Teacher Chin elucidated, he also had his disciples demonstrate various techniques. The son of the Hokage was genuinely being afforded special consideration. Kazama Yu's understanding of combat was acknowledged by Teacher Chun, who, despite some disdain for his lack of prowess, did not conceal his recognition from him. After sharing a meal at Teacher Chin's home, the trio prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Teacher Chun presented them with a scroll containing techniques on physical combat, detailing a specific leg technique from Konoha, along with his personal insights. After a brief walk, they reached a point where they needed to part ways. Kazama Yu's home was on the outskirts of the village, while Asuma and Kurenai resided in the bustling heart of Konoha. As they prepared to say their goodbyes, Kazama Yu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Asuma, Kurenai, thank you for today. I have learned a great deal." In response to Kazama Yu's words, Asuma and Kurenai exchanged nonchalant smiles. Asuma then tossed the scroll given to him by Teacher Chun to Kazama Yu, stating, "You can keep this for now. Once you have memorized its contents, return it to us." Following their shared experience in battle, Asuma and Kurenai felt a newfound camaraderie with Kazama Yu. They were now comrades forged in the crucible of combat, having faced challenges together. Although they were not particularly invested in physical techniques, the insights contained within Teacher Chin's teachings held unique value. After receiving the items, Kazama Yu waved his hand at the two individuals and turned to head back to his residence, casually remarking, "All right, I will bring the items to you tomorrow. I shall take my leave now." Upon returning home, Kazama Yu immediately delved into studying the leg techniques contained within the scroll, particularly one move that he recognized, the leaf whirlwind, often executed by Might Guy. Mastering these techniques would allow him to utilize them openly, as they were a form of taijutsu acquired alongside the son of the Hokage, with no questions regarding their origin. Chapter 29, Genin time passes unnoticed. 6 months later, winter arrives. Kazama Yu officially turned 9 2 months ago, and Uchiha Obito and others have also reached the same age. After nearly 8 months of rigorous training, Kazama Yu began to exhibit peculiar behaviors. During the day, he had to feign ignorance, often enduring blows from others. Every night, after turning off the lights, he would train secretly, which began to take a toll on his mental state. Now, each time he trained, he would mutter complaints, continually expressing his grievances. Despite his constant complaints, he diligently completed the tasks he set for himself each day. Over the course of 6 months, his chakra had surged to 3,300 points. His earth-style hardening technique reached a level where he could deploy it instantaneously, hardening any part of his body at will. When he hardened a specific area, he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, as if he could pierce through steel. Kazama Yu also became quite adept at wind release, breakthrough, occasionally finding secluded spots to practice. His proficiency in the leaf whirlwind had improved significantly. He frequently engaged in sparring matches using this technique. Additionally, his skills with shuriken had become remarkably precise, hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy. Since being summoned here, nearly 8 months of relentless practice had finally yielded results. He had observed that the teachers at school were no longer his match. However, he still felt unprepared to face seasoned veterans returning from the battlefield. As they differed entirely from the instructors, these individuals emerged from the crucible of combat, likely harboring formidable techniques. Months of training had not only increased Kazama-yu's height, but also instilled a resolute demeanor in him. In terms of strength, he could now operate freely in the previous world, as conventional firearms posed no threat. He could easily evade them with his speed. As he entered the classroom, Kazama-yu surveyed his surroundings before taking his seat. Despite the gentle snowfall and low temperatures outside, the aspiring ninjas felt little discomfort, as chakra is a wondrous force. Today was a momentous occasion, and the excitement among the students was palpable. Their class was to undertake the graduation exam, presenting them with the opportunity to earn the coveted Leaf Village Ninja headband and become proud genin. Kazama-yu, however, had abandoned the notion of lingering in the academy. The burden of attending school during the day and training throughout the night had become overwhelming. He was weary of maintaining his FAAD, for this was not the life he desired. Soon, the instructor Chigasawa Tomoyuki approached amidst the eager gazes of the students. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. Today is a significant day. You all should be aware that this test differs from previous ones. The results will determine your standing this year and whether you will receive your genin headbands. Failure to meet the standards will result in either repeating the year or expulsion. His final words carried a gravity that silenced the room. Repeating the year would cost them a year, while expulsion would essentially extinguish their dreams of becoming ninjas. Upon hearing Chigasawa Tomoyuki's words, the young students, though still children, adopted serious expressions. This was a pivotal examination, one that could dictate their futures. Do you have confidence? Asked the serious Nabuki Rado, glancing toward Kazama-yu. Yu, observing Rado's unwavering confidence, casually waved his hand, responding, "Of course, I have no issues. I have been training." 4 months prior, Kazama-yu had changed his mind about remaining in the Ninja Academy and revealed a fraction of his strength. Presently, his abilities placed him in the middle tier of his class. His Leaf Whirlwind technique surpassed all but the top 20 students, with the rest unable to contend with him. This advancement allowed him to occasionally gain victories during combat tests rather than being defeated each time, further fueling Uchiha Obito's determination, as he now ranked similarly to Kazama-yu. Every day after school, Kazama-yu returned home to train without pause, which led his classmates to perceive his growth as merely natural. His character was gradually transforming, becoming significantly more cheerful than before, and neither his classmates nor teachers suspected otherwise. Previously taciturn due to the loss of his parents in battle, Kazama-yu had gradually adopted a more optimistic outlook over time. The morning consisted of written examinations, which posed no significant challenge and were easily surmountable. The afternoon was dedicated to shuriken throwing and the shadow clone technique assessments. Most exams in the Ninja Academy focused on the shadow clone and transformation techniques. While the substitution technique was rarely tested, Kazama-yu successfully hit all 4 shuriken targets and completed the shadow clone technique, thus concluding his examination. His performance assuredly qualified him as a genin. If he had chosen otherwise, most of his classmates would not have made the cut, as he had merely followed the crowd. After all the students finished their examinations, Chigasawa Tomoyuki recorded the results, and the students departed the academy, which would be temporarily closed. They were to return in 3 days to receive the results. If successful, their instructor would present them with the Leaf Village Ninja headbands. 3 days later, Kazama-yu arrived at the Ninja Academy. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed Chigasawa Tomoyuki waving at him. Kazama-yu promptly approached. "Sensei, I came to check the exam results," he said. Hearing this, Chigasawa Tomoyuki smiled appreciatively at Kazama-yu and retrieved a headband from his bag, handing it to him. "You need not enter. All your headbands are with me. Congratulations, you are now a genin of the Leaf Village. Keep up the good work." Chigasawa Tomoyuki expressed a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on Kazama-yu's tremendous progress over the past 6 months. Had he relied on his previous performance, graduation would have been uncertain. Kazama-yu accepted the headband and noticed a slip of paper attached to it bearing his name. This note was likely for distinguishing the headbands, as Chigasawa Tomoyuki possessed several. The leaf headbands appeared identical at first glance, but each bore a unique set of numbers on the reverse. After tearing off the note with his name, Kazama-yu discovered his ninja identification number, 010866. This number was officially recorded by the Leaf Village, should he ever meet an unfortunate fate, leaving only the headband behind. Others could identify him through this number. His parents had been returned in a similar manner, their ashes alongside their headbands, with their identification numbers exceeding 5,000. Observing his number, Kazama-yu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sensei, for your guidance over the past years. Chapter 30. The Elder's Friend observing the serene expression on Kazama-yu's face. Hasegawa Tomokazu nodded with satisfaction. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding Kazama-yu. The loss of his parents in battle had rendered Yu particularly mature, often leaving him silent and composed, even in the face of adversity. However, in recent months, Yu had become significantly more cheerful, evidently emerging from the shadow of his parents' demise, which greatly relieved Tomokazu. As for the future of Yu and his peers, he felt powerless. Their ninja academy was merely a means to cultivate combat tools for Konoha. Yu. That will be all for today. You may return home. In 3 days, we will gather in the classroom, and you will learn who your teammates and guiding jonin will be. Upon hearing Hasegawa Tomokazu's words, Kazama-yu nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly pointed to the number on his forehead protector and inquired, "Teacher Tomokazu, does this number represent the total count of ninjas in Konoha? Is it true that we have only 10,000 ninjas since our establishment? This number seems entirely incorrect. Uzumaki Naruto's ninja number exceeds 12,000. He continued. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, the world boasted nearly 80 to 90,000 chunin. If one chunin emerges from every 10 genin, then the entire ninja realm should have at least 8 to 900,000 ninjas. Clearly, Konoha's ninja count is inaccurate. Gazing at Yu's inquisitive expression, Hasegawa Tomokazu glanced around to ensure they were alone before responding. You are quite observant. Konoha indeed has more ninjas than this. Many clan ninjas remain unregistered. They possess wealth and thus do not need to undertake missions for sustenance, resulting in their lack of registered ninja numbers. Some of them do not even possess forehead protectors. Understanding dawned upon you as he nodded knowingly. It made sense. Those from prestigious clans, being affluent, certainly would not require missions for their livelihood. It was no wonder that the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans, despite having numerous children of similar age, only sent one representative to the Ninja Academy each year. The academy nurtured commoners to undertake missions and fight on their behalf. Indeed, the prominent clans had intricate circumstances. As for the Fourth Great Ninja War, the vast number of available chunin warriors undoubtedly included those from clan ninjas. With the impending apocalypse, they could not afford to remain indifferent. Participation was imperative. All individuals meeting the required standards donned the ninja forehead protector. Having contemplated these matters, Yu expressed his gratitude to Hasegawa Tomokazu, stating, I see now, Teacher Tomokazu. I shall take my leave and return in 3 days. With a nod from Tomokazu, Yu turned to depart. He had noticed other classmates approaching and felt no need to linger, especially since some might bring unwelcome news. Just a few steps away, he encountered a fellow student. Upon seeing the forehead protector in Yu's hand, the girl spoke gently. Yu, congratulations on becoming a ninja. This girl, who resembled him and was not particularly fond of socializing with others, was named Shizune. Yu waved the forehead protector and replied, Shizune, your grades have always surpassed mine. You must also be a ninja. Yu's assertion was sincere. Those who survived until Uzumaki Naruto's graduation were certainly no ordinary individuals. Shizune smiled at Yu's words, nodded, and proceeded towards Hasegawa Tomokazu. As Shizune brushed past him, Yu secured the forehead protector on his head. After a few steps, he removed it, finding it interfered with his flowing hair. Subsequently, he tied it around his neck, yet it remained uncomfortable. Finally, he affixed the forehead protector to his left arm. Nodding in satisfaction, with everything in place, Yu set off for home. Not long after, he witnessed a familiar scene on the street. A sunny boy was trailing behind an elderly woman, carrying a multitude of items. Stopping in his tracks, Yu observed this boy, who consistently seemed to discover those in need of assistance. He had witnessed this scenario on multiple occasions. Who would have imagined that this kind-hearted boy, who adored helping the elderly, would one day instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War, resulting in the demise of tens of thousands of chunin? As the elderly woman and the boy approached Yu, Uchiha Obito, who was engaged in a delightful conversation with the grandmother, suddenly frowned upon spotting Yu. Since Yu had learned the Konoha whirlwind, he had kicked Obito several times. As he neared Yu, Obito grumbled, Kazama-yu, what are you doing here? Yu regarded Obito with an expression of incredulity, replying, This is Konoha Street. Why shouldn't I be here? You haven't even become Hokage yet, and you're already meddling in others' affairs. If you were to become Hokage, Konoha would likely be doomed. What day is it today? Surely you haven't forgotten. Stunned by Yu's words, Obito paused for a moment, then approached him with 2 large bags. exclaiming irritably, "You, pay attention. One day, I will become Hokage, and when that day comes, you'll regret it." As he spoke, Obito's gaze inadvertently fell upon the forehead protector adorning Yu's arm, and he abruptly fell silent. Noticing Obito's stare, Yu turned slightly to allow him a clearer view of the forehead protector. "See, a ninja's forehead protector. I just returned from teacher Tomokazu. He has many forehead protectors, yet it seems I did not see a certain someone's among them. How unfortunate. We shall no longer inhabit the same world. I will assist you in fulfilling your dream." Yu's expression conveyed a sense of regret and disappointment. Obito, realizing Yu's demeanor, became agitated and retorted, "You're talking nonsense. If you can obtain a forehead protector, why can't I? Mine must be with teacher Tomokazu. I'll go fetch it shortly." Obito was clearly flustered, the confidence he had earlier dissipating. As he glanced at the items he carried and the elderly woman beside him, he appeared conflicted. The prospect of becoming a ninja was of utmost importance to him. The elderly woman, observing the two children bickering, chuckled warmly and remarked, "Little Obito, if you have matters to attend to, you should go. This young man is merely teasing you. You are so talented, surely you will graduate smoothly." After the elderly woman spoke, she reached out for her belongings, as she was quite capable of carrying them herself. Upon hearing the elderly woman's encouragement, Obito hesitated, shot a glare at Yu, and then glanced at the items in his hands. "Akiyu, I will take your things home first. Teacher Tomokazu is at school. I can see him anytime." The elderly woman, sensing Obito's reluctance to hand over her belongings, gently urged, "Little Obito, my home is not far. I can manage on my own. You should go to school and not keep your teacher waiting." After considering her words, Obito nodded and, without further ado, handed his burden to Yu, who instinctively accepted the items. You will take this task of delivering Akiyu's belongings home," Obito declared. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Akiyu, I am off now." With that, Obito departed without waiting for either of their responses. Gazing at Uchiha Obito, who vanished around the corner like a wisp of smoke, Kazama Yu lifted the items in his hand and turned his attention to the elderly woman beside him. "This fellow truly thinks of himself as Hokage, doesn't he? Autumn Granny, allow me to escort you home. I find myself with ample time." "You, is it not an imposition?" the elderly woman replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "I can manage these things myself." "Not at all. I have nothing pressing today. A stroll suits me just fine." Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, the elderly lady nodded and began walking in the direction of her home. 10 minutes later, Kazama Yu departed from the elderly woman's residence. Having received her son's gratitude, they had wished to invite him for a meal, but he politely declined, citing his need to return home for training. Chapter 31. Team 9. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Kazama Yu remained indoors. His household was stocked with ample provisions, and whenever fatigue from training struck, he would prepare himself a meal. Of course, he could easily forego cooking, as the energy from the chakra fruit rendered hunger a non-issue. His culinary endeavors merely served to pass the time, and he often prepared dishes reminiscent of his home planet, as he found some local foods unpalatable. Though he now possessed the memories of two individuals, the few years of Kazama Yu's existence in this world paled in comparison to Lin Fan's 30 years of recollections. Thus, many of his habits were still rooted in his earthly upbringing. Kazama Yu's guiding principles were partly afade. Upon entering the classroom he frequented for his studies, he noticed several classmates pointing at the information displayed on the blackboard. After scrutinizing it closely, he inwardly cursed. It revealed the division of classes for those deemed competent. His plan to join Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi had evidently fallen through. Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Hinata Niji were all in one class. Observing this scene, Kazama Yu cast a glance at the Byakugan wielder seated quietly a few meters away, internally lamenting the prominence of the Hyuga clan. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which occasionally sent a less capable student to the academy, the Hyuga clan had dispatched a member of their main family. The distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was clear. Branch family ninjas often wore their forehead protectors on their foreheads to conceal the unsightly caged bird mark. Conversely, members of the main family were less particular about the placement of their protectors. The main family members were few, including the clan head and 6 elders. Among the entire Hyuga clan, only the clan head, the heir, the elders, and their heirs remained unmarked by the caged bird seal. All others, regardless of status, bore the mark, even the sons of the clan head and elders. The existence of the caged bird seal indeed afforded the Hyuga clan a certain level of security. Had they not been marked, they would be prime targets on the battlefield, with enemies seeking to pluck their eyes. The Hyuga clan's ocular prowess was invaluable for reconnaissance, trap detection, genjutsu dispelling, and observing chakra flow, all without any adverse effects, far superior to the Sharingan. Kazama Yu felt a pang of disappointment at the turn of events. He had intentionally sought to foster a relationship with Asuma. He had subtly hinted at his desire to be placed in the same class. Yet that incompetent monkey had thwarted his plans. With a resigned sigh, he glanced at his own information. Team 9, Shizune, Moonlight Tree, Kazama Yu. Upon seeing his teammates, Kazama Yu found himself uncertain of what lay ahead. Shizune, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, would soon follow Tsunade out of Konoha to embark on her caretaker duties. Moonlight Tree, the cousin of Moonlight Gale, bore a striking resemblance to him. In the original narrative, he had no role at all, not even a name. His younger brother, Moonlight Gale, had just started his first year at the Ninja Academy, and by the time Gale graduated, 6 years would have passed. With Kazama Yu being 12 and the third Great Ninja War concluded. "You, over here." Just as he finished reviewing the class assignments, someone called out to him. The students in the classroom had rearranged themselves to sit with their future teammates. For many, this would be their last time in this classroom. The most exuberant among them was, of course, Uchiha Obito, whom Kazama Yu felt an overwhelming urge to kick. This fellow had teamed up with Rin Noera and, astonishingly, with the graduated Kakashi Hatake, much to the envy of many. Kakashi had been a chunin for several years, and now he was back to team up with these genin. How could they not envy him? There were also many who admired the pairing of Noera and Ebisu with Might Guy, a peculiar individual endowed with extraordinary physical strength. After casting a glance at Asuma Saratobi, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, Kazama Yu approached the person who had called him over. It was his future teammate, Moonlight Tree, and Shizune was already at his side. Asuma Saratobi, catching Kazama Yu's gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment but had no choice in the matter. The old man had granted him only a minimal favor, allowing him to select one desired teammate. Between Kazama Yu and Kurenai, there was no contest. His smoking buddy took precedence over any romantic inclinations. Upon reaching the two, Kazama Yu spoke. "Shizune, Tree, we are to be teammates from now on. I look forward to working with you." The two nodded in acknowledgement, as they were quite satisfied with their assigned teammate, no longer the underachiever. Shizune smiled but expressed her concerns. "I've heard that even though we have received our ninja headbands, if we fail the assessments by the supervising jonin, we may have to return to the academy for a repeat." Moonlight Tree nodded in agreement, clearly aware of this possibility as well. "Is that truly the case? How difficult are the assessments?" "It would be rather embarrassing to have to go back." Kazama Yu feigned worry, pretending to be unaware of the situation, as an orphan might be. In truth, he understood well that a supervising jonin was a designated role within the Konoha ninja system, responsible for mentoring newly graduated genin. After a period of guidance, the genin would become familiar with various missions and subsequently depart, making way for another batch of graduates. A supervising jonin was not a master in the traditional sense. A seasoned one might mentor hundreds of genin throughout their lifetime, instructing them on how to become true ninjas. Before the plot of Naruto unfolded, Kakashi Hatake had emerged from the Umbu and taken on the role of a supervising jonin, tasked with mentoring numerous genin prior to the graduation of Naruto Uzumaki and his companions. However, most have been sent back to repeat the academy until the arrival of Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, when he finally began to fulfill his duties as a supervising jonin. It all depended on luck. The assessments conducted by the jonin were not standardized, and the criteria for passing or failing rested solely with them. Kazama Yu hoped their supervising jonin would be somewhat lenient. Upon hearing Shizune's remarks, he feigned understanding, reflecting on the considerable power wielded by jonin in Konoha. The fate of those who received headbands and aspired to become true ninjas rested entirely upon their whims. Even a mere personal grievance could result in them being sent back for another year at the academy. Chapter 32, The Guiding Jonin Before Long. Kazama Yu and his classmates who had been promoted to genin gathered. Even Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy made their way over, seeking their respective teammates. This year, 45 ninjas graduated from Konoha, necessitating their division into 15 teams. Konoha follows this structure annually. Should there only be 36 graduates, they would form 12 teams. Kazama Yu harbored suspicions that Konoha might be manipulating the numbers, as they consistently ended up with teams of 3. After half an hour, various jonin arrived to collect their assigned genin teams. Kazama noted that he recognized none of these guiding jonin. He had never even laid eyes on them. He speculated that many of them would perish in the Third Shinobi World War, leaving Konoha devoid of seasoned fighters, thereby thrusting the recently promoted chunin like Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, and Might Guy into the fray. As nearly half of the genin had departed, Kazama spotted a familiar figure. The individual pushed open the classroom door, but did not enter, instead calling out to the gathering of young ninjas. Team 4, follow me. Minato Namikaze announced before turning to leave. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, upon hearing Minato's call, promptly exited the classroom to join him. Minato's arrival sparked considerable discussion among the onlookers, not due to his fame, as the ninjas within the academy were largely unaware of the formidable ninjas outside, their information being confidential, but rather due to his striking appearance. He was handsome and exuded a gentle demeanor. Even beside Kazama, Shizune expressed a hint of envy, remarking on how young the jonin appeared and how amiable he seemed, lamenting that he was not their guiding jonin. Obito, feeling fortunate lately, was elated at being paired with Rin and Kakashi, now with a seemingly congenial guiding jonin as well. Kazama cast Shizune a peculiar glance, pondering her enthusiasm for following Minato. Did she desire a swift demise? The more powerful Minato was, the more perilous his missions would be. It was fortunate if he could ensure his own safety. Obito, whose head had been struck by a rock yet survived, was only alive due to his remarkable resilience. Otherwise, he would not have been saved by Madara Uchiha, who had not originally intended for Obito to survive. It was merely a stroke of luck that Obito's ocular abilities caught Madara's interest after his rescue. Just a minute after Kakashi and the others departed, the classroom door swung open once more. A strikingly beautiful female ninja entered, her figure and features captivating Kazama instantly. She embodied his ideal. Her delicate oval face boasted skin as smooth as jade, subtly glistening under the sunlight. Beneath elegantly arched brows lay bright, clear eyes akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. A pronounced nose complemented lips that appeared as luscious as rose petals. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, smooth and silky, tall and well-proportioned. Even the Konoha ninja uniform could not conceal her graceful form. She bore a sword on her back, presumably her weapon. Team 9, she called, her voice melodious. After announcing her presence, she turned and departed. Kazama and his companions exchanged glances and promptly followed her outside. In that moment, their earlier disappointment at not teaming with Asuma Saratobi was swiftly forgotten. This new situation was certainly more acceptable. With a beautiful instructor at the helm, while Asuma, he had initially misjudged the Hokage. Though still young, he could at least admire her presence. In his previous life, he could only gaze at such beauty from a distance, but now, he relished the opportunity to appreciate her up close. The entrance of this woman also stirred considerable chatter, akin to the discussion surrounding Minato. If Minato was the cheerful older brother, this newly arrived female ninja embodied the aloof older sister, stunning yet seemingly unapproachable. Among the guiding jonin, she appeared the most distant, exuding an air that discouraged familiarity. As Kazama and his companions trailed behind her, she paused at the school gate. Once they approached, she spoke without looking back. Keep up. With that, she leapt onto a nearby building, swiftly moving toward another. Kazama and his companions, realizing she was about to vanish from sight, hastily leapt onto a structure over 10 meters high, pursuing her across the rooftops. After a minute, they reached her side. Albeit breathless, Kazama feigned fatigue, while the others genuinely struggled. The pace she had set was no small feat. Shizune and Suki had to quicken their speed to keep up. As their velocity increased, so too did their fatigue, depleting their chakra reserves. Once they all arrived, the woman regarded them with cold indifference, her voice sharp as she reprimanded. I merely utilized a chunin's speed, and yet you lagged behind by over 20 seconds. Pathetic. Look at you, gasping for breath. Of all the genin teams I have guided, you 3 are the most disappointing. Kazama felt bewildered. She had yet to even introduce herself and was already berating them. How had she attained the position of guiding jonin? Surely, such a role required a more affable ninja. What nonsense was Konoha up to? Was it permissible to hurl insults simply because one was attractive? Where were the laws of fairness? Excuse me, but we just graduated from the Ninja Academy. And you used chunin-level speed, Kazama protested, unable to suppress his dissatisfaction. As soon as he spoke, she shot him a glance, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before him, delivering a swift punch to his abdomen. The blow sent Kazama Yu staggering back, pain radiating through him as he fell to his knees, retching. In his moment of distress, Kazama Yu cursed internally, feeling utterly aggrieved. This was madness, devoid of reason, lacking in basic human rights. How could one be struck without cause? It was futile to reason with a woman, especially a female ninja. She had truly crossed the line. By the heavens, this woman must be deranged. He had nearly instinctively dodged her blow. He was capable of following her swift movements, realizing she had not employed her full speed. At the last moment, he suppressed his impulse to evade, recognizing her status as a guiding jonin. Surely, she would not truly harm him. If he had dodged, it would have revealed his weakness. Chapter 33. Hoshino Chika observing Kazama Yu's wretched state, Shizune and Suki instinctively took a step back, fully aware that retreating would do little good. But instinct urged them to distance themselves from danger. Their instructor, while beautiful, exuded an unsettling aura. As Kazama Yu writhed on the ground, the female ninja clapped her hands in satisfaction, displeased by the appreciative glance Kazama Yu had cast her way. What did he think he was doing? Looking at her with admiration? Is the youth of today truly so precocious? Are they utterly unrestrained? Just as Kazama Yu attempted to reason with her, she was given a pretext to strike. After confronting Kazama Yu, the beautiful ninja nonchalantly returned to her previous stance. Once settled, the beautiful ninja calmly addressed Kazama Yu, remarking that since he is a genin, he should refrain from voicing opinions. Does being a genin bring you honor? Will the enemy choose to engage a genin simply because you are one? What an audacious display! To think such bravado was directed at a future god. In that moment, Kazama Yu could not help but admire her courage. Woman, you are quite impressive, exceedingly so. You have successfully captured my attention. After a moment of contemplation, Kazama Yu resolved not to hold a grudge against her. As a man, there was no need to squabble with a mere girl. After a painful rise, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, thanking her for her teachings, acknowledging his own indiscretion. Upon witnessing Kazama Yu's demeanor, the beautiful ninja nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, discipline is essential for the youth. A swift lesson often leads to obedience. The wisdom imparted by her predecessors had proven accurate. She aimed to establish her authority, to ensure these three young men understood that in this team, her word would be law. She wished to convey that those lacking skill had no right to voice their opinions. Observing the now subdued expressions of the three, the beautiful ninja continued, stating that speed is of paramount importance for a ninja. Although your recent performance was somewhat lacking, as that young one mentioned, you have only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Consider this a pass. Hearing her words, Tsukikage and Shizune felt a surge of joy. They had successfully navigated the trial. Kazama Yu feigned delight, yet internally remained composed. As long as they were not facing an abnormality like Kakashi Hatake, they would surely graduate without issue. As Konoha needed fresh ninja, it appeared the woman shared his perspective. In his view, speed was indeed the essence of a ninja. With swiftness, one could evade attacks. With swiftness, one could escape in time. Pursuing an enemy also required speed. With equal chakra, the one who is quicker would stand invincible. If the swift one chooses to flee, the slow one stands no chance of pursuit. As the three basked in their elation, the beautiful ninja declared that from this moment forth, they were true genin of Konoha. My name is Hoshino Chika, and for the foreseeable future, I shall be your guiding jonin. Upon hearing her introduction, Kazama Yu and his companions promptly exclaimed, Chika-sensei. All guiding jonin in Konoha are addressed as teachers. Similar to how they would refer to Minato as Teacher Minato, guiding jonin are indeed teachers, instructing those who have yet to become ninja. The guiding jonin teach the newly minted genin. After a period of guidance, once the genin acclimatize to their duties, the jonin depart. In Konoha, all task teams are led by chunin. No other ninja village can boast so many jonin as team leaders. Hoshino Chika gazed at her three charges, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Her earlier claim that they were the worst class she had ever led was a fabrication. This was her inaugural experience as a guiding jonin. The words she had spoken earlier were lessons learned from other guiding jonin. A senior had advised her that this approach would prevent her subordinates from becoming arrogant or complacent and would motivate them to strive for improvement. That will be all for today. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock in front of the Hokage's office, Hoshino Chika announced before vanishing in a flash. Staring at the emptiness left behind, Kazama Yu and his companions were momentarily stunned. She simply left like that? How incredibly direct. Kazama Yu found himself at a loss for words. Was there no need for a group photo? Didn't Team 4 take pictures? Even if not for photographs. A meal of ramen would have sufficed for camaraderie and connection. For her to depart so abruptly, what did that signify? It was as if she held them in utter contempt. After all, they were the future of Konoha. Now what should they do? After a brief pause, Tsukikage finally spoke up. After glancing at Shizune and Tsukikage, Kazama Yu could not help but voice his frustration. This is utterly irresponsible. We are the future of Konoha. And she shows no inclination to win us over, does she? Her future prospects appear dim. Let us celebrate our success on our own. We should be earning our keep by tomorrow. Today, I'll treat you both. As the eldest in the group, Kazama Yu confirmed their plans. His two companions were merely 9 years old, and as a 40-year-old man, he felt a responsibility to look after these young ones. Kazama Yu's words caused a certain guiding jonin, who had pretended to leave but was secretly eavesdropping, to clench her fists tightly. That boy is indeed a handful. Perhaps I had been too lenient. Hearing Kazama Yu's words, Shizune chuckled softly and remarked, do you dare speak like that? Didn't you feel any pain from Chika-sensei's earlier strike? Tsukikage nodded in agreement, recalling how Kazama Yu had been retching for quite some time. Feeling somewhat guilty under their scrutiny, Kazama Yu glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, then waved dismissively, calmly asserting, Shizune, that was nothing. I merely let my guard down, allowing her to land a hit. Though she struck me, her punches lacked any real force. With that, Kazama Yu turned to leave, gesturing for Shizune and Tsukikage to follow. The eavesdropping jonin tightened her grip further, contemplating how to devise a reason for Kazama Yu to experience the true weight of her punches once more. Tsukikage, noticing Kazama Yu's growing arrogance, hurried to catch up, cautioning, remember that Chika-sensei is a jonin. Exercise some caution. Even though she may seem indifferent, she is quite decent. Despite our poor performance, she still allowed us to pass. We should express our gratitude and respect. The eavesdropping female ninja nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Tsukikage's words. Her efforts had not been in vain. Kazama Yu glanced disdainfully at the self-congratulatory Tsukikage, retorting, You are quite naive, my friend. Do you genuinely believe her words? At her age, how long can she serve as a guiding jonin? How many genin can she truly mentor? Isn't tea time a prerequisite for guiding genin? Chapter 34, Silent Accumulation. Kazama Yu, in an uncharacteristic display of generosity, treated Shizune and Tsukikage to a lavish meal at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. His proactive approach quickly garnered him a significant amount of goodwill from his teammates. After their meal, the two prepared to return home, eager to inform their families of their newfound status as Konoha ninja. Watching their departing figures, Kazama Yu fell into a contemplative silence. Family, a concept he had never known in this world. After exhaling a sigh, he began his leisurely stroll back to his home in Konoha. Disguised as a passerby, Hoshino Chika observed Kazama Yu and suddenly found herself taken aback. In that moment, she sensed a profound disconnect between him and the world around him. Loneliness, deep, abiding loneliness. Just moments prior, he had appeared so carefree while enjoying their meal. Suddenly, she recalled Kazama Yu's background, orphaned, living alone. She also remembered the assessment of Kazama Yu by his teacher, Hasegawa Tomokazu. A mature child, one adept at concealing sorrow, and a child striving for progress is destined to become an exceptional leaf ninja. Casting a glance at the receding figure of Kazama Yu, Hoshino Chinatsu murmured to herself, Honestly, I was prepared to concoct some excuse to give you a good beating, but since you refrained from speaking ill of me while eating, I shall let it slide this time. This fellow is indeed a clever child, albeit perhaps a tad too mature for his years. No sooner had Hoshino Chinatsu's words left her lips than she vanished from the spot. The villagers of the Leaf, witnessing this spectacle, were unfazed. The speed of a ninja's movement was beyond their comprehension, and a sudden disappearance could only be attributed to a ninja. Upon returning to his residence, Kazama Yu crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, closing his eyes to keenly sense the surrounding movements. This was a daily ritual for him. Out in the world, he didn't need to be overly cautious, nor did he pay much heed to the surrounding sounds, as he would not engage in actions that might attract Leaf's attention. Within the confines of his home, however, he needed to exercise greater vigilance. Though he had never detected anyone observing him, it was always prudent to be cautious. There were no anomalies in the earth, no peculiarities in the space, and no unusual sounds. Employing his earth-based abilities to sense the ground, and utilizing powers acquired from chakra fruits to perceive the space around him, his current range of perception was limited to 2 kilometers. Within his home, he could only sense movements within a 300-meter radius. In the leaf, one could not freely perceive, as many areas were protected by barriers. Indiscriminate sensing would immediately trigger these barriers, drawing the attention of leaf ninjas. Once assured that no ninja was present, Kazama spoke, in the future, when I become a ninja, if there is a system in place, there should typically be rewards for my successful ascension to a genin. 1 jutsu per year is simply too meager. He resolved to find a way to request a reward. Reasons aplenty could be conjured, such as achieving genin status, nin or j-nin ranks, celebrating birthdays, or commemorating the anniversaries of his arrival in this world, and even the completion of his first ninja mission. There were numerous justifications for seeking benefits, akin to celebrations in his former world where feasts were held to collect contributions from your memories. Becoming a ninja is not necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, the Third Ninja World War should not commence for another 2 to 3 years, during which time you can further strengthen yourself. As for the rewards, you are mistaken. They are not forthcoming. Future's voice echoed in Kazama-Yu's mind. Once again, he faced rejection. After muttering a few curses in his heart, he retorted, "You truly lack empathy and have no understanding of human emotions or psychological complexities. Do you have any idea how torturous it is for me, having grown stronger yet remaining confined to the Ninja Academy, playing around with those little brats? I crave the opportunity to showcase my prowess, to shine before others, to justify my relentless training." You wouldn't understand. Upon hearing Kazama-Yu's lament, Future paused for a few seconds before continuing, but this was not your initial plan. You intended to remain in the Ninja Academy until the age of 12, followed by a few years as a genin, allowing the Third Ninja World War to pass. Now, with your premature graduation, you will undoubtedly be unable to avoid it. Kazama-Yu did not rebut. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and approached the window, gazing at the distant Hokage rock. That was indeed the plan at first. Back then, I was new here, having not yet undergone months of tireless training. A person's mindset evolves with circumstances. I once overestimated my endurance, believing I could persevere. However, it has become evident that I cannot sustain this masquerade indefinitely. Living in disguise is exhausting, often more so than my daily training. I aspire to become a god, and the mundane should not constrain me. Is it merely my inability to withstand solitude that drives me to seek validation? Why must I articulate it in such enigmatic terms? Though I am an artificial intelligence, I frequently witness such scenarios. Suit yourself, but exercise caution. There have been many like you in the past. After receiving the power I granted, they could not withstand the solitude, ventured out to cause trouble or seek glory, and ended up perishing, Future warned. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Future, Kazama-Yu resumed his training, placing his hands on the ground. Chakra gradually flowed from him as he manipulated the Earth's appearance to align with his desires. This was essentially the application of the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique. Ninjutsu is a creation of mankind, and he too could conjure it. In essence, it was merely a method of utilizing chakra. Of course, his current prowess was insufficient to develop advanced techniques, which was why he sought to inquire about ninjutsu from Future. By referencing others' experiences, he could eventually create the jutsu he desired. For Earth Release ninjas, the consumption of chakra while performing techniques was not excessively demanding. They merely needed to alter the terrain's shape. This stood in contrast to lightning, wind, water, or fire release, which required manifesting materials from thin air for offense or defense. Certainly, water release was easier to execute where water was abundant, as one could control and alter its form with chakra. Lightning release could also be employed, provided one was not struck dead and could control the flow of electricity. Uchiha Sasuke's lightning release. Kirin exemplified this, harnessing the forces present in nature. The following morning, as dawn broke, Kazama-Yu stepped out of his home, treading upon the thick layer of accumulated snow on his way to the Hokage Tower. Heavy snowfall had commenced in the dead of night, blanketing the village of Konoha in a serene white veil. The quaint houses now donned thick snow caps, and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys added a touch of warmth to the frigid winter landscape. The once bustling stalls along the streets lay buried beneath a thick layer of snow, their outlines barely discernible. Occasionally, a few ninjas hurried past, their figures appearing particularly agile against the snowy backdrop, leaving footprints that were quickly filled by fresh snow. The faces of the Hokage carved into the cliff were gently covered by snow, their outlines only faintly visible. The small river that Kazama passed was also thinly coated with ice, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of snow. Kazama did not hasten his pace deliberately. This was Konoha's first major snowfall of the year, and he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. With 5 minutes to spare before 9 o'clock, he ambled leisurely in front of the Hokage Tower. He rarely visited this area, as it was a hub of formidable individuals. The vicinity was patrolled by Umbu, always on standby for Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands, and numerous ninjas entered and exited to accept or submit missions. The Umbu and Root were two organizations that Kazama harbored a strong aversion to, not due to the individuals within, but rather their methods of operation. One need not look further than their first act of deference upon encountering Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, kneeling in submission. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable to him. In his previous world, such customs were not customary. He was no servant, but a proud individual. However, to join Umbu or Root, one had no choice but to kneel. Should one refuse, the next moment they would find themselves subdued. As Kazama approached the designated meeting spot, he noticed Hoshino Chinatsu, Ino, and Moonlight Tree already waiting for him. Spotting the three, he quickened his pace slightly and greeted them. Chinatsu-sensei, Ino Tree, I didn't expect you to be so punctual. Are we here to accept a mission? Let us go for a simple one. In this bitter cold, we ought not to venture out. Kazama's words caused Hoshino Chinatsu's forehead to twitch violently. Who did this guy think he was? How dare he speak in such a tone? He believed that having seen through her during her first guidance as a J-nin, he could act with impunity. Indeed, this fellow proved to be quite the troublesome character. Her other two students were well behaved. They showed no sign of disrespect even after Kazama had inadvertently revealed her little secret the previous day. After speaking, Kazama paid no mind to the trio, and at the entrance of the Hokage building, he kicked the snow off his shoes before entering with a casual demeanor. Come on, let's go inside, said Hoshino Chika as she followed him into the Hokage building. Shizune and Tsukigami followed closely behind. Kazama had only walked a short distance of 10 meters when he halted, as he was unfamiliar with the layout of the building. This was his first visit to the Hokage office. Upon his stop, Hoshino Chika quickly caught up to him. Noticing her presence, Kazama promptly said, Chika-sensei, please go ahead. You are the leading J-nin and should take the lead. After speaking, he obediently moved to stand behind Hoshino Chika, positioning himself next to Shizune. Seeing this, Hoshino Chika said nothing, maintaining her aloof demeanor as she continued toward their destination on the second floor. The three trailing behind her were gazing around, as it was their first time in the Hokage building. Upon reaching the second floor, an unexpected situation arose. They found themselves in a queue. They were not the only team present to receive missions. Several of their classmates who had graduated yesterday were also waiting in line under the guidance of their J-nin instructors. After Hoshino Chika arrived, several J-nin approached her to greet her. Observing this, Kazama internally cursed them as a bunch of lecherous old men. Just as the J-nin had their own words to share, so too did the lower-ranked ninjas. The three of them exchanged greetings with other newly graduated students, congratulating one another on becoming genin. Among his 20 or so classmates, only a few would likely make a name for themselves in the future. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, all of them were called into the mission distribution area in Konoha. Kazama scanned the room and noted the absence of Sarutobi Asuma and Hatake Kakashi. Were they being treated specially on the first day? Once inside the room, all the genin instinctively stood behind their respective J-nin instructors. The J-nin formed a line, standing a few meters apart, awaiting instructions from the ever-smoking old man. As Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, his gaze fell upon the ninjas standing before him. The sight of his gaze caused all the genin to involuntarily stand taller. He was indeed the leader of the nation, the foremost figure of the state. When compared to the daimyo, the Hokage was the true authority, the one who held the fates of millions in his hands. They commanded the shinobi, who answered only to the Hokage. A daimyo could grant you favor, but without it, they could simply send assassins to replace you with someone more obedient. At that moment, even Kazama, who often found himself internally critiquing the man, stood a little straighter. Such a figure of authority was something he had only seen on television during his time on Earth. The intensity of his gaze resembled that of a military review. Seeing the adoring looks from the young ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. This was Konoha, and these young people were its future. He gently tapped his pipe against the table, coughed lightly, and began, "First, congratulations on becoming Genin of Konoha. Seeing all of you young individuals fills me with joy. For in you, I see vitality and the future of Konoha." He paused for a moment, intending to continue discussing the will of fire, when he was interrupted by an unexpected sound. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp and resounding applause began to diminish as it continued. Observing the peculiar looks from everyone, Kazama silently cursed himself. He had clapped instinctively, and by the time he realized no one else had joined him, it was too late. In his previous life, he had been conditioned to applaud whenever a leader finished speaking. It had become a reflex, this damned instinct. Chapter 36. The old heart at ease. Hoshino Chika turned to glance at the conspicuous figure standing behind her, unable to resist the urge to rub her forehead. What on earth was he thinking? After giving him a stern warning yesterday, was he now seeking to retaliate by dragging her down with him? It didn't seem likely. Casting a disapproving look at the awkwardly composed Kazama, Hoshino Chika inquired, "Kazama, what are you doing? Why did you interrupt Hokage-sama's speech?" Kazama surveyed the crowd, taking in the curious, amused, and concerned expressions of his teammates. He straightened his posture and declared, "Chika-sensei, I couldn't help myself. Hokage-sama spoke so well that I felt compelled to applaud in appreciation." Afterward, he glanced around at those watching him and added, "Hey, why aren't you all applauding? Do you think he spoke poorly?" With that, he returned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen and resumed clapping. In that moment, the childlike applause echoed throughout the spacious mission registration room. Hearing Kazama use words, Shizune and Tsukigami, who were worried about him, immediately joined in the applause. Soon after, Kazama fellow genin began to clap as well. Having genuinely appreciated Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, they regretted not being the first to applaud. This opportunity to flatter had been seized by another. Before long, the J-nin leading the teams and the staff cooperating with Sarutobi Hiruzen began to applaud as well. The sound of applause grew thunderous. Hoshino Chika, while clapping, felt on the verge of despair. Flattery was one thing, but why involve them all? To imply that they thought Hokage-sama spoke poorly was a grave offense to everyone else, although it was likely no one would hold it against him. She didn't want to share the spotlight. Just as the applause echoed, the door to the mission room swung open, and 4 individuals entered. Leading the group was a spirited young man with blonde hair, followed by a cheerful child wearing an eye mask, a quiet girl, and a stoic boy with white hair. The 4 looked somewhat bewildered, having arrived late due to waiting for someone known for their tardiness. They had heard the applause outside and sensed something significant had occurred inside. Wave Wind Minato ushered them in, as they had been informed that all the mission teams were already inside. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Kazama praise his speech, his eyes began to squint with delight. Surely, the words of an adult could be seen as mere pretenses, a deliberate act of flattery. Yet, a 9-year-old child could harbor no ill intentions. He had witnessed it firsthand. Kazama had clapped out of sheer enthusiasm. Trusting his judgment, he recognized the value in the boy's words. This was a child, a future of Konoha, acknowledging him. Hiruzen felt a wave of warmth wash over him, so profound that it nearly brought him to tears. He had not let down Lord Tobarama's trust. At that moment, he contemplated many things, suddenly regretting not having arranged for Kazama and Asuma to be on the same team. The child possesses a much higher level of awareness than his son. If he were to be placed in the same team as Asuma, he would undoubtedly guide Asuma onto the right path. Unfortunately, it is too late now, as the class divisions have already been finalized. After a brief moment of applause, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the arrival of the 4 members led by Minato Namikaze. Rather than feeling anger, he found himself in high spirits. When he observed the bewilderment on their faces, he cleared his throat and, with a composed demeanor, gestured with his hands to quiet the room. At his signal, the thunderous applause in the mission room was abruptly silenced, creating a stillness so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Witnessing everyone falling silent at his command, with all eyes focused on him, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly found himself enamored with this sensation. In that moment, he resolved that every speech he delivered in the future would be met with applause. He had even devised a plan. During his speeches, he would utilize the shadow clone technique to create several clones, transforming them into an audience that would lead the applause. He believed that after doing this a few times, he would no longer need to initiate it himself. Others would spontaneously applaud and cheer for him. As the applause finally dwindled, Kazekage let out a sigh of relief, glad to have navigated through the awkwardness. Casting a glance at the four who stood beside their team, looking perplexed, he felt a tinge of disdain. How could ninjas, engaged in such a perilous profession, lack a sense of time? It was utterly unprofessional and bound to lead to trouble. Uchiha Obito, trailing behind Minato, cast envious glances at the Hokage hat resting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. This item symbolized status and was his current aspiration. After a moment of longing, he shifted his gaze, cautiously glancing around before directing his attention to Kazekage standing nearby. He quietly inquired about the earlier commotion, asking why they had been applauding. With a wary eye on the cautious Uchiha Obito, Kazekage took 2 steps to the side, distancing himself. He was now Sarutobi Hiruzen's most devoted fan. His idol was about to speak, and he could not afford to whisper in such an unseemly manner. With an expression of disdain, he moved away, nearly prompting Uchiha Obito to chase after him, ready to grab him by the collar and demand an explanation. It was clear that he and this individual were fundamentally incompatible. With a huff, he began surveying his surroundings. If all went as expected, he would frequently be working here, and he wanted to take note of any areas that might require improvement. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that everyone had settled down and was prepared to continue discussing the will of fire. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted. Hokage-sama, perhaps you should discuss the current mission. The speaker was a J-nin instructor in his 40s, whose name Kazekage did not know. Yet he seemed to be quite familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen, effectively halting his train of thought. Observing this exchange, Kazekage felt a measure of admiration for the man's courage. He recalled that not long after the beginning of the Hokage narrative, during the joint nin exam that Naruto and his peers participated in, the swift Moonlight Kakashi had also interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. At that time, the Hokage had said nothing, but later assigned Moonlight Kakashi to track down the dangerous individual who had escaped from Hitaki Kakashi, and ultimately, Moonlight Kakashi met his demise in the Hidden Leaf's Kaiki City. Chapter 37. Class A Mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed by the interruption, smiled and said, "Your first mission is quite simple. Since you are all assigned the same level of tasks, that is why you are grouped together." After a brief pause, he continued, "Last night, Konoha experienced an unexpected heavy snowfall that has yet to cease, creating significant inconveniences for the villagers in their travels. Additionally, the heavy snow has caused issues with the electrical supply, and some rooftops are now burdened with thick layers of snow. Therefore, your mission is to clear the accumulated snow. Each team has been assigned a designated area, and once you have completed your tasks, please report back to submit your results." Upon finishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the J-nin instructors to retrieve their assignments from a nearby table. The task of snow removal had been determined that very morning, as they had initially planned to assign various tasks to the teams. However, the sudden snowfall necessitated immediate action to clear it away. The merchants and residents of Konoha contributed a significant amount of money each month, and the village was obliged to assist them in various matters. The J-nin instructors, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, were not surprised. The Hokage had called them in together, indicating that their tasks were of a similar nature. If they had been assigned different missions, the Hokage would have distributed those separately. When Kazekage learned that they were to clear the streets of snow, he felt a mix of emotions. Having just graduated from the academy, he found himself once again working like a beast of burden. It seemed that the J-nin instructors would not be required to lift a finger. The entire task would fall to the 3 of them. After completing the task, the J-nin instructors would take half of the mission reward, leaving only the remainder for the 3 of them. It was a clear case of workplace bullying. Indeed, upon receiving their assignments, Hoshino Chika led Kazekage and the others to the tool room on the first floor to gather the necessary equipment for snow removal. She was quite straightforward, taking only 3 sets of tools for the 4 of them. The other teams that came to collect tools also took only 3 sets. Just like Hoshino Chika's team, once everyone had gathered their supplies and exited the Hokage building, they dispersed to their respective assigned areas. Upon reaching their designated location, Kazekage and his team leaped onto a relatively high rooftop. After assessing the situation in their area, they began discussing their approach to the task at hand. Kazekage glanced around and realized that they had quite a substantial workload ahead. They needed to clear the snow from the villagers' rooftops, remove broken trees from the streets, and address those bent trees leaning against electrical lines. All of this was essential for restoring Konoha's power. Finally, the accumulated snow along the roadside also needed to be cleared to a designated open space. What should we do?" Shizun asked, glancing around before fixing her gaze on Kazekage. After yesterday's deductions, Shizun and Hinata Shu had become aware that Kazekage possessed his own insights into various matters. Upon hearing Shizun's question, Hoshino Chika and Hinata Shu also turned their attention to Kazekage. Kazekage gazed up at the continuing snowfall and replied, "First, we should remove the fallen trees and bent branches. Once we clear those, it will make it easier for us to proceed with the next steps." Observing the branches leaning against the power lines, Kazekage internally criticized Konoha's electrical personnel for their lack of professionalism. In his previous world, dedicated electrical company employees were responsible for clearing trees and bamboo from power lines, specifically to prepare for heavy snowfall. Upon hearing Kazekage's suggestion, Shizun and Moonlight nodded in agreement. Seeing that his teammates supported his idea, Kazekage swiftly leaped onto another rooftop. This particular location was conveniently positioned above the street, where many bent or fallen trees lined both sides. After finding a suitable position, Kazekage, with the astonished gazes of Hoshino Chika and the others upon him, began to form hand seals. Wind release, gale breakthrough. As Hoshino Chika watched Kazekage begin his hand seals, she opened her mouth to intervene. But before she could utter a word, a gust of wind erupted before Kazekage. A fierce gale materialized before Kazama, sweeping straight ahead with unrelenting force. Under his control, the tempest surged above the road, scattering the snow accumulated on the branches of trees, which ultimately settled in a thick mound at the end of the street. After executing his wind-style ninjutsu, Kazama turned to the three individuals beside him and, after a brief clap of his hands, declared, "This is much easier now. Shizun, Suki, please clear away those broken branches. I will take care of the twigs that obstruct the flow of electricity." Kazama felt no concern over employing the wind-style technique, as it was a legacy from his parents. The potency he had just unleashed was merely what one would expect from a standard genin. As long as he refrained from using the wind-style great breakthrough, there was no need for apprehension. Many of his classmates could manage one or two simple techniques. Even Uchiha Obito had mastered the fire-style great fireball technique, so it was entirely normal for you to wield wind-style jutsu. He only needed to be mindful of the speed and power of his technique. I didn't expect you to be proficient in wind-style ninjutsu. This certainly makes things easier, remarked Suki, glancing at the snow that had been blown down. Shizun also regarded you with curiosity, as they had never witnessed him utilize wind-style jutsu. Similarly, Hoshino Chinatsu noticed that her three students seemed to possess hidden talents. Kazama was the least skilled among them, having been the slowest during their previous run. "This ninjutsu was passed down from my mother. I have known it for a while, but I lacked the chakra to perform it effectively. Even if I managed to force it, I would exhaust my chakra, rendering it useless in combat. However, snow does not retaliate, so I can use it on them." Upon hearing this, the three nodded in understanding. In a genin battle, physical techniques might be more effective, as jutsu consumed considerable chakra. If one failed to strike the enemy decisively, defeat was inevitable. Once chakra was severely depleted, a ninja would enter a state of fatigue and weakness, leading to a significant decline in their attack, defense, and speed. Once their tasks were established, the trio set to work. After clearing the obstructive branches, they used shovels to carve a path suitable for a small cart along the street. Kazama began shoveling snow into the cart. They had 3 carts in total. Once you filled one, Shizun and Suki would transport it to their designated location. While shoveling snow, you also cleared the rooftops of nearby houses. Observing the trio's methodical progress, Chinatsu nodded in satisfaction, realizing she need not provide guidance. Subsequently, she found a spot to relax, as the A-rank mission was primarily suited for genin. Their presence was merely to supervise, and in addition to the commission from Konoha, they would also receive half of the genin's earnings. This was a tradition in Konoha, and Chinatsu had no intention of breaking protocol or assisting Yu and his companions. She was a jounin, not a mere genin. Naturally, those genin who paid their commission would benefit from any guidance offered by the jounin, as teaching ninjutsu would significantly enhance the genin's prospects. Konoha had limited methods for acquiring ninjutsu, with learning from supervising jounin being among the simplest. After all, A-rank missions posed minimal danger and did not require leaving Konoha for extended periods. while the Jounin openly relaxed. Kazama Yu and his companions could do nothing but silently curse in their hearts. Chapter 38. Child labor. Kazama Yu and his companions were busy until 4 in the afternoon, finally completing their designated area. Many people praised their efforts and offered assistance, but the lounging Chinatsu declined on their behalf. Their lunch was provided by a bakery on the street they had cleared, as a token of gratitude for Kazama Yu and his team. Chinatsu did not refuse the bakery's offer on their behalf. Anyone who could reside long-term in Konoha, aside from ninjas, was not impoverished. Konoha was the safest place in the Land of Fire, and not everyone qualified to live there. Those who owned property in Konoha represented over 90% of the population outside its borders, much like U.S. previous world, where property ownership in the capital exceeded that of most of the country. After the trio completed their tasks, Chinatsu commended them before leading them towards the Hokage Tower. Since their mission was complete, they naturally aimed to submit it promptly. Upon arriving at the mission room, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen absent, as he only occasionally distributed tasks. For simple A-rank missions like theirs, he would not personally oversee the distribution. Today, he had come to lend his presence since it was the first mission for Kazama Yu and his peers, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Kazama Yu was not surprised. The commission for an A-rank mission was only 5,000 ryo. Such a trivial sum hardly warranted the constant attention of a leader of a nation. You recalled the commission rates for Konoha ninja missions. B-rank commissions were 30,000 to 100,000 ryo. A-rank commissions were 80,000 to 200,000 ryo. S-rank commissions were 150,000 to 1 million ryo. These amounts were provided by the village, and only the employer and the ninja responsible for the task were privy to the specifics of the payment. Konoha had numerous long-term tasks with fixed commissions, such as border patrols, guarding the daimyo, protecting nobles, researching ninjutsu, safeguarding the Hokage, and guarding the village gates. In reality, there were not many ninjas residing within Konoha. Most were stationed outside to protect the Land of Fire. This funding was provided by the nation, which had a population of nearly 1 billion. While fewer than 100,000 lived in Konoha, ninjas were shrouded in mystery, and the world of ordinary people was completely distinct from that of ninjas. The vast majority of common folk might never encounter a ninja in their lifetime. Take, for instance, the event of Orochimaru assassinating Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was quite the sensation. Orochimaru fled Konoha, discovered the corpse of the 4th Kazekage in Sunagakure, and then unconditionally surrendered to Konoha. The process of Konoha seeking Jiraiya to become Hokage, Jiraiya refusing the position, recommending Tsunade, and then departing the village with Uzumaki Naruto to find her, surely took time. By then, Hiruzen's body would have begun to decay. Remarkably, the news of such a significant event was conveyed to Tsunade by Orochimaru, who had done so without her prior knowledge of Hiruzen's death at the village's headquarters. After reflecting on the ninja world, Kazama Yu turned his gaze towards Chinatsu as she submitted their mission. The ninjas responsible for recording the tasks did not verify whether Chinatsu's team had genuinely completed the mission. Upon hearing Chinatsu declare the mission complete, they promptly disbursed the payment without requiring further confirmation. Typically, they relied solely on the verbal accounts of the leading ninja, as any deceit would tarnish their own credibility. Of course, for more private commissions, the client needed to provide proof of task completion. After the registration, Chinatsu, Kazama Yu, Shizune, and Suki all had their records updated to reflect the completion of an A-rank mission. From that moment onwards, Kazama Yu, Shizune, and Suki shed their blank slate status. Upon completing the registration, the staff began processing the mission payment for Chinatsu. At that moment, Kazama Yu felt as though he had become a mere beast of burden once again. After a full day's labor, the atmosphere in Konoha village felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Employing 9-year-old child laborers. Despite having transitioned to a different world, the fate of becoming mere beasts of burden remained unchanged. This world had become even more absurd. Following the receipt of her mission commission, Hoshino Chika departed from the Hokage Tower with Kazama Yu and the other two. Upon exiting, she paused, turning to face the 3 who trailed behind her, appearing somewhat dejected. With a flourish, she brandished a stack of currency, proclaiming her congratulations on their completion of their inaugural ninja mission. This task yielded a reward of 15,000 ryo, as they were already aware. She claimed her share, leaving the remainder for the trio to divide equally, each receiving a tidy sum of 2,500 ryo. In the midst of Kazama Yu's dismayed gaze, Hoshino Chika slipped half of the commission into her pocket. She then divided the remaining 7,500 ryo into 3 portions and handed them to the trio. Although they were aware that the supervising jounin would take half, you still felt an urge to curse. This woman had done nothing more than sit in an izakaya for several hours, yet she claimed half of their hard-earned wages. Was there no justice? Shizune and Tsukikage accepted their commissions with a hint of joy, as this was their first experience. They did not perceive any wrongdoing on Hoshino Chika's part, as it was customary for all supervising jounin to act thus. Hoshino Chika, observing Yu's pained expression, stifled a laugh to maintain her aloof demeanor. She reassured him that there was no need to feel distressed, as this was a long-standing rule of Konoha. They were not merely there to perform tasks. There were many lessons she needed to impart. Little one, taking half of your commission serves as your tuition, she stated. Upon hearing this, you could only accept the 2,500 ryo with a sense of discontent. Afterward, he turned to Hoshino Chika with an eager expression, asking what she intended to teach them and when the lessons would commence. He felt that if the vampire did not impart some knowledge, he would truly feel cheated. This was merely their first mission. With subsequent ones, she would continue to take half. Shizune and Tsukikage also directed their gaze towards Hoshino Chika, eager for the guidance of a jounin. Most of their school instructors were merely chunin, a far cry from the true masters of Konoha. Chapter 39. A gathering gazing at the expectant faces of the three, Hoshino Chika suddenly felt a headache coming on. She realized she should not have spoken so freely. It was rather presumptuous of them to expect her guidance after only one mission. Jounin were not obligated to mentor. If the genin did not meet their standards, they could withhold instruction. It was absurd that you thought he could gain favors from her. After a brief silence, Hoshino Chika declared that they were far from ready for her guidance and would need to earn her approval first. Yu, visibly displeased by her words, pouted, while the other two merely felt disappointed. After his moment of discontent, Yu suggested, Shizune, Tsukikage, you don't need to rush back, do you? We should celebrate our first mission together. How about that barbecue place from yesterday? Chika-sensei, you weren't there, so you should join us today. We ought to spend more time together so you can get to know us better. Having lost half of their commission, you felt it essential to recoup some of that loss, especially after spending over 5 hours shoveling snow. Shizune and Tsukikage nodded in agreement. Their desires more focused on forging a closer bond with their teacher rather than the financial aspect. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Hoshino Chika relented. She had initially been curious about their reactions in her absence, but now that you had seen through her, it was no longer necessary. With her nod of agreement, Shizune and Tsukikage beamed with happiness, eager to strengthen their connection with Hoshino Chika. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they secured a table for 4. After placing their orders, Hoshino Chika seized the opportunity to suggest, as we may be spending the next year together, why don't you each introduce yourselves? Share your likes, dislikes, and future aspirations. Shizune was the first to raise her hand, stating, I have a passion for various cultural heritages, and I enjoy eating brown rice. I dislike pork, and I aspire to become a great medical ninja like Lady Tsunade. She cast a glance at you while mentioning her aversion to pork, aware of his excessive orders of it. Ignoring her look, Yu mused to himself about how some preferences were formed early in life. Disliking pork seemed to stem from an affinity for pigs. He thought, isn't that what they call a pig girl? After Shizune's introduction, Hoshino Chika turned her attention to Tsukikage. I enjoy reading and am captivated by the stories within books. I dislike it when people make noise while I'm reading. My favorite food is ramen, and I hope for a future devoid of great wars in the ninja world, so I can read in peace. You found Tsukikage's interests unsurprising. He indeed loved to read. However, he hadn't anticipated the child's wish for peace. What an idealistic little soul, he thought, realizing that this dream was far more grounded than aspiring to be Hokage. Unfortunately, such hopes were bound to be dashed. As long as the destined child had yet to emerge, peace would remain elusive, and even the growth of that child would be accompanied by loss. As Hoshino Chika's gaze fell upon him, you cleared his throat and declared, to grow stronger, to survive, and to enjoy life. His simple yet resolute 9-word declaration encompassed a multitude of sentiments. Is that all? Hoshino Chika inquired, puzzled by his brevity. Among the trio, she was most intrigued by you. Perhaps it was a woman's competitive spirit. Having seen through her little ruse, she yearned to reclaim her authority. You, that's rather simplistic. You didn't mention your likes or dislikes. Shizune interjected, sitting beside Hoshino Chika. Noticing their dissatisfaction, you shook his head lightly, responding, it's not simple. My goal is anything but. I have far too many dislikes to list. Now, Chika-sensei, it's your turn. We know quite a bit about you, but you haven't shared anything about yourself. That hardly seems fair. He disregarded the discontented looks from Shizune and Tsukikage, focusing intently on Hoshino Chika, curiosity evident in his eyes. He was eager to learn her age, measurements, marital status, and whether she had a partner, as well as details about her family. His goal is to save her life, which includes the pleasures of companionship with women. The woman before him, in every regard, is not inferior to the radiant sunset of the future, naturally piquing his curiosity. Upon hearing Kazama use words, Shizune and Tsukamori no longer fixated on his perfunctory self-introduction, but, like Kazama-yu, turned their gazes towards Hoshino Chinatsu. Feeling the intensity of Kazama-yu's gaze made Hoshino Chinatsu increasingly uneasy. She sensed something amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. What malice could a 9-year-old child possess? The admiration in a child's eyes for a formidable figure should not evoke such discomfort. The gazes of Shizune and Tsukamori did not provoke any unease in her. Suppressing her discomfort, Hoshino Chinatsu spoke. I only need to know some things about you. After all, I am a jonin of Konoha, and information is classified. You 3 little rascals should refrain from prying into Konoha's secrets. Upon hearing this, Kazama-yu immediately scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face as he retorted, how unfair. At the very least, the teacher should disclose her age and whether she is married or has a partner. Are those also classified? The moment Kazama-yu uttered these words, Hoshino Chinatsu clenched her fists. This impudent child, prying into a woman's age and relationship status, what was he trying to achieve? Shizune and Tsukamori looked at Kazama-yu with astonishment, realizing their classmate was extraordinarily audacious. At that moment, all 3 silently thought that the punishment Kazama-yu received yesterday was indeed too lenient. Chapter 40. Delivering goods from the village. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Kazama-yu arrived again at the Hokage building. Just like the previous day, he came to accept a mission, but today's task should differ. The chore of clearing snow was no longer needed, as the heavy snowfall had ceased by noon yesterday. As he walked, Kazama-yu attracted the attention of many, but he paid them no mind. Timing his arrival perfectly, he approached Hoshino Chinatsu and the others, saying, "Let us go. I wonder what today's mission will be. Chinatsu-sensei, please secure us a task that is easy to handle." Kazama-yu's words mirrored those of the previous day, eliciting amused smiles from the 3 before him. Although the words were the same, Kazama-yu's appearance was entirely different from yesterday. His condition was pitiable, comparable to when he had fought Uchiha Obito months prior. After their barbecue yesterday, Hoshino Chinatsu had suddenly declared her intention to guide them, to illustrate the disparity between genin and jonin. Consequently, Kazama-yu had received a sound thrashing, leaving him in a sorry state. Now, his demeanor suggested that nothing had transpired, rendering him quite comical. After speaking, Kazama-yu entered the Hokage building, and the trio could only follow him, resigned. Hoshino Chinatsu silently mourned her fate. Encountering a defiant student like Kazama-yu during her first time as a guiding jonin was indeed troublesome. Inside the Hokage building, numerous staff members were present, and upon spotting Kazama-yu, they nearly burst into laughter. However, upon realizing his age, they stifled their amusement. Mocking a child who had just been beaten would be exceedingly rude. Kazama-yu's expressionless face perfectly encapsulated the adage, "As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who will feel awkward." Upon reaching the task room, the scene was similar to the previous day, with many waiting to accept missions, most of whom were his classmates. Casting a glance at his classmates who regarded him curiously, Kazama-yu simply tilted his head back to gaze at the roof of the Hokage building. Seeing him like this, his classmates refrained from questioning him and instead quietly inquired with Shizune and Tsukamori. Before long, they learned that Kazama-yu's injuries were a result of Hoshino Chinatsu's guidance. To preserve Kazama-yu's dignity, Shizune and Tsukamori informed their peers that it was Hoshino Chinatsu who had guided him, resulting in his current state. Hearing this, many of Kazama-yu's classmates cast envious glances his way. No wonder he appeared so self-assured. He had indeed garnered the recognition of a jonin. While he had been soundly beaten, the opportunity for guidance made the minor injuries seem trivial. After envying Kazama-yu, they turned their gazes towards their own guiding jonin, displaying expressions that sought instruction and perhaps a bit of humiliation. This left all the guiding jonin present visibly perturbed, especially Hoshino Chinatsu. Shortly thereafter, The teams arriving to receive missions began to enter one by one. The team ahead of Kazama Yu accepted their task and departed without sharing any details. It was customary to maintain discretion regarding missions, even if they did not require confidentiality. Ninja missions are not to be discussed among peers. Half an hour later, it was finally Kazama Yu's turn. Upon entering, Hoshino Chinatsu glanced over the remaining tasks and casually selected one. The process of choosing a mission, accepting it, and registering information was completed in a mere 3 minutes, efficient and straightforward. Since Saratobi Hiruzen was absent today, there was no need for Hoshino Chinatsu and Kazama Yu to engage with him. The task Hoshino Chinatsu accepted was a D-rank mission, involving the delivery of supplies from Konoha to a nearby small village, covering a round trip of over 20 miles. Kazama Yu looked at the remaining tasks, feeling somewhat dazed. The residents of Konoha must be wealthy. Hiring ninjas to babysit, chop firewood, deliver goods, send letters, tutor children, and clean. These people truly possess affluence. Expecting ninjas to handle such trivial matters. From Kazama Yu's knowledge, Konoha also had requests for finding pets, harvesting sweet potatoes, planting rice seedlings, and even hauling manure for fertilization. Such D-rank missions surely stemmed from the affluent citizens. D-rank missions typically occur within Konoha or its neighboring villages. Missions that require travel further afield or abroad are at least C-rank. While C-rank missions might lead abroad, they generally do not involve encounters with other ninjas, more likely facing local thugs or bandits, which are easily dealt with by ninjas. Only when encountering another ninja during a mission, even a lowly genin, would the mission rank invariably rise to C rank. Tasks above D rank typically involve Jonin-level opponents. For instance, if Konoha undertakes a C rank mission to protect an employer, those wishing harm upon the protected individual will surely possess the means to hire ninjas, or they themselves may be ninjas. Missions are relative. D-rank and C-rank tasks that involve gathering intelligence or assisting a nation in battle will undoubtedly involve ninjas from opposing factions. Employers delegating tasks cannot conceal information. If they knowingly downplay a high-ranking mission as a simple one to save costs, the moment they are exposed, they may find themselves on the receiving end of a ninja's wrath. Not all ninjas are easy to deal with. At the onset of the Naruto storyline, Team Kakashi nearly faced dire consequences had they not been fortunate enough that their mission was assigned to another team instead. Aside from Might Guy's team, the rest would likely have faced annihilation. Of course, other teams might opt to abandon their tasks upon encountering formidable opponents. If the compensation offered by the employer is insufficient, rational individuals would not risk their lives to complete the mission. Kakashi's confidence led him to refrain from dampening Naruto and his friend's spirits. Consequently, they received C-rank payment while performing the tasks of a D-rank mission, leaving the drunken bridge builder profiting handsomely. Upon arriving at the employer's residence, Kazama Yu and his companions found that all the necessary supplies had been meticulously prepared for them. 2 small carts brimmed with essentials, food, clothing, and charcoal awaited their attention. The employer informed Kazama Yu that these items were destined for his father-in-law's family, due to the biting cold and the heavy snowfall rendering the roads nearly impassable. He had decided to enlist the services of ninjas to assist with the delivery. "Let us embark. Today, you will witness what it means to push a cart," he declared. Grasping the handle of the cart, Kazama Yu uttered a brief remark before setting off toward the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village. Although Tsukikage had no comprehension of the phrase "old man pushing a cart," he promptly followed suit, lifting another cart and trailing behind Kazama Yu. Tsukikage couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Despite Kazama Yu's numerous questions, he displayed commendable enthusiasm for the mission. Shizune observed the two with a hint of embarrassment, realizing that with only 2 carts, she seemed to have little to do. Chapter 41. Arrival at the destination. Kazama Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was his inaugural venture beyond the Hidden Leaf, in the realm of ninjas. His knowledge of locations outside of his home village was scant, merely names and approximate directions gleaned from the Academy's teachings. Even within the Hidden Leaf, he was unfamiliar with many places, including the entrance to the Root Organization's base, which he had never even heard mentioned by other ninjas. Shimura Danzo had concealed his existence so effectively that even the average Chunin had no right to know of him. After presenting their mission permits at the village gate, the guards allowed the 4 to pass, kindly reminding them to return within the stipulated time. Just 100 meters beyond the village's borders, they were halted by the thick layer of snow, remnants of the previous day's blizzard, making it impossible to push the carts forward. Assessing the situation. Tsukikage recalled a technique he had read about. In such cases, we can place a wooden board beneath the wheels to stabilize them, allowing us to drag the carts with ease, he suggested. Kazama-yu regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, the value of knowledge was apparent. He had intended to propose this very method, but since Tsukikage had already articulated it, he refrained from further comment and instead produced a kunai, seeking suitable wood along the roadside. After approximately 10 minutes, Kazama-yu, Shizune, and Tsukikage collaborated to affix 2 curved wooden boards, each measuring 20 to 30 centimeters, beneath the cart's wheels. With the modifications complete, they resumed their journey. Although the snow remained half a meter deep, the quartet expertly controlled their chakra, leaving only faint footprints in their wake. Shizune and Tsukikage exchanged astonished glances as they observed Kazama-yu maneuvering with equal proficiency. This technique was one they had employed the previous day while clearing snow. Impressed, Kazama-yu sought their guidance, and they willingly shared their knowledge, unaware of how swiftly he would master the art of walking on water. An hour later, the trio arrived at the entrance of a quaint village named Taechuan. True to its name, the area was adorned with lush green bamboo and a small river flowed nearby. From Kazama-yu's perspective, the village appeared to be in relatively good condition, comparable to the Hidden Leaf, albeit smaller, with perhaps 100 households. As the four entered the village, they attracted the attention of several residents, most of whom peered curiously from their windows, with the frigid weather keeping most people indoors. It was not long before a middle-aged man approached them. "You are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, are you not? What brings you to our Taechuan village?" he inquired. Given the village's proximity to the Hidden Leaf, encounters with ninjas were not uncommon, and villagers often traveled to deliver mission requests. Although they recognized the formidable nature of ninjas, they were also aware that under normal circumstances, these warriors would not harm ordinary folk without cause. Observing the man's interest, Shizune stepped closer and politely addressed him. "Sir, we hail from the Hidden Leaf and are tasked with delivering supplies. Could you please direct us to Mr. Mitsui's residence?" The middle-aged man nodded knowingly, but muttered under his breath upon hearing the name Mitsui. "Isn't he just a man with a daughter married to someone from the Hidden Leaf? What pride." He gestured down the road. "Continue straight. Near the end, you will see his home marked with his name." Expressing her gratitude, Shizune bowed slightly. Kazama-yu felt a pang of empathy. It seemed that discontent with prosperous neighbors was a universal sentiment. After a 10-minute stroll, they arrived at the Mitsui residence. Upon learning that his beloved son-in-law had sent provisions, the elderly gentleman warmly welcomed them into his home. Once inside, Mitsui scrutinized Shizune for a moment and remarked, "Ah, you are the little girl who once followed that jonin. I didn't expect to see you mentoring others now." He then glanced at Kazama-yu and the others, implicitly identifying them as the newcomers in question. Shizune, recognizing that Mitsui had remembered her, nodded without uttering a word. She had previously visited the village on a mission with others. "It's clear you and Mr. Mitsui are acquainted," Shizune said, puzzled by why he had directed her to ask for directions when he already knew the way. "Well, you didn't inquire about it either," replied Kazama-yu. "Furthermore, asking for directions is a commonplace occurrence during missions. You must become accustomed to it." Shizune nodded, understanding his explanation. The Mitsui household was quite impressive, far exceeding the accommodations of Kazama-yu's own family of ninjas. After they settled into the living room, Mitsui instructed his wife to prepare tea for their guests. Kazama-yu was taken aback by Mitsui's wife, who appeared to be at least 25 or 26 years old, while Mitsui himself was already in his 50s. The contrast between the elderly man and his youthful, attractive wife left him feeling somewhat disdainful of the wealthy. Noticing this scene, Shizune was not surprised. She had encountered Mitsui's wife years prior. Once everyone was seated, Mitsui addressed them. "I trust you do not feel rushed to return to the Hidden Leaf? Join me for lunch before you depart. It would be my way of expressing gratitude for your efforts. Given your pace, you will have ample time." He sighed. "Jiro really is something else. I've told him time and again that I have no need for these supplies, yet he persists in sending them. It's quite exasperating." Upon hearing Mitsui's words, Kazama-yu couldn't help but reflect on the fact that he was indeed a son-in-law of Konoha, well acquainted with various matters of the village. The last few remarks stirred a strong urge to confront him. It was no wonder that the elderly gentleman who had guided them earlier had shown such disdain for this individual. Not only did he possess a young and beautiful wife, which was enviable and irksome, but he also likely boasted about his son-in-law in Konoha to anyone he met. Kazama-yu could easily envision that once they departed, This man would rush to inform his neighbors that his son-in-law had once again received gifts from a ninja. Chapter 42. Past events. After Mitsui finished speaking, he called for his wife to prepare lunch. Hoshino Chinatsu did not refuse. It was quite normal for a husband to request a meal. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Mr. Mitsui, how is that woman from years ago?" Upon hearing her question, Kazama Yu and the others turned their curious gazes toward Hoshino Chinatsu. Mitsui glanced at them, shook his head, and sighed helplessly before replying. "She passed away 2 years ago." "Ah, she has been mad for nearly 2 years now. I suppose it can be considered a release." Although she escaped a calamity back then, the impact of that disaster was simply too immense. As Mitsui spoke, his tone was imbued with regret, helplessness, and a hint of animosity and fear towards certain matters. Upon hearing his words, Hoshino Chinatsu's hand trembled around her teacup, nearly spilling its contents. Noting the curious looks from the 3 children, she forced herself to regain her composure and continued, "Is that so? A release, indeed. It is a pity. We never managed to find any of those children. They are all, at this point." Hoshino Chinatsu's thoughts drifted back to 4 years ago when she was still a chunin. A heinous child abduction incident had occurred in the villages surrounding Konoha. A total of 60 children, all aged 1 or 2, were taken from 3 nearby villages. The families of these children were all brutally murdered. She vividly recalled that 276 innocent lives were extinguished without a sound in their own homes. Many of those victims were children, with even infants of 1 or 2 years old taken, leaving no survivors, not even those as old as 3. Such a significant event transpired within the Land of Fire, particularly around Konoha, prompting an immediate investigation. She was among those dispatched to uncover the truth, as Konoha was deeply concerned about such occurrences, viewing them as a direct affront to their honor. They deployed 5 jonin and 15 shunin for the operation, a force capable of initiating a small-scale war. Ultimately, the only family that escaped was that of the woman Hoshino had inquired about. She had returned home for just 1 day due to a family matter, only to find her husband, father-in-law, and mother-in-law all massacred, while her twin children had vanished without a trace. Initially, she had placed her hopes in the ninjas investigating the case, believing their extraordinary abilities could help her retrieve her son and daughter. However, as time passed, she received no news, and her sanity unraveled. Thereafter, she would approach anyone she encountered, desperately asking if they had seen her children. Mitsui, hearing Hoshino's account, sighed again, saying, "There was nothing we could do." Fortunately, the evil organization responsible was eradicated by Lord Hokage's forces, and no such incidents have occurred in recent years. He expressed a lingering fear regarding those events, admitting that for a time, he had refrained from wanting children with his young and beautiful wife. Now, after several years, he desired them, yet it seemed his vitality had diminished. Hoshino Chinatsu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the nefarious organization known as the Blood Witch cult had been eliminated by the dark forces of Lord Hokage, although the children remained unfound. The only individual who truly cared about their fate was that deranged woman. The Blood Witch cult had slaughtered the families of those children, leaving no one else to concern themselves with their fate. Konoha's decision to eradicate the Blood Witch cult was also motivated by their actions within the territory they were sworn to protect, showing utter disregard for Konoha's dignity. After their conversation, they decided to shift topics. Hoshino Chinatsu accepted this mission not only because there were no other compelling tasks available, but also due to her prior visit to this place. She felt a twinge of guilt regarding the deranged woman. When she saw the mission regarding Taekwon village, she felt compelled to come and take a look. Under normal circumstances, considering her current rank, she would not have accepted a simple task from a nearby village. "Teacher Chinatsu, what are you talking about? Do you have acquaintances here?" Ino, noticing the abrupt halt in their conversation, curiously asked. Glancing at the inquisitive trio, Hoshino Chinatsu replied flatly, "No one of significance. Just an acquaintance from past missions. As you heard, she has passed away. Please refrain from inquiring further. This is confidential." Mitsui nodded in agreement. That incident was not a matter of pride for Konoha, hence they had been issued a gag order. His discussion with Hoshino Chinatsu was due to their mutual understanding of the situation, and they spoke in veiled terms before the 3 children. Seeing that Hoshino Chinatsu deemed it a confidential mission, Ino and Tsukikage immediately withdrew their curious gazes. They had learned in school that some matters were not to be casually probed. Kazama Yu too retracted his inquisitiveness but had already deduced the nature of the incident in his mind. Years ago, no child from the surrounding villages had been rescued. Without much contemplation, he realized that Hoshino Chinatsu and Mitsui were referring to the 60 children abducted for the wood release experiment. The large snake, Orochimaru, had likely kept him submerged in a potion, but it wouldn't last much longer. The 59 other children who accompanied him had gradually perished at Orochimaru's whim. And he too had been cast aside when Orochimaru grew impatient, ultimately leaving an opportunity for Danzo. The response given to the villagers by Sarutobi Hiruzen was rather intriguing. An evil organization? Eliminated by him? How amusing. As a result, these villagers ought to be grateful. It was precisely because of him that no child abduction incidents had transpired in recent years. Without demons, there is no need for Buddhas. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly possessed remarkable means. After enjoying lunch at Mitsui's home, the four set off back to Konoha, pushing 2 empty carts. Not long after leaving Taishuan village, they arrived at a bamboo forest. Kazama-yu paused, gazing at the bamboo bent or broken under the weight of the snow, noting the puzzled expressions of his companions. He pushed the cart aside and began forming hand seals. Wind style, breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind swept through, liberating the bamboo from its snowy burden, restoring it to its former stature. Observing this, Kazama-yu exclaimed, "Teacher Chinatsu, Ino, Suki, look at how vibrant the bamboo leaves are. I am certain there are winter bamboo shoots here. Let us dig for some. They are quite delectable, and if we find any, I can invite you all to my home for dinner." Staring at Kazama-yu, who had suddenly become animated, Hoshino Chinatsu, Ino, and Tsukikage fell into silence. Dig for winter bamboo shoots? There is half a meter of snow on the ground. Do you think you possess Byakugan? Chapter 43. Digging for winter bamboo shoots. Regardless of the trio's bewildered stares, Kazama-yu approached a bamboo stalk as thick as a bowl and examined it closely. "Suki, come here, let us clear the snow from around this bamboo. I am certain it holds something worthwhile." Upon hearing Kazama-yu's command, Tsukikage took a moment to gather his thoughts before approaching him, inquiring, "Are you serious? We lack the necessary tools. This seems rather troublesome." In response to Tsukikage's remark, Kazama-yu swiftly jogged a few steps to the visibly discontented Hoshino Chika, wearing a broad smile as he inquired, "Chika-sensei, where are your ninja tools? As a jonin, you must possess equipment suitable for setting traps. It would be most convenient to borrow some, as we have ample time and there's no rush to return to Konoha. If we manage to unearth some winter bamboo shoots, I would be delighted to prepare a meal for you, showcasing my culinary skills. Once you sample my cooking, you are bound to fall in love with it." The moment Kazama-yu uttered his last statement, Hoshino Chika cast him a dangerous glare. Noticing her reaction, Kazama-yu hastily corrected himself. "Not that you would fall for me. I misspoke. I meant my cooking, my culinary prowess. Merely a slip of the tongue." Faced with the obsequious grin of the young man before her, Hoshino Chika felt the urge to strike him once more. Yet, she knew that such action required justification. It would be unreasonable to chastise a student merely for wishing to dig up bamboo shoots. After a few moments of scrutinizing Kazama-yu's smug expression, Hoshino Chika retrieved a scroll from her ninja tool pouch. Unrolling it and placing it on the ground, she formed a hand seal, summoning various tools typically used for setting traps: shovels, hoes, and sickles. As Kazama-yu reached for her tools, Hoshino Chika snorted dismissively, saying, "You better be able to find those shoots. If you fail, I shall be obligated to instruct you in your training." Hearing her words, Kazama-yu paused momentarily before promptly grabbing the tools and heading toward Tsukikage. He had faith in his experience. There was surely treasure beneath the snow at this time of year. Should he find none, he was prepared to endure the consequences. "By the way," he added, "if the dishes you create from the bamboo shoots are unpalatable, then you will be deceiving your teacher, and you too shall face my guidance." As Kazama-yu took a couple of steps, Hoshino Chika's voice echoed behind him once more, "You might want to dig those shoots out first. If you succeed, both Shizune and Tsukikage may partake in the tasting. Should it not meet expectations, be prepared for my instruction." Looking at Kazama-yu, who had an uncanny ability to irritate his teacher, Shizune and Tsukikage were left speechless, contemplating whether you harbored a peculiar affinity for being chastised by beautiful instructors. With his tools in hand, Kazama-yu commenced clearing the snow around the bamboo he believed to harbor winter shoots. After removing a small section, he discovered a sizable bulge, with a crack large enough to fit his finger. Elated, he nudged the lethargic Tsukikage beside him, exclaiming, "See, I told you there was something here. We've barely started, and you need to perk up. Hurry, dig it out. Do you wish for me to be beaten by that woman?" The last part of his statement was uttered in a hushed tone, casting a cautious glance at Hoshino Chika, who stood aloof in the distance. Tsukikage, upon digging a few times at the indicated spot, inadvertently broke off the tip of the shoot. Nevertheless, he confirmed their discovery. Ignoring Kazama-yu's disdainful gaze, he exclaimed in excitement, there truly is one. How did you know there were bamboo shoots here? Tsukikage's exclamation caught the attention of both Hoshino Chika and Shizune, who approached upon hearing about the bamboo shoots. Kazama-yu chose not to respond to Tsukikage, but instead picked up the broken tip, stating with disdain, "You, my friend, are utterly unprofessional. You damaged it. Hand me the hoe. I shall excavate it, while you clear the snow." Without hesitation, Kazama-yu snatched the hoe from Tsukikage and exchanged it for the shovel in his hand. The fact that such a valuable find had been marred by Tsukikage's careless digging irked him. Once he had the hoe, he began to dig. And though a portion had been damaged, the core of the chute remained intact. Tsukikage, though puzzled, refrained from questioning further and began clearing the surrounding snow. As soon as he realized the fruits of their labor, he was invigorated. Before long, Kazama-yu unearthed a substantial chute. Weighing it in his hand, he turned to Shizune, who had approached, and remarked, "Not bad, over a pound. Shizune, bring over a cart, let us gather more to take back. I quite enjoy this delicacy." Upon receiving the command, Shizune promptly wheeled over a cart, also equipping herself with a tool to help clear the snow, mirroring Tsukikage's earlier efforts. Shortly thereafter, Kazama-yu spotted another substantial bulge and extracted a chute comparable in size to the previous one. Tsukikage, once again curious, asked, "How did you know there were bamboo shoots around here?" It was completely covered in snow. His question piqued the interest of both Hoshino Chika and Shizune, as they too were puzzled by Kazama-yu's knowledge. Given that there were no bamboo groves near Konoha, it was odd that he would possess such insight. Observing their inquisitive gazes, Kazama-yu offered a mysterious smile before stating, "I once perused a book entitled The Secrets of Bamboo Shoot Harvesting. My mother used to prepare winter bamboo dishes for me, which I found delightful. So I memorized some techniques from that tome." Kazama-yu spun a fanciful tale, and upon hearing his claim, an avid reader like Tsukikage expressed skepticism. "A book on harvesting bamboo shoots? Does such a thing exist?" Suppressing a laugh at Tsukikage's bewilderment, Kazama-yu insisted, "Of course such a book exists. There are volumes on fishing, cooking, blacksmithing, and gardening. Why wouldn't there be one on harvesting bamboo shoots?" Listening to Kazama-yu's reasoning, Hoshino Chika, Shizune, and Tsukikage instinctively nodded in agreement. Do you still have that book? May I borrow it to peruse?" Tsukikage inquired, hopeful. Looking at Tsukikage's eager expression, Kazama-yu shook his head, feigning regret as he replied, "Alas, it has long since deteriorated and was discarded. However, I remember some of its contents. And should the opportunity arise, I shall gladly teach you." Though initially disappointed, Tsukikage brightened at the prospect of learning how to harvest bamboo shoots, having found the experience exhilarating, especially at the moment of discovery. Before long, Tsukikage and Shizune had cleared the snow within a 3-meter radius of the bamboo Kazama-yu had indicated. In that area, Kazama-yu discovered 6 more bamboo shoots. Noticing the attention of his companions, he directed them towards several more bamboo stalks likely to yield shoots. Following his guidance, they immediately set to work. Observing Kazama-yu's remarkable success in uncovering so many bamboo shoots, Hoshino Chika silently retrieved a set of snow-clearing tools, joining in the effort. It was no longer a mere task. She too desired to partake in the bounty of winter bamboo shoots to enjoy for herself. After a while of digging, Moonlight Tree hesitantly inquired, This must be the bamboo forest of the villagers from Zhuchuan village, right? Is it really appropriate for us to be harvesting their bamboo shoots?" Upon hearing Moonlight Tree's words, both Hoshino Chika and Shizune paused, recognizing the impropriety of their actions. Nevertheless, Kazama-yu continued to excavate the earth, unfazed, asserting, "What does it matter? They have no idea, and our own people do it too. Most of these winter shoots will not grow into bamboo. It would be a pity for them to rot in the ground. Hurry up, let us fill this cart, and be on our way." Encouraged by US words, the trio resumed their digging. Such mischief often thrives with a leader, and inevitably, others will follow suit. After more than 2 hours, you pushed a cart brimming with winter shoots away from the site. The 4 of them retraced their steps back to Konoha, leaving behind a disheveled bamboo grove. Throughout the digging process, the villagers of Zhuchuan remained oblivious to their actions, for it was hardly expected that a few miscreants would be foraging for bamboo shoots in a forest blanketed by half a meter of snow. Normal people would not engage in such behavior. Yet Kazama Yu and his companions were anything but ordinary. With a cart full of winter shoots, you felt a surge of excitement, having resolved to keep 1/3 for himself while the remaining 2/3 would be divided among the other 3. The group took nearly an hour to return to Konoha. By now, U.S. companions bore expressions of fatigue for traversing through the snow-consumed chakra, albeit it was far easier than walking through water. Upon presenting their mission passes, the 4 entered Konoha under the peculiar gaze of the 2 gate guards, likely intrigued by ninjas returning from a mission laden with local delicacies. The 2 Chunin, noticing the fine quality of the bamboo shoots you had harvested, expressed interest in purchasing some, only to be swiftly denied by you, who declared he was now a ninja and lacked for money. Entering Konoha, you led the way to his home, situated not far from the village gate, eager to store the winter shoots. The cart belonged to another, and they needed to return it, for only upon its return and the delivery of a letter from Mitsui would anyone believe they had completed their task. Not long after, an unexpected occurrence caught you off guard. His striking figure pushing the cart attracted the attention of many, with neighbors rushing out to inquire if he had forsaken his ninja duties to sell bamboo shoots, even asking for prices to support his business. Faced with these unfamiliar neighbors, you could only explain that the shoots were for personal consumption, not for sale. Eventually, they managed to extricate themselves from the eager buyers and entered U.S. home, while their teacher, Hoshino Chika, maintained a distance of over 10 meters, appearing to be a stranger to them. Once inside, you promptly emptied the cart of winter shoots onto the ground, just as Hoshino Chika stepped into his courtyard. Shizune and Moonlight Tree curiously surveyed their surroundings, for this was their first visit to U.S. home. However, U.S. courtyard was rather unremarkable, simple in its design. After unloading the shoots, you spoke, Chika-sensei, Shizune, Tree. Would you have time to join me for a meal? Chika-sensei, submitting the mission doesn't require my presence, does it? If you go submit the mission now, I can prepare food at home, and when you're done, we can all enjoy the meal together. Hearing Yu's suggestion, Shizune and Moonlight Tree nodded in agreement, indicating they would come for dinner later, then turned their eyes to Hoshino Chika, as she held the authority over mission submissions. Very well, Chika replied before heading outside. Shizune and Moonlight Tree quickly pushed the cart to follow her. Once they departed, you contemplated what dishes to prepare to impress them. Ideally, stir-fried winter shoots with cured meat would be perfect, but they lacked any cured meat. Stir-fried winter shoots with fresh meat would suffice, but Shizune did not eat pork. It wouldn't do to prepare a dish she couldn't enjoy after all her hard work. After a few moments of thought, you decided to create a variety of dishes: stir-fried winter shoots with meat, stir-fried winter shoots with beef, braised winter shoots, and perhaps 2 braised fish alongside a vegetable stir-fry would be just about right. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. There are many shortcuts to success, one being to court a wealthy woman. Regrettably, his former self had never had the opportunity to engage with such affluent ladies. Yet now, it was not too late. In this new body, he was merely 9 years old and handsome, with a promising future ahead. He was confident that with over 20 years of culinary expertise at his disposal, he could surely capture the heart of the aloof Hoshino Chika. Once he won her over, the possibilities would be endless. Securing the affection of AJ Nin would ensure he lacked for ninjutsu. After all, she was likely an expert in at least 2 elemental jutsu, so he would never be wanting for technique. This was far more reliable than relying on a future self. 1 jutsu a year hardly compared to his own research. With this in mind, you softly declared, "Future, I am on the verge of success. One must rely on oneself." When you had nearly completed the meal preparations, Chika and the others arrived. Once they entered, you invited them to take a seat while he served the dishes he had prepared, along with 4 bowls of rice. The weather being so cold, he had kept the dishes warm by leaving them in the pot. Upon seeing the 5 or 6 dishes you had prepared, the 3 gazed at him in astonishment. These dishes appeared utterly delectable. Shizune, impressed, remarked, "These dishes look absolutely delicious. I never expected you had such culinary skills." Her praise resonated with Moonlight Tree, who nodded in agreement. Even Hoshino Chika found herself involuntarily nodding, acknowledging that you seemed to possess a natural talent for cooking. In response to Shizune's compliment, you waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let us taste it first. Shizune, this portion is stir-fried winter shoots with pork, if you don't eat that. The beef stir-fry is quite similar. Chika-sensei, Tree, let us eat, for these are the fruits of our labor." Hearing U.S. invitation, Shizune and Moonlight Tree both chimed in with a cheerful, "Let us eat," and began to serve themselves from the dishes. Hoshino Chika directly picked up a piece of winter shoot, her delicate mouth slightly parted. The moment she bit into the tender shoot, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. The exquisite taste seemed to awaken a joy deep within her, and she couldn't help but smile faintly. Her cheeks slightly puffed as she savored each bite with utmost grace. While Chika enjoyed her meal, two voices of admiration erupted nearby, both unable to contain their praises for the delicious food. Their exclamations snapped Chika back to reality, and she shot a glare at you, her gaze fixed upon him. In that moment, she felt her cheeks growing warm, embarrassed at having let that little rascal witness her involuntary smile. You, undeterred by her glare, felt no disappointment. He could discern from Chika's reaction that his plan was on the verge of success. He was about to win the affection of a beautiful kunoichi from Konoha, marking a significant step forward in his journey to greatness. I never imagined your cooking could be this good. Who did you learn such skills from? Moonlight Tree exclaimed, genuinely impressed. No one taught me. I live alone, eat alone, and through repeated cooking, I have managed to concoct these dishes, Kazama Yu remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the three paused momentarily, for Kazama Yu was unlike them. He had lived independently for several years. They quickly resumed their normal demeanor, aware that displaying too much surprise would only render them uncomfortable. Tsukikage, after savoring a piece of fish, chimed in, "This fish is delicious." That guy Obito always boasted about Kakashi's grilling skills back in school, claiming his fish was exquisite. In my humble opinion, Kakashi's fish cannot compare to yours, Yu. Kazama Yu smiled at the compliment, and, with an air of mystery, responded, "Kakashi is far more formidable than we are. Did you know? For years ago, I witnessed him single-handedly defeat two nin who were bullying Might Guy. He had just entered the ninja academy, and shortly after that encounter, the village graduated him. In less than a year, he was promoted to nin. I estimate it won't be long before he ascends to nin. Our classmate is truly exceptional." Kazama Yu's heartfelt admiration was genuine. He had personally witnessed Kakashi's prowess that fateful day as he exited the academy. Although he could not recall the names of the two nin who had mocked Guy's father, their attire was unmistakable. Both wore the standard uniform of Konoha nin, an outfit unbefitting a mere genin. Even the talented Maru Hoshikage, who had reached the level of nin, could not don such garments, as he was still a Konoha genin. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, Hoshigaki Chika, Shizune, and Tsukikage gazed at him in astonishment. The revelation was staggering. At the age of 5, he had vanquished two nin. Could such a reality truly exist? Is that genuinely true? Kakashi, is that remarkable? Shizune queried, swallowing her beef. Noticing their incredulous expressions, Kazama Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course it is. Otherwise, why do you think Kakashi graduated so swiftly? Besides him, Might Guy, who entered our class later, is also quite extraordinary. During recess at the academy, he could run 5,000 laps at just 7 years old. Can any of you match that? If you could, you'd have graduated like Might Guy. Only those of exceptional skill recognized other masters, which was why Might Guy frequently sparred with Kakashi. They did not regard anyone else as worthy of their attention. Obito, that overly optimistic fellow, naively believed that once his Sharingan awakened, he could rival Kakashi. What a delusion! Silence enveloped the group. Even Hoshigaki Chika appeared withdrawn. Having attended the ninja academy herself, she understood the vastness of the playground. It measured approximately 300 meters. Running 5,000 laps without pause equated to an astonishing 1,500,000 meters, 3,000 miles, or 1,500 kilometers. 7 years old. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, she felt exasperation stirring within her. Even as a nin, she could scarcely fathom such a feat after a moment of silence. Shizune shot Kazama Yu a disapproving glance and said, let us focus on eating without delving into such dreary topics. Tsukikage nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Let us not discuss these uninteresting matters. We have no missions tomorrow or the day after. Why not contemplate what we might do? They were both visibly disheartened, and continuing the conversation would likely diminish their appetite. Observing his companion's despondency and Hoshigaki Chika's distracted expression, Kazama Yu nodded, his gaze intensifying as he addressed Chika. Teacher Chika, you must guide us more. You've seen how extraordinary our classmate is. Obito, that underachiever, wishes to catch up to Kakashi. I yearn for that too. Teacher, Can you assist me? I refuse to be left behind by them. I want to accept it. In that moment, Kazama-yu's performance was nothing short of astounding. The indomitable spirit of a child, an unwillingness to succumb to fate, and a fervent desire to win radiated from his eyes. There was a trace of grievance within them. Why were they the prodigies while he felt like a mediocre talent? Now, he placed his hopes on the guidance of the esteemed Nin, Hoshigaki Chika, fervently wishing for her assistance. Chapter 46. Unexpected joy. Upon seeing the yearning in Kazama-yu's eyes, Hoshigaki Chika suddenly lost her appetite. Just a few bites in, and he was already making requests. How boundaryless. Shizune and Tsukikage exchanged bemused glances at Kazama-yu, who had just claimed that Obito's aspirations to catch up to Kakashi were mere fantasies. Yet, in an instant, he expressed a desire to match Kakashi himself. The Uchiha clan was Konoha's most prestigious family, boasting a legacy spanning over a millennium. With Obito's Sharingan awakened, there was a glimmer of hope for him to rival Kakashi. But what about Kazama-yu? What could he rely on? His looks? If it were merely about appearance, perhaps he stood a chance. With a sigh, Hoshigaki Chika finally spoke. Tomorrow at noon, gather at the Eastern Training Ground. Students often lacked self-awareness and boundaries. She had no choice but to offer some guidance. However, given Kazama-yu's abilities and talent, there was no guarantee he could truly grasp what she taught. Upon hearing her agreement, Kazama-yu broke into a wide grin, retracting his gaze from Hoshigaki Chika, and declared, I knew you were the best, Teacher Chika. Please eat. Do indulge. I prepared this especially for you. With that, he used his chopsticks to place a generous helping of braised fish into her bowl. As Hoshigaki Chika gazed at the braised fish forcefully placed before her, she sighed inwardly. Shizune and Tsukikage, having overheard their exchange, regarded Kazama-yu with admiration. In a single meal, he had managed to secure guidance from Nin. After their meal, Shizune presented Kazama-yu with the payment for their delivery task. The village's remuneration was the same as the day before when they cleared the snow. Though they had ventured out of the village, the distance was minimal, and the items delivered were few. Thus, the compensation remained unchanged. As evening approached, the three prepared to depart. Kazama-yu, seeing this, did not insist they stay but instead offered each of them a bag of winter bamboo shoots. They accepted without hesitation. Kazama-yu could not consume all those shoots alone, and they had contributed to gathering them, so it was only right they take some. Once they left, Kazama-yu cleaned up the dishes and began his training. In this perilous world, he dared not squander a single day. Were it not for the guidance suggesting he should not absorb excessive chakra fruit energy in one day, he would have pressed for a more rigorous regimen. The following morning, after preparing a modest meal, Kazama-yu set out with around 20 pounds of winter bamboo shoots. Soon, he arrived at the villa of Teacher Chun, located in a bustling area of Konoha. This marked his first solo visit. Previously, he had accompanied Asuma and Hong, and at that time, he had not brought any gifts, merely enjoying meals before departing, which had left him feeling somewhat guilty. This time was different. He had brought some game as a token of appreciation. He was genuinely grateful for the instruction in the leaf whirlwind technique, as it had proven quite effective when he had kicked Obito. After knocking, Teacher Chin's son opened the door. Upon seeing Kazama-yu, he smiled and welcomed him into the courtyard. For Kazama-yu was now a familiar face. Upon entering the courtyard, Kazama-yu observed Teacher Chin engaging in solitary physical exercises. In their household, he was the only ninja, while his son had inexplicably chosen a different path. Kazama-yu refrained from inquiring further, speculating that perhaps his son lacked the aptitude to become a ninja, or that Teacher Chun had already amassed sufficient wealth from his profession. Noticing Kazama-yu's arrival, Teacher Chin continued his workout undeterred. Kazama-yu, respecting the moment, did not intrude but instead handed a bag to Teacher Chin's son, saying, Brother Chun, I unearthed these while on a mission outside the village yesterday. I brought some back for you. Upon receiving the offering, Teacher Chin's son glanced inside and remarked, Winter bamboo shoots? Given the heavy snowfall a few days ago, these must have been difficult to find. Thank you, Yu. He did not feign politeness. His father had trained Kazama-yu and Asuma Sarutobi, and the value of that instruction far surpassed the modest gift. There was no reason to dismiss a child's goodwill. And for Kazama-yu, who was now a ninja, procuring winter bamboo shoots required little effort. Kazama-yu replied, It wasn't too hard. We dug them up together. Teacher Chun, Brother Chun, I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to at noon. After speaking, he prepared to depart, realizing he had no time for a meal today. Hearing of Kazama-yu's intent to leave, Teacher Chun, still exercising, called out, "Hold on a moment, kid. I shall finish shortly." A bit puzzled, Kazama nodded and took a seat on a nearby bench. After half an hour, Teacher Chun concluded his workout. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he instructed Kazama to wait, then entered the house. Shortly after, Teacher Chun emerged with a scroll. Approaching Kazama and tossing it towards him. Gazing at the forehead protector on Kazama-yu's arm, Teacher Chun said, "Congratulations on becoming a ninja, kid. Consider this a gift from me. Strive diligently. Survival in this world is no simple feat." Kazama-yu accepted the scroll, stowing it away, astonished by this unexpected reward. Although he was unaware of its contents, he knew that items from a master were undoubtedly remarkable. "I will do my utmost," Kazama-yu promised earnestly. Seeing Kazama-yu's sincere demeanor, Teacher Chun waved dismissively, saying, "No need to be so serious. The contents aren't particularly precious. Asuma and that young girl didn't accompany you. Were you not in the same class? Who is your guiding jonin?" As a veteran of Konoha, Teacher Chun understood that Kazama-yu must not have been placed in the same class as Asuma. Given that Kazama-yu had time to visit, it was likely they had a break today. Missions in Konoha were not abundant, and scattered tasks were not daily occurrences. Thus, newly graduated ninjas without fixed assignments generally operated on a 2-on, 2-off schedule. Kazama-yu responded, "Asuma and Hinata are in one class, under a jonin from the Akimichi clan. My guiding jonin is Teacher Hoshino Chika." Upon hearing this, Teacher Chun nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, that little girl. She's quite similar to you. All right, since you have matters to attend to, you may leave." Though Kazama-yu was curious about why Teacher Chun likened Hoshino Chika to him, he felt it inappropriate to ask further. Delving into a teacher's background was not in line with his persona. Upon exiting Teacher Chun's courtyard and ensuring he was out of sight, he curiously unwrapped the scroll given to him. Upon opening it, Kazama-yu's eyes widened in delight. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Exchanging 20 pounds of winter bamboo shoots for this technique was an unexpected boon. He had struck gold. Chapter 47. Attribute Testing. After briefly examining the scroll, Kazama-yu tucked it away, reflecting on the advantages of knowing individuals of stature. While he held great respect for Might Guy, he had never had the opportunity for direct interaction. During the Third Shinobi World War, he was not yet a jonin, lacking the necessary rank to approach such figures closely. Yet, through his connection with Asuma Sarutobi, the Prince of Konoha, he had directly engaged with this significant figure. The techniques casually shared by such masters were quite valuable, requiring numerous missions to acquire. The gifts from these esteemed individuals could be utilized openly, provided he managed the technique's power appropriately. Naturally, he also had to consider whether his chakra could sustain the training. For instance, the shadow clone technique, which Hoshino Chika was currently teaching him, was not something he could successfully execute yet. If he could, it would elevate his strength to at least that of a chunin in Konoha, starkly contrasting his displayed capabilities. Pretending to be a novice was far safer. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not absurdly assign a newly minted chunin to undertake high-level missions, akin to how Konin was tasked with collecting corpses for Nagato. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to behave so irrationally, Kazama-yu would consider leaving Konoha, as there was no one of significance to keep him there. He could hardly believe that a chunin like himself would encounter difficulties undertaking D or C rank missions. By the time the Third Shinobi World War commenced, he would be a jonin, and remaining in the ranks of the lower ninjas would pose no threat to his safety. Returning home, Kazama-yu meticulously studied the martial arts technique, Konoha Great Whirlwind. After a thorough read, he comprehended it fully. This was the advanced version of the Konoha Whirlwind. With his current abilities, he could manage to execute it, albeit expending nearly all his chakra after delivering a powerful kick. This was primarily due to his extensive practice with the Konoha Whirlwind. Should he hand this technique to Shizune or Tsukikage, their success was not guaranteed. Although their chakra reserves slightly exceeded his, they had not trained in the Konoha Whirlwind, making mastering Konoha Great Whirlwind considerably more challenging. These martial arts were not merely sequences of movements. They required specialized force application techniques. The techniques demanded physical stamina, and once stamina was depleted, chakra would diminish too, as chakra is composed of physical energy. After mentally simulating the Konoha Great Whirlwind several times and confirming he had memorized the technique, Kazama-yu placed the scroll safely in his home. Apart from the shadow clone technique he had destroyed, the rest of his ninjutsu remained securely at home, which was impeccably tidy, ensuring that even if someone searched for something, nothing would appear amiss. At noon, Kazama Yu arrived punctually at the training ground east of Konoha. This time, he was not the last to arrive. Upon his arrival, only Tsukikage was present. After exchanging greetings, they awaited Hoshino Chika and Shizune. Kazama Yu felt a sense of anticipation for this instruction, as he currently lacked sufficient ninjutsu. Before long, Hoshino Chika and Shizune arrived together, likely having encountered each other on the way. Once the four were assembled, Hoshino Chika led them to an unused training ground. This particular site featured a small river running through its center. Once they stood by the riverbank, Hoshino Chika produced 3 slips of paper, handing them to Kazama Yu and the others. Seeing the 3 of them accept the items without any surprise on their faces, Hoshino Chika began. I trust you all know what these are. Before I teach you, I must first confirm the path best suited for each of you. 3 individuals were aware of the existence of the chakra test paper, and she was not surprised. All 3 had ninjas in their families, even the orphan Kazama Yu, who once had 2 Chnin parents. Upon obtaining the object, chakra erupted from within him, slicing the chakra test paper cleanly in half. At this moment, he consciously controlled the attributes of his chakra. Had he not exercised such control, he might have obliterated the test paper entirely. The change in the nature of Earth chakra was evident, as his mastery of Earth release surpassed that of Wind release. Reflecting on the test, Kazama Yu could not help but think of the future Uchiha Sasuke, whose affinity for lightning release was indeed formidable, although he had already mastered the transformation of fire nature. The tests revealed that lightning release was more suitable for him. Uchiha Fugaku, disparaging his younger son's talent, had actually erred in his teachings. He had never subjected Sasuke to a proper test, mistakenly assuming that fire was his most fitting path, when in truth, it was lightning. If chakra is not specially controlled, the test paper will not deceive. Uzumaki Naruto is perfectly attuned to wind release. Discovering the right path is essential for significant advancement. Straying from the correct path only leads to inefficiency and wasted time. A high affinity not only accelerates training, but also enhances the power of the jutsu employed. After completing his test, Kazama Yu turned his gaze towards Shizune and Tsukikage. Shizune's test paper was dripping, clearly indicating the highest affinity for water. Tsukikage's test paper ignited spontaneously. Observing Tsukikage's fire release attribute, Kazama Yu nodded in satisfaction. In the land of fire, it would be rather excessive for the 3 of them to lack a single fire affinity among them. Witnessing the 3 distinct attributes, Hoshino Chika suddenly felt a slight headache. It was not due to her inability to instruct. Even a Nin should proficiently wield jutsu of at least 2 attributes. She had mastered 4 attributes, with water being her forte, followed by fire. Typically, she relied on these 2 in combat, while she also possessed some knowledge of wind and earth techniques. They were not particularly compatible, hence she seldom employed them against skilled adversaries. However, her expertise in wind release was sufficient to guide Kazama Yu, an inept Jinin. Now, her concern was that with 3 individuals possessing 3 different attributes, she would have to teach thrice. Mastering jutsu is no simple task, especially for those with limited chakra. Training in jutsu becomes even more arduous. After some contemplation, Hoshino Chika spoke. Your current chakra levels are too low. Even if I were to teach you jutsu, you might not grasp them, thus wasting time. What you need to focus on now is enhancing your chakra, and the simplest way to do so is through combat. Upon hearing Hoshino Chika's words, Kazama Yu could think of only one thing. While combat could indeed bolster his practical experience, to masquerade as Shizune or Tsukikage, he could only endure blows without gaining effective training. He could not push himself to exhaustion. Without reaching his limits, how could he hope to improve? His plan was to learn by observing. While Hoshino Chika instructed Shizune and Tsukikage in jutsu, he intended to watch closely, hoping to grasp other nature transformations. Chapter 48. A predicament. Realizing the importance of seizing this rare opportunity, Kazama Yu raised his right hand. Noticing his gesture, Hoshino Chika understood he had something to say and nodded at him. What is it? Speak, she prompted. Seeing her calm demeanor, devoid of discernible emotion, he remembered her penchant for violence and carefully organized his thoughts. With some trepidation, he said, Chika-sensei, we engage in chakra training daily. Could you perhaps teach us 1 or 2 jutsu? We possess wind, water, and fire affinities among the 3 of us, and as a Nin, you should be familiar with jutsu of these 3 attributes. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's hopeful expression, Hoshino Chika felt a surge of joy within her. Subsequently, she swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a gentle kick that sent him soaring through the air. as Kazama Yu was propelled high into the sky. He barely had time to speak before a fierce gust of wind struck him from behind, accompanied by Hoshino Chika's voice. Wind release, kite. In an instant, Kazama Yu found himself spinning wildly, blown away more than 20 meters before he began to rotate in midair, unable to ascend or descend. At that moment, he resembled a kite tethered by a string, the other end of which rested in Hoshino Chika's hand. He vividly understood why this technique was called kite. He was indeed the kite. After more than 10 seconds, Hoshino Chika released her control over Kazama Yu amidst the admiring gazes of Shizune and Tsukikage. Without the wind's influence, Kazama Yu plummeted to the ground. With a splash, he plunged into the small river of the training area. Having completed her actions, Hoshino Chika clapped her hands and remarked, "I had warned him not to voice objections. It has only been 3 days, yet he has already forgotten. Youngsters have such poor memories. That is rather unfortunate." At that moment, a hint of schadenfreude colored Hoshino Chika's tone, for she had long desired to reprimand Kazama Yu. Shizune and Tsukikage also detected the amusement in her voice. Their teacher, though aloof, possessed a delightful sense of mischief. In the depths of winter, Kazama Yu shivered as he found himself submerged in the icy waters. Falling from a height of 20 meters into the water would have been fatal for his earthly body. However, his current physique endured without issue. Not only was he capable of concealing his strength, but even Shizune and Tsukikage would emerge unscathed. A person's chakra reaching the level of a genin signifies a body vastly superior to that of an ordinary individual. Hoshino Chika was well aware of the physical strength of a genin, which is why she had sent Kazama Yu soaring to such heights. Once submerged in the lake, Kazama Yu felt as though he had been momentarily stunned, sinking several meters before gradually descending to the riverbed. Having been struck once more by that woman, he had anticipated such a risk, yet at this moment, he wished only to remain still. After more than 10 seconds, Kazama Yu lay motionless at the bottom of the river like a lifeless corpse. The water flowed slowly, preventing his body from drifting downstream. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Observing that Kazama Yu had yet to surface, Shizune and Tsukikage began to grow concerned. They started to suspect that he might have been knocked out by Hoshino Chika's wind release and had already lost consciousness by the time he fell into the river. If that were the case, Kazama Yu would be in danger, and they must intervene. Exchanging glances, Tsukikage spoke. "Chika-sensei, you didn't mean to. We should rescue him." With that, Tsukikage moved forward, intending to dive in and save him. Hoshino Chika, noticing Kazama Yu's prolonged absence, sighed and rubbed her forehead. "No need for that. He is fine. This is merely a lesson he clearly has yet to learn." After speaking, Hoshino Chika began forming hand seals. Completing 5 seals, she brought her hands together and softly uttered, "Water release, water surge." As Kazama Yu lay quietly at the riverbed, he suddenly felt a shift in the water around him and began to spin. The sediment beneath him stirred, swirling alongside his body as it was drawn toward the riverbank. The previously clear water became murky, and Kazama Yu could do nothing but close his eyes and allow his body to be carried along by the current. 3 seconds later, Kazama Yu found himself thrust onto the surface of the river, his garments marred by muddy stains, hair disheveled and clinging to his face, dampened by the murky waters. His appearance, more pitiful than a drowned rat, nearly provoked amusement from Hoshino Chika and the silent Konoha moonlight. Upon seeing that woman, Kazama Yu elevated himself to the river's surface but did not cease his water-dodging ninjutsu. Instead, he spun incessantly in the murky depths. With no other recourse, he extended a hand in a gesture of surrender, wishing to avoid further rolling in the mire. While others' water-dodging techniques conjured pristine waters, Hoshino Chika's method began at the riverbed, stirring the silt and releasing a foul stench. This water-dodging ninjutsu was utterly repulsive. Noticing Kazama Yu's gesture, Hoshino Chika halted her control over the water. Seeing her pause, Kazama Yu quickly swam toward the bank, shedding his drenched clothing, eager to cleanse himself. Clad only in black boxer shorts, he submerged himself to wash thoroughly. Once clean, he shook the mud from his clothes and ensured they were free of debris before emerging from the water. Ignoring the gazes of Hoshino Chika and Konoha Moonlight, he strode toward the shore. Konoha Moonlight, witnessing Kazama Yu's approach, hastily concealed herself behind Hoshino Chika, stealing glances while exclaiming, "You, what are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes." Hoshino Chika remained unmoved, her gaze lingering appreciatively on Kazama Yu's physique. After all, he was merely a 9-year-old child. and she was no stranger to the human form. For a jonin, the distinctions between male and female bodies held little significance. Many had perished at their hands. Sometimes, to uncover the secrets hidden within their enemies, they had to personally dissect corpses. Moonlight Konoha, observing Kazama Yu, felt a mix of admiration for his courage and a twinge of envy for his physique, which bore the marks of rigorous training. Kazama Yu ignored Konoha's admonition. His current attire was soaked, and wearing it would be exceedingly uncomfortable. Konoha, destined to be a medical ninja, had seen all manner of bodies and ought to adapt quickly. Chapter 49. Relentless pursuit. Approaching within a few meters of Hoshino Chika and the others, Kazama Yu remarked, "In this frigid winter, how can one wear wet clothes without drying them first?" "Konoha, I wore pants, so why are you hiding? Look at Chika-sensei, she seems quite intrigued." His brazen words held an element of truth. At just 9 years old, with no hair yet, being without undergarments was hardly scandalous. Hearing Kazama Yu's teasing, Hoshino Chika's forehead twitched, and with a huff, she retorted, "You little brat, have you not been punished enough? Quickly gather some wood to dry your clothes. Do you still wish to receive guidance?" Upon hearing her words, Kazama Yu promptly tossed his wet garments into the snow. He then aligned his feet, straightened his legs, lifted his chin, drew in his abdomen, puffed out his chest, and presented a military salute, stating, "At your command, Chika-sensei." With that, he bounded off toward the nearby woods. Watching Kazama Yu depart, Hoshino Chika and the others were left in a state of disarray. His formal salute had rendered them speechless. This boy had an audacious demeanor, unafraid of reprimand. Hoshino Chika silently regretted allowing Kazama Yu and the others to graduate, particularly him. She contemplated whether, after this instruction session for the genin, she should continue her role as a jonin mentor. Children were indeed quite troublesome. Before long, Kazama Yu returned, hauling branches the thickness of his calves. Clearing a small area, he cut the branches to approximately half a meter in length using kunai. He then arranged the firewood in a crisscross pattern on the ground. Once prepared, Kazama Yu turned to Moonlight Konoha, requesting assistance. Without a word, Konoha approached the pile of wood, forming several hand seals. A flame, about the size of a human head, ignited beneath the stack. Although the wood was damp, the chakra-infused flames burned at a much higher temperature, quickly igniting the wet timber. As the fire blazed, Kazama Yu moved closer, exclaiming, "Ah, the warmth of flames is comforting. I was feeling a bit chilly, but now I feel quite cozy. Konoha, your ninjutsu is impressive." In response to Kazama Yu's praise, Moonlight Konoha smiled modestly and replied, "It's just this technique. Hurry and dry your clothes. We don't want to further provoke Chika-sensei." Konoha's words prompted a bashful nod from the otherwise reticent Konoha, who agreed that Kazama Yu should feel grateful for personalized instruction from a jonin and should not demand too much. Noticing the gazes of his companions, Kazama Yu nodded, then turned to Hoshino Chika, stating, "All right then, what we do next is up to you. Chika-sensei, I shall comply fully." After his earnest assurance, he added, "Chika-sensei, could I possibly try that wind-dodging ninjutsu? Just tell me how to practice it. The rest is my responsibility. Please allow me." Unlike Konoha and Moonlight Konoha, who held a more casual attitude toward ninjutsu, their strength still categorized them as genin, and their need for advanced techniques was minimal, especially since they had ninjutsu available at home. Kazama Yu, however, was already at the chunin level and sought to deepen his understanding of various ninjutsu. By mastering diverse techniques, he could enhance his comprehension of different attributes, eventually leading to the creation of his own ninjutsu or easy manipulation of specific elements. Witnessing Kazama Yu's unabashed demeanor and ingratiating expression, Hoshino Chika closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. In that moment, she felt her vision tainted, as if her very spirit had been sullied by him. Turning away, she reluctantly stated, "I shall grant you this later. Each of you will receive one technique. Konoha, you shall have the water-dodging technique you just demonstrated. As for you, Moonlight, I also have a fire-dodging technique called Fire Serpent. Take these back to study on your own. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." Upon hearing Hoshino Chika's words, the three exchanged glances, their spirits lifted, particularly Kazama Yu, who was thrilled to have finally acquired a ninjutsu. This was far more efficient than waiting a year for one. Having known Hoshino Chika for only a few days, he had already extracted a technique from her. Where there was one, there would surely be another. Kazama Yu was determined to continue this trend. Half an hour later, Kazama Yu donned his freshly dried clothes and pants. His shoes, slightly thicker and harder to dry, were also put on, as they were about to commence practical training. After dressing, Kazama-yu stood side by side with Konoha and Moonlight Konoha, facing Hoshino Chika, who stood a little over 10 meters away. After exchanging determined glances, the trio charged toward Hoshino Chika. As they ran a few paces, each summoned 2 shuriken into their hands. Kazama-yu, positioned in the center, was the first to launch his shuriken, aimed directly at Hoshino Chika's head and torso. The blade aimed directly at the center of Hoshino Chinatsu's brow, while 3 more pointed at her chest, targeting the peaks and the valley between them. Shizune and Tsukikage, upon witnessing this, also launched their shurikens, albeit slightly slower than Kazama-yu. Their target was not Hoshino Chinatsu's current form, but rather the sides flanking her. Should she dodge Kazama-yu's shurikens to the left or right, she would inevitably collide with the shurikens thrown by the other 2. After throwing their projectiles, the trio showed no sign of halting. Kazama-yu continued his advance toward Hoshino Chinatsu, while Shizune and Tsukikage veered off, approaching her from either side. As Hoshino Chinatsu observed the dozen shurikens hurtling toward her, she quickly discerned their trajectories. Just as they were about to strike, she stepped back with her left leg, bent her knees, and lowered her posture. Kazama-yu's shurikens flew harmlessly over her head, while she disregarded those from Shizune and Tsukikage. As the shurikens passed, Kazama-yu reached Hoshino Chinatsu's front. Seizing the opportunity presented by her evasion, he unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at her exquisite face, the Leaf Whirlwind. Chapter 50. Battle. Hoshino Chinatsu effortlessly blocked Kazama-yu's strike with a raised hand. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Kazama-yu quickly retracted his leg, preparing to deliver another kick with his other foot. However, the disparity in speed between him and Hoshino Chinatsu was insurmountable. As he contemplated retreat, she raised her other hand above her head and swung it down sharply. Kazama-yu, suspended in midair, was struck down by her blow before he even touched the ground, and she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. In an instant, Kazama-yu rolled away across the snow, unable to control his body. He couldn't help but think about the overwhelming disparity. The difference between a jonin and a chunin was simply too vast. Even if he did not conceal his strength, the gap between him and Hoshino Chinatsu remained significant. A jonin, when serious, could eliminate a chunin in an instant. Kakashi Hitaki had once dispatched 2 of Zabuza Momochi's subordinates in a heartbeat. Asuma Sarutobi had similarly eliminated 9 sound ninjas in the blink of an eye, while supporting Nara Shikamaru during the Konoha collapse plan. Particularly, Tsukikage Shippu, although technically a chunin, had found himself effortlessly pursued by the Jonin Maki of Sunigakure. Despite employing the peculiarities of Konoha's swordsmanship to strike Maki, he was unable to breach the latter's defenses and could not withstand the ensuing attacks. The differences in speed, defense, and offense were overwhelming, leading to his swift defeat. Jonin did not require ninjutsu to dominate chunins and genins. It was a matter of sheer velocity, strength, and defense. Genjutsu was ineffective. A ninja with potent chakra inherently possessed a robust mental fortitude, rendering the illusions of a chunin incapable of intruding upon a jonin's psyche to manipulate their chakra flow and induce hallucinations. Those with formidable chakra did not believe they could fall victim to genjutsu, as ordinary individuals lacked the requisite mental energy, chakra, to alter their own chakra flow. A jonin, unless purposefully holding back, faced no resistance from a typical chunin or genin. As Kazama-yu rolled away, Shizune and Tsukikage's attacks reached Hoshino Chinatsu from either side. As the 2 approached, Hoshino Chinatsu's long legs kicked one of them in the stomach. After dispatching one, she swiftly turned and kicked the other away. Before Kazama-yu could recover, the other 2 began gliding across the snow at an astonishing speed. Unlike Kazama-yu, who rolled, Shizune and Tsukikage maintained a steady posture as they slid, resembling 2 curved lobsters, their heels dragging through the snow, as if braking. Their passage left behind 2 neat trails. As she watched the 3 being sent flying, Hoshino Chinatsu declared, "Next, I shall restrain my strength to that of a newly promoted chunin. I hope you will not be as easily defeated as before." Regardless of whether they heard her, she rushed toward Kazama-yu. Generally kind-hearted, she was willing to indulge those who derived pleasure from her prowess. Kazama-yu, having just risen and shaken off the snow, noticed Hoshino Chinatsu charging toward him. Instantly, he pulled out 4 shurikens and hurled them at her in an attempt to deter her approach. After evading his projectiles by sidestepping a meter, Hoshino Chinatsu pressed on. Unable to halt her advance, Kazama-yu quickly assumed a defensive stance, believing he could withstand her assault, especially since she was curtailing her strength to that of a weaker Chunin. Once Hoshino Chinatsu drew near, she launched a kick aimed at his head, executing the same leaf whirlwind technique Kazama you had just used. Seeing her move, he silently cursed, feeling that she was crossing a line. Just as her kick was about to connect, he retreated 2 steps to evade it. Upon his retreat, Hoshino Chinatsu landed, turned her back to him, and swung her right leg toward his chest. The force of her kick was tremendous. Kazama Yu immediately raised his hands to shield his chest, but the impact sent his hands back against him. Simultaneously, her kick struck his chest, and the powerful blow forced him to feign an inability to maintain his stance as he slid backward. He could have absorbed the hit, but he needed to feign vulnerability. The moment for him to truly shine had not yet arrived. Hoshino Chinatsu, seeing him retreat, pursued him without hesitation. Upon closing the distance, she aimed a knife-hand strike at his neck. In response, Kazama Yu swiftly raised a hand to block her attack, but the force behind it caused him to lean back. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at her head. While she managed to block it, the force caused her to sway slightly. Her current strength was limited. After deflecting his kick, Hoshino Chinatsu immediately raised her leg to strike at him again, prompting Kazama Yu to hastily defend himself. Upon contact, he was once again forced back. At that moment, Shizune and Tsukikage arrived, launching their own assaults against Hoshino Chinatsu. Seeing their support arrive, Kazama Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to hold out until reinforcements came. Though Hoshino Chinatsu refrained from unleashing her full strength, her combat skills were far beyond his capabilities. 3 seconds later, Tsukikage was sent flying by a kick, while simultaneously, Shizune was struck by Hoshino Chinatsu's punch. However, Shizune managed to partially block the blow, mitigating its power and preventing her from being knocked back. After all, among the 3, she possessed the greatest strength and skill. As Kazama Yu retreated, he once again closed the distance, taking advantage of Hoshino Chinatsu's focus on Shizune to deliver a kick to her lower back from the side. With a silent cue, Shizune immediately launched a swift attack towards Hoshino Chinatsu's head, aiming to restrain her hands. Hoshino Chinatsu, observing Kazama Yu's timely kick, quickly exerted force with her legs and retreated, successfully evading the strike. After taking 2 steps back, she swiftly raised her leg to kick at Kazama Yu's extended right leg. Sensing the impending attack, Kazama Yu promptly retracted his leg. At that moment, the previously knocked aside Tsukikage rushed back to join the assault on Hoshino Chinatsu, resulting in a chaotic melee where figures intertwined in a flurry of movement. Despite Kazama Yu and his companions occasionally being forced out of the fray by Hoshino Chinatsu's strikes, they would quickly rise again and rejoin the fight. Battling against a seasoned J-nin, Kazama Yu and his team were honing their combat skills and improving their coordination. Chapter 51, Stealthy Learning. In the evening, the 3 exhausted individuals returned home, each bearing the ninjutsu that Hoshino Chinatsu had bestowed upon them. Although they had garnered significant knowledge throughout the afternoon, Kazama Yu felt no sense of joy. He felt utterly humiliated, particularly when Hoshino Chinatsu presented him with the ninjutsu scroll. Her expression conveyed satisfaction with his performance, making Kazama Yu feel as though he had bartered his dignity for this technique. The thought of returning to endure another beating the next day caused him to sigh inwardly. There was no alternative. The path he had chosen was set, and if he had to face punishment, so be it. As long as he survived, there would be a day of reckoning, a chance to retaliate in the future. Upon returning home, Kazama Yu washed up thoroughly. While a shadow clone prepared his meal, he retrieved the wind-style ninjutsu given to him by Hoshino Chinatsu and examined it closely. After scrutinizing it thoroughly and mentally rehearsing the techniques several times, he formed a series of hand seals. As he completed the seals, a stream of air materialized before him. Under Kazama Yu's control, the airflow surged towards a sheet of white paper on the table. Upon contact, the paper began to spin, and with Kazama Yu's guidance, the airflow propelled forward. Since the air current was generated from his chakra, he maintained a connection with it. As long as he continued to supply chakra, he could manipulate the direction and intensity of the airflow. In that moment, Kazama Yu felt he had achieved a technique he had previously encountered in a fantasy novel, manipulating objects with air. Although the airflow required continuous rotation to maintain momentum, the ability to control objects by spinning them was a form of manipulation, albeit a rudimentary one. Having mastered this ninjutsu so effortlessly, Kazama Yu felt a clearer awareness of the changes occurring within his body. The enhancement of his chakra was also transforming him. The energy from the fruit was altering his innate talents. After a moment of exhilaration, Kazama Yu addressed the void, inquiring whether there existed a similar ninjutsu in the future. This was a formidable technique for attack and control. Did it pique their interest in learning all the ninjutsu of the ninja realm? Would they consider a trade? After waiting for over 10 seconds without any response, Kazama Yu, feeling somewhat disheartened, cast a glance around before returning his focus to forming seals. After half an hour of practice, hundreds of sheets of paper lay shredded across the room, creating a veritable mess. The shadow clone, having prepared his meal, entered to call him for dinner and, upon witnessing the chaos, said nothing. Instead, it delivered a decisive punch to its own chest, dispersing itself. When it had been created, the original had made it clear that its sole responsibility was to cook. Cleaning was an obligation it would never assume, even unto death. Just as Kazama Yu was about to sit down for dinner, the punch to his chest left him feeling utterly resigned. Even his clone was reluctant to speak. Surveying the room littered with paper scraps, Kazama Yu had no choice but to summon 2 more clones to tidy up. Having received prior instructions, these clones, though disgruntled, obediently picked up brooms and began to clean. After dinner, Kazama Yu dispatched one of his shadow clones to train, with the original utilizing earth-style techniques while the clone practiced wind-style. Unlike the wind-style breakthrough, which was characterized by overwhelming force, the wind-style kite allowed for control over distance and direction without causing significant noise. The following noon, Kazama Yu reconvened with Hoshino Chinatsu and the others. As soon as they entered the training ground, he deliberately sought advice from Hoshino Chinatsu about the nuances of wind-style kites. Intending to lead the inquiry so that Shizune and Tsukikage would also engage, thus allowing him to stealthily learn from the exchange. His plan was remarkably successful. Since he did not shy away from asking questions, they were equally inclined to seek his counsel. Hoshino Chinatsu, unaware of Kazama Yu's clever ruse, assumed that a genin capable of mastering one elemental transformation among wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water was quite impressive. Mastery of 2 elements was the hallmark of the most elite genin, and it was evident that the trio, recently graduated from the academy, could not be among the top tier. In her understanding, even if she provided various ninjutsu to these 3 young genin, it would merely be a waste of time. She could not fathom that Kazama Yu was intentionally concealing his prowess. For a ninja with limited chakra, mastering multiple elemental transformations was an impractical endeavor. Before performing a ninjutsu, one must convert their chakra into the desired elemental type. For instance, to execute wind-style techniques, the caster must first transform their chakra into wind chakra. Once the chakra is converted, it cannot be utilized for techniques of other elements without reverting to untransformed chakra and undergoing conversion again. Such transformations were a waste for someone with limited chakra, as it diminished the potency of their techniques. The principle was akin to shadow clone techniques. Those with insufficient chakra attempting to use shadow clones or engage in combat with multiple elemental transformations would only hinder their own speed, attack, and defense. Kazama Yu, however, was different. Now a nin, he was destined to soar and master all elemental transformations, and he was ready to begin familiarizing himself with them. Hoshino Chinatsu proved to be an excellent instructor, patiently addressing the trio's questions and even demonstrating several techniques to ensure their thorough understanding. Kazama Yu attentively absorbed their dialogue and inquiries, coupled with Hoshino Chinatsu's hands-on guidance, feeling confident that he could employ both techniques upon his return. Shizune had successfully executed the water-style technique under her guidance. Although Tsukikage's fire serpent had yet to take form, it would likely not be long before he succeeded. Kazama Yu's progress mirrored that of Tsukikage. He was currently measuring himself against him. If Tsukikage faced an unavoidable attack, so too would Kazama Yu. If Tsukikage struggled to master a ninjutsu, Kazama Yu would find it equally challenging. As for Shizune, Kazama Yu dismissed her. Her talent far surpassed that of Tsukikage, and he could not afford to measure himself against her. Witnessing Shizune successfully execute the technique she had taught, Hoshino Chinatsu felt a swell of pride. In that moment, she began to understand why, despite the challenges posed by these genin, some nin found fulfillment in serving as mentors. The profound sense of accomplishment derived from teaching was something she felt deeply in that instant. After instructing them in ninjutsu, the 4 resumed sparring as they had the previous day. To grow stronger, the primary focus remained on enhancing their chakra. Without sufficient chakra, Many ninjutsu were beyond their reach for practice. Chapter 52. Mission level. The life of the lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha is remarkably stable, especially during peacetime. For newcomers like Kazama Yu, who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, their tasks primarily involve assisting the Jonin in leading missions. Time flows swiftly, as if on the wings of a galloping steed. It has been over 40 days since Kazama Yu joined Team 9. Throughout this month, his life has been exceedingly steady. Team 9 has been on a rotation of 2 days on, 2 days off. After completing 2 missions, they rest for 2 days. Kazama Yu and his 2 companions have successfully completed 21 level missions, all of which have been menial tasks, running errands, assisting with household cleaning, clearing riverside debris, chopping firewood, sweeping streets, practicing ninjutsu, repairing roads, and cutting down trees. They have not taken on a single high-level mission, and Kazama Yu, Shizune, and Tsukikage have no objections to Hoshino Chinatsu continuously engaging in high-level tasks. The only grievance Kazama Yu has is the abundance of wealthy individuals in Konoha, who seem to delegate all responsibilities to ninjas, never lifting a finger themselves. He contemplates abandoning the ninja profession, which lacks any promising future, and instead pursues a life of affluence, where he could hire a multitude of ninjas to cater to his needs. Each time they have their 2-day break, Hoshino Chinatsu conducts training sessions with the 3 of them, honing their chakra control and combat skills. Over the course of more than a month, Kazama Yu's chakra level has reached 4,300, bringing him closer to the rank of Jonin. As Hoshino Chinatsu embarks on her first experience as a guiding Jonin, her inexperience, coupled with Kazama Yu's strategic maneuvers, leaves her, a 21-year-old girl, at a disadvantage. Kazama Yu has extracted a considerable amount of ninjutsu techniques from her, and both Shizune and Tsukikage have also learned a great deal under his guidance. Naturally, Kazama Yu has stealthily acquired some of the techniques they learned as well. Kazama Yu has mastered several wind techniques, such as wind release, wind kite, which ensnares opponents like a kite on a string, trapping them in a quagmire. He can also execute wind release, wind cutter, forming a massive wind blade that cleaves opponents. Wind release. Gale Palm generates wind blades from his palm for close-range combat. Additionally, he has learned water release techniques, including water release, fountain surge, which controls swirling water to attack enemies submerged in water, and water release, water wave technique, which conjures torrents of water against adversaries. Water release, chaotic wave, similar to the water wave technique, unleashes a chaotic deluge that can shred foes to pieces upon impact. He also commands fire release techniques, such as fire release, fire serpent, which manifests a swift serpent of flames that can ensnare and incinerate opponents, and fire release, fireball, which creates a large fireball directed at enemies. Fire release. Fire sea engulfs foes in a vast expanse of flames, roasting them alive. While Hoshino Chinatsu taught him the wind release techniques, he stealthily learned the water and fire release techniques. With his enhanced chakra output, he can transform fire release, fireball into fire release, great fireball and wind release, breakthrough into wind release, great breakthrough. Although his methods may diverge from those recorded in Konoha, he feels that the power should not be significantly diminished. Of course, he has not compared them directly, nor has he examined the recorded techniques in Konoha to ascertain the differences. A Jonin is adept in numerous techniques, yet during combat, they often resort to their most proficient abilities, concealing their versatility. Much like the future Kakashi, who boasts knowledge of thousands of jutsu, but relies on similar techniques in battle, favoring shadow clones, earth release, and lightning release. Hoshino Chinatsu's ninja blade, far from mere ornamentation, is a testament to her proficiency in the Konoha-style swordsmanship, which Kazama Yu has coaxed out of her. However, her technique, the 3-crescent moon dance, remains elusive for Shizune and Tsukikage. The execution demands exceptional speed, requiring both the original and the 2 shadow clones to move in synchrony. Neither of them possesses such swiftness, especially when it comes to splitting their chakra to create clones. Kazama Yu can perform it, yet he is currently bonded with Tsukikage. Although he carries a short sword on his back, akin to Hoshino Chinatsu, he can only utilize the basic Konoha-style sword techniques. Kazama Yu has also devised a unique earth release technique, which he has named Earth Walk. This technique allows him to alter the terrain beneath his feet. When he wishes to sink into the ground, the earth below him will concave. When he desires to maneuver underground, he manipulates the soil's shape, enabling the earth behind him to propel him forward while sealing the passage he traverses. making it difficult for pursuers to track him. This earth walk technique is challenging to detect when one is deeper underground, but the closer one approaches the surface, the more conspicuous they become. While manipulating the earth, he inevitably creates some noise. Earth-release ninjas and those with keen sensory abilities should be able to perceive his presence. At the very least, he can sense the position of his clones. When stationary, he remains undetected, yet in motion, he can distinctly sense their locations. Glancing outside at the overcast weather, Kazama donned his newly purchased attire and inspected his reflection in the mirror, satisfied with his still handsome appearance. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he stepped out of his abode and made his way toward the Hokage Tower, for today marked another day of duty. The four of them convened before the Hokage Tower and proceeded to the mission assignment area. After waiting outside for a few minutes, they were ushered inside. Upon entry, Kazama encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at the main seat, an occurrence he had come to expect, as the Hokage frequented this place every 3 or 4 days. Upon seeing the four of them enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and spoke. "Chinatsu, your Team 9 has completed quite a number of level missions. You should be ready for higher level tasks. The village happens to have 2 level missions, both heading to a similar destination. I would like Team 9 to undertake this journey." Though Sarutobi Hiruzen posed it as a question, his words prompted the staff beside him to begin registering information for Team 9. The most trivial level missions are open for selection by small teams, but the more lucrative tasks are generally assigned. Missions of level A, B, and C are typically personally designated by the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, rarely makes errors in his assignments, ensuring the most suitable personnel are chosen. However, unforeseen circumstances may occasionally arise. Level B missions may also be assigned by him, and once he makes a designation, the matter is essentially settled. No one can dispute his professionalism. Whatever he deems suitable for a team, it is deemed appropriate. Chapter 53. Preparing for departure. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hoshino Chinatsu remained silent, merely nodding her head before approaching the individual responsible for their mission assignment to collect the 2 scrolls. The scrolls contained the details of their upcoming tasks. Kazama, upon learning of the 2 level missions leading to the same destination, understood that they would soon depart from Konoha. The distance must be considerable, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have entrusted both missions to a single team. Such a journey, round trip, could take a significant amount of time. Much like the original storyline, when Kakashi led Naruto and his companions on the mission to the Land of Waves. The journey from Konoha, through the Land of Fire, and into the Land of Waves, would take nearly a month, especially with the added burden of escorting the drunken man. After confronting Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi and Zabuza would subsequently recuperate for a week. Once they resolved matters with Zabuza, they would need to wait in the Land of Waves for the completion of the Grand Bridge. Only upon its completion could they consider the mission accomplished and return to Konoha. Upon their return, the journey should be considerably faster, as they would no longer be hindered by that inebriate. The lower-ranked ninja sprinted forth, their speed rivaling that of a train. Kazama, however, held a certain disdain for such tasks. The round trips consumed an inordinate amount of time, yet he found himself without the luxury of choice. In this world, despite the presence of television, computers, trains, cars, and ships, the rulers had no intention of advancing these technologies. The development of such conveniences would inevitably usurp many of the ninja's capabilities. Upon exiting the Hokage building, the quartet examined the intelligence reports for 2 A-rank missions. After reviewing the details, Kazama recognized that his apprehensions were indeed justified. Their destination was a coastal city named Wanhai, located to the east of the Land of Fire. Upon seeing this location, Kazama inwardly cursed. Beyond the coast lay the islands of the Land of Waves. It was ironic that just as he recalled Naruto Uzumaki's previous mission in the Land of Waves, they were assigned a task in that very region. The first mission involved escorting a group from Konoha to board a ship in Wanhai. As long as they reached their destination, the task would be deemed complete. The employer assured them it was merely a simple escort mission, devoid of ninja encounters. The intelligence indicated that they were part of a film crew, accompanied by samurai from the neutral land of Iron for protection. However, one of the stars appeared to have considerable fame, prompting the employer to commission the task to avert potential disturbances from overzealous fans. The individuals requiring escort awaited them in a small town near Konoha. The second mission, however, was of a far graver nature. It was an assassination task. Recently, a band of pirates had emerged in the waters near Wanhai, periodically landing to plunder before retreating. The locals, overwhelmed by these marauders, had resorted to seeking assistance from Konoha, requesting the demise of the pirates. Kazama-yu was not surprised by the nature of the task. Hoshino Chika had previously mentioned that each team would inevitably be assigned assassination missions by the village. This was a rite of passage for a ninja. Only through real combat could one combat hesitation in future confrontations. Nevertheless, the thought of taking a life weighed heavily on Kazama-yu, who had once been unable to bear even the thought of harming a chicken. Each time he encountered the tragic fates of animals, he felt a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness. Those pirates were courting death, daring to rob within the confines of the Land of Fire. Even if he refrained from acting, Konoha would surely dispatch others to deal with them. Once Hoshino Chika perceived that Kazama-yu and his companions had comprehended the tasks adequately, she rolled up the mission scroll and declared that since the employer was no longer in Konoha, they should proceed to find them. She instructed the trio to prepare, as the mission might extend over a long duration. They were to assemble at the village gate in 1 hour. After Hoshino Chika vanished using the body flicker technique, Kazama-yu, Shizune, and Tsukikage also disappeared from sight. An hour later, Hoshino Chika led Kazama-yu and the others out of Konoha, presenting their mission pass as they departed. Once outside the village, they began to leap among the trees. A ninja, aware of their bearings, need not traverse the paths of ordinary folk. 12 hours later, they arrived at Ayamuki City, situated over 20 kilometers from Konoha. Upon entering Ayamuki, they resumed a normal pace, heading towards the address left by their employer. Seeking the film crew. The task of eliminating pirates had been funded by the client through Konoha, who trusted the village's reputation for reliability. Upon reaching the designated location, they found it surrounded by a throng of excited spectators. Kazama-yu, overhearing their chatter, was astonished to discover they were there to catch a glimpse of the celebrity from the film crew. It was no wonder the employer had sought assistance to mitigate potential disturbances. Goodness, no matter the world, there are always fervent fans. Kazama-yu mused internally as he pressed forward into the crowd. As he faced several burly men blocking his path, he extended his hands and forcefully pushed them aside. The two men staggered back, colliding with those nearby, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Upon realizing Kazama-yu was but a child, the group regarded him with surprise. The individual to Kazama-yu's left noticed the forehead protector on his arm and instinctively took a step back, opting for peace. Conversely, another individual, oblivious to Kazama-yu's protector and the presence of his companions, felt aggrieved by the push and awaited retribution. The closest person, a towering figure nearly 6 feet tall, pointed a finger at Kazama-yu and spat, "You little brat, you've got some nerve pushing us." He stepped forward, grasping for Kazama-yu's collar, intent on exacting revenge for the perceived slight. Anticipating the grasp, Kazama-yu swiftly extended his right hand, seizing 3 of the man's fingers. With a slight exertion of force, the man winced in pain. "Ouch, let go. I was wrong," he pleaded, beads of cold sweat visibly forming on his forehead. Seeing the man's pained expression, Kazama-yu shifted aside, allowing the man to glimpse his ninja forehead protector. With a hint of arrogance, he declared, "If you realize my strength, perhaps you ought to think twice before acting recklessly. Keep your eyes open. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am." As he spoke, Kazama-yu felt a thrill of excitement. At 9 years old, he had just managed to intimidate a man in his 30s. His efforts had not been in vain. Today, he had successfully bullied an adult. In the future, he would be able to intimidate lower-ranked ninjas, then mid-ranked, and eventually even higher-ranked ones, even the Kaguya. Kazama-yu released the man's hand, who retreated 2 steps, struck dumb and wide-eyed with fear. The cursed Konoha ninja was not to be trifled with. That little brat had boldly confronted him, and he dared not speak further. Sometimes, children could be more fearsome than adults, not due to strength, but rather their mindset. Adults could still be restrained by moral constructs, while children might not even comprehend the concept of morality, let alone its boundaries. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him any longer, Kazama-yu flashed a bright smile at Hoshino Chika, winking at her before saying, "Chika-sensei, let us go inside." Without regard for the disapproving looks from Shizune, Tsukikage, and Hoshino Chika, he pressed onward. The crowd was becoming increasingly dense, and the earlier incident had only startled those on the periphery. The individuals at the edge willingly parted ways, but Kazama-yu soon found himself obstructed again. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, shoving aside anyone in his path, regardless of gender. Those initially irritated by the disruption soon noted the fearful expressions of those who had previously stood further back, and they swiftly acquiesced. This impudent child seemed to be someone not to provoke. In that moment, Kazama perfectly embodied the image of an arrogant and overbearing sycophant. In the hearts of those present, Hoshino Chinatsu stood as the steadfast support behind Kazama. Observing the curious gazes of the crowd, Hoshino Chinatsu, along with Shizune and Tsukikich, contemplated redirecting their search for their employer. This individual had a propensity for stirring trouble. One moment of inattention, and he had already created quite a commotion. As the four of them forcefully navigated through the throng, they immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers. Upon noticing the forehead protectors worn by Kazama and his companions, many recognized them as ninjas dispatched from Konoha, prompting a collective sigh of relief from several samurai among the crowd. One middle-aged man, dressed in a flamboyant suit and sporting square glasses, approached with a glimmer of excitement upon seeing Hoshino Chinatsu and her companions. He enthusiastically introduced himself. "You must be the ninjas sent by Konoha for the mission. I never expected such a beautiful kunoichi to be among you. I am Yoshikawa Ryu, the director from Dream Illusions Company, and I am leading this expedition. I appreciate your assistance in this matter." Yoshikawa Ryu disregarded the other three youngsters entirely, fixating his attention solely on the elegant Hoshino Chinatsu. Unperturbed by his scrutiny, she had grown accustomed to such attention. Her Konoha ninja attire concealed all but her face. Acknowledging that he was aware of their identities, Hoshino Chinatsu presented the mission scroll for his perusal, inquiring, "We are the ninjas assigned to this mission. Are we ready to depart?" After examining the scroll and confirming their identities, Yoshikawa Ryu remarked, "Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great ninja villages. Punctuality is commendable. I shall summon Miss Swearin immediately. She is quite popular, you see. We had initially planned to maintain a low profile, but Miss Swearin's presence here led to a leak by the hotel staff, resulting in this situation. With your arrival, I doubt anyone will dare to cause a scene." Although his tone carried a hint of complaint and resignation, Kazama perceived an undercurrent of pride and boastfulness in his words. Yoshikawa Ryu cast a wary glance over the gathered crowd, concerned about their reactions, which had prompted him to send out a request for assistance from Konoha the previous day. These individuals were citizens of the Land of Fire, while his hired guards were neutral samurai. Despite their ability to undertake missions in foreign lands, they were reluctant to engage with ordinary citizens, particularly those who might be overly zealous fans. A reckless act could easily offend the Land of Fire and, by extension, Konoha. Thus, they had decided to commission a task in Konoha, believing even the highest-ranked missions would not prove excessively costly. This approach had worked well for them in other countries. Recognizing that while his hired guards could not act against the citizens of the Land of Fire, Konoha's ninjas certainly could. He had just witnessed Kazama audacious demeanor, confirming that he was indeed the individual he sought. Moments later, a woman named Swearin emerged from the inn, accompanied by 2 other women. Upon her appearance, Kazama was momentarily captivated. It was clear why so many had gathered to await her arrival, the majority of whom were men. Clad in a delicate pink gown that gracefully accentuated her slender waist, the hem swayed gently with her every step, reminiscent of petals dancing in a spring breeze. Her lustrous black hair was loosely tied, with a few strands cascading down her fair neck, enhancing her porcelain complexion. Her eyes sparkled like a tranquil autumn lake, radiating warmth and kindness. Her beauty rivaled that of Hoshino Chinatsu, yet her demeanor was entirely different. While Hoshino Chinatsu exuded an air of cool elegance, this woman embodied a softness that instinctively stirred a desire to protect. As Swearin appeared, the surrounding men erupted in a chorus of her name, their excitement palpable. Some in the front line could barely contain themselves, edging closer, driven by a desire to be nearer to their idol, while others were pushed forward by those behind them. Hoshino Chinatsu, witnessing this scene, understood Yoshikawa Ryu's concerns. His hired guards were indeed ill-equipped to contend with such fervent admirers. Her gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Kazama, whose expression mirrored that of the other men. In that moment, an unsettling feeling welled up within her. It seemed Kazama had shifted his focus from her to another woman. A 9-year-old child often behaved this way. Hoshino Chinatsu had previously pondered this behavior and concluded that Kazama was seeking maternal affection. She knew that his mother had been a strikingly beautiful woman who had perished in battle, leaving him to unconsciously associate her with any attractive female. Since reaching this conclusion, she had refrained from taking offense at his wandering gaze, occasionally feeling a sense of pity for him instead. Though their age difference was merely a decade, she felt a kinship, understanding his plight as she recalled her own experiences of solitude from a young age. Whenever Kazama-yu invited her to his home for dinner, she accepted, often bringing Shizune and Tsukikage along to infuse some warmth into his otherwise lonely abode. Yet, she could not fathom that Kazama-yu would respond similarly to other beautiful women. Did he expect all captivating women to fulfill a maternal role? This was absurd and utterly embarrassing, threatening to tarnish the reputation of Team 9. Meanwhile, Shizune, having noticed Hoshino Chinatsu's displeasure, tugged at Kazama-yu's sleeve. Startled, he turned to her, and in doing so, he caught a glimpse of Hoshino Chinatsu's disgruntled expression. For a moment, he felt a surge of amusement, unable to suppress a grin that quickly faltered as he restrained his laughter. It seemed she was jealous. He understood that he should not revel in this, lest it embarrass her further. Her jealousy was comprehensible. After all, his charm was undeniable. In such a short time, she had succumbed to his allure, if only to his culinary skills. Winning a woman's heart often began with winning her stomach, and he had successfully endeavored in this regard. His every meal invitation met with her acceptance, her previously fiery demeanor now softened to one of affectionate admiration. Yet, the most significant barrier between them remained their ages. To mitigate any awkwardness, Hoshino Chinatsu consistently brought along Shizune and Tsukikage. Kazama-yu often lamented his youth, feeling powerless in the face of his desires. The lamentation that you were born before I was, and now that I am here. You are already old resonated deeply with him, and he suspected Hoshino Chinatsu felt similarly. However, the future stretched long ahead, and he was content to allow her patience. As the saying goes, if love is to last, what does it matter if we meet at dawn or dusk? He believed that as long as he matured, maintaining his youthful spirit, immortality would not be a distant dream. While Kazama-yu and Hoshino Chinatsu were lost in their thoughts, the actress Swearin approached them, drawing the crowd closer. Their hired samurai hesitated to forcibly disperse the eager fans. Although somewhat apprehensive, Swearin smiled and waved, greeting the throng of onlookers. Seeing the tension in Lingyin, Hoshino Chinatsu realized it was time for them to act. They were not hired merely to spectate. Clearing her throat, she noticed that Kazama-yu, Shizune, and Tsukikage had turned their attention to her, prompting her to give Kazama a subtle glance. Receiving the signal, Kazama surveyed the restless crowd, summoned his chakra, and in an instant, appeared atop a nearby carriage. His sudden appearance captivated numerous onlookers, and upon seeing the forehead protector adorning Kazama, many halted in their tracks. However, some individuals continued to push forward, relishing the chaos of a bustling crowd. Kazama scanned the throng and loudly declared, "Silence! Have you never seen a woman before? You all disgrace the land of fire." His youthful, assertive voice swiftly silenced the gathering, leaving even the film crew momentarily stunned. Particularly, Lingyin recalled Kazama's earlier gaze, which had mirrored that of the spectators. Yet, after receiving a glare from her superior, he had audaciously begun to mock others, elevating the discourse to the honor of their homeland. Truly, he possessed a way with words. Kazama was genuinely displeased with those around him. He had initially felt elated due to Hoshino's jealousy, but these individuals were relentless in their annoyance. He came to realize that being a ninja, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, did not guarantee a better life than that of an ordinary citizen in the 5 great nations, especially among the affluent. In Konoha, ordinary citizens were abundant, largely providing the majority of D-rank missions, while the common folk of the Land of Fire seldom had opportunities to engage with Konoha's ninjas. No one would traverse hundreds or thousands of miles to issue a D-rank mission when they could easily complete it themselves. Similarly, Konoha ninjas would not venture too far from their village for a simple D-rank task. The more distant missions were at least C-rank, and those who issued D-rank tasks generally preferred to select the nearest hidden village. The mission from the Land of Waves was an exception, as they lacked ninjas, compelling a certain drunken man named Dasna to seek help from Konoha. It took him nearly a month to travel from the Land of Waves to Konoha. He would not have made such a journey without necessity. Kazama found it absurd that these people were so preoccupied with starstruck admiration when he had yet to find a moment to watch television, let alone visit a cinema. The reality was that D-rank and C-rank menial tasks required the labor of ninjas, while the more perilous A-rank and S-rank missions demanded their service to protect and defend their homeland. He cursed inwardly, realizing that ninjas were treated like mere tools, and their average age was alarmingly low. At that moment, he understood why Momochi Zabuza continually emphasized his role as a tool. A line from a classic film he had once seen resonated with him. "I have encountered many young men like you, who believe that possessing some martial skill grants them the right to dominate the world. In truth, traversing the martial world is a burdensome endeavor. With skill comes the restriction of many choices. If you disdain farming, refuse to resort to robbery, and shy away from performing in the streets, how then do you sustain yourself? Even the mightiest warriors must eat." Huang Chi, upon hearing this line, chose a path akin to Zabuza's, assisting others in killing for a fee. Unlike Zabuza, he emerged victorious. Zabuza, in his quest to kill, lost not only his life, but also implicated his followers. What a farce. He would endure for a while longer, but he yearned to amass wealth. Kazama Yu was no mere tool. In that moment, Kazama resolved to alter his future trajectory, distinguishing himself from the ninjas who lacked education and financial acumen. Hoshino Chinatsu, Shizen, and Tsukikage were not taken aback by Kazama's audacious behavior. They had already witnessed his arrogance, and now he was merely amplifying it. Those who had been scolded by Kazama stood frozen for a few seconds before they began to murmur among themselves. It dawned upon everyone present that a ninja from Konoha had arrived. They were close to Konoha, and all understood that the film crew was likely there to issue a mission. Aware of the ninja's prowess, some opted not to provoke Kazama, while others cast disapproving glances his way, cognizant of the ninja's code that forbade them from harming ordinary citizens. These individuals, accustomed to little reproach, were particularly incensed at being chastised by a mere child, especially in their own territory, with the majority of their peers present. Allowing Kazama to berate them in silence would render them the laughingstock of Aoki City in the future. Thus, the disgruntled souls turned to those around them, seeking out the usual bullies who thrived on intimidation. Chapter 56. Departure. Many such individuals existed, and as they caught sight of their peers, a newfound confidence surged within them. Most of these were positioned at the front, closest to Kazama. One burly man, bolstered by the encouragement of those around him, snorted and declared, "Kid, we all admire Miss Lingyin and merely wish to be closer to her. What concern is it of yours? You, who have yet to fully mature, should refrain from meddling." Hearing himself addressed as a kid, Kazama turned toward the speaker, a man in his 40s, whose brutish visage bore a fierce expression, as if attempting to intimidate Kazama with mere looks. In a flash, Kazama vanished from the carriage's roof, reappearing directly before the man. As he stood before the burly figure, Kazama delivered a swift punch to his gut, knowing he preferred to speak from a position of superiority. The man crumpled to the ground. Agony etched across his face as he knelt. It took the onlookers a moment to comprehend what had transpired, and in terror, they instinctively retreated a few steps, seeking distance from Kazama, feeling a semblance of safety only when further away. It was terrifying. They could barely perceive his movements, and they truly grasped the chasm between themselves and a ninja. The man even bore a short sword at his back. Had Kazama chosen to wield it, a mere flick could have ended their lives. Kazama, casting a glance at the fearful crowd, snorted disdainfully and proclaimed, "Do you wish to obstruct our mission? You lot, who are able to live so safely, owe your protection to us. The average age of ninjas is under 20. What have you? Some among us have seen battle at the tender age of 4. What have you accomplished? Clear a path immediately, or I shall not hesitate to cripple you." To assert his dominance and ensure they yielded a path, Kazama recounted the harrowing experiences of future Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku Uchiha truly deserved his fate. Being slain by Itachi was hardly unjust. What father would drag his 4-year-old son into the blood-soaked battlefield? What father would praise his child's talent while remaining indifferent to the slaughter of his companions and mentors? Such a father as Fugaku Uchiha would have faced retribution from his son in Kazama's original world. Kazama's words resonated with all present, deepening their understanding of the ninja profession, particularly the last statement that echoed in their minds. For years old and already on the battlefield? For years, barely able to recognize a few characters and already killing? Is the ninja world truly so absurd? The madness surrounding them was palpable. They were indeed a gathering of lunatics, completely unworthy of confrontation. Thus, retreat was the only viable option. Those who lingered near Kazama Yu began to withdraw, preparing to clear a path. There was no reason for them to engage in a dispute with a mere boy who seemed unlikely to see his 20th birthday. They were thriving in life and had no desire to quarrel with someone seemingly on the brink of death. Observing the slowly dispersing crowd, Hoshino Chinatsu nodded in satisfaction. Sometimes, it was essential to act as Kazama Yu did. Not everyone would heed reason, especially when outnumbered. Although Kazama Yu's words were excessively exaggerated, it sufficed that the obstructing individuals believed him. Shizune and Tsukikage looked at Kazama Yu with admiration. Such boldness was beyond their capacity. Particularly his intimidating rhetoric was something they could scarcely conceive. Engaging in battle at the tender age of 4 was a preposterous notion that had never crossed their minds. Yet here was Kazama Yu, speaking with utmost seriousness as if he had indeed witnessed such events. It was precisely his audacity that compelled others to accept his words. His acting skills were extraordinary. Director Kikuo Ryu observed Kazama Yu's performance with great satisfaction, his gaze as sharp as ever. He had recognized from the outset that Kazama Yu was the individual he required. Indeed, when confronted by someone even more formidable and brazen, those encircling them had no choice but to yield. He fully understood their behavior. If he were in their position, he too would retreat. Even if some believed Kazama Yu was merely trying to intimidate them, who among them dared to take that gamble? What if that young boy truly possessed the capacity to inflict harm? He had just proclaimed he was on a mission. To obstruct a ninja in the execution of their duties could lead to dire consequences, and they certainly wouldn't dare report it to Konoha. Noticing that no one dared to speak further, Kazama Yu turned his attention to a man still kneeling on the ground in evident pain and inquired, "Do you have any objections?" The man, upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, immediately shook his head vigorously. He could hardly muster the strength to rise, let alone voice dissent. Seeing the other party concede, Kazama Yu nodded in satisfaction and returned to join Hoshino Chinatsu and the others. With the situation resolved, Kikuo Ryu commanded preparations for their departure. Upon hearing his orders, the film company personnel all boarded their carriages. Watching everyone climb aboard, Kazama Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This world was utterly absurd. The ninjas, who wielded the power to shape the destiny of the world, had never contemplated making life easier for the common folk. Despite the numerous advancements that had been made, they chose not to disseminate them. Even the daimyos and nobles traveled by palanquin or ox-drawn carts. If only they had airplanes, they could reach their destinations in mere hours. Yet here they were, embarking on a journey that would stretch over half a month. 7 carriages, drawn by 3 horses and 4-wheeled carts, each with a coachman, were made ready. Kikuo Ryu instructed Kazama Yu and his companions to board one of the carriages, following behind Sueren's. This particular carriage was laden with tools, leaving just enough space for Kazama Yu and the others to sit comfortably. Aside from Kikuo Ryu and Sueren's carriage, the other 4 were more crowded, with 3 carrying men and 1 occupied by women, each containing 7 or 8 individuals. The hired samurai sat beside the coachman, tasked with their protection. Should they encounter a ninja attack, these samurai would take action. Kazama Yu and his companions were not required to engage with ninjas, as their opponents would only be commoners. If ninjas did appear, they were fully entitled to abandon the mission. Once everyone was aboard, Kikuo Ryu issued the command, and the luxurious carriages began to roll slowly toward the city gates. Thanks to Kazama Yu's intimidating presence, they traveled at a leisurely pace. Yet none dared to obstruct their passage. Onlookers stood along the streets, some calling out Sueren's name. The woman, Sueren, lifted the curtains of the carriage and waved to those gathered by the roadside. As the journey progressed, Kazama Yu and his companions felt a surge of energy at the sight. Kazama Yu and Tsukikage instantly leaped onto the backs of the horses pulling their carriage, positioning themselves atop the steeds on either side. They were acutely aware of their responsibilities. Should any foolhardy individual dare to attack their employer, they would be the first to intervene. Although a contingent of samurai accompanied them, they could not rely solely on their protection. After calming the startled steed beside him, Kazama Yu turned to Tsukikage, who was similarly reassuring his mount, and curiously inquired, "Do you know the woman named Sueren? She seems quite renowned." Kazama Yu's voice was audible, yet the street's clamor likely masked his words from those within the carriage ahead. Tsukikage glanced at the caravan before responding, "I've heard of her, but I've never seen her work. The Illusion Dream Company is impressive. They've produced many films. Before I became a ninja, my parents brought me here several times to watch movies, most of which were produced by them." Nodding in acknowledgement at Tsukikage's response, Kazama contemplated that Swearin was perhaps a rising star. He was utterly unfamiliar with the entertainment industry within the ninja world, only aware that Jiraiya's Makeout Paradise series had been adapted into films. Even the princess from the Land of Snow, known as Kazuhana Yukagetsu, would star in it. Kazama felt a sense of curiosity regarding Makeout Paradise, uncertain of its extent. He wondered how it compared to works like those of Baijia, Xiaoxiong, and Qin Dage, questioning whether it could hold its own. Jiraiya's penchant for eavesdropping for inspiration and Naruto Uzumaki's willingness to transform into a woman to assist him in writing suggested that the content was likely quite provocative. However, considering Naruto's youthful innocence could pin substantial portions, it stood to reason that the material was not excessively risky. If it were, why would the princess of an entire nation choose to partake? Surely, it was improbable for a daimyo to stoop to such levels. With the vigilance of Kazama and Tsukikage, the caravan successfully departed from Aoki City. Once they left, the convoy traveled southward. But it wasn't long before Kazama's frustration resurfaced. The roads were a muddy mess, exacerbated by recent rains, rendering the carriages nearly immobile. It was infuriating. As one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire had roads that were nothing more than muddy paths outside the cities. Did ninjas, capable of leaping vast distances, not consider road maintenance? When they had journeyed here by leaping between trees, they had hardly noticed the difficulty of the muddy roads. Now, seated in a carriage, he found no joy in the experience. Having traveled by airplane, high-speed rail, and automobile, he found it impossible to adjust to the swaying of the carriage. Kazama estimated that at this pace, they might cover 80 kilometers in a day. If they were traveling on foot, that distance would take only 40 to 50 minutes. However, in a carriage, it would require at least 7 to 8 hours. At noon, the group rested for an hour in the wilderness, primarily to allow the horses a reprieve and to provide them with some fodder. Kazama and the others also consumed some provisions prepared by the film company. Their mission included meals and accommodations, as paying out of pocket would result in significant losses. After the midday rest, the group set off once more. By around 5 in the evening, they finally arrived at the town where they planned to rest. Over the course of the day, they had traversed more than 70 kilometers. Upon entering the town, Yoshikawa Ryu directly booked an inn for them to rest and dine. He arranged 2 rooms, one for Hoshino Chinatsu and Shizun, and another for Kazama and Tsukikage. However, this arrangement was rejected by Kazama, who requested a room of his own, stating he was uncomfortable sharing with a man, which left Tsukikage feeling disheartened due to Yu's disdainful expression. Yoshikawa Ryu acquiesced to Yu's modest request, as he had rented the entire inn and there were ample rooms available. Yu had no choice. He needed to train that night and could not share a room with Tsukikage. He planned to lie in bed and continually practice the earth release, hardening technique to exhaust his chakra for training benefits. He refrained from using other ninjutsu, as they would create too much noise and were unsuitable for concealment. The following morning, after breakfast, the group set off again, this time without attracting attention. This town was less populated than Kiyama City, and its residents did not enjoy the same comforts. Located over 100 kilometers from Kanehagakure, the townspeople could not expect the ninjas of Konoha to assist with childcare, cleaning, fertilizing, pet finding, garbage collection, or dog walking. After traveling over 20 kilometers beyond the town, the group passed through a forest. At this point, Kazama informed Hoshino Chinatsu and the others before departing from the caravan. His departure did not affect their pace. They continued on as usual. 5 minutes later, Yu reappeared, triumphantly carrying a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, having tracked it down. Yoshikawa Ryu's provisions were rather unpalatable, and Yu sought to enhance their meal. The members of the Illusion Dream Company were taken aback when they saw Yu, who was smaller than the boar he was carrying, keeping pace with the cart. The disparity between ordinary people and ninjas was stark. Once Yu caught up with the caravan, he placed the wild boar next to the cart driver. After securing his catch, he turned to Hoshino Chinatsu and the others, stating, "I told you we would have game for lunch. Only because you are on my team do you get such treatment. Otherwise, you'd be stuck with dry rations or those awful soldier pills." To Shizun, he added, "The boar is not at all unappealing. You should try a bit. It's quite delicious." There was no hint of humility in Yu's words. He was the chef of Team 9. If they were not required to train every day after their meals, Hoshino Chinatsu, Shizun, and Tsukikage would surely have gained weight under his care. After the Fourth Great Ninja War concluded, peace reigned, and ninjas no longer felt the need to train relentlessly. leading to some female ninjas gaining weight, particularly those with a penchant for sweets. Upon hearing Yu's words, Shizun glanced at the impressive boar he brought back, uncertainly asking Yu, "Is it really tasty?" Noticing her hesitation, Yu confidently nodded and replied, "Of course. Do you not trust my culinary skills?" He felt a twinge of exasperation. Every time he prepared food for the trio, he had to consider Shizun's feelings, as she resembled a fussy child, while he played the role of a concerned parent. She was not unable to eat pork, she simply disliked it and did not even want to try. After hearing Yu's assurance, Shizun finally relented, saying, "Then I will try a little, but not too much." Seeing her agree, Hoshino Chinatsu and Tsukikage sighed in relief. Each meal, they had been unable to enjoy pork in abundance, though it was undeniably delicious. If you could help Shizun change her habits, future meals would be far more enjoyable. After 2 more hours of travel, Yoshikawa Ryu found a suitable spot for camping and cooking. As soon as the caravan halted, Kazama Yu dragged the wild boar to the riverbank. Once there, he waded into the water, pulling the boar a few meters from the shore. With a kunai, he swiftly dispatched the boar, then began cleaning its entrails in the river. The entire process was seamless, with his increased strength. He easily washed the boar as if it were a mere piece of clothing. Once everything was cleaned, Yu emerged from the river, drawing curious gazes from the nearby warriors and members of Illusion Dream Company. Noticing their stares, Yu waved at Yoshikawa Ryu, who seemed puzzled and looked around before pointing to himself. Yu, seeing his confusion, said, "No need to look around. It's you. Send someone to gather firewood. Do you wish to eat it raw? Honestly, how can you be so oblivious at your age?" With a deep sigh of exasperation, Yu turned away. Yoshikawa Ryu, momentarily taken aback by Yu's words, quickly realized others were stifling laughter. He shot a glare at those stifling their amusement and exclaimed, "Did you not hear what you said? Go fetch firewood now. Why must I instruct you on everything? Can you not be more proactive?" Seeing Yoshikawa Ryu's expression mirrored Yu's, the man he had addressed hurriedly walked towards the nearby woods. Yu found a sturdy tree and tied the boar up with rope, then signaled to Tsukikage, who understood and immediately began forming hand seals. A fiery inferno engulfed the boar, and after about 10 seconds, Tsukikage ceased channeling chakra. The boar's bristles had been completely burned away. Yu then cut off a third of the boar's meat, slicing it into manageable chunks with his kunai. After preparing the meat, he directed the Illusion Dream Company members to dig 3 pits in the ground as makeshift stoves. With their sizable group, and the fact that the film company had several large pots, he intended to cook 3 batches simultaneously. Gathering water, starting the fire, washing the pots, blanching the meat, adding oil, frying, seasoning, and simmering. The 9-year-old Leaf Village genin, Kazama Yu, began showcasing his culinary skills under the watchful eyes of dozens. He wanted to demonstrate that a ninja who could not cook was not a true ninja. This display of confidence indeed earned Yu newfound respect from the Illusion Dream Company members, who had not expected such a side to the brash young boy. Observing Yu's self-assured demeanor, they were convinced that whatever he produced would be far from mediocre. A person with such confidence could not possibly serve them something unpalatable. If he were incapable, his companions and mentors would surely intervene. 40 minutes later, as the meal neared completion, Yu announced to the eager onlookers, "It's ready. Unfortunately, we have no other vegetables, so make do with this." After saying this, he accepted a small pot handed to him by Tsukikage, filled it to the brim, and passed it to him. He then waved to Yoshikawa Ryu. This time, Ryu did not hesitate. He stepped forward, a hint of admiration in his expression. He realized that Kazama Yu was indeed a treasure of a boy. He was willing to show respect to those with genuine abilities. As Kichikawa Ryu approached, Kazama Yu directly handed over the spoon in his hand, saying, "You take some. I've cooked more than enough." Having said this, Kazama Yu followed behind the moonlight tree, making his way towards the locations of Hoshino Chinatsu and Shizun. The star known as Suzuin was engaged in conversation with Hoshino Chinatsu. The 2 women stood together, creating a stunning visual that caught the attention of several men who stole glances at them. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Kichikawa Ryu announced, "I trust you all heard that. Line up, everyone gets their share." Upon hearing his words, the employees of the Dream Illusion Company promptly formed a queue. Noticing the moonlight tree approaching with food, Hoshino Chinatsu crouched down, pressing her hands against the ground, causing the earth before her to rise under her control. A round table of clay and 5 clay stools formed through her manipulation of chakra. Kazama Yu and his companions displayed no surprise at this display of skill. as they were well aware that their teacher had mastered 4 types of elemental transformations. On the other hand, Suzuin watched in astonishment, while she had seen some ninjas before. A beautiful ninja like Hoshino Chinatsu was a first for her, and she marveled at this technique. She had never encountered a ninja with such culinary prowess as Kazama Yu. Initially believing him to be a rather fearsome child, especially given his reputation in Aoki City for threatening to harm others. The others also witnessed Hoshino Chinatsu's impressive display of ninja techniques, feeling a twinge of envy. However, their envy was tempered by the inherent dangers of being a ninja. Had Kazama Yu not deceived them the other day, they understood that most ninjas did not survive long, a rather grim reality. The youngest among them was still older than the average ninja. Chapter 59, Arrival. As the 5 settled down, Kazama Yu immediately served a bowl of wild boar meat to Hoshino Chinatsu, then poured himself a bowl as well, placing the spoon back into the small pot. Moonlight Tree and Shizun showed no surprise at Kazama Yu's actions. Rather, they admired his ability to procure several ninjutsu techniques from Hoshino Chinatsu, demonstrating a knack for pleasing others, an admirable skill in itself. Noticing Suzuin's curious gaze, Hoshino Chinatsu glanced at Kazama Yu and said, "Miss Suzuin, this little brat is always up to these fanciful tricks, but his culinary skills are quite impressive. You should give it a try." There was a subtle hint of delight in Hoshino Chinatsu's tone as she reveled in the respect shown by her student, a source of happiness and fulfillment for any teacher. It was this very respect that had led her to impart several ninjutsu techniques in just over a month. Upon hearing Hoshino Chinatsu's words, Suzuin looked at the appetizing wild boar meat, smiled gently, and remarked, "It looks absolutely delightful. You're quite talented." Flattered by the praise from the beautiful woman, Kazama Yu smiled proudly, remained silent, and began to eat the sesame cakes handed to him by Shizun. The sesame cakes were provisions prepared by the Dream Illusion Company, and Kazama Yu had merely added a dish to the meal. Suzuin took a piece of wild boar meat, chewed a couple of bites, and her eyes lit up. She turned to Kazama Yu, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "This is delicious. Your culinary skills rival those of professional chefs. Ninjas truly are astonishing." Receiving further compliments from the lovely lady, Kazama Yu swallowed the food in his mouth, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "It's nothing special. If I weren't a ninja, I could easily be a chef." Kazama Yu then turned his gaze towards Shizun and said, "Shizun, dig in. It's quite good." The others nodded in agreement regarding Kazama Yu's assertion of being a chef. At only 9 years old, his cooking was impressive, and should he choose to pursue a culinary career, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. After they all nodded, their attention shifted back to Shizun. Upon realizing the collective gaze upon her, she recalled the appearance of the wild boar and took a piece of meat, chewing thoughtfully. After just a couple of bites, she displayed an expression akin to Suzuin's. Seeing her reaction, Kazama Yu and his companions returned their focus to their meals, and soon everyone engaged in casual conversation while they ate. Employees of the Dream Illusion Company and several warriors gathered around, some dining together while others sat alone, enjoying their meals. As they ate, they continued to praise Kazama Yu's culinary talents. Every time he glanced over, they would give him a thumbs up. Observing the enjoyment of his companions, Kazama Yu felt a swell of pride. This recognition was truly gratifying. Half an hour later, the convoy resumed its journey. Kazama Yu hung the leftover wild boar from the back of the cart, enough for 2 more meals. That evening, they settled in the planned town for the night. For several consecutive days, the caravan encountered no unforeseen incidents. Hoshino Chinatsu informed Kazama Yu and his friends that D-rank missions were typically straightforward, especially within the Land of Fire, where few ninjas dared to cause trouble. Those who did would be dealt with by the ninjas stationed at various outposts throughout the Land of Fire. Under normal circumstances, a D-rank mission required only 1 nin to lead 2 genin, not necessitating the involvement of a nin like her. Kazama Yu was pleased with Hoshino Chinatsu's assessment. He had no desire to earn a meager salary while undertaking work worth 10 times that amount. During these few days, Kazama Yu frequently sought out Kichikawa Ryu and the other warriors to engage in conversation, eager to gather information about this world. The teachings of Konoha were solely focused on ninjas, leaving him with scant knowledge of ordinary affairs. Now, he seized the opportunity to inquire with these individuals who traversed the land. Konoha's educational system was severely lacking, teaching only skills for killing and obedience. No wonder ninjas had no paths other than to work for others. They were untrained in anything else, with their time consumed by training. Given the short lifespan of ninjas, they lacked the time and ability to escape the fate of being tools for others. Kazama's inquiries were all in preparation for the future. Once he had sufficient strength, he intended to leave Konoha. He owed nothing to Konoha, nor did Konoha owe him. He simply wished to avoid being commanded. He preferred to be a leader among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes. Leaving Konoha was imperative. The thought of becoming Hokage never even crossed his mind. Kazama's curiosity about the outside world was seen by Hoshino Chinatsu and her companions merely as natural childhood inquisitiveness. After all, opportunities to leave Konoha were scarce besides missions. On the 14th day after departing Konoha, the group finally arrived at Wanhai City. Along the way, Kazama and the Moonlight Tree had intervened 3 times, each time dealing with ordinary people. The first incident involved a group of villagers collecting tolls, whom Kazama promptly confronted, ensuring they received a small reimbursement from Kichikawa Ryu for their medical expenses. The second encounter involved a gang. Their leader, thinking to dine with Suzuan, brought over 300 men, believing that sheer numbers would secure his success. Under Kazama's guidance, the Moonlight Tree, somewhat thrilled, decisively incapacitated the gang leader. The Moonlight Tree had been thoroughly influenced by Kazama, who had convinced him that bullying others was immensely satisfying. However, they were merely genin, incapable of bullying their peers. And faced with Nin and Nin, they would surely be the ones bullied. Thus, targeting these nefarious individuals not only served the greater good, but also provided personal gratification, a win-win situation that was hard to resist. He further illustrated that the experience of being struck by Hoshino Chinatsu would undoubtedly be exhilarating for them, and although they suffered, they still gained valuable training, truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even Shizune, upon hearing Kazama's twisted rationale, nearly succumbed to it. Fortunately, she consistently reminded herself that she was a charming young lady, which prevented her from being led astray. When Hoshino Chinatsu witnessed Kazama misguiding the Moonlight Tree, she seized the opportunity to strike him again. However, Kazama not only showed no signs of restraint but audaciously inquired if she enjoyed hitting him, claiming that as long as she found joy in her actions, he would willingly sacrifice himself to ensure her happiness and satisfaction. Upon hearing his words, Hoshino Chinatsu nearly fell into a state of self-doubt. The third encounter mirrored the situation with Aoki City, occurring in a relatively large city within the Land of Fire, where they found themselves cornered at the inn's entrance. Kazama and the Moonlight Tree brazenly forged a path through the crowd. Kazama felt no psychological burden when bullying ordinary people. In fact, he derived immense pleasure from it. Their relentless training was aimed at avoiding being bullied themselves, and when necessary, they relished the chance to assert dominance over others. Becoming stronger was all about escaping the cycle of victimization. Chapter 60. Task accomplished. After resting for a night in Wanhai City, the following day, Kazama and his companions escorted Kichikawa Ryu and his team to the seaside dock. Their company's ship awaited them at the docks, bound for the land of hot springs where they would embark on a filming expedition. As long as these individuals successfully boarded the ship, Kazama and his team would consider their mission accomplished. Throughout their journey, they encountered no troublesome ninjas. Although Kazama felt a tinge of disappointment, he also deemed it reasonable. If every A-rank mission were to be plagued by ninjas, then Konoha would lose its significance, as clients would be blatantly disregarding Konoha's worth and intentionally withholding information to exploit them. At the Wanhai City dock, Kichikawa Ryu signed his name on the mission scroll and handed it to Hoshino Chinatsu. He then expressed his gratitude, saying, "Miss Chinatsu, thank you for your assistance this time. Please consider my earlier suggestion. Involving ninjas seems excessively perilous." Upon hearing this, Suzuan, standing beside him, enthusiastically added, "Miss Chinatsu, if you were to join us, you would undoubtedly be immensely popular, and we could collaborate together." Kazama, overhearing their conversation, scoffed. Konoha's ninjas were not so easily detached, especially the Jonin, whose bodies and minds held classified information. It was exceedingly difficult for a Jonin to extricate themselves from the village or the Land of Fire. Even if one managed to escape, they would still face relentless pursuit. Uchiha Itachi was spared only due to his overwhelming strength, rendering Konoha unable to send suitable pursuers after him. Orochimaru, upon leaving Konoha, was similarly hunted by agents dispatched by Shimura Danzo. Those lacking strength could never truly leave Konoha or the Land of Fire. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, they would still confront the threat of assassination. The two of them wished for her to act, but Hoshino Chinatsu merely shook her head, declining their proposal as she had before. They were unaware of the complexities surrounding ninjas, and their invitation to change her profession was well-meaning. Noticing the disappointment on their faces due to Hoshino Chinatsu's refusal, Kazama Yu interjected, "You two should abandon this misguided hope. Your scripts are utterly devoid of merit." With the mission accomplished, he suggested they part ways. "By the way, there seems to be a group of pirates nearby. Do exercise caution." Kazama Yu merely offered this as a casual warning. The samurai they had hired were quite formidable, and the pirates associated with A-rank missions posed no real threat to them. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's remarks, Kichikawa Ryu cast a glance at him but chose to remain silent, not wishing to engage with someone as abrasive as Kazama Yu. This impudent youth not only acted arrogantly, but also displayed troubling thoughts. Conversing with him was hardly enjoyable. Just days prior, he had audaciously asked if he would give female actors acting lessons. Of course, he was well versed in this. After all, he had been a director for over a decade and had his own interpretations of various roles. Instructing actors on how to portray them was entirely normal. However, upon hearing his response, Kazama Yu had seemed dissatisfied and continued to probe whether he would give female actors acting lessons, emphasizing the words alone and late at night with a lewd grin. At that moment, he nearly choked on his own blood. He was a gentleman. Yet this impudent youth harbored such thoughts about him, nearly prompting him to send Kazama Yu back to his original carriage. After finally sidestepping that subject, Kazama Yu went on to suggest that he was physically incapable, leaving him on the verge of removing his pants to prove otherwise. Subsequently, Kazama Yu began to ask a myriad of questions. Adding insult to injury, he later scrutinized some of his film scripts. Initially, these scripts were a source of pride for him, but Kazama Yu dismissed them as trash, articulating his critique with an alarming degree of confidence. His films were evidently popular, yet in Kazama Yu's eyes, they were reduced to mere refuse, leaving him deeply unsettled, particularly since he had yet to critique Kazama Yu's work. For several days, he pondered whether he was indeed as worthless as Kazama Yu suggested. After dismissing Kazama Yu and his companions with a wave, Kichikawa Ryu turned and headed towards the ship. Suzuin, witnessing Kichikawa Ryu's departure, nodded at Hoshino Chinatsu, and then turned to Kazama Yu, saying, "You, do your best. Since you claim Kichikawa's work is subpar, I hope that when we have the chance to work together, you can guide us." Suzuin concluded with a playful wink. Fully aware that Kichikawa Ryu had been left in a depressive state by Kazama Yu's remarks. In her eyes, Kazama Yu was a truly remarkable child, sometimes exuding an arrogant demeanor, yet capable of cooking and displaying a down-to-earth charm. While many of his understandings were indeed unconventional, they contained an undeniable kernel of truth. She observed that even Hoshino Chinatsu often found herself guided by him. Furthermore, Kazama Yu appeared to be unusually mature for his age, at times. His gaze bore an intensity that left her feeling overwhelmed. As she departed, Kazama Yu's heart fluttered at the sight of her retreating figure, his youthful form feeling utterly powerless. How he wished he could do more. Just then, Hoshino Chinatsu's voice broke through his reverie. Her tone was calm, yet it drew Kazama Yu back to reality, prompting him to redirect his attention to the center of Wanhai City. With his fingers interlaced behind his head, he remarked, "How could that be? I merely find their lives quite intriguing. Besides, having traveled together for half a month, we've grown somewhat familiar. Feeling a touch of sentimentality at parting is only natural. We may be ninjas, yet we are still capable of emotions, so please, Miss Chinatsu, do not overthink it." Shizune and the Moonlight Tree nodded in agreement, recognizing that humans are emotional beings. They too had entertained some peculiar thoughts, and hearing Kazama Yu's words helped them realize that such feelings were entirely normal. "You are aware of your identity as a ninja, yet you have delved into culinary arts and even film studies, which is quite unexpected. I thought you had forgotten your true calling." Hoshino Chinatsu, turning to follow Kazama Yu, could not help but voice her complaint. Her words made Tsukikage Moku somewhat embarrassed. He too had engaged in such studies, all under Kazama Yu's guidance, who asserted that scripts are merely stories, hence he read them as well. Kazama Yu, however, paid no heed to Hoshino Chinatsu's remarks, for she was a rather traditional ninja, solely focused on completing tasks and had never contemplated a different way of life. In Kazama Yu's perspective, such a ninja was precisely what Konoha required. For those in power, the subordinate strength was of little concern, What mattered most was their obedience, as only obedient subordinates could be trusted. Chapter 61. The origin of the pirates. The four returned to Wanghai City and made their way to the Lord's mansion. Their next task was the most troublesome, locating the pirates. Once they identified their whereabouts, the rest would be straightforward. Before long, they arrived at the city center. The Lord's mansion stood tall at the highest point, overlooking the entire city. The Crimson Gate was grand and imposing, adorned with exquisite brass door knockers that glittered in the sunlight. Stone lions flanked the entrance, their fierce expressions seeming to guard the mansion's tranquility. After announcing their presence, they were ushered into the Lord's mansion. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard, its floor paved with smooth stone slabs. At its center, a delicate fountain gushed with clear water, adding a touch of vitality to the stately residence. Surrounding the courtyard were cherry blossom trees, their blooms vibrant and abundant, with petals dancing in the breeze. Beyond the courtyard lay the main hall, a magnificent structure with a wooden framework that exuded an ancient charm. Massive beams supported the roof, intricately carved with patterns of soaring auspicious birds and sinuous mythical beasts, all vividly rendered. The hall was adorned with polished tatama mats, and the walls displayed an array of paintings and calligraphy, showcasing the Lord's refined taste. The mansion was also guarded by several robust sentinels, though not ninjas. They were more than capable of handling ordinary folk. As they beheld the grandeur of the mansion, Kazama couldn't help but reflect on the opulence that came with being a city lord, clearly indicating a propensity for greed. After waiting for approximately 2 minutes in the main hall, a slender man clad in a moon-white robe approached them. He bore a goat-like beard and possessed sharp, astute features. After scrutinizing Hoshino Chinatsu for a moment, he spoke. "You must be the ninjas dispatched from Konoha. The Lord is currently preoccupied. I am the steward here. We are aware of your purpose, and I will arrange for someone to guide you. We have other matters to attend to and cannot offer you hospitality." Upon finishing his statement, a young man stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself as Eugene. "I am well informed about the pirates. Allow me to take you to the location where they landed. We have already monitored their whereabouts." He then proceeded to lead them outside the mansion. Hoshino Chinatsu, upon hearing this, swiftly followed, with Tsukikage Moku and Shizun trailing behind her. Kazama Yu, realizing what was happening after they had walked several meters, hurried after them. How rude. No mention of a meal, not even a cup of tea offered. Do they not understand the etiquette of hosting? If they did not intend to entertain them, why allow them into the mansion just to flaunt its grandeur? It's absurd. As he exited the Lord's mansion, Kazama Yu cast a glance back, as if to engrave the place in his memory. Unbeknownst to him, merely 2 minutes after their departure, a man clad in lavish attire and with a sinister countenance emerged from behind the main hall. The previously upright steward immediately inclined his body slightly, relaxing his shoulders and folding his hands in front of him, adopting a subservient demeanor. The newcomer disregarded him entirely, seated himself in the Lord's position, and spoke in a deep voice. "Those ruffians are still on that island, I presume?" Upon hearing the man's inquiry, the steward lowered his head respectfully, replying, "Indeed. They remain there. After learning that someone had gone to Konoha to issue a commission, they have been hiding on that island. Our people have been carefully monitoring them. I have instructed Eugene to take the Konoha ninjas there." He continued, "However, this mission involves a few children and a female ninja. I wonder if they will be able to eliminate those miscreants. Nonetheless, it matters little. Those people are oblivious to the truth. Merely a group of desperate individuals daring to rob the land of fire." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction at the steward's words and remarked, "Those children are undoubtedly newly graduated ninjas from Konoha. The one leading them is no ordinary individual. He must be a Nin. Once they return, let them depart. The task is assigned, the pirates dealt with. It serves as a form of closure for those fools. They were so insistent on disregarding my words. And now they must vacate their dwelling." Upon hearing the man's words, the steward bowed even lower. Under Eugene's guidance, the four arrived at the area ravaged by the pirates. Contrary to Kazama Yu's expectations, the site was bustling with activity. No one resided there any longer. Observing the construction site adorned with flags bearing the characters Tian Hai, Kazama Yu inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Were we not told that the pirates plundered inhabited areas?" Hoshino Chinatsu, Tsukikage Moku, and Shizun exchanged puzzled glances, directing their inquiries towards Eugene. Sighing, Eugene explained, "Those cursed pirates, during their second wave of pillaging, set fires to incite chaos. Several places were burned down, resulting in numerous casualties, including women who were abducted. To provide shelter for the afflicted and ensure their livelihoods, the Lord collaborated with the Tianhai Collective, which has purchased the lands of those whose homes were destroyed. The Lord has also provided them with new accommodations, and the Tianhai Collective is currently constructing a large cargo terminal here. Ijin concluded, adopting an expression of admiration. After hearing his words, Hoshino Chinatsu's demeanor turned cold. She was unaware of the abductions. Shizune and Tsukikage Moku nodded in understanding, while Kazama Yu mirrored their expressions, though he found the situation somewhat familiar. You are aware of the pirates' whereabouts, but do you know who they are? Kazama Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ijin nodded, responding, yes, we have captured one of their accomplices. The pirates are not from the land of fire, they hail from the land of waves. However, I doubt the land of waves would acknowledge them now, as they have lived poorly there and have now targeted us, being the nearest land. Now it all made sense to Kazama Yu. Even after a decade, the land of waves still endured severe hardships, likely still suffering. Those unable to sustain themselves or unwilling to endure a life of poverty had resorted to a life of crime, which was understandable. Robbery, while fraught with risk, also promised substantial rewards. Chapter 62. The pirate chief, upon hearing Ijin's words, Moonlight Tree pondered for a few moments before responding, Wano country. I have read about it in books. It appears to be an island nation, likely impoverished and devoid of ninjas. Nodding at Moonlight Tree's remark, Ijin casually strolled towards the seaside, stating, let us not concern ourselves with the other robbed locations. Instead, we shall seek a vessel from the Heavenly Sea Collective to transport us to the pirates' hideout. He had brought Hoshino Chika and the others primarily to demonstrate that they had indeed been plundered by pirates, while also intending to borrow a ship for their maritime expedition. How many pirates are there? Hoshino Chika inquired at that moment. More than 200, Ijin replied without looking back. The number astonished Kazama Yu. Having never harmed even a chicken, he was now tasked with deciding the fate of so many. Before long, Ijin utilized his connections to borrow a ship from the Heavenly Sea Collective. Upon learning that they were ninja intent on eradicating pirates, the collective even provided several crew members to assist Kazama Yu and his companions. They expressed their gratitude, stating they had awaited their arrival for quite some time and that once the pirates were dealt with, they would no longer live in fear. The group set sail on a modest sailing vessel, as they had heard that the destination consisted of numerous small islands. Consequently, they opted against using their cargo ship, as its size posed a risk of running aground on reefs. After 6 hours at sea, they finally arrived at the archipelago Ijin had mentioned. When they were still 3 kilometers away from their target island, the crew halted the ship. The captain approached Hoshino Chika and said, Ninja-sama, we cannot proceed any further. If we do, they may discover us. Hoshino Chika glanced at the island and replied calmly, you should wait here. They must have already seen the ship. We can approach on our own. After saying this, she turned to Kazama Yu and the others, exchanged a glance, then leaped off the ship, sprinting towards the inhabited island. Following her lead, Kazama Yu and the others jumped off the ship as well, dashing effortlessly towards the island. The 4 of them moved swiftly across the water, appearing as 4 dark shadows racing forward. As they drew closer to the island, the pirates indeed noticed their ship. However, they only saw the vessel and did not perceive the 4 figures racing across the sea. Several patrolling members reported the sighting of the distant ship to their leader. Meanwhile, 2 of them took up binoculars to scrutinize the activity aboard Kazama Yu's vessel. They were compelled to exercise caution, as they were aware that the people of Haiching had summoned the legendary ninjas. Although none had ever encountered a ninja, the tales of their fearsome prowess were common knowledge. Despite their skepticism, they understood the merit of being cautious. One observer, noticing that the ship was not advancing, felt a sigh of relief, thinking it was merely passing by and not seeking them out. This realization sparked the notion that they could seize the opportunity to strike first. However, the other observer was not as composed. While scanning the ship, he also looked around with the binoculars. To his horror, he spotted the 4 figures racing across the water, a sight that sent beads of cold sweat down his forehead. After following the 4 dark shapes for a few seconds, he shouted in panic, there are people coming on the water. Quickly, inform the brothers to flee. The enemy is here, and they are likely ninjas. Without waiting for a response from the others, he clutched the binoculars and ran towards the island. The few who had been patrolling with him were taken aback by his outburst and turned their gazes toward the vast ocean. After scrutinizing the distance for a moment, They too discerned the problem, for small black dots were enlarging, and they could barely make out Kazama Yu and his companions' figures. Kazama Yu and his group had covered half the distance, now only about 3 miles from the pirates. At this distance, the pirates could already see their frantic expressions. But it was too late. They would reach the shore within 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the island erupted into chaos, with many shouting, "The ninjas have come! The ninjas have arrived!" From the largest cave at the island's center emerged a man who resembled a towering iron pillar, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and exuding an overwhelming presence. His broad face was marred by layers of excess flesh, causing his features to appear somewhat squished and rugged. A wild mane of beard obscured much of his fierce visage, leaving only a pair of deep-set eyes that glimmered with a sinister sharpness, reminiscent of a wolf's gaze on a frigid night. His thick neck seemed to merge seamlessly with his broad shoulders, which were as wide as door frames, and his robust muscles bulged, hinting at boundless strength. The veins on his muscular arms stood out like coiled serpents poised to strike. In his grasp was a hefty machete, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light, exuding an aura of formidable power. Clad in a tight black vest that accentuated his exaggerated physique, he wore tattered work pants that hung loosely at his waist, further emphasizing his intimidating stature. With each heavy step he took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him, resonating with a dull thud that rippled through the surrounding air. As he emerged from the cave and observed his panicked subordinates, he bellowed to capture their attention. After surveying the disarray, he coldly declared, "What is there to fear? We are many. What do we have to be afraid of? Relay the order for all brothers to gather here. I wish to witness just how formidable these so-called ninjas truly are." Hearing his words, the pirates' anxiety lessened somewhat, and they began calling out to rally their comrades. Understanding the strength in numbers, there was no opportunity to flee now. The 4 ninjas were nearly upon them. Chapter 63. The first kill. As the pirates gathered, an elderly man approached the imposing figure before him. Casting a worried glance towards their anchored ship, he spoke with a furrowed brow. "I warned you not to go too far. Now they have come knocking on our door. This is a grave predicament." Upon hearing the elder's words, many nearby nodded in agreement, regret evident in their expressions. The large man, upon hearing the elder, widened his eyes, thrusting his machete into the ground before seizing the elder by the collar and lifting him off the ground. He cast a scornful glance at the surrounding crowd. Fixing his gaze on the elder, he disdainfully remarked, "Old man, do not presume that your age grants you immunity to speak freely here and sow discord among us. If we had merely followed your advice to rob for scraps, what would be the point?" Seeing that many began to nod in agreement with his words, he surveyed the gathered crowd with satisfaction and continued, "Brothers, do we risk our lives for mere morsels? We have reclaimed our women, and you have played with them, haven't you? All of you have indulged, haven't you? 2 weeks ago, you were all aware that ninjas might come to cause trouble. Yet none of you chose to depart this place and return to the land of waves to endure a life of hardship and hunger. After hiding on this isolated island for half a month, others have managed to find us. Brothers, we have no retreat left. We can only fight. If we lose, we may as well die. If we win, we shall raid once more tonight." After the burly man concluded his speech, he flung the elderly man to the ground, seized the large blade embedded in the earth, raised it above his head, and bellowed, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Under his command, all the pirates' eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. They had endured enough suffering. Even if they were to perish in battle, they would refuse to return to the land of waves. The elderly man, cast aside on the ground, closed his eyes helplessly. He had originally led these young men out to carve a path for survival, only to find them behaving like unleashed beasts. After merely 3 successful heists, they ceased to heed his counsel. With each triumph, their audacity grew, and now they were beyond redemption. As for the women, they were all being toyed with. He, being an older man, could not resist the temptation, and his absence would hardly be missed. The cries of slaughter surged like a tide, echoing far and wide, penetrating the numerous caves of the island, where many young women were imprisoned. Upon hearing these cries, their bodies trembled slightly. The pirates outside were nothing short of demons. Yet beneath their fearful expressions lay a glimmer of hope, for they had heard that ninjas were approaching. If indeed ninjas were on their way, salvation would be at hand, as they held unwavering faith in the ninjas of their homeland. As the 4 of them from the land of fire sprinted onto the island, They were met with the cacophony of battle cries and the sight of figures rushing in a singular direction. Stopping in their tracks, Kazama-yu turned to his companions, Koyuki and Tsukikage, and coldly remarked, "These ruffians certainly possess a formidable presence. Leave them to you. If they seek battle, let us oblige them." Since learning that these pirates had abducted women, Koyuki's expression had soured. The individual who had delivered the mission from Konoha had failed to mention the presence of these women. It was not that he had omitted this detail. Rather, when he departed from Ocean View City, the pirates had not yet commenced their despicable acts. These pirates had grown increasingly brazen, initially pilfering food, but emboldened by their successes, they eventually resorted to arson. After several attempts, realizing that Ocean View City lacked the means to halt their rampage, they began to abduct women. Had Konoha been aware of the captives, they would have dispatched ninjas post-haste, rather than entrust them with 2 missions. Without the escort mission from the Dream Company, they could have arrived within 2 days. Receiving their orders, Kazama-yu and his companions dashed toward the island's center, with Shizun positioned between them, and Tsukikage and Yu flanking her. Koyuki followed closely behind, as such missions did not necessitate the intervention of a guiding jonin. Aside from the women imprisoned in the caves, everyone else on the island was converging toward the center. Not far into their run, they stumbled upon a cave, where 2 women gazed at them with expressions of desperate hope. However, their primary focus remained on Koyuki, as Kazama-yu and Tsukikage appeared to them as mere children. Upon seeing them, the 2 women rushed toward the cave, and as they drew nearer, Kazama-yu's expression grew increasingly somber. The 2 weary women bore tattered clothing, their necks shackled with chains that were fastened to a stone pillar. They resembled dogs, locked away in the cave, lacking even the strength to rise. Shizun approached and immediately knelt to assess their condition. "Are you ninjas from Konoha? There are many pirates. How many have come?" One of the women, disregarding Shizun's actions, turned her gaze toward the frigid-faced Koki, hoping for good news. Koyuki offered no answer to their inquiries, but instead directed her attention to Kazama-yu and Tsukikage. Upon meeting Koyuki's gaze, Kazama-yu nodded, exchanged a look with Tsukikage, and spoke, "Shizun, you are responsible for the rescue. Tsukikage and I will handle the pirates." With that, Kazama-yu vanished in an instant, followed closely by Tsukikage. Witnessing this, Koyuki formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone, which too swiftly disappeared. "You, shall we eliminate all of them?" Tsukikage inquired as he caught up with Kazama-yu. "Let us eliminate them all. Those who have harmed others are beyond redemption, just like these pirates," Kazama-yu replied, already spotting a pirate sprinting toward the island's center. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a shuriken from his pouch and flung it. The instant the shuriken left his hand, the fleeing pirate emitted a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground, utterly still. A shuriken had embedded itself in the back of his head, penetrating deeply into his skull. With 40 years of life experience from 2 worlds, Kazama-yu had achieved his first kill. Chapter 64. Slaughter. Though it was his inaugural act of killing, Kazama-yu exhibited no signs of discomfort. The reality diverged significantly from his expectations. He felt no emotional upheaval. Previously, when he had bullied others, a sense of exhilaration had coursed through him, but after taking a life, he felt as if he had squashed an ant. There was no excitement, no elation, no reluctance, no guilt, only tranquility, only a sense of inevitability. Calmly stepping over the corpse, Kazama-yu focused on another fleeing figure. He retrieved a shuriken once more and hurled it forth. In that moment, Kazama-yu's calm was chillingly profound. Perhaps by the time he had informed Tsukikage of his intent to cleanse the island of pirates, in his heart, he had already deemed these individuals deserving of death. Having concluded that these people deserved their fate deep within, Kazama-yu acted without a shred of hesitation. The enhancement of his chakra had not only strengthened his physical form, but had honed his spirit as well. With his current mental fortitude, once Kazama-yu resolved upon a course of action, the triviality of taking life would not perturb his psyche. This was also why ninjas often exhibited little fear of death. Their inner strength rendered them unfazed by the mere concept of mortality. Deep within Kazama-yu's heart, a semblance of madness lingered. Individuals who had traversed dimensions, leaping from cliffs and plunging kunai into throats, inevitably bore a touch of insanity. Observing Kazama-yu's swift and decisive execution of a pirate, Tsukikage fixed his gaze upon another fleeing figure. With a swift motion, he too launched a shuriken, once again aimed at the back of the head. These individuals, with their backs turned to Kazama-yu and Tsukikage, were akin to slow-moving targets. A ninja's shuriken, when thrown at a mere mortal, left them little chance of evasion. A ninja would approach with certainty before striking, and the ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to react in time, even in close proximity. The moment they laid eyes on the ninja, their adversary had already struck. By the time one realized the need to evade, the enemy's weapon had already found its mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. After dispatching 4 pirates with shurikens, Kazama drew his short blade from his back. He suddenly realized that using shurikens would require him to retrieve and clean them afterward, which was rather bothersome. Thus, he opted for the short blade instead. Gripping the blade tightly, as he swept past his targets, he would lightly slice their throats, continuing onward without a backward glance towards the island's center. Tsukikage, moving in tandem with him, wielded his own blade, the two advancing towards the heart of the island, having cleared a path of the people in their way. In less than a minute, over 30 had perished at their hands, and those fleeing ahead soon became aware of their companion's demise. Panic erupted as their sole thought became to escape the two harbingers of death and reach the island's center, where the crowd might offer them a semblance of safety. Many imprisoned women bore witness to the carnage, their faces lighting up with excitement and exhilaration at the sounds of the pirates' disarray. Aboard the ship anchored offshore, Ijing and the crew observed through their telescopes, witnessing the grim tableau of bodies collapsing to the ground. The figures of Kazama and Tsukikage eluded their vision. Only fleeting shadows and fallen pirates were visible. This sight sent a chill through their hearts. Even a mere child among the ninjas was not to be trifled with. In the island's center, the pirate captain, who had intended to confront the so-called ninjas, watched from a distance as Kazama and Tsukikage wreaked havoc. He could hardly believe that 2 diminutive figures, shorter than his waist and wielding blades smaller than his own, could exhibit such lethal prowess. Presently, it was merely 2 children doing the killing. The strikingly beautiful yet cold-faced woman had yet to reveal her hand. Just moments ago, he had fantasized about her, imagining whether she would maintain that icy demeanor when embraced in love. He had even contemplated how to best approach her after defeating her, pondering the optimal angle to observe her expression. Now, however, everything was lost. In that moment, regret consumed him. Had he known the ninjas were so formidable, he would never have acted so recklessly. Had he foreseen this, he would have disbanded his crew and concealed himself entirely. It was the fault of his nation for lacking ninjas, leaving them ignorant of their true might. Previously, he had dismissed tales of ninja exploits as mere fabrications meant to instill fear. They had set sail merely to procure food, yet had strayed far from their original intent. The elder beside him also witnessed the scene, murmuring in despair, "Is this what a ninja truly is? So it is real, truly real. They have indeed honed their skills from a young age, and when it comes to killing, they show no mercy. The armed forces of the 5 great nations have met their match. It appears our time is at an end. So be it. We have enjoyed our lives." After speaking, the elder sank onto a stone, staring vacantly in the direction of Kazama and Tsukikage's slaughter. Hearing the elder's murmurs, the pirate captain shot him a glare before turning and fleeing, shouting to his crew, "Brothers, scatter, every man for himself." The recently gathered pirates, upon hearing their leader's command, immediately dispersed, racing towards the rear. The notion of confronting their adversaries had vanished. They could barely discern the enemy's figures, let alone engage in battle. In less than 2 minutes, 4 to 5 dozen had already fallen to the blades of the 2 harbingers of death. If they remained grouped together, it would take but 10 minutes for the enemy to extinguish their lives. Helpless against the blades of their foes, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter. The pirate captain, witnessing his men flee, felt a slight relief. If these wretches could buy him a moment against the 2 killers with their lives, he might find a place to hide. In a bid for speed, he discarded his massive sword, capable of cleaving a man in 2. As the pirates scattered, Kazama and Tsukikage paid them no mind. Surrounded by the sea, escape was nearly impossible. Even if they attempted to flee by boat, the 2 could pursue them through the water and eliminate any who ran. A minute later, the pair arrived at the location where the pirates had assembled. Finding only an elder remaining, Kazama swiftly ran past him. It was not until he had covered a distance of over 10 meters that a thin line of blood appeared at the elder's throat, followed by a torrent of blood that gushed forth uncontrollably. Like those whose throats Kazama had previously slit, the elder clutched his neck, attempting to utter something, but ultimately fell to the ground without a sound. Chapter 65. The cunning pirates, after dispatching a few slow-moving unfortunate souls, the entire island fell silent. Knowing they could not outrun Kazama Yu and Tsukikage, the remaining pirates opted to hide. The two began their methodical search from opposite directions. No pirate could escape their tracking. They had learned the art of pursuit in school, and Hoshino Chika had taught them well. The pirates' meager hiding skills, combined with their anxious heartbeats and breaths, only served to betray their positions to the two reapers. "Come out," Kazama Yu said coldly as he approached the entrance of a cave. After a brief wait, a woman in her 30s trembled as she emerged from within, a knife poised precariously against her neck, the sharp edge drawing blood due to the trembling of her captor. The captor, a wiry man, cautiously peered out from behind the woman, nervously declaring, "Step back. Let me go, and I will release her. She is a citizen of your nation. You must protect her." With that, he retreated slightly, exposing only half his head, glaring fiercely at Kazama Yu. His cautious demeanor stemmed from a complete lack of confidence in his safety. He feared that Kazama Yu might slay both him and the woman without hesitation. Thus, he felt compelled to remind Kazama Yu that his hostage was from the land of fire, his fierce expression a warning that he, too, was capable of taking life, even that of the land of fire. Upon hearing the captor's demands and seeing the woman's expression of hatred, Kazama Yu nodded and replied, "Very well. Release the hostage, and you may leave." The wiry man felt a flicker of hope at this response, but quickly countered, "No, I don't trust you. I will take her with me, and once I am safe, I will let her go." Kazama Yu, unfazed, twirled his short blade in hand and took 2 steps closer, saying, "You are quite clever. A smart man indeed. I hold great admiration for those of intellect. Our purpose here is to cleanse the island of pirates. Whether or not to kill is at my discretion. I can afford to spare a few. If I promise to let you go, you will indeed be free. Do not attempt to bargain with me. You and your ilk have no standing. I will say this only once more. Release the hostage and depart, or I shall declare that the woman in your grasp was slain before my arrival." As he spoke, Kazama Yu advanced another 2 steps, closing the distance to the hostage. Faced with the relentless advance of Kazama Yu, the pirate involuntarily tightened his grip on the hostage and retreated 2 steps, driving himself deeper into the cave. Though he was tense during the process, the blade in his hand merely grazed the surface of the woman's neck. He understood that if the hostage were to perish due to his carelessness, his own life would be forfeit. "Stay back. Do not approach. If you come any closer, I will kill her. Move away," he threatened hoarsely as Kaze no Yu continued to advance. Upon seeing this, Kaze no Yu halted, refraining from further encroachment. The pirate, noticing his pause, leaned forward and spoke, "Even if you agree to spare me, your companions could just as easily take my life. You cannot deceive me. All I desire is to leave safely. Nothing else matters. Once I am gone, I will release this woman. Trust me, I have no intention of returning to the land of fire." With hope flickering in his eyes, he looked at Kaze no Yu, convinced that the fact he had not yet harmed the hostage indicated a desire to save her, thus providing him a glimmer of opportunity. With a sigh, Kaze no Yu replied, "I have already made it clear that you have no room for negotiation. If you wish to live, there is but one path. Release the hostage and depart. We, the ninjas, value our reputation above all. Believe me," he continued, "you, a pirate, possess no credibility. How can I trust you? What if you take her and then end her life? Would I not be made a fool? We, as ninjas, uphold our honor, and we will not be swayed by scum like you. I am the leader of this mission, and all decisions rest with me. I promise you safe passage, and my companions will not hinder you. This is your final opportunity. I must attend to other matters and cannot waste time here." After stepping back and moving aside, he appeared to grant the pirate an exit. The pirate, momentarily stunned, saw the woman's expression turn fierce and resolute as she exclaimed, "Ninja, do not let these beasts escape. I fear not death." With that, she thrust her neck towards the pirate's dagger. Although her determination was commendable, as Kaze no Yu had observed, the pirate was indeed cunning. As the woman prepared to take her own life, he seized her hair, preventing her from fulfilling her intent. The lean pirate swiftly regained control, knowing that the woman had already exhausted her strength after enduring prolonged torment. Once he had stabilized the situation, the pirate spat, "Wretch, if you seek death, do not drag me into it. It is a blessing to have a ninja here to save you. Do not be ungrateful." The woman disregarded his insults, turning instead to Kaze no Yu with a defiant gaze, urging, "Do not concern yourself with me. Kill me if you must, but do not let this dog escape." Observing the desperate resolve in both individuals, Kaze no Yu felt a mix of exasperation and feigned consolation. Silence, he replied flatly. What I choose to do is not for you to dictate. However, your acceptance of death is commendable. It does not bring shame upon our people from the land of fire. I will count to 3. If he does not release you by then, I will grant you what you seek. Should you perish, I will ensure your body is returned to Wang Hai City for burial. After he spoke, he fixed his gaze on the exposed portion of the pirate's head, contemplating his approach as he began to count. 1. The woman, instead of feeling fear, nodded with a sense of solace. Madman, all of you are lunatics, so cold-blooded at such a young age, treating life as a jest. Oblivious to the value of others' lives, ninjas are indeed a deranged bunch. The women of the land of fire are mad as well. Why choose death when life offers a chance? The pirate seethed internally at the 2. Chapter 66. Clean up. Just as the pirate continued his internal tirade, Kaze no Yu announced the second number. Upon hearing 2, the pirate, without a moment's thought, shoved the woman away from him. He dared not linger any longer. Should Kaze no Yu suddenly lose his composure and reach 3, he might not have a chance to speak again. As the woman stumbled forward, Kaze no Yu did not strike the pirate. The pirate breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that although ninjas were merciless in their killings, they seemed to place great value on their own reputation. Had he released the woman but a moment earlier, Kaze no Yu's speed would have surely resulted in his own demise. Cautiously emerging from the cave, the pirate, believing he had narrowly escaped a grim fate, addressed Kaze no Yu. Ninja, I have released her. I will leave this place immediately, depart this island, and never return to the land of fire again. I swear, I will no longer be a pirate. With that, he attempted to circumvent Kaze no Yu, heading towards the path behind him that led to their anchored vessel. As Kaze no Yu's voice faded, his figure vanished from the pirate's terrified gaze. In an instant, Kaze no Yu appeared behind the pirate, crouching low to slash the back of his calves with a short blade, before rising to cut along the meridian of his wrists. In a flurry of swift strikes, Kaze no Yu reappeared before the woman as the pirate, now unsteady, collapsed to the ground. His hands and feet had been severed by Kaze no Yu's precision. True to his word, Kaze no Yu spared the pirate's life. Though ninjas are often associated with deception, he maintained his own principles. Glancing at the weakened woman, Kaze no Yu retrieved 2 black, candy-like items from his ninja pouch, silencing pills that Shizune had prepared for them, individually wrapped at his suggestion. Though he had little taste for them, he always carried a few for when he had no time to prepare meals. They served to mask his need for sustenance. As he derived energy from the chakra fruit, after unwrapping one, he fed it to the woman before consuming one himself, recognizing that his pretense of strength required replenishment. At that moment, the pirate, now sprawled helplessly on the ground, filled with despair, cursed at Kaze no Yu. Damn you, you little brat. What of a ninja's honor? What of trust between men? Is there no morality left in this world? Will you ninjas not uphold your word? Kaze no Yu, casting a fleeting glance at the pirate's desperate struggles, then turned his attention back to the woman who had consumed the pill. I leave him in your care. I must attend to other matters. Without waiting for her response, he strode towards the exit, passing the resentful pirate, shrugging as he remarked, Welcome to the world of ninjas, a realm where anything goes. With that, Kaze no Yu vanished, leaving behind a bewildered pirate. The woman, after a moment of astonishment, regained her composure. Her gaze filled with wrath as she turned to the struggling pirate. The effects of the silencing pill were swift. Soon, she felt her strength returning. Rising to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes locking onto a stone the size of her palm. She approached, bent down to pick it up, and began to advance towards the pirate, who watched in terror. After Kazama Yu resolved this matter, he resumed his hunt, now armed with 2 fist-sized stones. Some pirates, who believed they were well hidden, were abruptly struck on the head by the stones hurled with great force by Kazama Yu, resulting in shattered skulls and instant death. In Kazama Yu's eyes, these individuals' attempts at concealment were no more effective than a beacon in the darkness. He had complete control over the movements across the island's surface, a testament to his developed sensory abilities stemming from his mastery of earth attributes. Within his perception, the moonlight tree was clearing out hidden foes on one side, while Silence was rescuing women who required her military rations to regain their strength. Occasionally, pirates stumbled near her, and she had dispatched a dozen of them. Hoshino Chika observed the trio's actions, with an avatar of herself concealed behind both Kazama Yu and the moonlight tree, while her main body remained with silence. As Kazama-yu and the Moonlight Tree engaged in slaughter, some pirates attempted to resist and ambush the two, but ultimately met with their swift and effortless demise. Others fled toward the sea, hoping to escape into the water, yet these conspicuous figures were caught and dealt with before they could reach the shore. Had they begun their flight from the coastline, they might have had a chance. However, they were initially near the island's center, summoned by their captain, and when they realized they could not win, it was far too late. Their speed paled in comparison to that of the ninja. With ordinary lower-ranked ninjas capable of outpacing them by 6 or 7 times, even when merely traveling. In battle, a lower-ranked ninja's speed could exceed their maximum sprint by more than tenfold. Escape was futile. Any visible head would be dispatched in an instant. If everyone scattered, perhaps a few might reach the sea, but most chose to hide. The number of those willing to gamble on a plunge into the ocean was minimal, for they remembered that these ninjas had traversed the water with ease. As time ticked away, the number of pirates on the island dwindled in despair. After clearing the immediate area of survivors, Kazama-yu approached a massive stone and called out, "There is no need to hide any longer. Come forth and answer a few questions, and I shall grant you a chance to live." He was aware that beneath the stone lay a fissure concealing an individual, the pirate captain. Although he had blocked the entrance, rendering it invisible from the outside, he could not evade Kazama-yu's acute perception. After uttering his invitation, Kazama-yu stood patiently, harboring a few inquiries. His offer of a chance at life was merely a glimmer of hope to coax the individual into responding truthfully. After waiting for several seconds without a reply, Kazama-yu stepped forward and kicked the entrance of the fissure, declaring, "Come out, or you shall never emerge again. You are the leader of this band of pirates, are you not? I have always held respect for those with skill. Step forth, answer my questions, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Do not worry, I am a man of my word. If your responses satisfy me, I may even offer you an opportunity to submit to my command." Hearing this, Hoshino Chika, who was observing from the sidelines, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Her disciple's logic seemed somewhat flawed. Just moments ago, he had spoken of admiring the clever. Yet the pirate who had trusted him was now a lifeless corpse, reduced to a pitiful state by the woman replenishing her strength. Now, he professed admiration for capable individuals. It was truly absurd. According to his reasoning, it appeared there was no one in this world he did not admire. Kazama-yu felt somewhat helpless. He lacked the interrogation techniques of Konoha. As far as he knew, Hoshino Chika did not possess such skills either. Their entire team was devoid of them. If only he could read minds, he would not have to go through this trouble. His peer, Yamashiro Aoba, required no inquiries. He could simply invade the minds of others and extract memories, having driven the likes of Deidara to their demise. After a few moments of silence, a stone was shifted from within Kazama-yu's view. Noticing the individual was willing to emerge, Kazama-yu took a few steps back to put him at ease. Soon, a burly pirate captain crawled from the fissure. Observing the captain's physique, Kazama-yu could not help but marvel. It was indeed a miracle for someone to be so robust in the land of waves. Once the man stood, he gazed down at Kazama-yu, who barely reached his waist, and felt a wave of realization wash over him. Had someone told him in the past that he would fear a boy who did not even reach his waist, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet now, he believed it, having learned a lesson from compatriots who had emerged alongside him, risking their lives. After a moment of reflection, the captain bent down and adopted a submissive posture, saying, "Ninja-sama, I have emerged. What would you like to know? I will answer truthfully to the best of my abilities. We were forced into this path. In the land of waves, I could hardly find enough to eat, suffering from hunger daily. The agony of starvation is unbearable." He even pretended to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye, adopting an exaggeratedly pitiful demeanor. Kazama-yu, upon observing the captain's physique, nodded in agreement. Recognizing that such a man likely came from a background that could hardly sustain him, especially in the impoverished land of waves. Seeing Kazama-yu's nod, the pirate captain's expression shifted to one of despair, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, this 250-pound giant appeared as vulnerable as a child. Unable to bear the sight of a muscular man weeping, Kazama-yu turned his back, gazing skyward, and lamented, "I have long heard of the hardships in the land of waves. Alas, all beings suffer." He continued, "Answer my questions, and I may grant you a chance at life. I suppose I am too kind-hearted." Meanwhile, Hoshino Chika, who had been stealthily observing, nearly burst into laughter. The two were putting on a performance before her eyes. a pirate captain lamenting his misfortunes, while a cold-blooded killer, fresh from slaying 100, spoke of the suffering of all beings and lamented his own kindness. It was utterly absurd. No wonder this boy was confident he could help Rin improve her acting skills. He was indeed a performer. Watching the boy's back, Hoshino Chika considered stepping forward and choking him from behind, but she hesitated, knowing there were more ninjas present. Even against Kazama Yu alone, she lacked confidence. Now that he seemed to have developed a sudden sense of compassion, there was no need to take such a risk. This unexpected sentimentality struck her as normal. In her view, humans were peculiar creatures. They could be inexplicably driven to kill at times, only to suddenly become compassionate at others. She herself was such a person. Every time she committed robbery, she would be wild with frenzy, yet afterward, guilt would wash over her, especially after being coarse with women. Many in her group shared this duality, leading her to believe that Kazama Yu might be the same. If he began to feel remorse, his chances of survival would significantly increase. As thoughts abruptly shifted, Bienyi stepped forward respectfully and spoke. "My lord, I am Bienyi. Please, feel free to inquire. Ever since I became a pirate, I have often berated myself. If I fail to seize the opportunity for survival you have granted, it shall be my own doing." Upon hearing the words of this pirate, Kazama Yu turned back with a look of satisfaction, resembling a mentor pleased with a promising pupil. Inwardly, he mused that it was no wonder this individual could lead. He almost found it difficult to withstand such a barrage of words. Seeing Kazama Yu's expression, Bienyi felt a surge of excitement. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the spirit of his deceased father beckoning him through a fissure in the stone. Now, Kazama Yu's demeanor seemed to echo that connection, as if his father were reassuring him that his time had not yet come and that he need not rush to meet him. He perceived a glimmer of hope. As long as he cooperated and performed well, his prospects for survival would be greatly enhanced. With a reassuring glance, Kazama Yu directly inquired, "Do you have any connections with the Tianhai Collective?" This question prompted not only Bienyi, but also Hoshino Chika to furrow her brow in confusion. She wondered why Kazama Yu posed such a question, expecting him to ask about the treasures plundered by the pirates instead. "My lord, I do not know anyone from the Tianhai Collective," Bienyi replied, though he was perplexed by the inquiry. At this moment, it was not his place to ask questions. He understood the rule of keeping silent on matters that should not be spoken of and refraining from inquiries that were not his business. He had seen too many of his foolish subordinates get into trouble by speaking out of turn, and he would not allow the one who held his life in their hands to grow weary of him. Upon hearing that the other party was unfamiliar with anyone from the Tianhai Collective, Kazama Yu pressed on, "What about the people from the City Lord's mansion?" This question only deepened Hoshino Chika's confusion. How could the City Lord's mansion possibly be connected to pirates? If there were such a link, what was the purpose of their visit? Bienyi mirrored Hoshino Chika's bewilderment, glancing at Kazama Yu before shaking his head and stating, "We do not know anyone from the City Lord's mansion. The people from the mansion have consistently obstructed our plundering." Kazama Yu felt no disappointment upon hearing this response. His inquiries were aimed at discerning whether the merchants and officials in this world were as straightforward and crude as future tycoons like Kato. When you go to loot, do you choose your targets randomly, or are they pre-selected? After a moment's contemplation, Kazama Yu continued his questioning. Hoshino Chika, eavesdropping, suddenly began to grasp the connections. Pirates, the City Lord's mansion, the Tianhai Collective, burned homes, displaced residents, and the construction of a freight port. Bienyi was not as contemplative as Hoshino Chika. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's question, he replied without hesitation, "Initially, our plundering was unplanned. However, after the defenses in Wanghai City increased, we devised a strategy. Before each heist, we send someone into the city to gather intelligence on the patrols of the City Lord's guards. The citizens of Wanghai City are rather naive, and our men are always able to ascertain where there are no guards, allowing us to target those unprotected areas. At first, we thought the information was deliberately leaked to trap us, but after being cautious for 2 attempts, we realized they were simply incompetent and unprofessional." With a disdainful expression, Bienyi concluded, "The guards of the City Lord's mansion are woefully unqualified. This is why I have grown increasingly audacious." Observing the arrogant pirate leader, Kazama Yu smirked and inquired, "I have heard that you initially refrained from arson. Why then did you later resort to burning houses?" At the mention of their transgressions, Bienyi's demeanor shifted from contempt to deep remorse. After casting a worried glance at Kazama Yu, he cautiously replied, "I am not sure who started the fire. Everyone claims they were not the first. They say they only joined in after seeing their comrades set the flames. Once the first act was committed, the subsequent ones followed suit. I attempted to intervene each time, but was unable to stop them. Bien Yi expressed his frustration, as if he had truly made every effort to prevent his subordinates from committing arson. This fellow has indeed guessed correctly. Hoshino Chika thought to herself as she listened to the pirate chief's words. After hearing Bien Ye's confession, Kazama Yu sighed internally before asking, "What about the items you stole?" Though reluctant, the pirate chief quickly replied, "Some of the money was divided among the brothers. The gold, silver, and jewels are hidden over there, by that reef. In a deep pit. I concealed everything there." He gestured in the direction of the hiding spot. Kazama Yu nodded in satisfaction. Observing Kazama Yu's expression, Bien Yi felt a slight easing of his tension. The fact that Kazama Yu did not act immediately upon learning of the treasure indicated there was indeed a chance for him to survive. Looking up at the sky, as dusk approached, Kazama Yu stated, "I have no further questions. You have performed admirably. As a reward, allow me to share a piece of information with you. You may already be aware of it, but it likely has not received the attention it deserves." Disregarding Bien Ye's puzzled gaze, Kazama Yu continued, "The places you have looted and burned have been requisitioned by the City Lord's Mansion and the Tianhai Collective. They are currently constructing a large freight port there." Upon hearing this, Bien Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "My lord, we are already aware of this. The City Lord's Mansion and the Tianhai Collective are doing a good deed. We are the ones who have wronged Wanhai City." Glancing at the still bewildered pirate chief, Kazama Yu scoffed derisively and remarked, "Though you are not foolish, there are still things you do not comprehend. What if I told you that the former residents of those places do not wish to leave?" After a few seconds of stunned silence, Bien Yi, filled with disbelief, stammered, "My lord, are you suggesting we are mere pawns? That the fire was set by them? That our raids were orchestrated by them? They intentionally misled us about the unguarded areas?" Realization dawned upon him. He was not foolish, merely naive in his expectations of others. With Kazama Yu's prompt, the truth became evident. "Well then, our conversation has concluded. Let us proceed to reclaim your weapons. If you can withstand 30 seconds in my presence, I shall grant you your freedom," Kazama Yu stated coldly. There was no chance he could endure that long. Bien Ye's compatriots were dead, and Kazama Yu had no intention of sparing him. Revealing the truth before his demise was already a kindness. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, Bien Yi gazed deeply into his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah, I see now. Ha ha." As he laughed, the posture he had maintained in deference transformed into one of boldness before Kazama Yu. After several seconds of laughter, he fixed his gaze on Kazama Yu and declared, "Little one, you have no intention of letting me go, do you? Ha ha ha. Is this the method of powerful nations and great figures? Truly remarkable. Let me share a piece of news with you. Our forays into plunder were instigated by others. Ha ha. The ship we set sail on was seized from the Tianhai Collective," Bien Yi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, for all his comrades were indeed gone. Fujikaze Yu and Hoshino Chinatsu, who was lurking in the shadows, were both taken aback by each other's words. They had not anticipated that the Tianhai group and the City Lord's Mansion had calculated their moves from the very beginning. They had assumed the pirates were merely fortunate, but it turned out that everything had been meticulously arranged, even down to the ships that had been prepared for them. Once Fujikaze Yu and his companions finished their slaughter, they would be able to reclaim those ships with impunity. What a clever tactic. After venting his emotions, Bien Yi, somewhat disheartened, spoke, "Just kill me, kid. Thank you for revealing the truth. In this game, we are all mere pawns, yet they seem to underestimate you. A powerful nation has children who are this formidable. It is no wonder our country, Bo, is confined to those impoverished islands." Seeing the man's resigned expression, Fujikaze Yu paused for a few seconds before asking, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Upon hearing this, Bien Yi glanced at the corpses lying on the ground behind Fujikaze Yu, his gaze turning cold as he replied, "I have heard that ninjas are motivated by money, kid. The money I seized is still mine. I will give it all to you, along with this item." With that, he took from a small pouch at his waist a piece of metal slightly larger than his fist and tossed it to Fujikaze Yu. Upon catching it, Fujikaze Yu immediately sensed that it was no ordinary metal. It was significantly heavier than any metal he knew, at least 7 to 8 times heavier than iron of the same size. Noticing Fujikaze Yu's reaction, Bien Yi continued, "Kid, I found this a year ago in the sea. I don't know what it is, but I can tell it is extraordinary. I once attempted to forge it into a weapon, but alas, Our finest blacksmith could not handle it. Perhaps you could find a way. What do you think? After weighing the metal in his hand, Fujikazu inquired, "What do you desire?" He had already surmised what Bienyi wanted. Upon realizing they had been manipulated all along, despair had begun to seep into him. Those orchestrating the schemes would not grant him the chance for revenge. Their arrogance stemmed not from their strength, but from the fact that they had been allowed to act with impunity. How could a corporation as vast as Tianhai Group be unable to afford ninjas? I want them dead. We have burned, looted, and killed. If they die, it is their own doing. However, those who plotted against us, I hope they perish. Bienyi declared fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoshino Chinatsu appeared beside Fujikazu in an instant, fearing that he might impulsively agree to Bienyi's request. Accepting private jobs outside was a serious taboo, and given Fujikazu's current strength, he was ill-equipped to undertake the assassination of a city lord and a high-ranking executive of a multinational corporation. Fujikazu was not surprised by Hoshino Chinatsu's sudden appearance. He understood her intentions perfectly. Although Bienyi was astonished by her sudden manifestation, he was not afraid anymore, as he was resigned to his fate. His attention remained fixed on Fujikazu. After glancing at the item in Fujikazu's hand, Hoshino Chinatsu took it from him and examined it closely. With a hint of surprise, she exclaimed, "Chakra metal." Upon identifying the metal, she tossed it back to Fujikazu, as it was now his negotiation. By refusing the mission, they could return the item and then eliminate him, achieving a perfect resolution. Upon hearing Hoshino Chinatsu's words, Fujikazu realized the significance of the object in his possession. This pirate leader had stumbled upon the rare and priceless chakra metal, a treasure not recognized in their country due to the absence of ninjas. If any ninja had known he possessed it, he would not have lived to tell the tale. Chakra metal was exceedingly rare and valuable. Weapons forged from it gained immense renown. In the original story, Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword was crafted from this metal, as were Asuma Sarutobi's 2 short blades. If Fujikazu had possessed those blades, he would have recognized the metal immediately. Weapons forged from this metal not only boasted extraordinary durability, but also possessed the remarkable ability to channel ninjutsu. For instance, if one were to imbue a chakra weapon with the water prison technique, it could unleash that technique when the enemy least expected it. Virtually any ninjutsu could be contained within chakra weapons. In the original narrative, Nara Shikamaru concealed his shadow imitation technique within Asuma's short blade, catching Haiden and Kakuzu off guard. Bienyi, a young pirate, had likely never even heard of chakra weapons. Impressive, ninjas indeed recognize this item. Young lady, judging by your tone, this object must be remarkable. I never expected someone like me to stumble upon such a treasure. Alas, it won't fill my stomach, and I have no idea where to exchange it for money. What do you say, kid? What do you think of my proposal? After making his proposition, Bienyi turned his gaze back to Fujikazu. The conspiracies of the Tianhai Group and the City Lord's mansion had been revealed to him by Fujikazu, and he simply wished to broker a deal with him. Upon hearing the question, Fujikazu disregarded Hoshino Chinatsu, placing the chakra metal into his ninja tool pouch as he said, "Not now. If one day I deem it the right moment, I can assist you in eliminating them." Fujikazu spoke with unwavering confidence. He aspired to become a deity, and dispatching a few treacherous individuals was merely a trivial matter. After observing Fujikazu for a while, Bienyi suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After several chuckles, he proclaimed, "Very well, the agreement is made. Haha, kid, make your move. Dying at the hands of such a clever child as you is not shameful. Just don't keep me waiting too long." With that, Bienyi gazed at Fujikazu with a sense of relief, awaiting his action. At the very least, Fujikazu had pledged to send those who had conspired against them to accompany him in death. That was enough. This could be considered a comfort before his demise. Otherwise, even if Fujikazu did not agree, all his possessions would eventually fall into Fujikazu's hands after his death. Seeing this, Fujikazu fell silent, extending his right hand, from which a 3-centimeter-long wind blade manifested. As soon as the wind blade appeared, it vanished from his palm. After slicing through Bienyi's carotid artery, Fujikazu's chakra-formed wind blade dissipated into the air. Being the leader of a band of pirates, Fujikazu afforded him a degree of respect, thus employing a wind-style technique to facilitate his passage. The wind blade cut across Bienyi's throat, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Soon, a thin line of blood began to seep from the wound. Ignoring the blood flowing freely, Bienyi's eyes returned to normal as he slowly crouched down. lying back on the ground, his gaze fixed on the sky. Old man, my time has come. I hope you are no longer hungry on your side. With this inward reflection, the pirate Bien Yi finally closed his eyes. Hoshino Chinatsu, witnessing the fleeting wind blade in Fujike's Yu's hand, stared in astonishment. This was no ordinary wind technique. It was a manifestation of chakra transformed into a wind blade, achieved without the need for hand seals. When she was a genin, she could not have accomplished such a feat. Although her chakra growth was slow, her understanding of nature transformation was far superior to that of an ordinary chunin. Chapter 70. The Bloodthirsty Moonlight Tree. Observing Bien Yi's final breath, Fujike's Yu turned his attention to Hoshino Chinatsu. He waved the chakra medal in his ninja tool pouch. A charming smile on his face as he said, Teacher Chinatsu, this doesn't count as taking on a private job, right? I merely made a deal with him. Whether I can survive until then is uncertain, so you needn't inform the village about the chakra medal. Kaze truly yearned to consume that rare piece of chakra medal. Such a treasure was indeed scarce, and he did not wish to bestow it upon Saratobi Hizashi or Shimura Danzo. If Hoshino Chinatsu revealed its existence to the village, he, as a mere genin, would be unworthy of enjoying such a boon while striving to survive in Konoha. Hoshino Chinatsu's shadow clone, observing Kaze-yu's expression, rolled her eyes in exasperation before speaking. Let us pretend we are unaware of this. No need to inform Shizune or the others. It is not our concern. Let us gather the corpses of these individuals and give them a proper burial. Upon saying this, Hoshino Chinatsu voluntarily dispelled her shadow clone. In that instant, Shizune's original body became aware of the events transpiring with Kaze-yu. Casting a glance at the approaching vessel, she remained silent. Such matters were beyond the purview of the subordinate crew of the Tenkai group. They were tasked with a high-level mission and required no further involvement. Upon their return to Konoha, they would simply convey Kaze-yu's deductions to the Hokage, and the rest would not concern them. As for Kaze-yu's promise, she paid it no mind. He had stated that he would act when the time was ripe, which could be many years hence. Glancing up at the sky, Kaze-yu sprinted toward the island's center, for his duties were not yet complete. He needed to rendezvous with Shizune and the others. They would not be leaving the island today. They needed to assist in burying the corpses. Those who had brought them here would soon be landing on the island, and he would request their help in transporting the bodies. Upon his return to the island's center, he found Shizune and Hoshino Chinatsu already present, accompanied by more than 30 women. These women, rejuvenated by Shizune's nutritional pills, were now scanning their surroundings in hopes of spotting any surviving pirates to report back to Kaze-yu and Tsukiakari. However, their search would ultimately prove futile, as no living pirates remained on the island. Observing the expressions of the tattered women, Kaze-yu could only shake his head. They had been treated as mere instruments of gratification and had endured great torment. Now, only the corpses of the pirates could offer them some solace. Tsukiakari had yet to arrive. Having taken nearly 100 lives, he lacked Kaze-yu's heightened awareness and was still searching for others. Though he did not possess an extraordinary sense of perception, his acute hearing, sight, and smell, far superior to that of an ordinary person, allowed him to maintain a clean sweep in his area. Suki, come here, we are done. Kaze-yu called out loudly from atop a large rock, directing his voice toward Tsukiakari. Hearing Kaze-yu's summons, Tsukiakari halted his frantic search and, after assessing the situation on Kaze-yu's side, began to run over. Upon reaching Kaze-yu, Tsukiakari inquired with confusion, "Have we finished? Should we search more?" At this, Kaze-yu, Hoshino Chinatsu, and Shizune exchanged bemused glances at the seemingly insatiable individual. Noticing their gazes, Tsukiakari rubbed his face and asked, "Is there something on my face? Should I look for more? What if there are any stragglers?" Stepping forward, Kaze-yu placed a hand on his shoulder and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Suki, who would have thought? You appear so refined, yet you unleash such ferocity in battle. You truly embody the term refined scoundrel." Kaze-yu's words were laced with jest, as he recognized that Tsukiakari was exhibiting signs of stress from the killings. Thus, he sought to lighten the mood and help his companion regain composure. Tsukiakari, being a genuine genin, lacked the hidden prowess that Kaze-yu possessed. His mental fortitude was considerably lower, and it was entirely normal for him to feel overwhelmed, especially considering he was merely a 9-year-old child experiencing his first taste of bloodshed in such magnitude. Without the mental resilience of a genin, he might have succumbed to a mental breakdown. Startled by the forceful pat, Tsukiyakari's eyes regained some clarity as he recalled Kaze-yu's teasing, prompting him to shyly retort, "You. Stop joking. I was just a bit dazed. I feel much better now. Ah, to think I killed so many for my first time. Are you not affected at all? You seem far more composed than I." After saying this, Tsukiyakari retrieved a nutritional pill from his ninja tool pouch and consumed it. The nutritional pills not only replenished physical stamina, but also restored mental energy, crafted from rare medicinal ingredients not easily produced. Kaze-yu had inquired about their origin, and Shizune had mentioned that an elder taught her how to create them. Kaze-yu speculated that it might have been Tsunade, who, having suffered the tragic loss of her brother and lover, taught her to cope with her blood phobia. However, despite spending considerable time alongside Shizune, he had yet to encounter Tsunade, which disappointed him, as he wished to observe her renowned, unrestrained beauty up close. His interest in older women was equally piqued, especially those who eschewed undergarments. Tsukiyakari's comment shifted Shizune's attention from him to Kaze-yu. She too was curious as to why Kaze-yu remained so unfazed. Could it be true that he was indeed colder than Tsukiyakari suggested? Having just slain a dozen pirates herself, her actions had been driven by rage. As the plight of the captured women was harrowing, they had been treated like beasts, confined and bound in a cave. Noting the gaze of her two companions upon her, Kaze-yu shrugged with a hint of pride and replied, "Of course, my inner strength surpasses yours. Though your abilities may slightly exceed mine, your mental fortitude pales in comparison. Now, let us not dwell on this. The Tenkai group's ship is approaching. Shizune, please escort them to the rear of the island to tidy their attire. If they lack decent clothing, they may take what they can from the pirates." Upon hearing Kaze-yu's words, Hoshino Chinatsu nodded in agreement. Throughout their mission, she had aimed to remain in the background, fully aware that she could not forever accompany Kaze-yu and the others. Thus, she allowed them to operate freely and only offered reminders after their tasks were completed. Their consistent performance had pleased her greatly, particularly Kaze-yu. If she were to select a leader among the trio, she would undoubtedly choose the seemingly weakest, Kaze-yu, without hesitation. The women who had accompanied them looked at Kaze-yu with gratitude, recognizing him as a considerate child. Chapter 71. Conclusion. When Kaze-yu proclaimed his inner strength to be superior to theirs, it was somewhat audacious, yet Shizune and Tsukiyakari refrained from rebuttal. Having lived independently for several years, Kaze-yu quite possibly possessed a more resilient spirit. Subsequently, Shizune led the women to tidy their clothing, and Hoshino Chinatsu followed suit. While Kaze-yu requested her assistance in retrieving the spoils hidden by the pirates, he intended to distribute these items among the suffering women, a suggestion met with agreement from both Tsukiyakari and Shizune. As he watched the women depart, Kaze-yu reclined on a large rock, closing his eyes to relax. The weight of taking lives weighed heavily on his heart, yet he bore a complexity of emotions far less pronounced than Tsukiyakari. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse for the pirates he had slain. Their fates were justly sealed in light of the torment they had inflicted upon the women. Regardless of whether they were manipulated or not, their fate was sealed. One could only say that those who exploited them had an exceptional grasp of human nature. They anticipated that this band of pirates would grow increasingly voracious. Moonlight Tree observed Kazama-yu lying nearby and decided to recline as well. "You, should we not attend to the bodies of these individuals?" After a silence of over 10 minutes, Moonlight Tree finally spoke up. "When those fellows from the ship arrive, let them assist in gathering the bodies." Kazama-yu made no movement, merely responding with a word. After another stretch of silence, Ijing, accompanied by two members of the Tianhai group, cautiously approached Kazama-yu and Moonlight Tree. Although they had witnessed the massacre from the ship, the sight of the pirates' corpses set their hearts trembling. The ninjas were too monstrous, too fearsome. They were simply inhuman, both in physical and psychological prowess. The other crew members dared not approach, fearing that Kazama-yu and Moonlight Tree might be driven to violence against them as well. Their concerns were valid. Had Moonlight Tree remained unconscious, they might have been swiftly dispatched by him. Gazing at the seemingly harmless youths, Ijing hesitantly inquired, Lord Tree, the pirates have been dealt with. Shall we depart from here soon?" Upon hearing Ijing's words, Kazama-yu opened his eyes, sat up, and exchanged a bemused glance with him. The aftermath of such slaughter had altered even the manner of address. This fellow had not been so courteous at first. Indeed, when faced with entities capable of determining their very existence, even the wisest of beings tend to adopt a demeanor of humility and respect. Of course, those who disregard life and death remain unafraid. We shall not leave today, we will depart tomorrow. Have everyone disembark from the ship and gather the pirates' bodies in one place. Retrieve any valuables from them. I will not tolerate any secret hoarding. Once the work is completed, I shall reward you, Kazama-yu said, before lying back down and closing his eyes once more. Moonlight Tree remained reclined. With Kazama-yu's directives in place, he saw no need to rise, finding comfort in the position, especially after the grim task at hand. Hearing Kazama-yu's instructions, Ijing exchanged glances with the two individuals beside him before responding, "Understood. I will have them come down to assist." Noticing that Kazama-yu had ceased to engage with them, Ijing and his companions withdrew. Upon returning to the shoreline, Ijing conveyed Kazama-yu's requests to the crew aboard the ship, and none dared voice dissent regarding Kazama-yu's orders. Ijing sternly instructed them against hoarding money, and soon thereafter, everyone began their labor. With only a handful of them, they faced the daunting task of moving over 200 corpses, an overwhelming workload indeed. After lying down for half an hour, Kazama-yu stood, gazing at the slumbering Moonlight Tree beside him, shaking his head in resignation. As he noticed Shizune and the other women approaching, he decided against waking Moonlight Tree. Under the assistance of Hoshino Chika, those women had bathed and donned complete garments. Kazama-yu sensed that Hoshino Chika had employed several ninjutsu techniques to aid them. Utilizing earth release to alter the soil's form, she had conjured a large bathtub, then created a shadow clone. The original used water release while the clone employed fire release, ultimately producing a bathtub filled with warm water under her control. Though her teacher appeared indifferent, he possessed a kind heart. Rising, Kazama-yu made his way toward the sea, intending to catch some fish as dinner time approached. He needed to prepare a meal. The individuals he had assigned tasks were now working for him, and beyond providing them with a modest fee, he felt it necessary to prepare a meal for them as well. After retrieving several large fish from the sea, Moonlight Tree awoke, immediately rushing to gather firewood upon seeing what Kazama-yu had brought. While soldier pills could substitute for food, nothing compared to a well-prepared meal. Shizune and the group of women also retrieved various living supplies from the cave where the pirates had resided. An hour later, all gathered before the more than 200 pirate corpses. "Lord Yu, we have collected the bodies of a total of 268 pirates, along with the valuables found on them," Ijing reported, handing Kazama-yu a small bundle. He had discerned that although Hoshino Chika led their small group, Kazama-yu was the one effectively calling the shots. Taking the bundle, Kazama-yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You have all worked hard. I will prepare food shortly, and your compensation will follow." Upon hearing this, Ijing quickly insisted that it was unnecessary. They had volunteered to help, and the crew members behind him nodded in agreement. They truly did not care for the money. Kazama-yu paid them no mind and turned his attention to the women, saying, "The ones who harmed you are here. Take one last look." Many of the women, upon hearing Kazama-yu's words, could not contain their tears. The despair of recent days was known only to them. They were not the only ones. There had been several more women like them who never reached Kazama-yu and his companions. After those women perished, their bodies had been unceremoniously discarded into the sea by the pirates, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing the women's sorrow, Kazama-yu shook his head in resignation. In this world, ordinary people conveyed messages too slowly. By the time news reached those capable of preventing such tragedies, significant time would have already passed. "Chika-sensei," he said, casting one last glance at the heap of pirate corpses before turning his gaze to Hoshino Chika, standing beside him. Upon hearing Kazama-yu's words, Hoshino Chika said nothing. Instead, she knelt, formed two hand seals, and pressed her hands against the ground. The earth began to sink, swiftly engulfing the pirates. Thus, the Ninth Squad's mission to eradicate the pirates was deemed complete. The pirates from the Land of Waves vanished from existence henceforth. Chapter 72, Blackheart. The following morning, Kazama-yu and his companions set sail back to Wanghaching. They paid no mind to the pirates' vessels. Ijing stated that upon his return, he would arrange for someone to retrieve the 4 ships. Kazama-yu said nothing in response, as the city lord of Wanghaching and the Tianhai group had already calculated everything. There was no need for him to meddle further. Yet while they had considered all factors, they had failed to account for him, Kazama-yu, whose extensive experience allowed him to see through their schemes. They had not anticipated that the very pieces they manipulated could possess treasures such as chakra metal. They were even less prepared for the revelation that a future deity accepted the offerings of the pirate Bien Yi and granted his humble request. Upon returning to Wanghaching, the women rescued by Kazama-yu's group found themselves at a loss. Their former homes were no more. Following Ijing's lead, Kazama Yu accompanied the group to their new residence, arranged by the city lord for their families. Upon arrival, Kazama Yu was taken aback by the new homes that the city lord had prepared for those who had been robbed. The haphazardly scattered structures, comprised merely of broken wooden planks and tattered straw mats, were barely held together, teetering as if a gust of wind might easily topple them. Some houses lacked complete walls, relying solely on ragged cloth or straw curtains for modest concealment. This living environment was something he had never witnessed even in the land of fire, one of the 5 great nations. Such scenes he had only seen on television, surpassing even the conditions of the most impoverished tribes in Africa. Is this the new residence your city lord has arranged for these individuals? Kazama Yu turned to Ijing, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, and asked with a serious expression. Upon perceiving the perilous gaze of Kazama Yu, Ijing felt a tightening in his chest, his eyes evasively darting as he stammered, "Well, their homes have been burned down, and their wealth has been plundered. They are left utterly destitute." Hearing Ijing's words, Kazama Yu scoffed coldly and retorted, "Isn't the Tenkai group required to compensate them for the land they utilized?" The discontent in Kazama Yu's voice only heightened Ijing's anxiety. He had not wished for Kazama Yu and his companions to arrive, yet he found himself powerless to prevent it. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Ijing replied, "They were compensated, but the land they currently inhabit belongs to the lord of the city. Consequently, the lord collected a nominal fee for the land, just a small amount. Additionally, they also incurred some expenses for the commissions related to tasks issued in Konoha. Hence, they appear to be in rather dire straits. Rest assured, my lord, although their current living conditions are subpar, their survival is assured. They will not starve." The absurdity of Ijing's justification nearly elicited laughter from Kazama Yu. The compensation from the Tenkai group had merely been utilized to purchase the lord's land, and those individuals had to pay for the commissions of the tasks issued in Konoha. It was absurd. A mere A-rank mission yielded at most 100,000 ryo for their team. Even if Konoha took half the commission, the maximum compensation from Wanghai City would amount to 200,000 ryo. It was outrageous that the entire populace of a city banded together only to have refugees bear the cost of the mission. Was that wretched lord charging fees based on the level of the task? Such exploitation. No wonder when he casually mentioned this to the women yesterday. They all expressed that the compensation was woefully insufficient and no one wished to relocate. The demolition fees were barely enough to purchase the lord's land. Who would want to move under such circumstances? In other places, demolition meant financial freedom. Here, it was merely a swap of one piece of land for another, with no compensation for the homes lost. Observing Kazama Yu's sullen expression, Ijing could only wipe his cold sweat in silence. Had he witnessed Kazama Yu in a killing rage, he would not have been so brazen. He lacked the courage to contradict Kazama Yu. His neck was no sturdier than those of the pirates. The expressions of Hoshino Chinatsu, Shizun, and Tsukikage were equally grim, as they had assumed the lord had arranged proper accommodations for these individuals. Instead, they found only a barren expanse of land, with the responsibility of establishing their own shelters falling upon those who had just been ravaged. The absence of adequate housing arrangements was compounded by the fact that the lord had consumed the compensation meant for these people. The women behind them were in an even more desperate state. Having been rescued with great difficulty, they now found themselves bereft of even basic shelter. The arrival of the crowd drew the attention of the locals, and soon, more and more people gathered. Before long, some of the rescued women spotted their relatives. The onlookers realized that these were the women abducted by pirates, and upon their return, they began to shout loudly, rallying more individuals to come forth. In no time, the area became encircled, with layers of people gathering around. Most of the rescued women found their families. Yet some received the tragic news that their loved ones had not survived to await the ninjas' rescue. When word spread that all the pirates had been slain, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers, expressing their gratitude to Kazama Yu and his companions, praising the prowess of the ninjas from Konoha. However, 5 of the rescued women stood apart, having lost their families. Their kin had perished while attempting to thwart the pirates. As they gazed at the bustling scene, they felt a profound sense of loss and uncertainty about their future. Amidst the jubilant throng, Kazama Yu felt a sense of helplessness. These people were likely unaware that the ordeal involving the pirates was merely a scheme orchestrated by the powerful. Yet, even if they were to uncover the truth, they would have no means to alter their predicament. Engaging ninjas to aid them was a fanciful notion. and Konoha would never accept missions to assassinate officials of the Land of Fire. Moreover, these individuals lacked the financial resources to hire ninjas from other villages to risk their lives against the officials of the Land of Fire. If ninjas from other villages were to venture into the Land of Fire to kill officials, it would be tantamount to war between nations, elevating the mission's rank considerably. Nevertheless, there existed a glimmer of hope for revenge. Should any of them manage to locate the Akatsuki organization in a few years, they would have an opportunity. The members of the Akatsuki were rogue ninjas, indifferent to their targets' identities, and Konan and Nagato charged minimal fees, sometimes not demanding payment at all, as they were primarily interested in business. The lively crowd brought relief to Aijin. For Kazama, Yu's gaze was fearsome. A few minutes later, the crowd parted to make way for an elderly man leaning on a cane. As the elder approached, the noise gradually subsided. Upon reaching Hoshino Chinatsu, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, esteemed ninjas, for avenging us and rescuing these unfortunate children." Hoshino Chinatsu, seeing the elder's demeanor, quickly responded, "There is no need for thanks, kind sir. It is our duty to assist, and we were compensated for our services." Observing the crowd's deference towards the elder, Kazama Yu recognized his esteemed position among them. He gestured to Tsukikage, saying, "Let us offer this elder something to improve their circumstances." Tsukikage nodded in agreement, stepping forward to place a bundle on the ground. This bundle contained items salvaged from the pirates. Kazama Yu had initially intended to distribute them among the women, but they insisted that all items belonged to everyone, making division impractical. Hence, Kazama Yu merely provided them with some wealth discovered on the pirates' corpses. After placing the bundle down, Tsukikage addressed the elder, saying, "This is what we retrieved from that band of pirates. It likely belongs to you. Please take it and manage it as you see fit." Upon hearing Tsukikage's words, the crowd began murmuring among themselves. If Tsukikage spoke truthfully, then the bundle likely contained their belongings. Upon noticing the commotion, the elder turned to the onlookers and commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the crowd fell quiet. With their attention regained, the elder faced Hoshino Chinatsu and her companions, stating, "Ninjas, these items are rightfully yours as they were seized from the pirates." Though he felt a pang of reluctance, his meaning was unmistakable. Despite some discontent among the crowd, no one voiced dissent, which spoke volumes about the elder's reputation. Seeing that the elder did not wish to accept the items, Tsukikage insisted, "Take them. You are in greater need than we are. Besides, they rightfully belong to you. Just ensure that there are no disputes when you divide them." After making his point, Tsukikage took a step back, leaving the bundle behind, his intentions clear. Observing the 5 lost and bewildered women, Kazama Yu suggested, "If it comes to that, you 5 should live together for now. It will provide mutual support." Upon hearing Kazama Yu's suggestion, the women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Lord Yu, and esteemed ninjas, especially you, Lord Yu, for rescuing me twice. I am immensely grateful." The woman bore a knife wound on her neck. She was the one Kazama Yu had saved from the clever pirate. Among the captured women, she was the only one who had slain a pirate herself. The other 4 women shared the same expression of gratitude as the first. Kazama Yu cast a glance at the 5 of them before finally focusing on the woman who spoke. He nodded and said, "Very well, let it be so. Live well, for we must take our leave." After finishing his words, Kazama Yu turned and walked in one direction, simultaneously stating, "Come. You need to return to the Lord's mansion to report, and I shall escort you." Upon seeing Kazama Yu depart, Hoshino Chika, Shizune, and Tsukikage promptly followed suit. In such a situation, they found themselves at a loss for words. They had done all they could, and the world was rife with suffering beyond their control. The people of the Land of Fire, at least, did not have to resort to piracy for survival, as those in the Land of Waves did. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, Yij hurriedly caught up with them. Though he wished to distance himself from Kazama Yu, he found it impossible. As they were heading to the Lord's mansion to obtain proof of their completed mission, the onlookers, upon realizing Kazama Yu's intent to leave, willingly cleared a path. The elderly man, witnessing their direct departure, opened his mouth to speak, but someone beside him swiftly hushed him. They wanted the items left by Tsukikage and the others. As the 4 walked toward the Lord's mansion, they spotted a familiar figure accompanied by several subordinates in the distance. Yij felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was no longer alone in facing the 4 who could take his life at any moment. This individual approached Kazama Yu and the others with enthusiasm, addressing Hoshino Chika. "Ladies, I am aware of what transpired yesterday. You performed admirably. The Lord is quite pleased. Here is your proof of mission completion." The steward of the Lord's mansion handed a scroll to Hoshino Chika, which bore their signatures, certifying that they had completed the task. He had just heard the report from the crew of the Tianhai group at the mansion and was astonished. He never anticipated that these seemingly inconsequential individuals would be so ruthless in their actions. He had initially thought they would spare most of the pirates. Yet, not a single one had been left alive. Seeing Hoshino Chika accept the mission scroll, the steward nodded and said, "Since the mission is complete, you may return to Konoha to report." After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave, feeling no further need to converse with these ninjas. "Hey, you lot, what do you think you're doing? Do you take us for fools?" Kazama suddenly seized the steward's arm, rendering him immobile. Applying pressure, the steward cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. As his pained groan escaped his lips, the 4 guards behind him rushed to assist. But a mere glance from Kazama froze them in their tracks. They had just learned of Kazama accomplishments. Yij instinctively took a few steps back upon witnessing Kazama aggression. "Let go. What are you doing? I am the steward of the Lord's mansion. How dare you treat me like this?" The steward, stifling his cries, spoke with a facade of bravado. Kazama sudden outburst caught Shizune and Tsukikage by surprise. They were unaware of the underlying reasons for his fury. However, they refrained from intervening, having come to understand that Kazama was not one to act recklessly. Hoshino Chika coughed lightly, trying to remind Kazama not to go too far. The commotion had drawn the attention of many passers-by, who curiously observed the unfolding scene. With his left hand, Kazama slapped the steward's face twice in a humiliating manner and declared, "I'll spare you simply because you're the steward of the Lord's mansion. But should you irritate me, you will be no different from those pirates. Now, silence yourself and take me to your lord. Speak another word, and I shall sever your hand." With that, Kazama forcefully twisted the steward's wrist, breaking it and causing the bone to pierce through the skin, revealing a gruesome sight. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the street. The steward's 4 guards stood frozen in shock. Unable to muster the courage to intervene, the brutality of the scene left them paralyzed. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves from Kazama, horrified by the sight of the steward's mangled wrist, which revealed the stark white of bone. They recognized the headbands worn by Kazama and his companions as those of the Land of Fire, and thus, they dared not speak against the actions of the Konoha ninja. Kazama's sudden violence was unexpected for Tsukikage, Shizune, and Hoshino Chika. While Kazama had previously enjoyed intimidating ordinary people, he had never displayed such cruelty before. In the past, he had mostly resorted to intimidation against the people of the Land of Fire. This time, however, he was serious. Hoshino Chika sighed, rubbing her forehead. She had just warned the steward, but found herself needing to remind Kazama, You, do not go too far. Remember your identity." With no alternative, Hoshino Chika could only issue a warning. Seeing Kazama actions, and noting that Hoshino Chika had not yet intervened, Tsukikage and Shizune remained silent. Recognizing that Hoshino Chika was still accepting of Kazama's behavior. Upon hearing Hoshino Chika's words, Kazama turned to her with a beaming smile, saying, "Chika-sensei, I merely wish for him to understand the seriousness of my words. By the way, Chika-sensei, I just said that if he continued to talk, I would sever his arm. Given his current wailing, would that count as speaking? If so, I should probably remove his leg as well. So he won't have to run around delivering mission scrolls to us anymore. Isn't that amusing?" With Kazama's words, the stewardess' screams diminished. Lying on the ground, the steward clenched his teeth, his body curled up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His fists were tightly clenched, knuckles turning white from the strain, as he suppressed a low, rumbling moan deep within his throat, a sound born of unutterable torment. His body trembled, every nerve screaming in agony, yet he fought to suppress the outburst, leaving only a barely audible whimper on his lips. His eyes reflected unending terror. He had encountered a madman, one who was also powerful, while his superior condoned this madness. The young ones were lunatics, and the adults were no better. They were openly discussing whether to sever his leg, and having already broken one of his hands with such ease, he was convinced that if they deemed a scream as talking, he would not survive the day. The 4 guards he had brought with him were adept at bullying ordinary people, but lacked the courage to confront a ninja, proving utterly useless. Hoshino Chika did not respond to Kazama's question, but shot him a reproachful glance, reiterating, "Do not go too far. We are here to complete a mission." She merely reminded him, as she too found the actions of the Lord's mansion and the Tianhai group distasteful. Yet, a persistent voice in her mind urged her to complete the mission and refrain from meddling in affairs beyond that. This, she believed, was the mark of a good ninja. Another voice suggested eliminating the Lord and the Tianhai group entirely. These two opposing thoughts could not persuade one another, leading her to simply allow Kazama Yu to act as he pleased, as long as she was not the one directing his actions. The children, having uncovered the world's sordidness, acted out of indignation, and even the esteemed Hokage would likely remain silent in such matters. The reminder from Hoshino Chika was blatantly disregarded by Kazama Yu, who immediately discerned the glimmer of desire in the woman's eyes. Her anticipation and excitement were palpable with his approach. She spoke of refusal, yet he understood her true intent. Observing the butler suppressing his agony and ceasing his cries, Kazama Yu exchanged a reassuring glance with Hoshino Chika before stepping forward to kick the butler's body. Such an action made the butler tremble violently, fearing that Kazama Yu might inadvertently kick him to death. Very well, it appears you have recognized your position. Take me to see your lofty lord of the city. My teacher is a jonin of Konoha. To think he would not deign to greet us upon our arrival is quite audacious. I nearly ended your life last time. How bold of you to invite me a second time. One must admit, your daring is remarkable to underestimate us so profoundly. Do you suppose our good looks render us easy to manipulate? Upon finishing his words, Kazama Yu exerted a modicum of force, kicking the fallen butler twice. In that moment, he epitomized the essence of a fox concealing its power behind a tiger, the tyranny of the strong over the weak, and the influence of those with backing. As Kazama Yu's words resonated, the butler gazed at him and Hoshino Chika with wide-eyed astonishment, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed hand. Could it truly be that all this suffering stemmed from such a reason? Was there no justice, no law? He had encountered ninjas before, yet none had exhibited such cruelty. Why did Konoha unleash such a merciless child upon a task? The onlookers, absorbing Kazama Yu's words, understood the true nature of the injured individual. Those from the Lord's manor could only expect to be beaten when facing a Konoha ninja, and in that instant, all present envied the formidable power possessed by the ninjas. Hoshino Chika, nearly incensed enough to retaliate against Kazama Yu, contemplated teaching him a lesson about the consequences of his reckless speech. Just a few words. Yet the onlookers' gazes shifted to her with trepidation. Some, upon meeting her eyes, hastily averted their gaze, as if she were a ravenous beast. Even Shizune and Tsukikage bore expressions of newfound understanding. Damn it! Hurry! Do you need your other hand? Noting the butler's dazed state on the ground, Kazama Yu snorted coldly. The butler, upon hearing Kazama Yu's command, snapped back to reality, indicating with his remaining hand toward the useless guard nearby, weakly urging, "Come here and help me up. I must take the ninja lord to meet the city lord." The guard, upon hearing the call, cautiously glanced at Kazama Yu, and upon seeing no opposition, promptly approached to assist the butler, guiding him toward the lord's manor. Despite his pain, the butler moved swiftly, refraining from speaking, eager to expedite their arrival at the manor. He wished for the Lord to negotiate with Kazama Yu while he sought medical attention. Whether the Lord would be reprimanded by Kazama Yu was of no concern to him, as he felt powerless to intervene. Even if he did not escort Kazama Yu, the latter could find his way independently. Regret washed over him. He should not have sought out this torment. Had he waited at the manor, he might have avoided this calamity. The guide, Yoshii, no longer dared to speak, avoiding any eye contact with Kazama Yu and simply keeping his head down. He feared that meeting the gaze of the latter might provoke an explosion of violence. Despite the butler's dire state, he considered himself fortunate to have escaped a life-threatening situation. Kazama Yu's claim of wishing to kill the butler upon their first encounter was one he believed wholeheartedly, having witnessed Kazama Yu's decisive ruthlessness firsthand. Chapter 75. Ninja. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the Lord's manor. Upon witnessing the grandeur and opulence of the estate once more, Kazama Yu's heart brimmed with disdain. The stark contrast between this place and the previous tents and shanties was striking. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing the butler return, supported and injured, exchanged worried glances. One of them immediately dashed into the manor, realizing the gravity of the situation. The newcomers were not to be trifled with. Disregarding the guards entirely, Kazama Yu and his companions strode boldly inside. The butler, initially assisted, found himself unable to continue alone, requiring two guards to carry him through the latter half of the journey. The guards posed no questions. Their duty was merely to keep ordinary folk at bay. And Konoha ninjas were beyond their mandate, especially for a monthly salary of mere thousands, rendering it unnecessary to risk their lives. Meanwhile, within the Lord's manor, the Lord, clad in a striking blue robe, conferred with a senior executive from the Tianhai group. Their plans had culminated splendidly. The ninjas proved far more capable than anticipated. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future, and once the Tianhai group's shipping dock was completed, he would secure yet another steady income. As the two engaged in jovial conversation, a panicked guard burst into the room. Just as the Lord was about to reprimand him for his lack of decorum, the guard spoke hastily, "My lord, an incident has occurred. The butler has been assaulted by yesterday's ninja, and they are approaching." The guard, glancing back anxiously, wished to avoid addressing the ninjas directly. Seeing that they had not yet entered, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his quick escape. "What?" Upon hearing the guard's words, the Lord stood in shock, forgetting to scold him. How dare a ninja strike one of his own? Such insolence was intolerable. He was the one who paid these ninjas, the very source of their livelihoods. The Tianhai group representatives also stood in astonishment, having just lauded the ninjas as exemplary tools. Within 5 minutes, chaos had ensued. Observing the Lord's incredulous expression, the guard continued, "The butler has been injured. His wrist is broken. The bone is protruding. We just saw them at the entrance, and I rushed to inform you." The guard's final words were barely a whisper, and he retreated to the side, adopting a demeanor of detachment. Casting a bemused glance at the comical guard, Kazama shifted his attention to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. The Lord's demeanor was shadowy, indicating he was not a man of good character, and Kazama silently assessed him. As the Lord scrutinized Kazama and his companions, his expression darkened further upon seeing the butler's condition. "How audacious of you to injure my people," he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "What do you intend by this?" He resumed his seat, for he was the lord of the city and could not fathom that the ninjas of Konoha would dare confront him. Seeing the Lord's brazen confidence, Kazama stepped forward, provocatively declaring, "So, you are the city lord? It is indeed a rare occasion to meet you. I find your butler displeasing. Thus he has met his fate. As for you, I harbor no fondness either, so tread carefully." As he uttered the final phrase, he pointed at the Lord, his demeanor radiating arrogance. Upon witnessing the arrogant demeanor of Kazama, the city lord, though seething with anger, chose to disregard him. The insolent boy was unworthy of his attention. The only person he truly feared was the adult female ninja. Ignoring Kazama, he turned his gaze towards Hoshino Chika and coldly remarked, "You are the guiding jonin from Konoha. Is this how you educate your students? Have you forgotten your place? You are merely combatants of our land of fire. Do not let that slip your mind. Even if Lord Hokage were here, he could not harm my people at will." After speaking, he reached for the tea beside him, hoping to soothe his parched throat after delivering such a lengthy tirade. Hoshino Chika remained unresponsive, utterly unfazed by his words. She held leverage over the city lord, and as long as she did not overstep, no one could touch her, not even the daimyo. Shizune and Tsukage's exchanged worried glances, uncertain about the core of the matter. They assumed Kazama had acted out of frustration towards others, and their mentor's inaction stemmed from a tendency to indulge him. Seeing the city lord attempt to sip tea, Kazama suddenly exerted force and appeared at his side, seizing his clothing and yanking him from his seat, tossing him unceremoniously onto the ground, causing him to roll awkwardly for a couple of turns. As the city lord's disheveled form came to a halt, 2 figures appeared beside him, having also instantaneously materialized. Both were in their 20s, their expressions grave as they regarded the unflinching Hoshino Chika. Behind a high-ranking member of the Tenkai group stood a strikingly attractive female ninja, also in her 20s, who matched the seriousness of the moment. The Jonin, one of the 5 great nations, posed a formidable threat. It would be child's play for them to eliminate their adversaries. 3 concealed ninjas emerged from the shadows. As Kazama had anticipated, he had sensed their presence upon entering. The distinction between ninjas and ordinary folk was stark. Merely a breath could reveal their nature. The 3 ninjas were nin, lacking forehead protectors, likely wanderers or unregistered ninjas. With a nin as protection, Kazama plan would need adjustment. Jonin occasionally acted as bodyguards, but a city lord could never secure a Jonin for such a role, as long as they did not defect. Jonin were high-ranking figures in any ninja village and could not be expected to protect someone of lesser status for long. "Gentlemen, You seem to be overstepping. The elder ninja beside the city lord rasped. The city lord has not wronged you, has he? Hoshino Chika, surveying the anxious trio, responded coldly. So, you possess the capability to deal with those pirates and even dispatched a request to Konoha. How commendable of you. Her expression grew colder. These individuals, capable of addressing the pirates, had chosen inaction while forcing the victims to seek funding for a request to Konoha. Chapter 76. Demands. The beleaguered city lord stood abruptly, his face now a mask of fury directed at Kazama Yu. He had never endured such humiliation. The boy he deemed a mere tool had the audacity to strike against him. Though he yearned to retaliate, he refrained from ordering his subordinates to act, daunted even by Hoshino Chika's mocking words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Disregarding the city lord's glare, Kazama Yu smiled at Hoshino Chika, saying, "Chika-sensei, come sit here. These fellows are too timid to act. Should they dare, you may eliminate them. It matters not, for they are not ninjas of Konoha. Their demise is inconsequential." The 2 men and 1 woman, all ch-nin, shot Kazama Yu incredulous glares. How dare a lowly genin speak to them in such a manner? They wondered when a genin could command a jonin, as if he were a beloved brother or son. Noticing Hoshino Chika's indifference, Kazama Yu turned his attention to the alluring female ninja, inquiring, "This man is the city lord, and it is expected he would have 2 ninjas as bodyguards. But you, who are you? Your appearance suggests you command a high commission as a ninja." Though Kazama Yu's scrutiny was directed at the female ninja, it was evident to all who he was addressing. "You've got some nerve, boy. Is this how Konoha ninjas conduct themselves?" The male ninja retorted before the female ninja interjected, her question directed at Hoshino Chika. Feeling the disdainful gazes upon her, Hoshino Chika approached Kazama Yu and playfully swatted his head, saying, "Are you feeling cheeky again? Believe me, I can choose to ignore you." With a gentle reprimand, Kazama Yu shifted his focus to the objective at hand. The woman replied, "I am Uehara Makoto from the Tenkai group. These ninjas were recently hired." At that time, the city lord's men had already gone to Konoha to submit a request. "So to prevent you from making a fruitless trip, we refrained from intervening with those pirates. Now that they have been dealt with by you, we ought to express our gratitude, though I wonder what misunderstanding exists between you and the city lord." Uehara Makoto's response was measured, even offering an explanation for the city lord, addressing Hoshino Chika's earlier inquiry. Upon hearing this, Kazama Yu scrutinized him closely before glancing at the city lord, then remarked with a knowing tone, "So, you are with the Tenkai group. You must be pleased that we have eliminated the pirates for you. Though your methods may be dubious, one cannot deny your cunning." At Kazama Yu's words, both the city lord and Uehara Makoto's expressions shifted dramatically. They grasped the implications of his statement. Their flawless plan had encountered a flaw. The city lord's face paled as he swiftly turned to his reticent butler beside him. The butler, equally shocked, shook his head vigorously, signaling that he had not divulged any information, and glanced towards the guard supporting him. He was silently conveying to the city lord that he had never had the opportunity to reveal that matter. Seeing the butler's expression, the city lord turned his gaze away. If the butler had not spoken, then it was clear that this group had deduced the truth. No wonder they had come seeking trouble. They were a meddlesome lot, intelligent yet foolish for their interference. After surveying those around him, the city lord pointed at several ignorant guards present and commanded, "You may leave now. Take the butler to see a doctor about his hand." Upon hearing this, the butler nearly wept with relief. He longed to depart, but had refrained due to the tension moments prior. Once the uninvolved parties had exited, the city lord dusted off his clothing and coldly remarked, "You are quite astute, but this matter does not concern you. Just perform your duties. Why meddle in affairs that are not yours? Do you seek rewards?" Hearing the city lord's words, Shizune and Tsukage's exchanged puzzled glances, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Perhaps they could not fathom that individuals would act in such a manner for personal gain. With a disdainful sneer, Kazama Yu turned to the city lord and declared, "I possess ample wealth. My disdain for you is what drives me. Whatever sum those ruffians took, ensure it is returned to them tenfold. Should you utter a word of protest, I shall flatten you." After Kazama Yu finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the silent Uehara Makoto and continued, "You too. It would be wise for both of you to recognize your position." This was the very purpose of Kazama Yu's visit, to assist those victims in claiming some form of compensation. Initially, he had planned to wait until they received their benefits, then seize an opportunity to use his shadow clone technique to stealthily eliminate the city lord. At that moment, no one would suspect a mere genin. However, with 2ch Nin guarding the city lord, he could not act recklessly. A misstep could unleash the wrath of the guards upon the innocent civilians. For now, he had no intention of confronting the members of the Tenkai group, as he also had an interest in the cargo dock. He simply needed the city lord to provide compensation. Given the protection he had, there was no opportunity to kill him unless Kazama himself took action. Thus, he would have to let him be for the time being. When the time came for him to leave Konoha, he would return to claim the assets of both parties. This city held great potential for the future. He would allow these two factions to build the foundation, and when the time was right, he would come to partake in the fruits of their labor. Although Shizune and Tsukikage did not comprehend Kazama Yu's words, admiration gleamed in their eyes. His demeanor was so commanding that they yearned to emulate it. They too, following Kazama's lead, glared menacingly at the city lord and Uehara Makoto, exuding an aura that suggested they were ready to strike at any moment. Witnessing this scene, Hoshino Chika felt somewhat helpless. Her prot-gs were transforming in ways she had not anticipated. She was a modest and humble individual, yet her students were becoming increasingly unruly. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's words, Uehara Makoto remained silent and directed his gaze towards the city lord, who was the true glutton in this scenario. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's threats, the city lord observed the three young ones glaring at him with murderous intent and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are to threaten me? I am right here. Do you dare to make a move? He finished by placing his hands behind his back, adopting an air of complete disregard for Kazama Yu and his companions. At this moment, Kazama Yu was taken aback. Looking at the city lord, who was so confident that they would not dare act, Kazama Yu curiously inquired, "What gives you such confidence?" The city lord, upon hearing Kazama Yu's question, became even more arrogant. "You little brat, I was merely surprised that you stumbled upon knowledge you should not have. I am not afraid of you spreading this information. Even if you did, who would believe you? Do you have any evidence? You have nothing but slander against your city lord. I can easily tell others that you are attempting to extort me. Little brat, know when to back down. I will offer you a B-rank mission as payment. Take the money and leave. And as for my identity, haven't you inquired about it? I am Injun. Surely you know what that name signifies." Chapter 77. In this world, one's identity is self-created. Upon hearing the city lord attempt to turn the tables, Kazama Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic in his words. Thus, he had no intention of making this matter public. He merely sought tangible compensation from the city lord. As for the name, Kazama Yu was aware of its significance. The daimyo of the Land of Fire bore the same surname. However, he held no respect for it, as this individual was merely a distant relative of the daimyo, not a core member. The city lord had taken his position far too seriously. Hoshino Chika, Shizune, and Tsukikage were taken aback by the revelation. They clearly recognized the name of the daimyo, which held considerable weight in their minds. Seeing their expressions, the city lord smiled confidently, knowing he belonged to the same clan as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and that the entire Land of Fire was under their family's influence. Konoha was merely a village within the Land of Fire, and the ninjas therein relied on the taxes collected by his family for their livelihoods. Is this your source of confidence? Being from the same clan as the daimyo is unfortunate. Times have changed. Now, allow me to share my situation, and perhaps you will reconsider your belief that I would not dare to act against you, Kazama Yu said, addressing the overly self-assured city lord. As Kazama Yu spoke, everyone present was astonished, particularly Hoshino Chika, Shizune, and Tsukikage. They were all left wondering how Kazama Yu, who was thought to be an orphan, could now compare his identity with a noble. Did he harbor some secret they were unaware of? Perhaps he was a bastard child of some great figure or a disciple. The city lord, Uehara Makoto, and the three ninjas behind them were surprised, but not overly so. They understood that someone so audacious must possess some standing. For those without status could not afford to be so brash for long. After his initial surprise, the city lord's expression turned serious. The fact that Kazama Yu had the confidence to challenge his identity compelled him to adopt a more solemn demeanor. Kazama Yu surveyed the gathered crowd in silence before reaching into his pocket to retrieve a pack of cigarettes. He skillfully placed one in his mouth, drawing the attention of all present. With a lighter in hand, he ignited the cigarette and inhaled deeply. As the smoke billowed from his mouth, it drifted towards Injun-Nari's face. "What are you doing, brat?" Injun-Nari exclaimed, agitated by the second-hand smoke assaulting him. At this moment, everyone felt an acute sense of embarrassment. While the smoke did not reach them, They could empathize with the city lord's humiliation. It was a blatant affront. And had his subordinates been capable of defeating Konoha's Jainin, he would have ordered them to eliminate the insolent brat. You have no sense of awareness at all. It's no wonder you can only be a small city lord, Kazama, you scoffed, shaking his head in disdain before tossing the pack of cigarettes to Injunari. Instinctively catching the pack, Injunari scrutinized it, unable to believe that Kazama Yu was offering him a smoke. After examining it for a while, he asked in surprise, "Where did you get this?" "This is a special supply. Ordinary people cannot obtain it." It dawned on him that Kazama Yu might be more formidable than he initially thought. Recognizing the item, Kazama Yu reclaimed the cigarette from Injunari's hand and stated, "It's good that you recognize it. This is a gift from my good brother, who provides me with a pack every day from his father's stock. He has plenty of it. When he shares this with me, his father is tacitly approving. By the way, his father is Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom we Konoha folks affectionately refer to as the Hokage. Undoubtedly, my good brother will become the next Hokage with my assistance. At that time, I will be at the pinnacle, a figure of authority beneath whom all others stand. Now, tell me loudly, do you still have the confidence to confront me?" Kazama Yu concluded, casting a disdainful glance over everyone present, including Hoshino Chika. At that moment, he seemed to embody that lofty figure of authority, eclipsing even the likes of Hoshino Chika, a mere Jainin. Observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Kazama Yu reflected on a saying from his former world, "In this world, one's identity is self-created." As he gazed at the young man who looked down upon them with such disdain, their expressions were a mix of incredulity. This individual must surely be unwell. And not just slightly so. Even Shizune and Tsukikage shared this sentiment. They believed Kazama Yu was overthinking and looking too far ahead. It is utterly absurd to threaten the present by fabricating identities for the future. Did Asuma Sarutobi ever express a desire to become Hokage? Now, this individual has charted out his future plans? If such reasoning is permissible, then can they not claim to be the future rulers of the world, implying that everyone must submit to their authority? After casting a glance at Yuka Kazama, all eyes turned towards Chika Hoshino, their expressions unmistakably demanding her intervention with her student. Simultaneously, their gazes were laced with a hint of skepticism. How could such a prodigy be cultivated under her guidance? Feeling the weight of their stares, Chika Hoshino suddenly contemplated using Earth Release to escape, cursing the wretched individual who had brought her such humiliation. A student of hers could only be managed by her own hand. After evading the crowd's scrutiny, she glared at Yuka Kazama, who remained blissfully oblivious, and exclaimed, "Yuka, enough is enough. Did I not instruct you to refrain from smoking? Why do you persist? Cease this nonsense at once, or I might as well eliminate them myself." Upon hearing someone finally address this lunatic, the crowd had initially felt a surge of anticipation. However, upon hearing Chika Hoshino's last remark, a wave of anxiety swept through them. What did she mean by might as well eliminate them? Did she consider them mere insects? Both Ino and Tsukikage grew wary upon hearing her words. The atmosphere immediately became tense due to her statement. A shinobi's words could be far more terrifying than Yuka's threats. Should she truly decide to kill them, their fate would be sealed. Noticing the defensive posture of the Lord and his companions, Chika Hoshino felt a pang of alarm. She had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. Yuka, after being reprimanded, took a deep drag of his cigarette, then discarded it onto the ground, extinguishing the ember underfoot. He waved his hands to disperse the lingering smoke, his movements fluid and practiced, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. How could a mere 9-year-old execute such actions with such proficiency? After completing his gestures, Yuka approached Chika Hoshino and advised, "Teacher Chika, there is no need to let these fools anger you. Since they have declined my proposal, let us take our leave. Upon my return to Konoha, I shall have my brother deal with them. These fools think I jest. They are truly Navii. My brother is the beloved younger son of the Hokage. A few words in the Hokage's ear will surely alter their standing to one of disdain." Furthermore, after discussing the plight of those women with his mother, the Hokage's wife will undoubtedly persuade him to take action. I am certain these two will not survive the month. If you dislike remaining here, then let us depart. With that, Yuka turned to leave. He could not allow Chika Hoshino to openly take a life, as the village would hold her accountable. Konoha has strict regulations against shinobi harming ordinary citizens. His previous missions merely involved intimidation. Pirates were not considered civilians. The common folk of the Fire Country were under the protection of shinobi, especially not the lord of a city. In the current political landscape, shinobi villages serve as armed forces tasked with safeguarding the nation and waging war, while the daimyo and their officials manage the land, populace, and finances. Most of the expenses for shinobi are derived from taxes collected from the commoners and subsequently directed to the shinobi village. Should a shinobi harm someone under the daimyo's command, the daimyo might very well demand the culprit be handed over, as was often the case in the original storyline. Hearing Yuka's words, Chika Hoshino nodded in agreement, relieved that he had provided her with a way out of her impulsive moment. As she witnessed Yuka stride towards the exit, she signaled to Tsukikage and Ino to follow suit. However, Yanagi and Uehara felt a sense of urgency as they realized the gravity of Yuka's earlier depiction. It was indeed chilling. They now understood that Yuka was not merely attempting to frighten them. He genuinely possessed the capability to influence matters beyond their comprehension. As the four prepared to exit the hall, Yanagi took a few steps towards Yuka, anxiety evident in his voice as he implored, "Wait. We can negotiate. What exactly do you want from us?" Hearing the call from behind him, Yuka halted, a confident smile gracing his lips as he turned to face the approaching lord. "What? Have you come to fear the consequences?" "Humph. My demands have been clear from the start. Those individuals you've mistreated deserve compensation, especially since you have ample resources at your disposal." Yuka anticipated their capitulation, as he previously asserted. The times have changed, and they were likely aware of this shift, albeit unwilling to acknowledge it. Since the establishment of the shinobi villages by Hashirama Senju, the influence of these nobles, officials, and daimyo had significantly waned. In the past, they could easily sway various clans into conflict, hiring more powerful shinobi to eliminate those who defied them, leaving only the compliant behind. However, that is no longer the case. The majority of shinobi now heed the leaders of their villages. The authority of the Kaguya has risen above that of the daimyo since the Five Kaguya Summit was convened to declare the end of the Warring States era. The status of a Kaguya has effectively surpassed that of a daimyo. It is merely that the villages and daimyo have not openly confronted this reality, allowing the daimyo to maintain some semblance of dignity. If the daimyo truly held a position superior to the Kaguya, the Five Kaguya would not convene, nor would they dictate the course of the world. The daimyo should express gratitude towards Hashirama Senju for his benevolence in preserving their status and power. Thanks to his leadership, other shinobi villages have followed suit, maintaining the status quo to this day. The original plot illustrates this quite clearly. During the time when Gaara was still alive, the Wind Country entrusted most of its missions to Konoha. With Konoha's backing, Gaara could not act against the daimyo, and he was left to sustain Sunagakure on his own. Eventually, he could no longer tolerate the situation and conspired with Orochimaru to assault Konoha. Although he failed, Sunagakure's stance was made clear. Thus, when Sunagakure surrendered to Konoha, the daimyo of the Wind Country vanished, replaced by another individual. It is evident that Konoha sought to restore the Wind Country's missions to facilitate the signing of a peace treaty with Sunagakure. The previous daimyo, who had failed to perceive the unfolding situation, simply disappeared. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, it was again the Five Kaguya who dictated the outcomes. The daimyo, devoid of armed forces, was reduced to a mere symbolic figurehead, left with nothing but a title. As Yuko wore an expression of assured dominance, both Yanagi and Uehara felt a discomfort surpassing even the most unpleasant of experiences. They were powerless to retaliate, and he had them under his thumb, having concocted this predicament himself without considering a resolution. Instead, he relied on connections, seeking parental intervention. Did his brother, the Hokage's son, constantly boast of his prowess and the might of his father, leading him to believe that there was nothing in Konoha or the entire Fire Country that he could not resolve? How infuriating! Why meddle in affairs of others? As long as those individuals do not starve, does it truly matter? With so much suffering in the world, can he truly save them all? Yanagi remained reluctant to concede, attempting to persuade Yuka through words. With a cold snort, Kazama Yu disdainfully remarked that he did not require any instruction on how to conduct his affairs, asserting that their clan of ninjas did not necessarily fare worse than others. The hardships were numerous, yet he had merely witnessed this particular situation, a consequence of the misdeeds committed by the others. He expressed his irritation towards them, dismissing their incessant prattling about compensation, stating that if they could not meet his demands, he would simply depart. Upon concluding his statement, Kazama Yu prepared to leave. Observing this, Yin Shangning took a deep breath, exhaled, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, conceded that he would comply with the compensation terms. He insisted that he and the Tianhai group would strive to fulfill their obligations, provided that Kazama Yu would guarantee not to spread word of this incident upon returning to Konoha. Yen Xiangning's tone was laced with a sense of helplessness. He found himself at a loss when faced with the obstinacy of Kazama Yu. He regretted having summoned ninjas to Konoha to deal with the matter. To convince those individuals of his inability to handle the pirates, he had concealed his own strength, which ultimately led to their compelled plea for assistance. Now, having summoned a harbinger of misfortune, their carefully laid plans were laid bare within a day. Upon hearing the agreement, Kazama Yu directed his gaze towards Uehara Shin. Under Kazama Yu's scrutiny, Uehara Shin could only nod helplessly, regretting his decision to come. Had he not come, he would not have encountered this troublesome youth. And now he was obliged to contribute to the compensation as well. Kazama Yu assured them that the ninjas of Konoha were the most trustworthy. As long as the compensation was satisfactory, they would remain silent. In fact, the victims would be grateful to them. His objective was achieved, and he cared not for their fates. They were left with no choice but to trust him. He instructed them to draft a compensation list for their review. If it met their approval, they would announce the compensation to the entire city. They would depart in 2 days, and if they found the compensation unsatisfactory, there was nothing more to discuss. Only death awaited them. Having said this, Kazama Yu turned and departed without a backward glance, followed by Hoshino Chika, Shizune, and Tsukikage. As they left, Tsukikage and Shizune cast glances filled with menace at Yen Xiangning and Uehara Shin, now understanding the gravity of the situation. The true culprits behind all the chaos were these two individuals, which explained why Teacher Chika did not intervene to stop Kazama Yu's outburst. Watching the four leave, Yen Xiangning clenched his fists. He chose not to plead with them. Their intentions were abundantly clear. They now had to present a satisfactory plan to the opposing party and subsequently announce it to the city. Chapter 79. Return to the village 2 days later. Kazama Yu and his companions departed from the city. The compensation from the city lord's office and the Tianhai group had commenced, and announcements had been made throughout the city. Monetary compensations had been dispersed, and arrangements for the promised reconstruction of homes were underway. When the representatives from the city lord's office arrived to compensate the victims and promised to rebuild their homes, emotions ran high, and tears of joy welled in their eyes. At that moment, the prestige of the city lord reached its zenith. While the entire city extolled the wisdom of the city lord, Kazama Yu and his companions observed the unfolding events from a distance. Satisfied with the progress, they decided to leave the next day. Before departing, Kazama Yu ensured to threaten the opposing party, fearing they might renege once they left. If Yen Xiangning's group truly wished to retract the compensation, it would be a simple matter of staging a robbery to reclaim the funds. On the 5th day after leaving Wanghaiqing, Kazama Yu and his companions returned to Konoha. They could have arrived sooner, but Kazama Yu had squandered considerable time along the way. They needed to find lodging for the night, and he insisted on having a room to himself. Following his suggestion, they spent an additional day exploring 2 renowned cities, extending their journey from a potential 3 days to 5. Upon seeing the familiar gates, Kazama Yu felt a twinge of nostalgia. 2 major missions had consumed 23 days of their time. During this duration, he had revealed a rather unpleasant trait that irked his companions: his insistence on finding a room to rest each night. While ninjas were accustomed to camping in the wild, he adamantly claimed that the outdoors was unsafe and plagued by mosquitoes, insisting on securing a room for rest. Shizune, Tsukikage, and Hoshino Chika had repeatedly expressed their annoyance at this quirk. They had never encountered a ninja so precious and devoid of a sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, Kazama Yu had been secretly training each night. When he departed Konoha, his chakra level was approximately 4,300. After 23 days of rigorous training, it had risen to about 4,800. He was rapidly approaching the 5,000 threshold required for Jainin status. With 10 more days of disciplined training, he would attain the minimum chakra level for Jainin. Upon reaching that rank, his body would undergo a transformation, allowing him to absorb the power of 40 chakra fruits daily. Upon presenting their identities, the 2 Nin guards at the Konoha gate registered their information and permitted them entry. Once inside, the quartet made their way to the Hokage's office. As they approached the task submission area, Kazama Yu produced several receipts from his pocket and inquired of Hoshino Chika whether he could seek reimbursement for these expenditures incurred during the mission. This was his 5th time posing such a question. Upon seeing the travel receipts in Kazama Yu's hand, Hoshino Chika felt a vain throb on her forehead. It was said that survival in the wild for a few nights sufficed, yet this individual insisted on staying in inns. Even if they stayed in inns, she and Shizun could share a room, while Kazama Yu and Tsukikage could share another, requiring only 2 rooms. However, he insisted on having a room to himself, resulting in them booking 3 rooms each time. Now, he sought reimbursement. Despite Konoha's lack of such a policy, task commissions already encompassed all expenses, a fact they had reiterated multiple times, yet he still returned with these receipts. Hoshino Chika turned and walked away, unwilling to entertain the question any longer. Having addressed it on numerous occasions, Shizun and Tsukikage followed suit, amused by Kazama Yu's newfound concern for expenses, contrasting sharply with his lavish spending during their stay. Observing the departing trio, Kazama Yu's expression darkened. Konoha's refusal to reimburse was utterly disappointing. They served Konoha, and thus the village should cover all their expenses: food, lodging, entertainment. Everything should be reimbursed. It was utterly unreasonable. Upon entering the task room, Hoshino Chika submitted the scrolls for the 2 missions. The staff member in charge glanced briefly at the documents and casually inquired about the completion of the tasks for record-keeping purposes. When they learned that Kazama Yu, Tsukikage, and Shizun had dispatched over 200 pirates, they were taken aback. 200 individuals were living beings, not mere chickens. After casting astonished glances at the trio, who had displayed such a propensity for violence, the staff member processed their mission rewards, handing the commissions to Hoshino Chika. The monetary amounts for the 2 major tasks were substantial: 80,000 Rio for the escort mission and 100,000 Rio for eliminating the pirates, marking them as the most lucrative tasks. As they concluded their business, Kazama Yu intended to inquire about reimbursement once more. However, before he could speak, Hoshino Chika seized him by the collar and dragged him out. Gazing at the unwilling expression on Kazama Yu's face, Hoshino Chika exhaled in exasperation, stating that it was time to discuss the events in Wanghaching with the Hokage. With that, she set off in a particular direction, followed closely by Shizun and Tsukikage. Upon hearing the words of Hoshino Chinatsu, Kazama Yu finally concealed his displeasure and lifted his leg to follow suit. He had not concealed the intentions regarding Sarutobi Hizashi from Hoshino Chinatsu. Even if Sarutobi Hizashi were to learn the truth, he likely would not concern himself with the affairs of the noble families amidst the vast population of the Fire Nation, which numbers around 700 to 800 million. Enjo Nene was purely overwhelmed by Kazama Yu's intimidating presence. Unbeknownst to her, Sarutobi Asuma was merely a rebellious child with a strained relationship with Sarutobi Hizashi. She was intimidated by Kazama Yu's remark about being the most cherished son of the Hokage. Arriving outside the Hokage's office, Hoshino Chinatsu knocked on the door, and they were invited in. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi was smoking, perusing various intelligence reports from across the lands. Upon seeing the quartet led by Hoshino Chinatsu, he set aside his papers and greeted them warmly, inquiring about the success of their mission. Noticing Hoshino Chinatsu's presence, he surmised that there was likely something significant to report. Hokage-sama, there were some unusual circumstances during this mission. Hoshino Chinatsu began, detailing their actions in Misty Harbor. When Sarutobi Hizashi learned that Kazama Yu and Tsukigakure had dispatched over 200 pirates, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Upon hearing that Kazama Yu had discerned the underlying issues, recognizing that those pirates were mere pawns in someone else's game, Sarutobi Hizashi cast a gaze of commendation upon him. Hoshino Chinatsu had initially failed to perceive the gravity of the situation, while it was Kazama Yu who had seen through the entire scheme. As Hoshino Chinatsu recounted their experiences, Shizun and Tsukigakure regarded Kazama Yu with admiration. Although they had learned the truth days prior, the realization that the conspiracy had been unraveled by Kazama Yu filled them with respect. It is worth noting that while dealing with the pirates, they had not considered such a perspective. Kazama Yu, amidst his first taste of bloodshed, retained his composure and critical thinking, a feat beyond their expectations. Chapter 80. The curtain falls as time passed. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he regarded Kazama Yu. He had not anticipated that while he remained in Konoha, his son Sarutobi Asuma would also feature in Hoshino Chinatsu's narrative. Hokage-sama, that concludes the account of our mission. Kazama Yu merely invoked your name to assist the victims. I hope you can forgive him this once, Hoshino Chinatsu concluded. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hizashi smiled amicably and said, You are exceptionally clever, adept at leveraging circumstances. More importantly, You possess a kind heart, which is commendable. Let this matter slide. You did not reveal Asuma's name, did you? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's query, Kazama shook his head and replied, of course not. A ninja's identity is confidential. Those individuals are unworthy of such knowledge. In truth, Kazama harbored intentions to eliminate those few individuals, knowing that carelessly uttering Sarutobi Asuma's name could lead to dire consequences. In that event, those individuals might face silence at the hands of Sarutobi Hizashi, who was inherently suspicious. His desire for Naruto Uzumaki to live a certain way stemmed not only from a need for control, but also from Naruto's identity. Namake's Minato had many foes in other ninja villages. The greater his renown, the more lives he had taken. Do not be deceived into thinking that Konoha offered complete safety. There were certainly spies from other villages lurking within. Kushina Uzumaki had previously been captured by the Cloud Ninja while at the Ninja Academy. Espionage was a standard practice among ninja villages. Orochimaru was well aware of dispatching Kabuto to Konoha for the Chunin exams to gather intelligence. It was inconceivable that other villages would not engage in similar tactics. Kabuto was not sent solely for Uchiha Sasuke. He had participated in the Chunin exams 7 times prior to Sasuke's turn. However, Sarutobi Hizashi had grown somewhat complacent, as Kabuto had appeared before him several times, each time abandoning the Chunin exams without him realizing it. By the time he sought to investigate, it was too late. Orochimaru and Tsunagakure had already set their plans into motion. Kazama refrained from such actions primarily because he currently had no intention of eliminating those 2 individuals. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hizashi was no fool. Aware of Kazama's cleverness, he still allowed the information about Asuma to slip. In that scenario, Sarutobi Hizashi would undoubtedly infer that Kazama had intentionally leaked Asuma's information to orchestrate a scheme. Pleased with Kazama response, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, recognizing a wise individual who knew what to say and what to withhold. Very well, I understand the situation now. You all have worked hard on this mission. Take a few days to rest. I will inform the daimyo of the events in Misty Harbor, he said, directing his gaze towards Hoshino Chinatsu. With that, he concluded the matter, signaling his reluctance to engage further with Misty Harbor's affairs. After discussing the mission, he turned his attention back to Kazama, expressing a degree of exasperation. You, do visit my home when you have the time. Asuma has been increasingly unruly lately. Perhaps you could help me reason with him. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Hoshino Chinatsu, Shizune, and Tsukigakure exchanged glances at Kazama. A visit to the Hokage's residence was a privilege not afforded to just anyone. This fellow, wielding influence, had not only escaped reprimand, but had also earned the Hokage's approval. Kazama, initially taken aback, nodded and responded, certainly, Hokage-sama. It has been a while since I last saw Asuma. Once the report was complete, Hoshino Chinatsu led Kazama and the others out of the Hokage's office. After their departure, Sarutobi Hizashi rose from his seat and moved to the window behind him, gazing out at the expanse of Konoha. Inwardly, he murmured to himself, Asuma, Hokage. If you start now, time should be ample. Gather some resolve. Your classmates believe in your potential. After pondering for a few moments, Sarutobi Hizashi returned to his designated Hokage seat, resuming his duties. Once outside the Hokage building, the quartet found a secluded corner to divide their earnings. At the outset, Hoshino Chinatsu, under Kazama's scrutinizing gaze, claimed 90,000 ryo and tucked it away. With 90,000 ryo, you 3 will each receive 30,000. This mission was quite lucrative, and the combined commissions are substantial, she remarked, dividing the payment into 3 portions. After distributing the commissions, Hoshino Chinatsu cheerfully stated, You. Receiving money is a joyous occasion. Why do you always wear such a grim expression during these distributions? Can't you accept this allocation? Kazama shot her a sidelong glance in response to Hoshino Chinatsu's words, inwardly grumbling, Of course, you are pleased. You do nothing yet take half the spoils. Enjoy your moment, for with your aloof demeanor, you shall find no suitor. Just 10 years, merely 10 years, and I shall reclaim all that I have lost. At that time, with both fortune and companionship lost, we shall see how you fare. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kazama broke into a lewd grin. Observing Kazama's sudden transformation from despondent to lascivious, Hoshino Chinatsu promptly delivered a practice slap to the back of his head. Kazama's antics had become all too familiar to her, Shizune, and Tsukigakure. Upon awakening Kazama, she remarked with a hint of annoyance about his mischievous schemes. urging him to settle down for a moment. You all worked hard on this mission, and I must express my gratitude as your teacher. Allow me to treat you to a meal. After saying this, Hoshino Chika led the way in a particular direction, with Shizune and Tsukikage promptly following suit. Seeing everyone leave, Kazama Yu had no choice but to pursue them as well. After the four enjoyed a hearty meal together, as they parted ways, Hoshino Chika granted the trio a 2-day reprieve, having been away for over 20 days. It was only fitting that Tsukikage and Shizune took some time to spend with their families. Upon returning home, Tsukikage briefly recounted his recent experiences to his family, revealing the grim details of his missions only to one elder, a jonin. He chose to keep certain critical aspects of the task to himself, even from this elder. Shizune, upon her return, shared the general outline of her mission with her family, but elaborated on the intricate details to a specific individual, someone Kazama Yu had long wished to meet. After listening to Shizune's account, this person offered Kazama Yu a commendable evaluation, marking the first time she had assessed Shizune's companions. Once home, Kazama Yu began tidying up, noting the accumulation of dust in certain corners after being away for so long. As a man of cleanliness, he took pride in his surroundings. While using a shadow clone to assist with the cleaning, Kazama Yu retrieved a piece of chakra metal from his belongings. After toying with it for a moment, he called out to Mirai. This object required his ingenuity to be effectively utilized. Although there were undoubtedly craftsmen in the land of fire capable of forging it, he could not risk exposing it. The emergence of such an item would inevitably attract attention. Beyond the land of fire, the land of craftsmen was renowned for its exceptional weapon crafting skills. This island nation was in close proximity to the land of water, with many formidable weapons, including the famed 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, forged by their artisans. This knowledge came from Tsukikage, who was well-read and informed. However, the land of craftsmen was far too distant, and he lacked the time for such a journey. Furthermore, recklessly presenting a precious artifact there could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Responding to his call, Mirai acknowledged him. She had no choice but to respond. Otherwise, Kazama Yu would incessantly call out, becoming quite bothersome. You have previously mentioned that only one ninjutsu can be learned per year. You never stated that other forms of knowledge could not be shared with me. You possess a wealth of knowledge now. Enlighten me on how to transform this into the desired weapon, Kazama Yu expressed eagerly. After a moment of silence, Mirai's voice resonated in his ear. There are methods, but you currently lack the capability to achieve them. In Konoha, you cannot manipulate it effectively. Both fire and lightning techniques could meld it, yet your present abilities are insufficient. Without ninjutsu, the process becomes even more complicated. It would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to achieve the desired melting. Kazama Yu sighed in resignation at her words, lamenting the inability to utilize such a valuable item. This piece of stone could accommodate a ninjutsu in its current state. Yet Kazama Yu found it unsightly. Was he to engage in combat without shurikens or kunai, merely hurling a clump of iron? Though such an approach might catch opponents off guard, it did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. After some contemplation, he exited his room and ventured to a corner of the yard, using earth-style chakra to manipulate the soil and envelop the chakra metal within. Once the metal was buried several meters deep, he seized his control over the earth. This object was cumbersome, and he was not suited to carry it around constantly. For now, it was best to conceal it, waiting until he possessed the means to transform it into a weapon, hidden away securely, with a layer of mud covering it. The metal would appear as mere scrap, drawing no attention. The pirate leader's discovery of it was merely a stroke of luck. Every unique individual has their own opportunities, and the chakra metal was his, albeit his fortune had only brought him this far. Chapter 81. Leisure. Early the next morning, Kazama Yu made his way to the Sarutobi clan's residence, fulfilling a promise made to Sarutobi Hizashi the previous day. Upon arriving at the entrance, he exchanged pleasantries with the guards, who then went to fetch Sarutobi Asuma. Kazama Yu preferred to remain outside, intending to have Asuma join him for a stroll while inquiring about any news from the ninja world. The discord between Asuma and Hizashi was irrelevant to him. Both were in their rebellious phases, and he too would eventually depart from Konoha. They were not particularly admirable figures, and he found it difficult to offer counsel to Sarutobi Asuma. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, Sarutobi Asuma emerged from their clan grounds. Spotting Kazama Yu, he greeted him. "You, it's been a while. I heard you went off to commit some rather significant deeds. Even the old man mentioned you during dinner yesterday." Asuma was indeed surprised. He had not expected Kazuma Yu and Tsukikage, two individuals who typically appeared quite refined, to exhibit such ruthlessness in their actions. They were merely a band of pirates. I had no desire to kill them, but upon witnessing the victim, I felt compelled to act. But let us not dwell on that. Do we have any tasks today? Kazama Yu shook his head, diverting the conversation. Taking a life is not a matter of glory, and he saw no reason to ruminate on it. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he was a young man of the new world. And though his actions this time might not be deemed illegal, he still felt a twinge of complexity within. The notion of killing in theory starkly contrasted with the grim reality of taking a life. It was akin to the sentiments expressed in Stephen Chow's Kung Fu, where he mused on the concept of murder daily, yet had never actually taken a life. Many believed themselves to be ruthless, yet in truth, they merely indulged in fantasies. He had once shared this naivety, drawn to narratives of decisiveness, convinced he could embody such traits. Yet reality revealed that few dared to transgress the law. Most people were as docile as cattle or horses. This analogy not only described the toil of laborers, but also their submissiveness, obedient as livestock. These individuals were too kind-hearted, akin to gentle herbivores, incapable of decisive actions and relegated to merely contemplating such thoughts in their minds. He too had been such a person, kind-hearted to a fault. Though life had been arduous, he bore no complaints. Most in their nation mirrored this demeanor. If these gentle souls were to turn malevolent, their nation would plunge into peril. Upon hearing Kazama Yu's reflections, Sarutobi Asuma opted to shift the topic. There are no tasks today. Let us head out to find Kurenai first. And then we can explore a bit. It's been a while since we graduated, and we haven't gathered yet. Kazama Yu regarded him with a hint of exasperation, replying, "You don't have just one teammate, do you? Why only call for Kurenai? Is she the only one on your mind?" In response to Kazama Yu's teasing, Asuma glanced around awkwardly before speaking softly, "Hinata and I don't get along. He is always going on about rules and destinies, which annoys me greatly. I suspect the old man deliberately paired us together to vex me. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan has many rules, so he rarely appears when we're not on missions. We see each other infrequently outside of our tasks." Kazama Yu couldn't help but wonder if Hinata was attempting to impose his clan's principles onto their team. While such discussions might be acceptable within the branch family, it was surprising that he would bring that mindset into their team dynamics. No wonder Asuma found him intolerable. As it stands, Asuma's small team may undergo some adjustments. He vaguely recalls that during the CHNIN exams in the storyline, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi were not accompanied by members of the Hyuga clan. This explains why Sarutobi Hizashi was troubled. It is understandable that the two prestigious families' disciples were at odds with one another. The friction between two elite scions who harbor mutual disdain is also quite comprehensible. After departing from the Sarutobi clan's territory, the two soon arrived at Kurenai's doorstep. Upon knocking, they were greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman, momentarily causing Kazama to lose his composure, as he momentarily mistook her for Kurenai herself. However, he quickly regained his senses, recognizing her as Kurenai's mother. Having heard Asuma and Kurenai speak of her before, albeit never having seen her in person. Indeed, it was evident that mother and daughter shared a striking resemblance. Kazama almost believed he was face-to-face with a 20-something Kurenai. Upon seeing Asuma, the woman said nothing, merely calling out to Kurenai. After summoning her daughter, she retreated inside. And shortly thereafter, Kurenai emerged. The entire scene was unnervingly familiar. Kazama could easily envision how many times Asuma had come to visit Kurenai. Enough for her mother to become accustomed to his presence, and she showed no sign of displeasure. Truly, being the son of the Hokage made it simple for him to win over the affections of the young lady's parents. After leaving Kurenai's home, the three of them found a tea house on the busiest street in Konoha, where they began to engage in casual conversation. As time progressed, many of their classmates from the same graduating class passed by, and upon noticing them, Asuma called them in for tea. In less than 2 hours, the modest tea house had been occupied by their group, comprising 2/3 of the space. Some who discovered their gathering went to fetch their companions. Friends exchanged tales of their experiences as ninjas, gossiping about their respective J-Nin instructors, and inquired about each other's progress and strength, all while dreaming of a bright future. Observing this scene, Kazama leaned against the wall behind him, appearing utterly relaxed and at ease. As an adult among this youthful group, he felt somewhat out of place. Yet he relished the moment. The children, embodiments of the future, exuded a vibrant energy that he greatly appreciated. Though he was in his 40s, he still considered himself a youth at heart, as the age difference with these children was not vast. Many classmates were absent from the gathering, presumably engaged in missions. His desk mate, Zetsu, and his teammates did not attend, nor did Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. It was said that the three of them were on a mission abroad. When they departed, classmates had encountered them and confirmed their departure, though they did not disclose the mission's details. Although they had graduated for over 2 months and completed numerous tasks, none had encountered any unexpected incidents. Kazama felt satisfied with this situation. It was precisely what he needed. Tasks of varying levels were devoid of danger, affirming his belief that he could safely navigate this path. In contrast to the original storyline, where Kakashi encountered the elite J-Nin Zabuza Momochi during a C-rank mission, which was purely coincidental. Kazama recognized that such reckless confidence in venturing into the land of waves was ill-advised. Accepting a commission worth 100 Ryo while undertaking a task valued at 10,000 Ryo was sheer folly. Chapter 82. The disappearance of the strongest Kazekage. Time flew by like an arrow. 1 year later, in the autumn of the 46th year of Konoha, Kazama's records reflected a significant transformation. Name: Kazama Yu. Gender: male. Age: 10. Ninja rank: Genin C rank missions, 43 D rank missions, 9 throughout this year. Nothing unfolded beyond his expectations. Everything transpired as he had foreseen. As a Genin of Konoha, he had encountered no peril whatsoever. During his 5 missions abroad at the C rank level, he had not crossed paths with any reckless ninjas. The number of Konoha ninjas willing to engage in combat was exceedingly scarce, and he had not encountered a single one. He had never experienced instances of information concealment or deliberate downgrading of mission ranks. He had substantiated that C rank and D rank missions genuinely did not involve confrontations with ninjas. Over the course of the year, he had undertaken a diverse array of tasks: caring for children, cleaning, farming, weeding, transporting manure, planting trees, chopping wood, harvesting sweet potatoes, husking corn, locating pets, walking dogs, foraging for herbs in the mountains, delivering goods, sending messages, escorting merchant caravans, safeguarding antiques, driving away wild beasts, clearing waterways, disaster recovery, firefighting, assisting in construction, moving bricks, providing security at auctions, and subduing pirates and bandits. Due to the variety of these tasks, which differed greatly from his previous monotonous labor, he had never grown weary of them. Over the last 380 days, Kazama had not ceased his arduous training. His chakra had reached 2,900 points, elevating him to the rank of a true J-Nin. Thanks to the extraordinary benefits of chakra fruits, he had surpassed both Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy. However, he had also endured considerable hardships, pushing himself to his limits daily. Even in comparison to Might Guy, he dared assert that he had exerted more effort and sweat than him. He had grown to a height of 1.5 meters and had become increasingly handsome. Despite his remarkable transformation, the manifestation of his strength had progressed slowly. He had utilized earth release techniques, revealing to Hoshino Chika that he had mastered 2 elemental transformations. After demonstrating his earth release, Hoshino had taught him several earth release jutsu, while he had also covertly learned a few techniques from other elemental releases. Yet for them, acquiring numerous techniques was futile during battle due to insufficient chakra. Simultaneously, his precision in chakra control surpassed even Shizun's. Each time Shizun expressed her admiration for his prowess, he would feign exasperation, explaining that his limited chakra necessitated rigorous training in chakra control to avoid wasting even a shred of chakra during combat. Whenever Hoshino Chika heard him say this, she felt a twinge of regret for him. Under someone's approval, Shizun had also taught Kazama the basics of sage art. Once Kazama mastered sage art, he had effectively become a medical ninja. He had hoped that his exceptional aptitude for medical ninjutsu would lead Tsunade to take him on as a disciple. But she likely had not yet emerged from the shadow of the death of Kato Dan, as she had not even met him. He had also requested a lightning release technique, lightning strike. After mastering lightning release, Kazama had finally gathered all elemental transformations: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. However, he lacked the means to fuse the 2 attributes to create a bloodline limit. The creation of a bloodline limit requires a meticulous ratio. True fusion would yield a new attribute, allowing the use of jutsu associated with that bloodline limit. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, Konoha had conducted 2 nin exams, neither of which Hoshino Chika had permitted them to attend. Not only them, but their entire cohort had been barred from participating in the nin exams by their supervising nin. Currently, the most prominent team in their class was the 4th team led by Minato Namikaze, due to the presence of both Minato and Kakashi. Consequently, the tasks assigned to their team were of a higher difficulty. Rin Noera had become an exceptional medical ninja, while Obito Uchiha, although a liability in the team, remained oblivious to his shortcomings. More than once, he had boasted to Kazama about completing 5 C-rank missions. However, every time Kazama Yu encountered Uchiha Obito, he was met with a gaze that felt as if he were being regarded as a fool, which left him utterly exasperated. Kazama Yu harbored no envy towards Uchiha Obito's accomplishments in completing missions. He recalled that Obito had undertaken a high-level mission and a special-grade mission, the latter being the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. In comparison to Kakashi Hitaki's extensive mission record, Uchiha Obito paled in comparison. Following the deaths of Rin Noera and himself, Kakashi must have been overwhelmed with despair, prompting him to recklessly accept various perilous missions in a futile attempt to find death. As it turned out, not only did he survive, but he also gained considerable notoriety. When Kakashi made his debut, he had completed nearly 300 B-rank missions and over 40 A-rank missions. Few in Konoha could surpass such an impressive record. After finishing breakfast, Kazama Yu made his way to the Hokage Tower. Once the 4 gathered at the Hokage Tower, they proceeded inside. Upon entering the mission room, Kazama Yu noticed an unusual seriousness in the atmosphere, with Hiruzen Sarutobi also present. Upon seeing Hoshino Chika enter, Hiruzen rapped his pipe against the table and spoke. "Chika, there is a rather unique mission for your team to undertake." Hiruzen paused momentarily. Hearing the word unique made Kazama Yu's heart race. He despised anything deemed special, preferring to shovel dung rather than engage in extraordinary tasks. Noting that Chika remained silent, Hiruzen cleared his throat and continued, "The 3rd Kazekage has gone missing." Kazama Yu was taken aback by Hiruzen's revelation. The situation had escalated as expected. Sasori of the Red Sand sought revenge for his parents, but when his target, Tsukumo Hitaki, did not wait for him, he directed his wrath towards the 3rd Kazekage, the instigator of the war. As a prodigious puppet master of Sunagakure, he had taken the 3rd Kazekage captive, and when he re-emerged, many years had passed. With the Kazekage transformed into a human puppet, the 3rd Shinobi World War was about to commence, and chaos loomed on the horizon. Observing the stunned expressions of his companions, Hiruzen continued, "Sunagakure is currently scouring the land in search of the 3rd Kazekage. Many of their shinobi have arrived in the Land of Fire, and while they are few in number, they have submitted a request, which we have approved. However, they must be monitored, so we will assign someone to accompany their teams to ensure they do not cause any disturbances. They have a mere 10 days to locate the Kazekage. Should they fail, they will depart. The mission should pose little danger, as they have dispatched agents not only to us but also to the Land of Earth, Land of Water, and Land of Lightning. Nearly every nation is involved, indicating their sincere intent to recover their Kazekage. You will accompany one of their teams, and should they show any hostility, signal immediately for the nearby Konoha shinobi to provide support." Hiruzen sighed deeply, acknowledging the gravity of the Kazekage's disappearance. Upon learning of this mission, Kazama Yu felt a slight relief. It seemed unlikely that the Land of Fire would engage in warfare with the Land of Wind so soon. With the Kazekage missing, they lacked the inclination for conflict. However, if they failed to locate him in due time, they would face repercussions from the 3rd Reikage. In Chapter 83, Obito's Frustration, Hiruzen Sarutobi analyzed that Sunagakure would likely refrain from taking hostile action. Thus, although this mission involved interactions with shinobi, it remained a B-rank assignment. For protective missions concerning the Land of Fire, Konoha's remuneration for shinobi would be reimbursed by the feudal lord, funded by the state. After accepting the mission, the 4 returned home to gather their belongings. An hour later, Hoshino Chika and the others convened at the gates of Konoha. By the time they arrived, several teams were already assembled, including some of Kazama Yu's classmates. Their teams mirrored Kazama Yu's configuration, 1 Nin and 3 Jinin. The other teams, consisting of older members, appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, forming small 3-person squads, all clad in Konoha's standard Nin attire. Seeing the multitude of teams dispatched by Hiruzen eased Kazama Yu's worries. With 5 Nin and over 40 Nin, such a force could easily dismantle a small nation. Upon joining his classmates, Kazama Yu exchanged greetings with them, noting that one of the J-nin leading a team was a graduate from the previous year's ninja academy. This particular J-nin, Mizunazuki, intrigued Kazama Yu, for he would eventually become the instructor of Uchiha Itachi, both of whom would fall to Obito's hands, serving as fodder for Itachi's awakening of the Sharingan. After a brief chat, Kazama Yu waited for 5 minutes, noting that one team was still absent. He and his classmates began to speculate. This is absurd. It must be that Uchiha Obito, who is always late, even to the entrance ceremony. His habitual tardiness had become routine. After another 5 minutes, they finally spotted a blond young man racing towards them with 3 children in tow. Minato Namikaze approached. Noticing the group waiting for him, he smiled sheepishly and said, "Haha, sorry, are we all here? Then let's set off." The presence of Minato's tardiness elicited no visible displeasure from the J-nin present, although he had yet to earn the fearsome reputation of the Yellow Flash. Many J-nin recognized his incredible talent, not to mention that he was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. With the J-nin remaining patient, the CH-nin were even less inclined to show any impatience, as they could not afford to offend Minato Namikaze. Upon witnessing the gathered crowd, Uchiha Obito felt invigorated, sensing that it was time for him to showcase his abilities. Spotting Kazama Yu, he smirked disdainfully. After registering their information and departing from Konoha, the group proceeded in a straight line towards their destination. On the path ahead, they ran along the main roads where available. In dense forests without paths, they moved gracefully, weaving through the intricate branches. When faced with rugged mountains and steep slopes, they maintained their pace, utilizing chakra to adhere to the cliffs, climbing rapidly with hands and feet, and employing kanai to anchor themselves while swiftly ascending. When they encountered rivers, they waded through with ease. The shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, so their journey was direct, devoid of any intention to detour. Aside from a brief stop to replenish their strength with military rations, they pressed on without delay. By around 6 o'clock in the evening, after over 7 hours of travel, they arrived at a small town situated more than 800 kilometers from Konoha. Beyond this town lay the Land of Rivers. They had agreed to meet with the shinobi from the Land of Wind at the nearby border. Upon reaching the town, most of the shinobi dispersed, as their rendezvous was set for the following day, rendering it unnecessary for them to remain together overnight. The 6 J-nin, however, chose not to part ways. Their ranks had their own established circles. Whenever significant events occurred in Konoha, they would gather, familiar with one another. Their students also knew each other, so there was little reason to separate. As several J-nin led the way, Uchiha Obito approached Kazama Yu, having run alongside him in an attempt to compare their speed and endurance. However, Kazama Yu was utterly unfazed by the speed at which the team progressed, as it was hindered by several jonin, preventing them from surpassing the limits of the chunin. Thus, all the genin could keep pace. Uchiha Obito aspired to outpace him, but to do so, he would need to surpass those chunin and jonin, leading the way himself. Though he was audacious, he was not so brash as to take on the role of a guide. Misstepping in such a role would lead to considerable embarrassment. Unexpectedly, he remarked to Kazama Yu, "I didn't think you could keep up. It seems not only I have made progress, you have improved as well." Upon glancing at Uchiha Obito, Kazama Yu replied nonchalantly, "Not bad, I suppose. Unlike your Uchiha clan, which is inherently powerful, I have relied solely on hard work. Has your Sharingan awakened yet?" Uchiha Obito, irritated by Kazama Yu's words, shot him a glare. This fellow always managed to strike a nerve with his remarks, leaving others exceedingly displeased. "Kazama Yu, even if I haven't awakened my eyes, you are still no match for me. Should I ever open them, you will find yourself looking up to me," he retorted, before bursting into laughter. "What does it matter if you're stronger? I'm not competing with you. You're not my rival," Kazama Yu replied, deliberately glancing at Kakashi Hitaki and Rin Noera, who were walking ahead of them. Upon noticing their conversation, Uchiha Obito's spirits sank momentarily. After a few seconds of contemplation, he decided to catch up with Rin, resolving never to speak with Kazama Yu again. That guy was incapable of uttering anything pleasant and had an uncanny ability to undermine his confidence. It was utterly tiresome. Seeing Uchiha Obito attempt to walk away, Kazama Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him back while leaning close to whisper, "Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? I assure you, they will be effective." Just as Uchiha Obito was about to shrug off Kazama Yu's arm, he paused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What methods do you have? Teach me," he implored. Before Kazama Yu could respond, Uchiha Obito shook his head, glancing at him with skepticism. You're just trying to trick me again, aren't you? You think you're a sumo or something. I can't waste my time on you. With that, he disdainfully extricated himself from Kazama Yu's grasp. Chapter 84. Generosity. After freeing himself, Uchiha Obito hesitated for several seconds before quietly asking, do you really have a method? How do you know about these things? He was eager to hear what Kazama Yu had to say, unwilling to miss any opportunity in case Kazama truly possessed some secret. He was aware of Kazama Yu's good relationship with Asuma Sarutobi, and perhaps Asuma had shared some insights with him. With a confident smile, Kazama Yu replied, that's a secret. I'm willing to share it with you because I see you've been struggling. If you don't believe me, that is fine. Observing Kazama Yu's self-assured demeanor, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up. He extended his arm, mimicking Kazama Yu's earlier gesture, and enthusiastically said, we are good friends. How could I not trust you? You must teach me. Taken aback by Uchiha Obito's sudden enthusiasm, Kazama Yu shrugged off his advances and said, teaching you a few tricks is not out of the question. But your earlier doubt has truly saddened me. You must treat me, along with Shizun, to a grand feast, and then I might forgive you. Uchiha Obito, now wearing a skeptical expression, questioned, are you trying to trick me again? I said, believe it or not, can I not afford a meal? I'm merely giving you an opportunity to prove yourself. If I divulge my knowledge for free, would you feel comfortable accepting it? You wouldn't, because you're not the type to seek unearned rewards. In this world, effort begets reward. By treating us to a meal, you can confidently utilize the methods I share with you. I'm merely thinking of your best interests. Forget what I said before. It's as if I can't afford a meal, Kazama Yu concluded, waving his hand impatiently, signaling Uchiha Obito to step back. Yue Guangshu, walking beside Kazama Yu, had witnessed the entire exchange and felt a sense of admiration without any other thoughts. Uchiha Obito had once again been outmaneuvered. Kazama Yu was indeed someone capable of influencing Teacher Chika. His words flowed with reason and eloquence. Many around them had overheard Kazama Yu's conversation, some casting surprised glances in his direction. Even the jonin at the front seemed intrigued. The eldest among them turned to Yamanaka Chika and remarked, effort begets reward. Chika, your student is quite impressive. His words garnered nods of agreement from the jonin walking alongside him. Effort begets reward. It is a principle that is universally applicable. This holds true for us shinobi, for the farmers toiling in the fields, for shopkeepers, and even for noble officials. It all revolves around the balance of effort and reward, and the fairness of that exchange. Though Yamanaka Chika felt a swell of pride at the praise for her student, her expression remained stoic as she replied. He often expresses his thoughts. He has his own perspective on many matters. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing him as a child who enjoyed contemplation. In that moment, Kazama Yu left a lasting impression on the jonin. Uchiha Obito stood frozen, processing Kazama Yu's words. He suddenly questioned whether he had been excessive in his behavior, constantly flaunting his achievements before Kazama Yu. Being an elite of the Uchiha clan, how could he continually belittle a fellow shinobi whose growth was slower? He felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Among all his classmates, only Kazama Yu understood his thoughts and desires, offering support and consideration, while he had consistently targeted him. How shameful. After lingering in silence for over 10 seconds, he finally snapped back to reality. Spotting his departing companions, he hurried to catch up. Once he reached Kazama Yu's side, Uchiha Obito spoke earnestly. You were right, Yu. I should treat you. I was wrong before. Let this be my apology. Kazama Yu was taken aback, thinking he had merely suggested a way to enjoy a meal. Why did it seem like this guy was becoming self-reflective? There was certainly something peculiar about the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, embracing the philosophy of seizing an opportunity, Kazama Yu nodded with satisfaction, saying, Obito, it's good that you think this way. When we embark on missions together, we should support one another. We are all ninjas of Konoha. We are family. With Kazama Yu's words, many turned to look back, further solidifying the jonin's impression of him. Here was a genin embodying the will of fire, filled with great compassion. Such awareness was rare. After pondering Kazama Yu's statement for a few seconds, Uchiha Obito nodded in agreement. I understand. Uchiha Obito, after finishing his words, accelerated his pace, walking ahead of the group under the puzzled gaze of Kazama Yu. Once he reached the front, he turned to face everyone, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, Minato-sensei, Chika-sensei, Tera-sensei, Kusuma-sensei, Mizuki-sensei, Kenichi-sensei, everyone. Let's go out for a meal, and I shall cover all expenses." Without granting anyone a chance to refuse, Obito dashed back to U.S. side. Witnessing this scene, you nearly burst into laughter but managed to stifle it. The moment mirrored the grand spectacle of the evening, where young Master Zhao footed the entire bill. Obito's determination was indeed remarkable. His actions prompted several other jonin to glance at Minato Namikaze, who, rubbing his forehead in mild exasperation, remarked, "Since Obito is so eager, let us find a place to eat." With a resigned glance at Hoshino Chika, he mused about how his own disciple had been outmaneuvered by the others. This was not the first occurrence, yet his disciple remained oblivious. Kakashi Hitaki, observing the scene, quickly rendered judgment on Obito's behavior. Lin Noera, upon hearing Kakashi's assessment, merely stifled a giggle. She found nothing amiss with Obito's eagerness. After all, he was not lacking in funds. Kazama Yu also bore no ill intentions. They were all still children at heart. Chapter 85. Guidance. Minato Namikaze had a genuine fondness for ramen. Upon spotting a well-decorated ramen shop, he inquired about the opinions of the other jonin before leading the way inside. The large group startled the shop owner, especially upon noticing the forehead protectors adorning them. Once informed that they were there to dine, the owner set aside his concerns and promptly began preparing ramen for everyone. Yu, Moonlight Tree, and Shizun ordered the most expensive set meals. Yu encouraged them to be at ease, stating that it was a form of compensation. Yet, for seasoned ninjas, feeding more than 20 individuals was hardly an issue. A single high-ranking mission could easily cover hundreds of bowls of ramen. After their meal, the group sought nearby lodgings for the night. Yu secured a room to himself, and within 5 minutes of entering, a knock echoed at his door. After allowing Obito entry, Yu settled back onto the sofa. As soon as Obito stepped inside, he swiftly closed the door and eagerly turned to Yu with anticipation. Observing Obito's expectant gaze, Yu found himself at a loss for words. It was somewhat awkward to be instructing a 10-year-old on the nuances of courting another 10-year-old. Reluctantly, he gestured for Obito to take a seat. Once the boy complied, Yu began. Pursuing a girl is actually quite simple. Possess strength, which provides her with a sense of security. If you also possess pleasing looks, that's half the battle won. Obito immediately interrupted, declaring confidently, "I have both." With a disapproving glare at the interruption, Yu continued, "Silence, do not interrupt me. While you may have those traits, your rivals possess them as well. And some may surpass you. They need not even lift a finger, and you would still fall short." Obito's expression revealed his discontent, yet upon meeting Yu's gaze, he swallowed back his retort. Although the words remained unspoken, his face betrayed his dissatisfaction. Ignoring Obito's expression, Yu elaborated, "In terms of appearance, you may fall slightly behind me. Yet you are on par with Kakashi. Fortunately, your looks have not been overshadowed by his. As for strength, a man's prowess can manifest in various ways. For ordinary individuals, it is through power and wealth. As ninjas, we must embrace a different standard. We thrive on strength. With strength comes authority, and with authority, wealth. Ultimately, it boils down to your capabilities. Before all else, seek opportunities to spend time with Lin. Is it not true that she possesses medical ninjutsu? You could feign injury occasionally, allowing her to treat you. This would create moments for the two of you to be alone together." Yu paused, allowing Obito to digest his words. Feigning injury? Isn't that deceitful? Obito hesitated, feeling conflicted about Yu's suggestion, which he found somewhat useful, yet still resisted. Yu shook his head dismissively. Foolishness. You need to train to enhance your strength, correct? If you occasionally overexert yourself, resulting in muscle soreness, is that not akin to being injured? When you approach Lin bearing the marks of training, she will undoubtedly express concern. You can then explain that such efforts are aimed at improving your strength. To better protect her, this not only showcases your dedication, but also elevates her sense of security around you. As you spoke, Obito's eyes brightened with admiration. Excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "I never thought of it that way. I often finish training feeling sore, but I simply rest at home afterward. What a waste." Disregarding Obito's lament, Yu continued, "Girls typically prefer capable boys. This is natural. Beyond your ninjutsu, do you possess any other skills?" Obito, feeling somewhat sheepish, shook his head. With a sigh, Yu remarked, "You've mentioned that Kakashi is an exceptional cook, correct? That is a distinct advantage. I have heard Lin praise Kakashi's culinary skills. Do you know what I saw in her eyes when she spoke of it?" Obito, sensing an ominous shift, shook his head. It was admiration, a spark of reverence. "Obito, to be frank, if Kakashi harbors feelings for Lin, I do not hold much hope for you. Fortunately, Kakashi seems somewhat distant for reasons unknown, which may deter her from getting too close. Yu expressed a hint of melancholy in his tone. As Obito absorbed this disheartening news, his spirit waned. He was already aware of this reality, having frequently dined at Kakashi's home with Lin, where her admiration for Kakashi was evident. What can I do now? Is there no chance for me? Obito questioned, despair creeping into his voice. Observing Obito's dejection, Yu waved his hand in front of his face, urging him to regain focus. Why the rush? You are still quite young. So long as they have not established a relationship, you still have a chance. You must work on improving yourself. No matter the direction, you must acquire skills that stand out. By the way, do you know what Lin enjoys to eat or what her hobbies are? Without hesitation, Obito replied, Lin loves strawberries and collects various shells. Yu nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Excellent insight. Occasionally gifting her strawberries or assisting her in collecting shells would be a thoughtful gesture. This will undoubtedly deepen her affection for you. Remember, a caring young man will always find favor, and a man must be generous in treating a woman. In the realm of shells, one might consider procuring some exquisite specimens to present to her. This gesture would undoubtedly cultivate a plethora of topics for conversation. It is imperative, however, to remain mindful that when you find yourselves in solitude, any subject may be broached, yet it is prudent to refrain from directing discourse towards Kakashi. Upon hearing the words of Kazama Yu, Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, culminating in a gaze filled with gratitude and admiration directed at Kazama Yu. His visit was not in vain. Indeed, Kazama Yu possessed something of substance, and he began to envision a future where Noera Rin, under his guidance, would successfully hold his hand. Chapter 86. The troublesome Uchiha. Observing the satisfaction etched upon Uchiha Obito's face, Kazama Yu rose and spoke. Very well, let us proceed thus. I am prepared to take my leave. With Kazama Yu's dismissal, Uchiha Obito withdrew his thoughts and also stood, expressing, Yu, I am truly grateful for your assistance. I owe you a significant favor. After uttering these words, Obito made his way toward the door, yet after taking a couple of steps, he abruptly turned. His expression shrouded in mystery, and inquired, Yu, with your extensive knowledge, have you ever applied it to anyone? Upon encountering Obito's inquisitive gaze, Kazama Yu shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, Do you believe everyone is akin to you? With my appearance and my methods, there is no woman I cannot captivate. However, we are still quite young. Such matters are best addressed in due time. I advise you to exercise caution. The ninja world is not a realm for love, Obito. It is a hell where sweet romances find no solace. As Kazama Yu uttered this last statement, an inexplicable oddity flickered across his countenance. He spoke the truth, serving as a reminder to Obito. Should Obito abandon Noera Rin, even if he were to fall under the scrutiny of Uchiha Madara, he would not endanger her. Indeed, it is best for ninjas to forego romantic entanglements. Tsunade and Dan Kato exemplified this, as did Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Yahiko and Konan, Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yui, as well as Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Obito, and Noera Rin. These individuals can be considered formidable, and ordinary ninjas fare far worse, often not surviving to the age of love. In the ninja world, as ninjas shed their cold, tool-like demeanor and become engulfed in emotions, the likelihood of tragedy increases. A ninja's life is destined to be fraught with sorrow. If one can cultivate a sense of detachment, the heart may find some semblance of ease. Feeling a shiver run down his spine at Kazama Yu's expression, Obito could not shake the feeling that a deeper implication lay beneath the surface. Shaking his head, he dispelled the clouds of doubt from his mind and lamented, Yu, let us not be so pessimistic. The world is relatively stable, is it not? Our Leaf Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages. There is little to fear. You have aided me this time. And once my Sharingan awakens and I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall secure a safe position for you. With a confident smile, Uchiha Obito departed, turning back to leave Kazama Yu with a reassuring grin. As Obito exited, Kazama Yu fell into silence, pondering the troublesome Uchiha clan. Even if they had never produced Obito, they might still have birthed Itachi, Obito, and others. Senju Tobarama was correct. The Uchiha clan harbors an affliction. Presently, Uchiha Obito is but a common member of this clan. Yet, it is precisely because of his rich emotional landscape that he begins to question life and the world whenever faced with adversity. Kakashi Hatake has undoubtedly faced more tribulations than Obito, yet he has managed to maintain control of his thoughts, unlike Obito, who has rejected the world altogether. For an Uchiha such as Obito, without significant trauma, the awakening of the Sharingan remains a distant dream, let alone the Mangekyou Sharingan. Obito's destiny seems sealed. He is unlikely to attain the position of Hokage, regardless of the recognition bestowed upon the Uchiha clan by the higher echelons of the Leaf Village. Without the awakening of his Sharingan, he lacks the strength to assume the mantle of Hokage. However, should he desire to awaken his Sharingan, particularly the Mangekyou, he must endure profound suffering. Following such trauma, the Hokage position may no longer hold his interest. This predicament presents no resolution. His ability to manifest intangibility necessitates unique experiences, as the powers of the Sharingan reflect the innermost thoughts of its wielder at the moment of awakening. Should he not be struck by a stone or employ an alternative method to awaken his Sharingan, he would never realize his potential for intangibility. Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyou Sharingan, particularly the Kodoame Tsukumi, likely followed a similar trajectory. The Third Great Ninja War was devastating. Uchiha Shirsui must have witnessed countless tragedies, prompting him to awaken his Sharingan. At that moment, he likely wished to prevent further conflict among ninjas, leading to the emergence of Kodoame Tsukumi, intended to alter ninja ideologies. Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi operates on a similar principle. Tsukuyomi is an illusion. When Shirsui took his own life, Itachi sought to impose change and control over the circumstances, resulting in the formation of the Tsukuyomi realm, where he could manipulate others. Later, upon joining the Akatsuki and embarking on a mission to the Land of Water alongside Kisame Hoshigaki, he encountered the Mizukage, Yagura. Kisame sustained severe injuries while attempting to save him, which deeply shook Itachi. Kisame was akin to his former comrades, risking everything for his sake. He could not afford to perish. To counter Yagura's threat, he awakened the formidable Amaterasu. Had he failed to awaken Amaterasu at that moment, his demise would have been inevitable. At that juncture, he certainly lacked the chakra necessary to summon Susanoo. Faced with the tailed beast transformation of Yagura, had he not awakened Amaterasu, he would have been rendered powerless, unable to breach his opponent's defenses. As a teenager, Uchiha Itachi's physical energy lagged behind his mental prowess, though his spirit soared. He could not generate chakra surpassing his physical limitations. Insufficient chakra would prevent him from manifesting Susanoo or even casting Tsukuyomi, as his current power could not match the devastating might he later wielded to eliminate Kakashi Hatake. All techniques rely on the foundation of chakra, which is derived from the synthesis of physical and mental energy. Both elements are indispensable. Susanoo, while formidable, is not invincible. Its excessive chakra consumption can lead to exhaustion after just 1 or 2 uses in battle. Uchiha Obito's true strength lies not in his eyes, but in the Hashirama cells implanted by Uchiha Madara. Without those cells, the utility of his eyes would be severely limited. Uchiha Sasuke's ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan nearly succumbed to blindness after enduring multiple defeats. Had he not been accompanied by 2 elite healers, he would have perished long ago. While Susanoo is powerful, it also bears a tremendous burden. After contemplating the future of the Uchiha clan's potential Mangekyou Sharingan wielders, Kazama secured the door to his room and reclined upon his bed. Subsequently, he activated the Earth Release, hardening technique, sustaining its effect to deplete his chakra reserves. Although he lay comfortably, the passage of time would gradually exhaust him, rendering this form of training more effective than mere physical exertion. Other ninjas engage in similar training, constantly releasing jutsu to expend their chakra. The following morning, after breakfast, the group set forth to their designated meeting point. Kazama harbored a sense of curiosity regarding the methods these individuals would employ to locate the third Kazekage. The Leaf Village's acquiescence to their entry came with stipulations. It was implausible to allow them to traverse every corner of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is home to numerous ninja outposts, tasked with the long-term protection of the nation, and these locations must remain concealed from the Sand Ninjas. Indeed, even within small nations, the Land of Fire has established garrisons to guard against foreign incursions. Chapter 87. The Blaze Release. Yakura upon arriving at the designated location. The Sand Ninja had already been waiting for them. It was evident that they were genuinely intent on retrieving the third Kazekage. Upon catching sight of the leading woman, Kazama eyes gleamed with excitement. She was none other than the legendary Blaze Release user, Yakura. In the future, her renown in the Sand Village would rival that of the Yellow Flash in the Leaf Village. It was she who had spearheaded the Sand Ninjas' defense against the assault from the Mist Village, and under her command. The Mist Ninjas who sought to bring her down could only resort to treachery. However, it must be noted that these two individuals had yet to endure the trials of war and could merely be regarded as formidable jonin for the time being. After studying Yakura for a moment, Kazama Yu nudged his companion, Uchiha Obito, with his hand. Noticing Obito's puzzled expression, Kazama subtly gestured in a certain direction. Following Kazama's gaze, Obito's attention was drawn to an unexpected figure, not the beautiful ninja standing at the forefront of the sand, but rather a female ninja positioned behind her. This young woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Rin, even down to the makeup adorning their faces. Had Rin not been by his side, he might have mistakenly believed that she had infiltrated the Sand Village as a spy. The resemblance was too striking. Seeing Uchiha Obito in a state of bewilderment, Kazama Yu once again nudged him, placing a hand on his shoulder and drawing him closer, whispering in a hushed tone, "If it's too much for you, perhaps you could inquire about her name. A wise person knows not to place all their eggs in one basket." Although Kazama's words were intentionally ambiguous, leaving those around them momentarily confused, Obito grasped the implication immediately. Shaking off Kazama's arm, he shot a glare at him. As a romantic at heart, he could not possibly falter. A dog cannot spit out ivory. It was merely a matter of physical resemblance. His affection for Rin extended far beyond mere appearances, encompassing her inner qualities as well. An impostor could not sway his feelings. With a displeased expression, he turned his gaze towards the girl behind Yakura. The striking resemblance to Rin was undeniable, and it was apparent to him that this was her fault. Many of the ninjas present also noted the similarity between the two women, though none exhibited the same level of excitement as Obito. In a world so vast, it was hardly remarkable to encounter someone with a similar appearance. Rin, too, observed the other girl with curiosity. The girl reciprocated the scrutiny, glancing at Rin several times before shifting her attention to a group of leaf ninjas of similar age. They were the future of their respective villages, and it was natural for them to be curious about one another's abilities. However, upon noticing the disdainful expression on Uchiha Obito's face, she felt a sense of bewilderment. They had never met before. Why would he disdain her on their first encounter? The leaf ninjas were being rather rude. Was it possible that he harbored an aversion not only for her, but for the girl who resembled her as well? Noticing Obito's peculiar demeanor, Noera Rin gently touched his arm, whispering, "Obito, please do not be so discourteous." Hearing the words of his goddess, Obito averted his gaze and looked elsewhere, choosing to ignore the situation entirely. In an effort to reassure the Leaf Village, the Sand Ninja had sent only Yakura and the 3 young children accompanying her, with the remainder being Chunin. However, whether there were hidden experts like Kazama Yu among them remained uncertain. Yakura, upon observing the Leaf's contingent, felt a sense of surprise. She had not anticipated that the Leaf would dispatch 6 jonin of equal caliber to her own. In her mind, she mused that it was no wonder this prosperous land was coveted by all nations. The number of skilled individuals far surpassed that of her impoverished homeland. The eldest jonin from the Leaf, Akimichi Kenichi, stepped forward and addressed the group. "You are the ninjas sent to search for Lord Kazakage, are you not?" Upon hearing the response from the opposing leader, Yakura stepped forward, producing a scroll from her waist and tossing it to Akimichi Kenichi. Simultaneously, she stated, "The matter concerning Lord Kazakage is of great significance, and we appreciate your assistance in this endeavor." Akimichi Kenichi received the scroll and opened it for verification, scrutinizing its contents for several seconds before nodding in affirmation. Upon confirming their identities, both parties commenced the allocation of personnel. The Sand Village had dispatched a total of 20 teams, and the Leaf Village had sent an equal number. Each Leaf team was tasked with monitoring a Sand team, and soon, the necessary personnel assignments were established. Yakura, being a woman, opted to have the similarly female Shinomiya Chika accompany her. This arrangement garnered a silent thumbs up from Kazama Yu, who appreciated the decision, as it allowed him to unobtrusively follow behind and admire the exquisite form of the foremost beauty of the Sand Village. The Sand Ninjas then set off in 20 different directions toward the Land of Fire. As Yakura watched the teams depart, her gaze settled upon the youthful and beautiful Shinomiya Chika. She spoke, "Chika, I appreciate your assistance in this matter." In response, Shinomiya Chika replied courteously, "Yakura, it is merely a task. The disappearance of Lord Kazakage is a grave matter for the ninja world, and I sincerely hope you will locate him swiftly." Shinomiya Chika genuinely wished for the return of the Kazakage. sharing the sentiments of most leaf ninjas. The absence of the Kazekage could potentially lead to unrest in the ninja world. While the two jonin engaged in conversation, Kazama Yu approached Yakura's three young students with a bright smile, introducing himself. Greetings, I am Kazama Yu, an exceptional genin from the Leaf. These are my companions, Shizune and Tsukuyami, and we welcome you to the Land of Fire. The three disciples of Yakura stared at the overly friendly Kazama Yu in confusion. After a brief pause, the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Noera Rin blushed slightly and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Q, and these are my companions, Asahi and Hikari. We are genin from the Sand Village. Kazama Yu's striking looks caused her to momentarily lose her composure. Once she regained her senses, she realized her lapse in decorum, which caused her cheeks to flush as she conversed with Kazama Yu. Hello, I didn't expect you to be as fortunate as us, Kazama Yu continued with his smile. Upon hearing his words, Yakura's three students exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Kazama Yu meant. Observing their expressions, he glanced back at Yakura and Shinomiya Chika before stating, We are all fortunate to have a powerful and exceptionally beautiful teacher, are we not? At this remark, Yakura regarded Kazama Yu with surprise. She had not anticipated that this young man, who possessed the potential to be a charming playboy, could articulate such pleasant words. To express such sentiments indicated a talent that transcended mere potential. This young lad might find greater prospects in being a playboy than as a ninja. The three young trainees opposite Kazama Yu, upon hearing his words, nodded in agreement without overthinking. They realized that being Yakura's students was indeed a stroke of luck. Shinomiya Chika, Shizune, and Tsukuyami were not at all surprised by Kazama Yu's compliments, as it was one of his well-known quirks. He could not resist praising beautiful women, entirely disregarding his own youthful naivety. Chapter 88. Farewell words. Having established a sense of camaraderie, Yakura instructed her disciple. Subsequently, the girl named Q produced an object resembling a compass. Noticing Kazama Yu's curious gaze, Q explained, the pointer inside was crafted by Lord Kazekage using his magnet release. It bears some engravings, and if Kazekage is within 30 kilometers, the pointer will react. Upon hearing the explanation, Kazama Yu nodded, displaying an expression of understanding. Yakura, observing her student who had divulged information about their tools after merely exchanging a few words, couldn't help but display a rather vivid expression. With a resigned glance at her somewhat bewildered students, she cleared her throat to capture the attention of the three before stating, Let us proceed in a specific direction. At Yakura's command, the trio immediately adopted a serious demeanor, responding affirmatively before hastily advancing in a chosen direction. 20 teams from the Sand Ninja Village commenced their search within the Land of Fire, with each team positioned approximately 50 miles apart, witnessing the others in motion. Hoshino Chika led Kazama Yu and the others in following their lead. From dawn until dusk, aside from a brief hour for lunch during which they consumed some military rations, Yakura's team tirelessly traversed their surroundings. As evening set in, Kazama Yu sought them out, and upon his suggestion, Yakura, along with her three students, chose to rest at an inn in a nearby town. Aware of Kazama Yu's troublesome habits, Hoshino Chika and the others said nothing and likewise settled into the inn where Yakura and her students were staying. After a night's rest, they would continue their search the following day. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and with the passage of time, the expressions of Yakura and her team grew increasingly grave. They were now nearly the entire world in pursuit, yet no word had emerged from any location. The third Kazekage was truly elusive, absent from sight. And under the current circumstances, the situation appeared dire. Observing the Sand Ninjas laboring in vain, Kazama Yu had no intention of offering reminders. To speak openly would invite inquiries about the source of his information, even from Konoha. Whispering secrets held little value. As of now, he was a solitary figure of considerable strength, and it was improbable to corner him in the short term. Given enough time, there would be an opportunity. But the Raikage would not grant the Sand Ninjas such luxury. The Third Shinobi World War loomed, threatening to commence at any moment. The Akatsuki could locate him because they were privy to intelligence from Kuro, and at that time, he was in the midst of slaughtering villages, collecting materials suitable for creating puppets. Among those he collected were even members of the Uchiha clan. The group traversed from the borders of the Land of River, crossing into the Land of Fire, and ultimately reaching the borders of the Land of Iron. Upon arriving at the borders of the Land of Iron, Yakura directed her 3 students to shift their search along the coastal route of the Land of Fire. This path led them through a city they had previously visited, Wanghaching. While passing through Wanghaching, Hoshino Chika and her companions took the time to observe the lives of the victims. The Lord of Wanghaching and the Tianhai group had not gone back on their word, while the residents' lives had not yet returned to how they were before the plundering. Their sustenance and shelter were no longer a concern. The dock operated by the Tianhai group had several vessels docked. Kazama Yu, witnessing this scene, nodded with satisfaction to him. This was his domain. After leaving Wanghaching, they continued to follow Yakura down the western coast of the Land of Fire, and on the 9th day, they returned to the location where both parties had previously gathered. Other teams, similarly, had traversed to the far side of the Land of Fire before changing direction to return to this spot. At this point, they all felt a sense of dejection. Their faith, represented by their strongest Kazekage, had vanished. After resting for a day in a nearby town, around 3 o'clock the following afternoon, the 20 teams of the Sand Ninja Village returned. The 2 factions of ninjas reconvened at the original gathering place. Upon witnessing the same scene as 10 days prior, Yakura internally sighed before addressing the Konoha ninjas. I appreciate your efforts during this endeavor. Since the Kazekage is not in the Land of Fire, we shall take our leave. As Yakura prepared to depart, Akimichi Kenichi of Konoha nodded without uttering a word. Their task would be deemed complete simply by observing these individuals exit the Land of Fire and enter the Land of River. Following the leader's farewell words, several Sand ninjas, searching for the Kazekage, began to bid farewell to various Konoha ninjas. They had spent nearly 10 days together, establishing a semblance of camaraderie. Yakura approached Hoshino Chika, Kazama Yu, and the others, stating, Chika-san, we shall take our leave now. Until we meet again, little one, do refrain from being overly bold. Exercise caution, lest you be met with dire consequences. Yakura's final remark was directed at Kazama Yu, whose impish gaze had not gone unnoticed. However, in her mind, she regarded Kazama Yu as merely a child, and thus, she harbored no anger, merely teasing him as they parted ways. Acknowledging Yakura's words, Hoshino Chika nodded in silence. Although the last comment elicited a sidelong glance at Kazama Yu, seeing Hoshino Chika remain silent, Kazama Yu, serving as the team's diplomat, stepped forward and declared, K. Asai. Hikari, until we meet again. After speaking, Kazama Yu turned to Yakura, gesturing for her to come closer. Observing Kazama Yu's gesture, Yakura did not ponder further and leaned in closer to him. Kazama Yu, seizing the moment, leaned slightly forward and whispered softly into Yakura's ear, Yakurane. While your back is quite appealing, I strongly recommend you don the ninja vest of your village in the future. As a ninja, exposing your back is perilous. Any ninja would know that the defense is weakest there. Following his words, Kazama Yu exhaled gently against Yakura's delicate ear. Initially startled by Kazama Yu's proximity, Yakura instinctively wished to pull away, but recalling his age, she suppressed her discomfort. As Kazama Yu spoke, the warmth of his breath against her ear quickened her heartbeat. This marked her first experience whispering with a male, albeit one so young. Yet, as he continued, she found herself captivated by his words, her eyes widening in disbelief that this young genin from Konoha would dare to critique her attire. His tone bore a playful teasing quality, leaving her, A.J. Nin from the Sand Ninja Village, feeling besieged by a mere genin from Konoha. This realization left her momentarily speechless. Kazama Yu's breath broke her reverie, causing her to recoil as if startled, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. She was not only teased by the words of a child, but had also been subjected to a daring gesture. Were children of this age truly so bold? Chapter 89. The Departure of the Sand Ninjas. Upon realizing her indiscretion, Yitsong immediately pointed an irritated finger at the composed Kazama Yu, exclaiming, You. However, she halted mid-sentence, unable to divulge the teasing remark Kazama had made about her back, nor could she confess to being playfully blown at and teased by him. Observing Kazama's silence, Kazama Yu shrugged with a confident smile and said, I merely offered a friendly reminder. Farewell, until we meet again. Without waiting for Yitsong's response, he turned and briskly walked eastward. Noting Kazama Yu's seemingly guilty departure, Hoshino Chika stepped forward and remarked to Yitsong, This guy is just like that. After a period of not confronting him, he begins to bounce around again. Rest assured, when I return to Konoha, I shall deliver a few well-deserved blows to remind him of his place. Although Hoshino was indeed curious about Kazama Yu's earlier words, It was evidently not the right moment to discuss such matters. The audacity of that little rascal was growing. A mere chunin daring to provoke a jonin from another village. And not just any jonin, but one possessing a rare bloodline limit. Upon hearing Hoshino's words, Yitsong shot a fierce glare at Kazama-yu's departing figure and said, "If possible, please strike that foul brat's face a few times, especially targeting those eyes and that mouth." Hoshino nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of addressing those particular aspects of Kazama-yu. Yue Guangshu and Jingyin witnessed this exchange without comment, having grown accustomed to it. Kazama-yu seemed unfazed by the prospect of being struck, and at times, even appeared to relish it. Particularly with regard to his face, not only was he handsome, but he also had a thick skin, leading them to suspect that the frequency of his beatings had contributed to this resilience, rendering him shameless. As Kazama-yu departed, Uchiha Obito was the first to pursue him, feeling a profound admiration for Kazama-yu in that moment. Naturally, his primary curiosity revolved around what Kazama-yu had said. He believed Kazama-yu still had secrets to impart, and he too wished to share whispered words with Rin. After catching up to Kazama-yu, Obito placed a hand on his shoulder and quietly inquired, "You, what did you just say?" Upon hearing this question, the surrounding ninjas quieted down, eager to know the answer. Casting a glance at the enthusiastic and inquisitive Obito, Kazama-yu scoffed lightly and replied, "Obito, one should not be so consumed by curiosity. This is a secret between her and me. How could I share it with you? You are being rather rude." Obito felt increasingly that Kazama-yu was concealing some sort of special technique. Having known each other for only a few days, the existence of a secret between them seemed utterly absurd. He then adopted a sorrowful expression, gazing at Kazama-yu in an attempt to evoke a sense of conscience. Hoping to be taught the elusive skill, Kazama-yu disregarded Obito's expression and quickened his pace, continuing onward. He had not intended for his previous words to be whispered, so everyone present had heard them. Soon after, a series of light cracking sounds echoed, which the crowd traced back to Yitsong, one of the main characters of the unfolding events. Focusing on Kazama-yu's swiftly departing figure, Yitsong took a few deep breaths, releasing her tightly clenched fists. She then turned to enter the land of rivers, running in the direction of Sunagakure. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, leaving in a huff. Her students, witnessing this, promptly followed, feeling unqualified to pry into their teacher's personal life. As the Chunin from Sunagakure observed their leader, Yitsong, leaving, they promptly acknowledged one another with nods before following her lead. The Konoha ninjas recognized that their mission had been successfully completed once the Sand ninjas had fully exited the land of fire and entered the land of rivers, allowing them to return and collect their rewards without further concern. Should the departing Sand ninjas return, it would no longer be their responsibility. At that point, it would be the task of the ninjas stationed throughout the land of fire. Typically, the land of fire does not expel ninjas from other nations, as long as their numbers remain manageable and they do not cause trouble. The vastness of a nation makes it impractical to restrict the entry of foreign ninjas. Even the closed-off nations of the land of water and the land of rain only restrict their ninja villages, not the entirety of their countries. With sufficient boldness, ninjas can still venture into these two lands. Of course, if discovered by the local ninjas, their fate would likely be sealed. While they cannot outright prevent other ninjas from entering, they can eliminate any who are caught. As it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the group unanimously decided to rest in town for one more night, and then disperse for their individual activities, planning to reconvene in the morning to return to Konoha. Uchiha Obito, having lingered around Kazama-yu for a while, realized that Kazama was genuinely unwilling to teach him and left with a disgruntled expression. He could not continue trailing Kazama and his team, as that would give Kakashi and Rin the opportunity for solitude, a scenario he wished to avoid. After parting ways with the other teams, the four found a CAF to settle in. As soon as they sat down, Yue Guangshu and Jingyin fixed their curious gazes on Kazama-yu, with Jingyin asking, "You, what did you just discuss with Jonin Yitsong?" She reacted quite intensely. "You weren't teasing her just because we from Konoha are many, were you? That would be quite abnormal." Upon uttering these words, Jingyin's expression shifted from curiosity to excitement. The notion of a 10-year-old male Chunin from Konoha teasing a 20-something female Jonin from Sunagakure was undeniably thrilling. Hearing Jingyin's remark, even Hoshino Chika turned her attention to Kazama-yu, equally intrigued about what the audacious yet lacking in skill Kazama-yu had said. Under the gaze of 3 inquisitive pairs of eyes, Kazama-yu shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he replied. I've already stated that this is a secret. It wouldn't be proper to share it like this. However, if you're particularly curious, Chika-sensei, I could divulge it to you, but only for your ears. After making this statement, Kazama beckoned Hoshino Chika closer, indicating that he wished to share a secret whisper. Upon seeing Kazama use the same gesture he had with Itsong, Hoshino rolled her eyes at him and huffed a single word, scram. Chapter 90. Reactions from various ninja villages in the Land of Lightning. Within Kumogakure, a village perched atop a high mountain, shrouded in mist like a celestial realm. Characterized by earthy yellow architecture complemented by expansive blue glass facades that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding mountainous scenery. At this moment, the third Reikage sat in his authoritative position, the Reikage hat placed on the desk before him. Before him stood over 40 elite cloud ninjas, both men and women. Though the latter were notably fewer, numbering only 6. All bore serious expressions as they gazed at the third Reikage, many of them reflecting admiration in their eyes. Satisfied with his elite subordinates, the third Reikage addressed them. You are likely aware that the third Kazekage has gone missing. They have searched for him in the Land of Lightning for 10 days, yet they have found nothing. Reports from our ninjas positioned elsewhere indicate that no trace of the Kazekage has been discovered. It is likely that he has met his demise at the hands of someone. The sudden disappearance of the Kazekage has undoubtedly thrown Sunagakure into chaos, leaving them without a figure capable of leading them. Our opportunity has arrived. The village's think tank has analyzed the situation, and it seems that if we attack the Land of Wind and Sunagakure now, we have a high probability of seizing control of the Land of Wind and incorporating Sunagakure. At that point, Kumogakure will rightfully claim its status as the foremost nation and the leading ninja village in the ninja world. The third Reikage, paused to survey the individuals standing before him. As he observed the excitement, bloodlust, yearning, and anticipation radiating from their eyes, a look of satisfaction emerged in his own. Nodding approvingly, the third Reikage declared, so it is decided. The daimyo has consented to cooperate with us, providing ample resources and vessels. Upon hearing their leader had secured the support of the daimyo, the elite shinobi standing opposite felt a renewed sense of resolve. Most regained their composure. Recognizing that calmness is an essential trait for a ninja. B, and Tsuchikage, you will remain here. The rest may depart to make preparations. Keep this information confidential for now. When all is ready, we will catch the sand shinobi off guard. With the assembly mentally prepared, the third Reikage issued his command. Once only his son, Karabi, and Tsuchikage remained, he continued, this time, you need not accompany me. Your duty is to defend the Land of Lightning against potential invasions from other nations. The three nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale behind his strategy, attacking the Wind Country. Now devoid of the Wind Shadow, did not necessitate their presence. Moreover, if they joined the fray, other nations might seize the opportunity to invade. The assembled elite shinobi represented only a fraction of their village, with many stationed at various outposts throughout the Land of Lightning. At that moment, who had mastered the lightning release chakra mode and was deemed the next Reikage, spoke. Father, once we conquer the Wind Country, our strength will undoubtedly surge. Then, we can launch a coordinated assault on the Fire Country. His son's analysis brought a smile of approval to the third Reikage's face, who confidently responded. That is precisely my plan. You will attack the Fire Country from the Land of Rice, while I will strike from the Land of Rivers. At that time, the Fire Country will be besieged on all sides. That rascal Anoki has long coveted the Fire Country. He will surely seize this opportunity to strike alongside us. Furthermore, the Mist Shinobi across the sea will likely come to plunder as well. When the Fire Country is beset from all directions, they will be overwhelmed, and we three factions will divide the spoils. It is time for the fertile lands of the Fire Country to change hands. The third Reikage declared this with unyielding certainty. The disappearance of the strongest wind shadow presented him with an unparalleled opportunity. All he needed to do was conquer the Sand Shinobi village and seize the resources of the Wind Country. The fragmentation of the Fire Country he spoke of was destined to occur. In that eventuality, 2 of the 5 great nations would be reduced to 3. At that point, even if the Earth and Water countries united, he would not fear them. He might even have the chance to subjugate them. Positioning himself as the sovereign of the Shinobi world, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, influenced by A's assertions, chose to lend his full support. Although he understood the difficulty of refusal, the Reikage's willingness to collaborate placed him firmly beneath the Reikage's dominion. If the Reikage succeeded in his grand ambitions, the daimyo's own standing would surely rise, and should he not become the supreme ruler of the world, being the second most powerful was still commendable. In the land of fire, Konoha village, the news of the Wind Shadow's complete disappearance reached the ears of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his 3 advisors, who convened a small meeting. Although Shimura Danzo sought to capitalize on the situation, his companions were staunchly opposed to his viewpoint. Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gates Hayashi adhered to the peace principles established by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, valuing harmony above all. They had no thoughts of exploiting the Wind Country's turmoil. Their sole desire was to safeguard their prosperous land of fire, without entertaining notions of seizing a desolate desert. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that the world was on the brink of chaos. Their reluctance to engage with the Wind Country did not imply that other factions would refrain from doing so. Although the Wind Country could not compare to the Land of Fire, it remained one of the 5 great nations, a prize no faction could resist. Additionally, after a period of recovery, the number of shinobi had increased across various villages. Without conflict, some would perish, and there would not be enough missions to sustain the growing ranks of ninjas. Konoha had already begun implementing a 2-on-3 schedule. Other villages were likely facing similar challenges. Numerous minor shinobi villages had disbanded due to a lack of income, and the increasing number of shinobi could only be managed through warfare. In the Land of Water, the third Mizukage gazed silently towards the direction of the Wind Country upon receiving the news. After a lengthy deliberation, he resolved to wait for others to take the initiative. His age surpassed that of Onoki and Hiruzen. He was the oldest among the current Kaguya, having participated in the first 5 Kaguya summit alongside the first Mizukage. He could not afford to be the first to act. Additionally, his previous purges of the bloodline clans and secret techniques within the Mist Shinobi village had significantly weakened their strength. The current capabilities of the village did not warrant him taking the lead. However, he had resolved that once other nations made their move, he too would follow suit. Even if he could not claim a large portion, he would still be able to secure a share. In the Land of Earth, Onoki made a decision similar to that of the third Mizukage. Although he possessed the strength and confidence to seize the Wind Country, now devoid of its wind shadow, he had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. Once someone initiated an attack, his options for targets would multiply, allowing him to either partake in the spoils of the Wind Country or strike against other aggressors. With the might of the IWA shinobi, they would undoubtedly feast at this banquet. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, within the Sand Shinobi village, as news of the third Wind Shadow's disappearance reached them, they could no longer afford to be concerned with their dignity in the eyes of the shinobi world. An emergency meeting was convened immediately, and preparations began to respond to the impending crisis. They deliberated on who would assume the mantle of the fourth Wind Shadow to lead them forward. During the meeting, their foremost puppeteer and healer, Chiyo, appeared distracted. Her preoccupation went unnoticed by the others, who had been offering her consolation. The disappearance of the Wind Shadow had also claimed her grandson. It was only natural for her to be distressed. Chiyo was indeed worried about her beloved grandson, but her concerns diverged from those of her comforters. She suspected that her grandson's transformation was linked to the disappearance of the third Wind Shadow. Had this been years ago, she would not have harbored such doubts. However, in recent years, her grandson had undergone significant changes. He had even turned his closest friend into a puppet. His psyche was no longer stable. Though she suspected a connection between her grandson and the third Wind Shadow's fate, she dared not voice her thoughts. Revealing her suspicions would endanger her grandson, as the Sand Shinobi would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. The Wind Country would issue hefty bounties, branding him a rogue ninja. At that point, every shinobi in the realm would seek to claim his head for the reward. Those fascinated by puppetry would also join the hunt. Chapter 91. The difficult Wind Country. Upon returning to Konoha, Kazekage was granted a few more days of respite. On the 8th day of his rest, a momentous announcement reverberated throughout the shinobi world. The Cloud Shinobi had invaded the Wind Country. The third Reikage, along with over 1,000 subordinates, had arrived at the southwestern coast of the Wind Country via sea. After landing, the third Reikage led his troops directly toward the Sand Shinobi village. Upon hearing this news, Kazekage realized that the Third Shinobi World War had officially commenced. The current war is expected to endure for quite some time, as Konoha, IWA, and Kiri have yet to make their move. If Konoha suffers no significant losses, they will refrain from sending their younger ninjas into battle. Once the older generation of ninjas has perished, it will be the turn of their cohort. Uchiha Obito is anticipated to be promoted to nin only next year, coinciding with a critical moment for Konoha. By then, it is likely that all major ninja villages will have incurred severe losses, and the question will be who can withstand until the end. Despite the ongoing conflict between two great nations, the lives of the villagers in Konoha remain unaffected. Kazama Yu has resumed his routine of missions interspersed with rest, diligently seeking information from Hoshino Chinatsu regarding the battles between Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Their higher-ranking ninjas are privy to intelligence, as the war between the Wind and Lightning nations captures the world's attention, with spies from various villages observing both sides' strengths. From Hoshino Chinatsu, he learns that initially, the Third Raikage surged towards Sunagakure with unstoppable momentum. Along the way, any sand ninjas stationed in the Land of Wind attempting to impede his advance were swiftly eliminated by his forces. However, on the third day of his incursion into the Land of Wind, he encountered resistance from Raza of Sunagakure. Although the Raikage's defenses were formidable, Raza managed to stall his progress, leveraging the advantageous terrain of the desert. For a time, neither side could overpower the other. Casualties began to mount among the Raikage's ranks, exacerbated by the inherent advantages of the sand ninjas in their desert stronghold, coupled with their poisoned puppets. A single misstep by a Kumogakure ninja could lead to dire consequences. As the antidote for the poisons crafted by Chiyo, a renowned Sunagakure medic, is scarce. After several days of stalemate, the Raikage retreated to the coastline where he landed, unable to subdue Raza amidst the desert's harsh conditions. Upon hearing this outcome, Kazama Yu speculates that Kumogakure has suffered significant setbacks. The environment plays a crucial role in ninja combat. Kumogakure's foray into the desert was ill-fated, especially given their numerical disadvantage. The unexpected emergence of Raza thwarted the Raikage's plans. Without Raza's interference, the Raikage could have utilized his formidable physical prowess to eliminate any threats to his subordinates. However, Raza's sand manipulation proved formidable, capable of restraining even the one-tailed Shikaku in a fit of rage. As time progresses, more news from the battlefield emerges. The Third Raikage seems resolute in his pursuit of the Land of Wind, establishing a base after retreating to the coastline. Meanwhile, Kumogakure dispatched over 1,000 ninjas for reinforcements. With their arrival, the Raikage resumed his offensive, prompting Sunagakure to bolster their own forces. Raza, who is wholly focused on defense, finds himself overwhelmed. In a turn of events, Raza's reputation soared as Sunagakure announced him as the future fourth Kazekage. The selection of Raza invigorated the Sand Village, while Kumogakure found themselves cornered at the seaside, enduring the coastal winds for months. Just as the world marveled at the Raikage's overconfidence, news of Kiri's assault on the Land of Wind surfaced. Surprisingly, the Sand Village, which many anticipated would suffer greatly under the dual onslaught, showcased formidable talent in the form of Yakura, the wielder of the bloodline limit, Scorch Release. With her exceptional drying technique, she dispatched numerous mist ninjas attempting to invade from overseas. The mist ninjas, despite their proficiency in water techniques, fared even worse than their Kumogakure counterparts upon entering the desert. Fortunately, their skills in swordsmanship remained commendable, but they were no match for Yakura's prowess. Their leader has yet to make an appearance, leading to speculation regarding his advanced age. Yakura's Scorch Release is nearly insurmountable, as she wields scorching fireballs capable of both long-range assault and close-range defense. The name of the sand hero, Yakura, spread throughout the ninja world. The three factions found themselves in a stalemate along the borders of the Land of Wind, with daily casualties among their ranks. Neither of the attacking factions showed any inclination to retreat, as doing so would be seen as disgraceful. A war of attrition ensued, marked by the depletion of resources and the loss of life. As Yakura's fame spread, those who had accompanied her in search of the Wind Shadow months ago felt a sense of nostalgia whenever they encountered Kazama Yu. Who would have thought that a mere genin from their village, who had once played pranks, would now be well known throughout the ninja realm, while they remained mere genin, burdened with the more arduous tasks? In the midst of this tumult, the peaceful village of Konoha held yet another nin exam. Under the weight of his guilt, Kazama Yu's team opted out of participation, feeling they would be a liability. In a gesture of remorse, he treated his two teammates to a meal. Notable participants in the nin exam included Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and others. Among their cohort, only Might Guy, Imashiro Aoba, and Nara Shikamaru emerged successfully as CH Nin, while a few early graduates also attained the rank. Following the exam, Uchiha Obito languished in disappointment for some time. In the second phase of the exam, he was swiftly defeated by Might Guy in the Forest of Death. After barely surviving to the third phase, he encountered Guy once more, only to be bested again by Guy's Leaf Whirlwind. What stung most was his subsequent attempt to confront Guy, only to find that Guy seemed to have completely forgotten who he was after being bested twice. Feeling dejected, he vented to Kazama Yu about his misfortunes, insisting that he had merely been careless. He even labeled Guy as foolish for not remembering him. Kazama Yu, however, pointed out the truth. Might Guy's eyes were set solely on the prodigy, Hatake Kakashi, with no regard for the likes of Uchiha Obito. This only deepened Obito's despair. After muttering a few choice words, he left in a daze. However, when Kazama Yu encountered him 3 days later, he was brimming with determination once more, undoubtedly spurred on by Noara Rin's encouraging words. Chapter 92. The Call of the Hawk in the 5th month of the impasse among Sunagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure. The 3rd Raikage sent correspondence to the 3rd Mizukage and the 3rd Tsuchikage. He first reached a consensus with the Mizukage to jointly target the Land of Wind. They further agreed that Konoha and IW must be compelled to engage, lest they, too, suffer significant losses, ultimately benefiting these two spectators. Subsequently, he and the Mizukage extended an invitation to Inoki, the Tsuchikage, urging him to join their efforts against Sunagakure and Konoha. The invitation bore a hint of threat. The Raikage and Mizukage made it clear that if Inoki chose to remain passive and profit from their struggle, they would redirect their efforts towards the Land of Earth. The 3rd Raikage was indeed serious about his intentions. As the message was dispatched, his son and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, were already waiting at the borders of the Land of Lightning. Although compelled by circumstances, Noki had initiated action. He had long harbored ambitions against the Land of Fire and Konohagakure. As one of the founding figures of Konoha, he had once been insulted by the 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu, and this grudge had lingered in his heart. Despite the betrayal of Konoha by the adversaries, he yearned to obliterate it as a means of vindication. Most crucially, he coveted the abundant resources of the Land of Fire, akin to the aspirations of the 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Mizukage. A piercing eagle's cry suddenly shattered the silence, slicing through the heavy atmosphere like a sharp blade, resonating directly within the ears of those present. The resounding call compelled many to gaze skyward, seeking the silhouette soaring in the heavens. At that moment, while practicing with Kazama Yu and others, Akiyama Chika looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Noticing their teacher had halted, Kazama Yu and the others also ceased their training and turned their gazes upward. In this instant, a multitude of Konoha's inhabitants lifted their heads to the sky. That will be all for today. You are dismissed, Akiyama Chika stated sternly before vanishing from sight. If someone were to share the eagle's vantage point above, they would witness the swift movement of dozens of figures darting in and out of Konoha, appearing in one location only to reappear in another, all heading in a singular direction. Ultimately, they converged upon the Hokage Tower, the symbol of authority in Konoha. Upon witnessing their teacher's departure, Tsukigimo Haru inquired with a hint of confusion, "What was that? A notification?" Shizune, sharing his bewilderment, reflected that such a notification was unprecedented. Typically, the Hokage would have sent Umbu to relay messages. Gazing at the circling eagle still calling out from above, Kazama Yu sensed the impending crisis he had feared. That eagle's cry was a summons for all Konoha's Jonin, and he could discern that the Jonin in the nearby training grounds were also en route to the Hokage Tower. Much like Akiyama Chika, a significant event was certainly unfolding in the Land of Fire. At this juncture, it was likely that other great nations were launching an assault. In his current state, he could not guarantee survival on the front lines, even if he did not conceal his presence. Chakra required time to replenish. Even a Kaguya could fall victim to a mob, let alone himself, who was merely a Jonin. He could contend with 1, 2, 3, or even 100. But what of the 101st, the 102nd, or the 103rd? Others would take advantage of any sign of weakness, never waiting for him to recover fully before engaging again. Using cannon fodder to drain an opponent's chakra or resorting to self-destruction with explosive tags were tactics all too common on the battlefield. Traps, espionage, and poison. Kato Haichi had shared countless strategies with them. It's time to return. I have forewarned you. Chaos is about to ensue. A significant incident is likely to transpire in the Land of Fire. Kazama Yu withdrew his gaze and began to exit the training grounds. Hearing his words, Shizune exchanged a worried glance with Tsukigimo Haru before both cast apprehensive looks toward the Hokage Tower. Subsequently, they caught up with Kazama Yu, and Shizune spoke. It could be something else, Yu. Your previous analyses may not always be accurate. That is impossible. It has only been a few years since the Second Shinobi World War. How could the third possibly commence so swiftly? Shizune's tone grew increasingly resolute as she hoped her denial might prevent the dire circumstances Kazama Yu had predicted. Although she had not personally experienced the horrors of the Shinobi World War, she was acquainted with those deeply affected by it. The death of her uncle, Kato Dan, still haunted Lady Tsunade. Additionally, her uncle's brother had perished on the battlefield before him, at an age not dissimilar to their own. Her mother had also fallen during the Shinobi World War. Kazama Yu did not counter Shizune's concerns. The tide of events was beyond their control. With the will of fire and a dedication to peace, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only resist the encroaching enemy. Even if he sought peace, others would disregard him. They coveted the lands of the Land of Fire, which he could not relinquish. The only option was to fight until the elder ninjas of each village were nearly extinguished, and until they could no longer muster the strength to battle. His primary concern was for Akiyama Chika and Tsukigimo Haru. In the original storyline, many ninjas appeared, some masked and nameless. He had no knowledge of whether these two had survived. He held no worries for Shizune, for she, like Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, belonged to influential families. Given their youth, they were unlikely to be sent to the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen had persistently opposed their promotion to Chunin, thereby shielding them from danger. He recalled that Asuma, Shizune, and Kurenai had all been 13 when they ascended to Chunin. Uchiha Obito had been 11 at his promotion, and by that time, Konoha had already begun dispatching young Chunin to the front lines. Although Asuma, Shizune, and Kurenai were slightly older than Obito, it was evident they had not been promoted during the same Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen likely understood that those newly promoted Chunin would be sent to the front, prompting him to deny the promotions of these three. Influential families received preferential treatment. Casting a glance at Tsukigimo Haru, Kazama Yu resolved not to dwell further on the matter. This was the shinobi world, and he envisioned himself as a deity within it. Even if they were to meet with unforeseen demise, he could retrieve them from the realm of the dead. Of course, he wished for their safety. Thus, during the assault on the Land of Wind by the Cloud Ninja, he had discussed with them the inevitability of a great conflict in the future. As the Mist Ninja also began their offensive against the Land of Wind, his analysis was further validated. Shizune had merely been comforting herself. The events Kazama Yu had predicted were gradually unfolding, compelling them to believe. Kazama Yu's insights had also reached another individual, the foremost taijutsu master of Konoha, Shin-sensei. Kazama Yu had warned him of the looming potential for war in the shinobi world, indicating that his student, DeLong, as a Konoha ninja, would likely find himself on the battlefield. Given that his student lacked ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he would be at a considerable disadvantage in combat. Initially, Shin-sensei dismissed Kazama Yu's concerns, but as the Mist Ninja began their assault on the Land of Wind, he began to take Kazama Yu's words to heart. He started teaching his student his signature technique, the Konoha Dragon, and as a gesture of gratitude for Kazama Yu's warning, he gifted him 2 advanced taijutsu manuals, further refining the Leaf's techniques, including the Leaf Great Wind, Leaf Gale, and Leaf Great Surge. As the Mist Ninja initiated their offensive, many in Konoha became aware that the Shinobi World War had commenced. However, they were still oblivious to the brutality that awaited them. The higher-ups in Konoha were undoubtedly aware that war was imminent, yet they found themselves powerless. The Land of Fire was akin to a sumptuous feast. Those aware of the dangers remained willing to take the risk, fully cognizant that consuming it might lead to their own demise. Chapter 93. Pre-war conference in less than 5 minutes. Over 90 of Konoha's Jonin had gathered atop the Hokage Tower. These Jonin constituted the entirety of Konoha's active Jonin, while others were stationed throughout the Land of Fire. Among this assembly, more than 40 hailed from the Uchiha clan, their visible strength concentrated here. Unlike other clans, the Uchiha did not need to leave the village for missions. Most of their members served as part of Konoha's security forces, receiving fixed salaries and seldom needing to undertake village missions during peacetime. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, these Jonin formed their own small groups. The Uchiha clan stood in a formidable group behind their leader, Uchiha Fugaku. The Hyuga clan, Sarutobi clan, Oil Girl clan, Inazuka clan, Akimichi clan, Yamanaka clan, and Nara clan also had their elite ninjas standing behind their respective clan leaders, though their numbers were fewer, gathered in small clusters. Beyond these prominent families, there was another group that was more numerous. These individuals were not from the major clans and included figures such as Minato Namikaze, Teacher Chun, Hoshino Chika, and Mizuki. Although they had their own smaller factions, they remained silent, their gazes fixed on the figure clad in the Hokage cloak and hat, standing a few meters away, the Hokage himself. After a minute of silence, Sarutobi Hizashi stepped forward, clearing his throat before speaking gravely. I trust you are all aware of the disappearance of the third Kazekage, which has triggered an ongoing war. Reports from our scouts indicate that the Cloud and Mist ninjas have ambitions that extend far beyond the Land of Wind. Even the Rock ninjas have begun to mobilize their forces towards the borders. Hizashi paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle among the gathered elite ninjas, who exchanged astonished whispers. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, the Cloud, Mist, and Rock ninjas are gathering and preparing to strike at us. For the sake of Konoha and the Land of Fire, we must resist this invasion with all our might. Upon hearing Hizashi's words, the elite ninjas' expressions hardened with resolve. Those who had attained the rank of Jonin were not weaklings. Their spirits were indomitable, and their chakra reserves substantial. Satisfied with their determination, Hizashi nodded and added, today we shall devise a response strategy. Tomorrow, you will each receive your assignments. Spread the word of the impending war. Hizashi's last statement bore a hint of melancholy. The day of preparation was, in essence, a day for these warriors to spend with their families. Among the gathered, save for a few who would remain in Konoha, those heading to the front lines, whether Jonin or Chunin, were unlikely to return. Under Hizashi's orders, the Jonin departed. Before long, many ninjas within Konoha learned of the potential invasion of the Land of Fire. The news spread rapidly, causing anxiety among families with ninja members, as memories of the brutal Second Shinobi World War loomed large in their minds. Only 3 ninjas returned from the Land of Rain, the legendary Sannin. After disseminating the news, Hizashi returned to his Hokage office, where he was awaited by Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Gate. With a hint of envy in Danzo's gaze, Hizashi took his place on the Hokage's throne. Glancing at his companions, he inquired, Danzo, Koharu, Gate, how do you think we should proceed? Mito Gate, noticing that his companions remained silent, spoke up, if the Cloud, Mist, and Rock ninjas truly intend to attack us together, we will require full support from the daimyo. We need weapons, armor, explosive tags, medical supplies, and materials for making military rations. All of it is indispensable. Hizashi, have you communicated with the daimyo? Gate's question prompted both Danzo and Koharu to direct their attention to Hizashi, as they too were concerned about this critical matter. War was not solely about lives lost. Resources were equally vital. Acknowledging their gazes, Hizashi nodded and, after taking a puff of smoke, replied, before notifying the Jonin, I had a video call with the daimyo. He assured me that there would be no issues. Should we fail, his clan would not fare any better. He will mobilize all his resources to support us. Upon hearing Hizashi's assurances, smiles broke out among the 3. If resources were secured, they could face the battle without fear. With manpower, they could even outlast other ninja villages. After a moment of reflection, Danzo's cold voice interjected, you noticed the number of Jonin from the Uchiha clan, did you not? That is only what is visible. We do not know how many remain hidden in the Land of Water's Hell Valley. They thrive under Konoha's shelter, yet it is time for them to contribute. Danzo's words prompted silence from Hizashi and the others. They understood the truth in his statement. After a brief pause, Hizashi finally asked, Danzo, what are you suggesting? With a slight snort, Danzo opened his half-lidded eye and stated, do they not proclaim themselves the foremost fire ninjutsu family in Konoha? Water and fire are eternally opposed. Let them confront the Mist ninjas. Their Jonin should be able to handle 2 or 3 ordinary Jonin. With their numerous Jonin, it should suffice to thwart the Mist invasion. Let Uchiha Fugaku lead the charge. Danzo unilaterally made this decision for Hizashi. The 3 remained silent, pondering whether the Mist Jonin could truly be considered ordinary. Their previous losses against the Sand ninjas were due to environmental factors, not a lack of skill. The Uchiha's Jonin might not necessarily prevail against the Mist's elite. Mist techniques could easily counter the Sharingan, and the Mist was adept at assassination. If the Uchiha relied on fire techniques, the Mist could simply unleash water techniques, shrouding the battlefield in mist. Furthermore, water naturally extinguishes fire. Danzo's intentions were indeed suspect. Chapter 94. Preparations for War. Although Sarutobi Hisashi, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Gate recognized that Danzo was intentionally targeting the Uchiha clan, none spoke out against him. Noting their silence, Danzo's eyes glimmered with disdain. These three, all trained by the second Hokage, shared his wariness of the Uchiha clan, yet they allowed him to take the role of the villain. After a moment of silence, Koharu finally spoke up. Hisashi, who do you intend to command against the rock ninjas? Orochimaru and Jiraiya? After a brief pause, Hisashi responded, for the rock ninjas, let Jiraiya lead. His ninjutsu is more suitable. Orochimaru should handle the cloud ninjas, as his wind techniques have an advantage over their lightning techniques. The three nodded in agreement. Hisashi, as a master of ninjutsu, rarely made mistakes in his strategies. However, the arrangements made with the Uchiha clan were equally suspect, for they were clearly aimed at undermining them. Koharu voiced her concern. Are we truly leaving the entire task to the Uchiha clan? Should we not send some members from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Inazuka, or Oil Girl clans as well? Despite his desire to undermine the Uchiha, Mito Gate was primarily focused on halting the Mist's advance. He feared that if the Uchiha sensed their ulterior motives, they might withhold their support. He spoke of several clans, all considered sensory ninjas, whose utility on the battlefield is immense. With the assistance of individuals from these clans, the Uchiha clan would have a greater chance of repelling the Mist ninja invasion. Casting a glance at Mito Minyan, Shimura Danzo calmly suggested that they arrange for some medical ninjas, stating that the rest were unnecessary. They would fight to the death. Once the winds of war are unleashed, the commander who performs best in this conflict may very well be the next Hokage. Hasn't the Uchiha clan always aspired to this position? Let us grant them this opportunity. After expressing his thoughts, Danzo turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, intending to gauge his attitude. The role of Hokage is not solely coveted by the Uchiha. Hiruzen himself seeks advancement, having not been promoted in many years. Silence reigned, heavy with unspoken tension. Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Minyan regarded Danzo with disdain, while Hiruzen resumed his habit of smoking. Noticing the lack of dialogue, Danzo pressed on, saying, Hiruzen, you must understand the gravity of our current crisis. We are not intentionally withholding assistance from the Uchiha. We must ensure that the IWA and Kumo ninjas can also fend off the enemy. Allocating an additional ninja to the Uchiha means one less for another battlefield. We are currently besieged on 3 fronts. Holding our ground will not be easy. And the Uchiha are not the only ones who must fight with all their might. We cannot afford to relax our vigilance towards the Land of Wind either. Fortunately, the Land of Wind has managed to repel the Cloud Ninja and Mist Ninja assaults. Otherwise, we would face yet another front. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Koharu and Minyan's contempt softened slightly, and they began to nod in agreement. Danzo's reasoning held merit. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Hiruzen responded, I will speak with Fugaku. Koharu, ensure that they are fully equipped with medical ninjas. Acknowledging the command, Koharu, responsible for Konoha's medical operations, nodded but lamented. What a pity for Tsunade. Though she said little more, it was clear to all present whom she referred to. The death of Danzo's subordinate had not only deprived Konoha of a top-tier assassin, but had also indirectly cost them a master healer. Tsunade had her struggles. It was best to allow her to rest. Danzo, do you have any issues on your end? Hiruzen inquired, turning his gaze back to Danzo. Upon being questioned, Danzo remained silent, producing a stack of documents from his robes and handing them to Hiruzen. After Hiruzen perused the materials, Danzo stated, to relay the news of the impending invasion of the Fire Country by 3 ninja villages, I sacrificed a few of my pawns. To prepare for the upcoming war, we must recruit some new talent for Root. After training them for a period, they must conceal their identities and gather intelligence. Ignoring Danzo's words, Hiruzen continued to examine the documents. The first name on the page made his forehead twitch, Hataki Kakashi. After skimming through the subsequent profiles, Hiruzen sighed. Danzo, these are still children. They should not be thrust into battle, nor should they be sent as spies. We ought to protect them. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo huffed coldly, his expression unreadable. Hiruzen, I've stated that this is a critical period. We must be prepared for everything. I do not intend to send them into the field as spies just yet. I merely wish to cultivate some talent in this area. Guiding them under a jonin may help them improve, but many of our jonin will also be heading to the battlefield. Without guidance, they will come to me. and their progress will be accelerated. Hiruzen, everything I do is for Konoha. His final words were resolute, as if he harbored no ulterior motives. The three present refrained from challenging Danzo's assertion that training within Root would expedite their development. Once a ninja entered Root, they effectively severed ties with their past, lacking the opportunity to see family or friends again. Their time was consumed entirely by training, leaving no room for anything else. This approach certainly fostered rapid advancement. Hiruzen, contemplating Danzo's remarks, hesitated. Konoha could not afford to be without Root's resources. Although Danzo's methods were often insidious, at times such cunning was necessary. After reviewing the documents once more, Hiruzen extracted a few pages and returned the rest to Danzo, declaring, "This is excessive. These children represent Konoha's future. However, your concerns are valid. This is indeed a critical moment. You may recruit only half of those listed. Furthermore, ensure that if they are unsuited for espionage, they are not dispatched to their deaths." Danzo accepted the documents and began to sift through them. With Hiruzen limiting his recruitment to half, he would now make his selections, ready to seek out candidates in the coming days. Noticing that Hiruzen had chosen to withhold Kakashi, Danzo remained silent. He had not held any great expectations for Kakashi's potential. He had never anticipated that Hiruzen would permit him to recruit such a number of children into Root. Shortly thereafter, Danzo selected half of the candidates. Upon finalizing his choices, he returned the documents to Hiruzen. The ninjas he selected were all genin from Konoha, necessitating Hiruzen's approval. Had they not been from Konoha, he would have bypassed Hiruzen entirely. When Hiruzen saw the first name Danzo had chosen, he fell silent once again. As Danzo observed Hiruzen fixating on his first selection, he remarked, "Hiruzen, do you also see potential in this child? He is evidently more suited for my organization. Among the genin in Konoha at his age, he likely possesses the most lethal aura. Though he appears optimistic, he shows no mercy when it comes to taking lives. In just a handful of D-rank missions, he has already claimed the lives of nearly 400 civilians. Hiruzen, this child is best suited for my purposes." Danzo harbored another reason for his preference. He had an affinity for orphans. Among the stack of documents were names such as Shizune, Mizuki, and Kazekage-yu. Shizune had been summarily dismissed by Hiruzen, while Mizuki, despite sharing a penchant for violence with Kazekage-yu, had a jonin relative. Thus, he opted for the orphan, Kazekage-yu. He was not in the habit of selecting pairs. Within Root, there was no need for excessive emotional attachments or team dynamics. Noting Danzo's comments, Koharu and Mito Minyan exchanged puzzled glances regarding the documents in Hiruzen's hands. Unlike Danzo, who had diligently gathered intelligence on new gen ninjas, they were unaware that such a formidable killer existed among Konoha's young genin. Observing the curious gazes of his two friends, Hiruzen handed the documents to them, stating, "Danzo, your insight remains sharp. I indeed see promise in this child, Kazekage-yu. Although he has a predilection for violence, he possesses his own convictions and is remarkably intelligent. This fine prospect is yours. Do not squander him." While Hiruzen held some admiration for Kazekage-yu, it was clear that his regard for the child did not weigh as heavily as his feelings towards Kakashi and the few others he had extracted. After briefly reviewing Kazekage-yu's profile, Koharu and Mito Minyan returned it to Hiruzen, their curiosity satisfied. With Danzo's intentions laid bare, the four began to deliberate on the intricacies of the impending conflict, determining which ninjas would be dispatched to the front lines and which would remain to protect Konoha. They also discussed a critical matter, the location of the battlefield. Jiraiya's forces needed to push the enemy out of the Fire Country. The next step was to ascertain which minor nation IWA would emerge from. The Rock Shinobi, upon their arrival from their small nation, aimed to engage in battle with the inhabitants of that land. Orochimaru's forces, much like Jiraiya's, must prevent the Cloud Shinobi from infiltrating the Land of Fire. The battlefield must be established in the deliberately left buffer zone. The Uchiha clan finds themselves at a loss, as the Mist Shinobi approach from the sea, landing directly in the Land of Fire. Their sole task is to impede the Mist Shinobi's advance into their territory to claim success. Engaging the Mist Shinobi at sea is out of the question. Such folly is beneath them. After several hours of deliberation, the four strategists outlined a tentative plan. The remainder of the task falls to the frontline commanders, who must adapt to changing circumstances. Once the discussion concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Shimura Danzo, instructing him to relay the village's decision to Orochimaru. He intended to seek out Jiraiya and Fugaku. Danzo, seemingly unheeding, departed the Hokage's office without a backward glance. Subsequently, Sarutobi and his companions, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Menyin, took their leave from the Hokage's chamber and exited the Hokage building. In the back mountains of Kanahigakure stands the imposing Hokage Rock, a monumental and dignified structure that looms like a majestic peak, silently surveying every inch of the village below. Carved from resilient rock, its surface is smooth and polished, bearing the unique textures of time that seem to narrate tales of yore. Each Hokage statue is lifelike, the sunlight casting their silhouettes in sharp relief, with shadows playing across their faces, adding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Atop Hokage Rock, a tall and robust ninja gazes contemplatively over Konoha. His flowing white hair cascades down his back like a waterfall, the tips curling slightly. His facial features are sharply defined, and beneath his white brows lie deep, luminous eyes. As he quietly observes the village, another figure appears behind him. This newcomer approaches the white-haired man, joining him in surveying the expanse of Konoha. After several minutes of silent contemplation, the latter, unable to contain himself, speaks up, addressing Jiraiya. This time, you shall lead the rock shinobi, who will likely approach through the land of grass. Your battlefield should be there. This conclusion was drawn from their earlier conference. Though it could not be deemed absolute, the likelihood of the rock shinobi traversing through the land of grass was simply the greatest. The land of rain, guarded by the formidable Hanzo of the salamander, would be an unwise choice for Inoki to provoke. Likewise, the strength of the land of waterfall, home to a tailed beast, should not be underestimated, making it an unwise target as well. Thus, the rock shinobi's path must lead through the land of grass. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Jiraiya sighed deeply, closing his eyes as a somber tone escaped his lips. Is there truly no other way? Must we engage in battle? His tone conveyed a profound sense of resignation, as they had only recently withdrawn from the land of rain. Hanzo's prowess had instilled a hesitance among potential aggressors towards that territory. Consequently, the battlefield chosen by the great nations was another land bereft of Hanzo's influence. Sensing the despair in his disciple's voice, Sarutobi replied solemnly, Jiraiya, given the current circumstances, we have no choice but to fight. The enemy's objective is the land of fire. Shall we relinquish it to them and dissolve Konoha? We are left with no alternatives. Steady yourself. We shall depart tomorrow, as arrangements have already been made within the village. After a brief pause, Jiraiya acquiesced, muttering, Understood, this is indeed troublesome. Observing his disciple's agreement, Sarutobi regarded him momentarily before vanishing from sight. Arriving at the Konoha Security Division, Sarutobi found himself in the presence of Fugaku Uchiha, entering his office directly. Without preamble, Sarutobi declared, Fugaku, the village has decided to appoint you as the commander of a unit tasked with repelling an assault from a rival shinobi village. Noticing Fugaku's silence, Sarutobi continued, Jiraiya will oversee the conflict with the rock shinobi, and Orochimaru will lead against the cloud shinobi. The Uchiha clan will handle the mist shinobi. You may select any personnel from your clan to engage in battle. The village will provide ample resources and medical ninjas. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression darkened. This was indeed a call for his clan to confront a major ninja village. If they possessed such strength, why remain in Konoha? They could simply conquer a nation and become its leader, instead of living under the shadow of others. Lord Hokage, the enemy is one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Mist Shinobi, Fugaku reminded him. In response to Fugaku's concerns, Sarutobi's countenance grew grave as he replied, Fugaku, I understand that this request may seem excessive, but you must comprehend the gravity of this crisis. Our village's ninja numbers are limited. We cannot send newly graduated children into battle. The threats from the rock and cloud are formidable, and your clan only needs to delay the Mist Shinobi's advance. If we can secure a decisive outcome in any of the 3 battlefronts, we may then bolster the others. However, if we falter on any front, it may lead to a total collapse. Konoha stands at a perilous juncture. Fugaku, we require the Uchiha clan's strength. Sarutobi's earnest gaze met Fugaku's as he concluded his entreaty. After a moment of silence, Fugaku ultimately nodded in acceptance of the village's directive. Chapter 96. Pursuit in the darkness as tensions mounted across the nations. On a medium-sized island over 100 kilometers from the land of water, 2 factions were parting ways. The larger group consisted of robust individuals, both men and women, predominantly in their 30s. Despite their rugged appearances, many sported charming topknots atop their heads, adorned with small red dots on their foreheads. Facing them were several strikingly handsome individuals, their appearance and demeanor starkly contrasting with the former. Apart from their looks, all possessed white eyes. After exchanging farewells, the white-eyed group departed by boat. Every 2 to 3 years, they would send members of their main family to visit the Kaguya clan. The relationship between the Hyuga and Kaguya clans has endured for millennia. While the world perceives the Kaguya clan as warlike, only the Hyuga clan understands that if the Kaguya truly embodied the violent nature attributed to them by outsiders, they could not have persisted for so long. Such descriptions of them as battle maniacs come solely from those who do not comprehend the Kaguya clan. Their close ties with the Kaguya compel them to visit, even aware of the dangers that may arise from their presence. As only members of the main family can represent the Hyuga clan, the branch family lacks that privilege. Once the group set sail from the island, they immediately entered a state of vigilance. The night enveloped the vast sea, resembling a colossal black silk, gracefully yet profoundly unfurling. A large ship traversed the waves at a steady pace, its bow cleaving through the tranquil waters, sending forth cascading white foamy crests, akin to countless sparkling pearls shimmering in the darkness. The moonlight poured gently upon the sails, illuminating the contours of the vessel, reminiscent of a serene silhouette. The ship swayed slightly in the night, with occasional breezes ruffling the sails, shattering the tranquility of the evening. On the lookout atop the mast, 2 members of the Hyuga branch family stood guard, their duty requiring them to continuously activate their Byakugan to monitor their surroundings. As they braved the sea breeze, both felt a sense of relaxation. It had been 8 days since they departed from the Kaguya clan's territory. As they approached the land of fire, the need for caution began to wane. In a moment of relaxation, one member of the branch family gazed into the distance and suddenly nudged his companion, gesturing toward a specific direction. Upon observing the situation ahead, the two exchanged a knowing glance and immediately activated the ship's alarm. Ninjas were approaching. The speed of the assailants was formidable. Within 10 seconds of the alarm sounding, all members of the Hyuga clan had assembled on the deck. With their Byakugan activated, they regarded the encroaching ninjas with grave expressions. A crisis loomed, a dire crisis. On land, they would have confidence in defeating the approaching mist ninjas, but at sea, water-style ninjas could exhibit a 200% increase in their capabilities, and the enemy outnumbered them by 3. The elder of the main branch, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, inquired urgently about their proximity to the land of fire. "Elder, we are approximately 100 kilometers away," answered the lookout stationed at the observation point. "They come with ill intent. Abandon ship, consume military rations, and tread water back to the land of fire. Once we are near, we shall send a distress signal. The leaf ninjas stationed at the border of the land of fire will respond to our call for aid." After issuing these commands, the elder cast a glance at his visibly anxious son, silently urging him to follow. Without hesitation, he leaped from the ship, sprinting toward the land of fire. The elder's son, though apprehensive, promptly followed in his father's footsteps. Observing this exchange, the branch family ninjas also rallied behind the 2 main family members. Meanwhile, the mist ninjas, 3 miles away, had noticed the Hyuga clan's retreat and, without uttering a word, quickened their pace. It soon became apparent to the fleeing Hyuga members that their speed was insufficient to outpace the enemy. If they continued to run, the mist ninjas would undoubtedly catch up to them. Among the 10, one was a newly minted chunin, the heir of the main branch elder. They had come to protect the main family members, yet they dared not run ahead of them. Seeing this predicament, the elder glanced at the 5 running to his left. The 5, upon catching his eye, felt a jolt of realization. Despite their reluctance, their pace gradually slowed. Observing their deceleration, the elder admonished them, "Remember, the bloodline of the Hyuga clan must never fall into enemy hands." At his words, the 5 halted entirely. After sharing a resolute glance, they turned to face the approaching mist ninjas. Simultaneously, they distanced themselves slightly, forming a line 10 meters apart, attempting to impede the pursuers. In response to the elder's command, the other 3 branch family members spoke not a word. This was merely the fate of their branch, to die in defense of the main family and to protect the Byakugan. They understood the weight of the elder's final words. The Hyuga clan would not be captured. It was a simple matter to shatter their own hearts with chakra. In death, the caged bird would vanish, but before its disappearance, it would ensure the destruction of its Byakugan. No one in the ninja world could capture a Hyuga clan ninja. Had they been so easily subdued, Their kin would have long been exploited for breeding, and the Byakugan would not hold such value. Their current status was predicated upon the rarity of the Byakugan. If it became commonplace, they would lose their distinctiveness. Many clans in the ninja world shared this principle, willing to perish to protect their unique bloodlines, yet resolutely refusing to allow themselves to be captured. Whether it be possessions or lives, rarity holds intrinsic value. The Umbu of the Leaf were even more ruthless. When escape was impossible, they would incinerate their own bodies with chakra, erasing their existence entirely, leaving the enemy with nothing, not even a corpse. The five gazed at the swiftly approaching mist ninjas, each consuming a military ration and drawing forth several kunai, each affixed with explosive tags. They were determined to employ every means necessary to delay the enemy. After merely 20 seconds of halting, the mist ninjas were already upon them. Upon seeing an obstruction, the leading mist ninja signaled for his comrades to disperse, preparing to circumvent the three who stood in their way. Four of them plunged into the sea, intending to approach from below. The three at the forefront, witnessing this maneuver, hurled their kunai into the water, followed by a flurry of explosive tags. The two on the flanks launched their explosive kunai at the mist ninjas, attempting to bypass them. After discarding their tags, they charged toward the encroaching enemy. Chapter 97. The interception. The four mist ninjas preparing to pursue from the sea were momentarily halted by the explosive tags littering their path. The imminent explosions forced them to pause. The five branch members of the Hyuga clan had only managed to momentarily impede the approaching enemies. Those who evaded the explosive tags would continue their pursuit. They could not hold the line indefinitely. As they neared the mist ninjas, they unleashed a barrage of 8 trigrams empty palms. They disregarded the distance and potential lethality, knowing that even a brief delay would count as a success. Their 8 trigrams empty palms effectively halted all mist ninjas attempting to circumvent them. However, while they were obstructed, they suffered no significant injuries. The nearest mist ninja merely rolled away into the sea, disappearing from sight after a few tumbles. All mist ninjas vanished beneath the surface, leaving only the 5 members of the Hyuga branch standing hundreds of meters apart on the water's surface. Although the mist ninjas had submerged, the Hyuga clan members retained a keen awareness of their positions. The water could not obscure their vision. The thwarted mist ninjas exchanged glances, and the closest among them signaled to his comrades. Upon receiving agreement, they all began to form hand seals, synchronizing their actions. Water release, water surge wave. The sea beneath the feet of the Hyuga clan began to churn violently, though they remained firmly anchored on the surface. They felt like a fragile vessel tossed amidst a tempest. Among the pursuing mist ninjas, several activated this technique and immediately ceased their casting, redirecting their pursuit toward the fleeing Hyuga clan members. They emerged from the water, while some of their comrades maintained the water surge wave, propelling themselves forward. The Hyuga clan members, endowed with the Byakugan, were acutely aware of this development. The 5 members of the Hyuga clan unanimously opted for a countermeasure. They leaped 2 to 3 meters into the air, unleashing a series of 8 trigrams empty palms toward the tumultuous sea below. The surging waters were a result of the mist ninjas' chakra manipulation, and their empty palms, infused with chakra, countered this influence. Gradually, the waters began to calm, as their chakra disrupted that of the mist ninjas, severing their connection to the sea. Among the mist ninjas attempting to escape via the water, only one succeeded in breaking through. He was the strongest among them. The 5 Hyuga clan members had managed to intercept 6 mist ninjas. Realizing their companions had passed, the remaining mist ninjas emerged partially from the water, opting not to pursue further. Everything unfolded according to their plan. At this moment, the 5 members of the Hyuga clan were slightly breathless, yet the military rations they had consumed continued to restore their chakra gradually. The recent use of the 8 trigrams empty palm had taken a toll, and the continuous activation of their Byakugan was also depleting their chakra reserves. They profoundly understood why no other forces dared to engage in naval combat with the Mist Shinobi. Although the Mist controlled the existing seawater, they too faced significant consumption, albeit not as substantial as that of the Hyuga clan. The remaining individuals here consisted of 1 Jonin and 5 Chunin, 1 more Chunin than the Hyuga clan had. Upon noticing that several enemies had breached their blockade, the branch members of the Hyuga clan decided against pursuit. The enemy was too numerous. It was impossible to intercept them all, and merely slowing them down was already a considerable achievement. The 6 remaining Mist Shinobi clearly had no intention of chasing after them. presumably preparing to settle matters here. After surveying the situation, the Jonin bellowed a command. As he spoke, he charged towards the nearest Chunin. However, the Mist Jonin would not allow him to succeed easily. He threw a few kunai to momentarily hinder the Hyuga Jonin's advance, allowing the Chunin to slip beneath the water. The other 4 members of the Hyuga clan, hearing their Jonin's call, rushed towards him. The Mist Shinobi regarded them with bloodthirsty eyes, their intent to kill palpable. Those who were obstructed would no longer pursue the main family members. Observing this, the Mist Shinobi did not intervene, but instead gathered around their Jonin. Once both sides had successfully converged, they stood about 30 meters apart, eyeing each other from a distance. Both groups were relatively young, in their 20s. Surviving to that age as a ninja was already commendable unless one possessed a unique status or extraordinary abilities. The Mist Shinobi dared not approach the Hyuga clan too closely. For their close combat chakra point strikes were infamous. A mere touch could disrupt chakra flow, bringing an end to the battle. How pitiable it is. You are members of the branch family, cast aside like discarded pawns. Why not join us? The Byakugan, such a precious bloodline limit, would allow you to thrive anywhere. The leading Jonin refrained from immediate action and began to persuade them. Their Mizukage was aging and no longer as astute, while not engaged in battle. He had sought to cleanse his village of its bloodline limits, only to realize the village's strength had severely diminished when the time for conflict arose. Now, he harbored thoughts of acquiring the bloodline limits of ninjas from other villages, a mere delusion. If the Hyuga clan were so easily swayed, their Byakugan would have spread throughout the ninja world over the millennia. Countless female ninjas have wished to share a night with the Hyuga clan to conceive a child with the Byakugan bloodline, but have never had the opportunity. Attempts to capture female Hyuga ninjas for breeding have also failed. The Hyuga clan's control over their bloodline is astoundingly formidable. The branch family's Jonin did not respond to the Mist Jonin's inquiry, but instead made a discreet gesture to those behind him, stating solemnly, "Mist Shinobi, do you understand what it means to attack us? Do you wish to go to war with Konoha? While you are engaged with the Sand Shinobi, do you dare provoke us?" He ignored the Mist's proposition entirely. They had family in Konoha, and betrayal was out of the question. Joining the Mist would only reduce them to breeding machines. Even if their offspring were not subjected to having their Byakugan extracted, their growth would be severely hindered. Konoha and the Hyuga clan would hunt down other Byakugan bearers, and other ninja villages would seize any knowledge of such existence. Children born in the Mist village, although not caged birds, would not receive the same treatment as those from the main family, lacking the protection of the branch family. In a place like the Mist village, how could they possibly survive? Hearing the Hyuga Jonin's words, the Mist Jonin grinned cruelly and said, "The Sand Shinobi merely have the advantage of terrain. What is so great about Konoha? Why should we not provoke you? If you refuse to recognize our intentions, then let the sea be your grave." With that, their bodies began to sink. The Hyuga clan members, witnessing this, hastily approached, though the 4 Chunin deliberately slowed their pace. Chapter 98. Naval Combat. The branch family Jonin of the Hyuga clan accelerated to his utmost speed, disregarding the waste of chakra. There was only one chance. Failure could mean being dragged to death by these Mist Shinobi. As he approached the sinking Mist Shinobi, he unleashed the defensive technique of his clan upon the water's surface. The branch family Jonin was resolute. After confirming that the figures were indeed the real bodies with his Byakugan, he unleashed a powerful attack aimed primarily at the Mist Jonin. Although surprised by his sudden onslaught, the Mist Jonin encased himself within a water sphere as the Hyuga closed in. The water prison technique not only ensnared enemies, but also provided a protective barrier. The sphere, infused with chakra, withstood several of the Hyuga's attacks, but eventually, the water sphere distanced itself from him under the force of the blows. Although the Mist Jonin had evaded the assault, he was not in good condition. He had to channel a substantial amount of chakra into the water sphere to fend off the lethal strike. As he was thrown back, he felt a twinge of fear. They had dominated the waters for too long and had grown complacent. Who would have thought a clan specializing in close combat could force the surrounding waters back with chakra? Launching an attack directly at him, he had narrowly avoided being dispatched. The might of a prominent clan should not be underestimated. Had he not had access to the surrounding seawater, he would have surely perished on land. The Chunin closest to him was not as quick to react and was swiftly killed, his neck severed by the Jonin's hand, his head dislodged from his body. Now, the decapitated Chunin floated in the sea, his face and eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He had thought staying near the Jonin would offer safety, only to be dragged to his demise. The Hyuga Jonin's offensive technique was immensely powerful. As he spun, the 5 meters of water surrounding him was cleared, and the waters within a 20-meter radius began to swirl. A massive whirlpool formed. The mist shinobi, moving through the water, could not match the speed of those traversing the surface. With the whirlpool's emergence, they were all ensnared, forced to rotate with the swirling waters. Observing the effectiveness of the technique, the other Chunin from the Hyuga clan immediately hurled kunai, laced with explosive tags, into the swirling current, aiming to obliterate the mist shinobi. Regrettably, the effectiveness of the explosive tags was considerably diminished underwater, and as the mist shinobi spun with the current, they were shielded by the swirling waters. The kunai barely penetrated, falling 2 or 3 meters into the water before being swept away. However, one mist shinobi, unfortunate enough to be on the periphery of the current, was struck and had his intestines blown out. His intestines spiraled around him like twisted serpents, clinging to his abdomen. The waters around both him and the decapitated shinobi were stained red with their blood. The Hyuga clan's technique surged and dissipated quickly. After 10 seconds, he ceased his attack. As he halted, the forcibly displaced water rushed back towards him. At that moment, he was more than 20 meters above the sea's surface. Seeing the water surge back, he did not retreat, but instead propelled himself toward the mist jonin. Although the waters had not yet calmed, they could discern their target through the Byakugan. As the branch family jonin approached, the mist jonin also became aware of his presence. Beneath the water, they possessed remarkable sensory abilities. In an effort to hinder the advancing foe, he hurled 2 explosive tags attached to kunai in the direction of the oncoming threat, thereby creating a barrier to their approach before retreating swiftly. At this moment, the more the enemy desired to close the distance, the more imperative it became to prevent their advance. He vividly recalled the Hyuga clan's acupuncture techniques. Situated at sea, having evaded the opponent's lethal strike, he merely needed to deny them any opportunity, ensuring that they would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Observing the chakra response of his adversary receding into the distance, the Hyuga branch jonin halted his pursuit. With a silent sigh of resignation, he promptly swam towards the surface, all the while utilizing his Byakugan to monitor the opponent's movements. He refrained from approaching further, acutely aware that the enemy might seek to thwart his ascent. As expected, he witnessed the enemy forming hand seals, followed by a surge of water that threatened to drag him into the depths. Drawing forth an explosive kunai, he cast it into the water below. The ensuing explosion momentarily illuminated the surroundings, disrupting the opponent's control over the water with the blast. Utilizing the force of the detonation, he propelled himself upward with renewed speed. Upon breaking the surface, he gasped for air, promptly deactivating his Byakugan. Excessive chakra depletion rendered it imprudent to maintain its activation, as he required sufficient chakra merely to stay afloat. The other 4 Chunin from the Hyuga branch quickly converged around him. After gathering, they observed the mist ninja emerging a few meters away. Although adept in water combat, they too required breath, particularly when executing jutsu underwater, which was far more taxing, akin to training under heavy weights. The mist jonin, upon surfacing, also inhaled deeply, having exhausted considerable energy. The numbers had shifted. Where the mist once had the advantage, the Hyuga now outnumbered them. Impressive, as expected of the Hyuga clan. However, after such a display, you will find it difficult to replicate that technique. We shall not grant you another opportunity, proclaimed the leading mist jonin. Taking a deep breath, he began to submerge once more, accompanied by his remaining 3 comrades. Ignoring the 2 fallen companions, they were seasoned ninjas of the blood mist, and the death of comrades was a commonplace occurrence. Descending to the seabed approximately 10 meters from the Hyuga branch, 3 mist Chunin initiated a water release technique. The 4 members of the Hyuga branch, with their Byakugan activated, could clearly discern the movement of chakra among the mist ninjas. Upon recognizing their chakra mobilization, they immediately dispersed, fleeing in different directions. Just as they vacated their original position, a whirlpool formed in the water's surface, pursuing the Hyuga clan members. After shifting locations several times, the mist ninjas ceased their pursuit, unable to catch the Byakugan wielders. Once regrouped, the branch family jonin cast a heavy gaze toward the land of fire and solemnly declared, "We must depart. There is no need to squander time here." With that, he set off towards the direction of the land of fire, their mission accomplished. Their chakra reserves were insufficient to return to the land of fire, and the mist ninjas they had confronted were equally drained. Both parties were now too fatigued to pursue the main family members effectively. Their only hope lay in the assistance of the Leaf Ninjas stationed at the border. Upon witnessing the Hyuga clan's swift retreat, the Mist Ninjas surfaced and began their pursuit. Chapter 99. A failed operation? The elders of the main branch, save for the young heir, remained vigilant with their Byakugan, prepared for any dangers lurking nearby. They, too, observed the pursuing Mist Ninjas approaching. The 5 members of the Hyuga branch had managed to intercept 6 enemies, yet it was futile. Not every adversary could be halted. As time wore on, the distance between the two parties diminished. 2 kilometers became 1 kilometer, then half a mile. They were still approximately 40 kilometers from the Leaf's border outpost. And if this continued, they would soon find themselves trapped within a 10-mile radius. Noticing this predicament, the main branch elder turned to the 3 companions trailing behind and stated, "We are not far from the land of fire. Just a few more kilometers, and we can signal for help, albeit it will take time for them to arrive." Upon hearing the elder's words, the 3 slowed their pace, preparing to intercept the enemy. Among the 3 Hyuga, 1 was a Jonin. During their visit to the Kaguya clan, they had brought a total of 3 Jonin and 7 Chunin. In contrast, the Mist had 3 Jonin and 10 Chunin. Under normal circumstances on land, they would not need to flee, but in the vast ocean, escape was imperative. The pursuing Mist Ninjas, now aware of the Hyuga clan's strategy to obstruct them, immediately submerged into the depths upon sighting the 3 Hyuga. As the Mist Ninjas descended, they split into 2 groups, one led by a Jonin on the left and the other on the right, both pursuing the main family members. Seeing this, the Hyuga Jonin understood that a decision was necessary. He could confront one group of Mist Ninjas, but his 2 Chunin aides would be no match against the other pair of Mist Jonin, risking their lives in the process. Observing that one group consisted of 4 ninjas while the other had 3, the Hyuga branch Jonin resolved to confront the team of 4. Aiming to impede as many pursuers as possible, the 4 Mist Ninjas, upon spotting the 3 members of the Hyuga clan, began to shadow them from above, abandoning any plans to pursue the other team. Thus, the 3 Hyuga ninjas found themselves in a standoff against the 4 Mist Ninjas, each side featuring a Jonin. As the elder of the main family sprinted towards the land of fire, he remained acutely aware of the situation behind him. The 3 branch members holding off 4 Mist Ninjas was commendable. Only 3 Mist Ninjas now trailed behind him. Having traveled a distance in the water, they had managed to create some space. After running for several seconds, the main family elder produced a signal flare. Upon igniting it, the flare shot into the sky like an arrow, exploding with a brilliant flash that illuminated the sky and sea. The 2 members of the main family could even discern the grim expressions on the faces of the 3 Mist Ninjas. Despite their dismay, the enemy did not relent in their pursuit. Worried that the Leaf Ninjas might not see their signal, the elder ran another 2 miles before igniting another flare. The Mist Jonin, upon witnessing the ascent of the flare, promptly dismissed the 2 Chunin accompanying him and quickened his pace. Realizing the enemy was accelerating to intercept him and his son, the elder understood he could still run, but he could not abandon his child. If both of them were intercepted, when the Mist Ninja, a Jonin, stopped him, the other 2 Mist Chunin would surely attack his son. His son had already sprinted for several kilometers and could no longer engage on the water. Glancing at his son, who was struggling to run, he urged, "Do not stop. The Leaf Ninjas are surely on their way. I will hold off that Jonin. Once you encounter the Leaf Ninjas, immediately bring them back to assist." "Father," said the heir of the clan elder, a hint of concern in his voice, "bring them here as swiftly as possible. Those 3 Mist Ninjas cannot harm me for the moment. Hurry." After the elder spoke, he halted in his tracks. The heir, understanding his father's command, nodded and ceased to speak, pushing himself towards the land of fire. Upon noticing that the leader of the Hyuga clan had come to a stop, the Mist Jonin halted as well, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Soon, the 2 Chunin following him arrived by his side. "Leave the Byakugan behind. We will permit your departure," the Mist Jonin said in a calm yet menacing tone, signaling that they had no intention of pursuing the elder heir further. Seeing that the enemy did not act immediately, the elder of the Hyuga clan breathed a sigh of relief. With a serious expression, he retorted, "Mist Ninja, do not harbor delusions. Reinforcements from the Leaf will arrive shortly. If you dare lay a hand on me. Do you wish to ignite a war between the Leaf and Mist?" He was merely stalling for time, as he believed the Leaf Ninjas were already en route. The Mist Jonin, upon hearing the elder's words, smirked cruelly, licking the blade of his long knife, and replied, "War? You have been at sea for too long. The war has already commenced. Villages are preparing as we speak. Your Byakugan will become my trophy. With that, the Mist Jonin began to form hand seals. The elder, taken aback by the threat, swiftly gathered his strength and charged towards the Mist Jonin, determined to interrupt the formation of his jutsu. The two Mist Chunin, witnessing the unfolding scene, immediately positioned themselves before the Jonin in an attempt to thwart the enemy's advance. However, upon contact, they were violently thrown aside. Despite this, the Mist Jonin managed to complete his jutsu. Water style, exploding water shockwave. The sea beneath the Jonin began to churn violently, first encasing him in a protective barrier. Before the waves surged higher, the elder, realizing the impending danger of being engulfed by the surging waters, chose not to retreat. Evading would only invite relentless pursuit. Reversal. The elder of the Hyuga clan opted to confront the torrent head-on, confident in his ability to disperse the gathered water. In an instant, the water surrounding him dissipated into nothingness. As expected, the Mist Jonin's technique was nullified, and he was forcefully propelled away. Though the chakra expenditure was significant, it mattered not. He had emerged victorious. In the realm of ninjas, none could match the Hyuga clan in close combat. They were a lineage steeped in a millennium of warfare, endowed with unparalleled combat skills. Chapter 100. The loss of the Byakugan. The tumultuous sea remained agitated for nearly a minute before it finally calmed. As the waters settled, the elder emerged, panting, having just regained his footing atop the surface. The three Mist ninjas also surfaced from the depths. The Jonin, still partially visible, immediately spat blood, while his two Chunin companions lay flat on the water's surface, devoid of the strength to rise. Observing the condition of his adversaries, the elder of the Hyuga clan exhaled a long sigh, pride evident in his voice as he declared, "Underestimating the Hyuga clan will come at a cost." His confidence was unwavering. Had they not been at sea, they would not have needed to flee from such weak foes. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the Mist Jonin smirked. What a slow reaction. He mocked the elder, his derision evident. The elder, bewildered by the Jonin's demeanor, contemplated the implications of being called slow. Within moments, a look of shock and terror crossed his face as he glanced towards the direction his son had fled. You've caught on. Ever since your visit to the Kaguya clan, we have been monitoring you. Did you think we sent only this few to intercept? The plan is flawless. Your son Byakugan will be ours. With that, the Jonin submerged into the depths of the water, wary of the elder's potential wrath. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, uttered no further words but turned to pursue the direction his son had taken. It was all a conspiracy. The Mist ninjas had methodically drawn them away from his son. Their initial target had always been the boy. The Byakugan of the branch family was unattainable to the Mist. Even capturing it alive was out of the question. As the clan elder, he possessed considerable strength, and they would not prevail against him. Even if he were confronted by a Kaguya, he would have time to destroy his own eyes and take his own life, ensuring the enemy gained nothing. Had his son been beside him, the Mist would not have succeeded. If the Mist had not initially offered them a glimmer of hope, he would have destroyed both his and his son Byakugan at the first sign of danger. Now, however, the situation was different. They had continuously provided the illusion of hope, making them believe that as long as they could hold out until the reinforcements from the Land of Fire arrived, they would be safe. Now his son was isolated, his strength diminished after running 70 to 80 kilometers, chakra nearly depleted, leaving him vulnerable to their grasp. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was at risk of being lost. The Mist Jonin watched as the enemy withdrew, doing nothing. It was too late. The speed of that boy had likely already brought him into contact with their waiting allies. After dragging the two near-death Chunin closer, he remained in place, awaiting the arrival of their comrades. They were not the only forces at play. For the success of their plan, they had orchestrated this. None of the branch family members who had attempted to obstruct them would survive. The heir of the clan elder sprinted 6 to 7 kilometers, still 20 kilometers from the shores of the Land of Fire, when he spotted several figures running across the water like him. Upon noticing him, they immediately raced towards his direction. As he recognized the leaf headbands adorning their foreheads, relief washed over him. Reinforcements had arrived from the Land of Fire. They were safe. Did you send the signal? Are you from the Hyuga clan? One of the newcomers inquired as they approached. Yes, we were attacked by the Mist ninjas. We need immediate assistance. The elder heir began, but he sensed something amiss when he realized they were too close and armed with blades. In the next instant, he witnessed a headless body erupting with blood, gushing over 2 meters high. He recognized that body all too well, though it was now devoid of a head. Then he saw the leaf ninja who had spoken earlier grasping him. The scene abruptly ended. After seizing the head of the Hyuga clan member, the leaf ninja, along with several others, excitedly confirmed the presence of the Byakugan, discovering it had not yet been destroyed. With urgency, the leader produced 2 transparent glass vials, extracting the Byakugan and sealing them within, before discarding the head as one would refuse trash. Turning to glance in the direction of the land of fire, the leader spoke, declaring that the plan had been accomplished and it was time to retreat as the leaf ninjas were approaching. The 3 individuals behind him exchanged admiring glances before nodding in agreement. Within 2 minutes, over 30 leaf ninjas and a senior elder from the Hyuga clan arrived at the scene of the recent conflict. The leaf ninjas had arrived slightly earlier, having sensed the presence of other ninjas in the vicinity. However, after the imposters disguised as leaf ninjas had retreated into the water, they became undetectable. At this moment, the atmosphere was grave, with the elder of the Hyuga clan wearing an expression as cold as ice, silent and brooding. Among the group, a water-style ninja pressed his hands against the surface of the sea, sensing something. After a brief moment, he formed several hand signs and once more placed his hands upon the water. Shortly thereafter, a headless corpse emerged from the depths, followed by another head, its eyes gouged out, surfacing from another location. The sight of the lifeless young body rendered all the leaf ninjas somber. Not only had their village's children been slain, but their precious Byakugan had also been stolen. The elder of the Hyuga clan, witnessing the tragic demise of his kin, twisted his face in agony and seethed, "Missed ninjas. Well done, very well done." His voice resonated like an echo from the depths of the abyss, each word dripping with chilling malice, akin to shards of ice laced with poison. The bitterness in his tone seemed to freeze the very air around them, each syllable cutting through the atmosphere with relentless ferocity. The leaf ninjas present could not help but shudder at the sound of his voice. After speaking, the elder cast a glance in the direction he had arrived from, then turned to address the commanding leaf ninja, saying, "Everyone, several of my clan members are still engaged in fierce combat. I would appreciate it if you could assist them. My chakra has been severely depleted, and I am unable to proceed. Please take my son and leave this place." The leading jonin nodded at the elder's words and promptly arranged for 6 ninjas to escort him back to their stronghold. Meanwhile, he led the remaining ninjas toward the direction of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 101. The killing move. After exchanging a few words with Kazama Yu and Tsukikich Tree, Siren bid farewell. Upon returning to his abode and closing the courtyard gate, Kazama Yu made his way to a corner of the yard, placing his hands on the ground. The earth trembled as a lump of black metal emerged from the soil. Gently brushing his palm against the chakra-infused metal, it began to levitate slowly before swirling around him in an aerial dance. This was a unique ninjutsu he had sought from the future 2 months prior. Being most adept in wind and earth elements, he had requested a method for cultivating a bloodline limit, magnet release, a fusion of wind and earth from the Sand Village. After devoting 7 days to mastering the technique, he successfully manifested magnet release chakra within himself. With this chakra, he could control any metal or sand that came into contact with him. After a few rotations around Kazama Yu, the chakra-infused metal gradually settled into his ninja tool pouch at his waist. Securing the pouch, he departed his residence, heading towards the dwelling of Hoshino Chika. As he arrived at Hoshino Chika's residence, he spotted her gazing into the distance from the second-floor window of her small building. Noticing his presence, he leaped into her yard and casually entered her home. Although her abode was superior to his, the furnishings were quite simple, akin to his own. Upon seeing Kazama Yu, Hoshino Chika left her resting room and gracefully descended to the first floor. By the time she reached the ground, Kazama Yu had already poured himself a glass of water and settled onto her living room couch, casting a disapproving glance at him. Hoshino Chika took a seat on the couch beside him and remarked irritably, "What brings you here? Didn't we agree to disband?" Unperturbed by her disdain, Kazama Yu remained unbothered, for he understood that women often spoke contrary to their feelings. Observing the troubled expression on Hoshino Chika's face, he took a sip of water and said, "A great battle is on the horizon. While I have long anticipated this day, I find myself powerless to prevent it. Not just I, but even the Hokage is unable to intervene." After speaking, he retrieved an object from his ninja tool pouch and, under Hoshino Chika's surprised gaze, tossed it to her. As she instinctively caught the item, Kazama continued, I don't know if you intend to join the battlefield, but you may borrow this for now. Hoshino upon receiving the chakra-infused metal, asked in astonishment, haven't you been keeping this hidden? Why are you willing to share it now? Responding to her inquiry with a sidelong glance. Kazama replied, young lady, are your ears malfunctioning at such a tender age? I said borrow, not give. Be clear, I expect it back. Hoshino, touched by his words, looked at him with newfound appreciation. She understood the value he placed on the object. Despite his admiration for the Hokage, he had been reluctant to relinquish this item to the village. Now, offering it to her indicated that she held a higher significance in his heart than the Hokage himself. Feeling a wave of emotion, Hoshino replied softly, you can keep it. I don't need it. In that moment, her tone was gentler than usual. After speaking, she extended the object back toward Kazama. Ignoring her outstretched hand, he insisted, borrow it. Just take it. It's a pity I am still insufficiently strong. He meant that he lacked the power to thwart the impending ninja world war. Hoshino, noticing his refusal, retracted her hand. Her expression tinged with confusion as she gazed at him. She interpreted his inadequacy to mean he was not yet strong enough to participate in the battle, which rendered the object unnecessary for him. However, she was puzzled by his assertion that she would not know how to use the chakra-infused metal, as its application was straightforward. Sensing her bewilderment, Kazama took a sip of water and, with an air of mystery, advised, do not treat this as a weapon. Should you do so, your enemies will be on guard, diminishing its effectiveness. Only produce it in critical moments. Feign terror, retreating while casting stones at your adversaries. When they perceive you as weak, they will lower their defenses, and you may then throw this as if it were merely a stone. As he spoke, Kazama slumped back onto the couch, feigning terror as he gazed wide-eyed at Hoshino, exclaiming in desperation, please, don't come any closer. Don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. Simultaneously, he grabbed a small pillow from the couch and hurled it at her. The pillow struck her squarely on the head, and only then did she react, having been momentarily stunned by his antics. As Kazama continued his dramatic performance, Hoshino, initially taken aback, finally regained her composure, swiftly seizing the pillow as it fell and retaliating by hurling it back at him with vigor. Kazama caught the pillow and, after returning it to its original place, looked at Hoshino with a smug expression and remarked, did you see that? The effect is astonishing. Hoshino, observing Kazama's self-satisfied demeanor, fell into silence. The effectiveness was indeed remarkable, as she had been struck by it herself. However, for someone as aloof and elegant as she was, she could never emulate Kazama's previous antics. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of tears. No way would she resort to such tactics. Kazama had considered employing this method from the outset. In a one-on-one scenario, its efficacy would certainly rival that of the Flying Thunder God technique. Both techniques serve as initial strikes. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique is akin to his approach. When the user throws a kunai, opponents instinctively relax once they evade it, never suspecting that an assailant might appear beside the kunai to deliver a fatal blow. If one comprehends the Flying Thunder God technique, upon seeing the incoming kunai, they can simply evade it from a distance. They could even launch an attack at the kunai's vicinity, potentially causing the opponent to collide with their own attacks upon leaping forward. It is not to say that evading a kunai is impossible. If one cannot evade even a kunai, the user of the Flying Thunder God technique need not leap at all, as they could simply eliminate their target with the kunai directly. His technique operates on a similar principle. Who would suspect that a mere iron lump conceals a ninjutsu? When an enemy believes they have dodged a flying projectile and revels in their perceived safety, a ninjutsu suddenly erupts beside them, leaving the target momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, they are destined for annihilation. Kakuzu's battle experience ranks among the strongest in the shinobi world, yet he too fell victim to Shikamaru's cunning strategy. Although that battle was entirely implausible, the efficacy of chakra-infused metal weapons is undeniably astounding.